On the hospital bed, an elderly man took his last breath, mouth opening and closing in a desperate attempt to breathe. He couldn't speak, but his wide-open eyes stared fixedly at one direction. He died with regret eyes unshut. A woman in her 50s rushed into the room, throwing herself beside him. "Brother, it's me, your little sister. Is there anything you want to tell me before you go?" Yuan Yuan. At the sound of her brother's whispered name, the woman froze. Tears silently streamed down her face. "Brother, why must you still carry this after 40 years? Haven't you let her go yet?" His dry, bony hand clutched his chest, lips still murmuring that same name, Yuan Yuan. Next to the bed, the monitor displayed a flat line. Doctors and nurses worked on CPR for half an hour. Knowing it was futile, they were just fulfilling their duty. In his final moments, the woman tried to hold her brother's hand one last time. A black and white, jagged photograph lay clenched in his palm. The girl in the photo was young and innocent, with delicate features and soft beauty, wearing the signature braids of that era. The woman wept uncontrollably. "Brother, I know how much it hurt in your heart." In those final seconds, only this photo had mattered to him, held tightly against his chest. "Brother, they'll take you back home. You and Sister Yuan Yuan will never be separated again." Her voice faded as a lingering soul drifted away. Familiar shouting grew clearer. "Brother, wake up. It's already light out. How can you still be sleeping? You have to head to the coal mine early today." He opened his eyes and shot upright. Standing before him was not his 55-year-old sister, but a 15-year-old girl. Qin Chuan stared, wide-eyed, at his younger sister, stunned, as if he no longer recognized her. "Brother, are you even listening? It's already morning. Aren't you going to the mine? Uncle will scold you again if you're late." It took a moment for Qin Chuan to grasp his current situation. His sister said today was the day he was heading to the coal mine. That meant the tragedy hadn't happened yet. Yuanyuan's humiliation, her suicide by drowning it, would all happen in 3 days. He suddenly lunged forward, gripping his sister's shoulders tightly, voice urgent. "Linger, I told you to stay with Sister Yuan Yuan. Why did you come back?" The girl pouted. "Brother, am I not supposed to come home when the sun rises? Yuan Yuan isn't your wife, yet he can't call her that." He quickly dressed, pushed past his sister, and bolted out of the house. Among the row of earthen houses where the educated youths lived, only Yuanyuan remained. He shouted as he ran. "Yuan Yuan, Imbuk, Yuan Yuan." Last night he was dead. This morning he was alive again, back in his 20-year-old body. In the year 1983, his mind was filled with the words engraved on a gravestone. "Beloved wife, Yuanyuan." She only became his wife after her death. He reached the doorstep, steadying himself, didn't want to scare her. To her, Qin Chuan had never left Daping Village. Seeing him knock so frantically at dawn, acting emotional and erratic, she'd think he'd gone mad. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked on the door, speaking softly. "Yuan Yuan, I have something important to say. Please open the door, okay?" Over the past 2 years, most of the educated youths had gradually left the village, returning to where they came from. Some resumed schooling, others got jobs. Yuanyuan was the last female educated youth remaining. She couldn't return to the city. 5 years ago, her father had taken his own life after enduring political persecution. Then her mother remarried. Her own family had long since cut ties with her. With no one waiting for her in the city, staying in Daping Village as an educated youth seemed the only option. In the dormitory-style house she shared, the 2 local girls who used to keep her company had married off one by one, leaving her alone. Recently, she'd been sharing a room at night with Qin Ling. When Qin Chuan had run off like a madman, shouting Yuanyuan's name. Waking Qin Ling up, he frightened her badly. The girl chased after him, panting hard by the time she caught up. "Brother, she hasn't even woken up yet. Come on, Uncle already said he'd pick a good day for you to marry Yuanyuan." Hearing Qin Ling's voice outside, Yuanyuan finally opened the door. She looked startled. "Qin Chuan, why are you here so early? What's wrong?" The lover he had missed for 40 years now stood right before him. Braided hair, red-flowered blouse patched with 2 large patches. Big eyes shimmered with deep sadness. If only she could eat better, her face would be smooth and fair. Qin Chuan's head buzzed, his breath heavy. 40 years of longing. 40 years of guilt. 40 years of regret for his beloved wife. Yuan Yuan. He rushed forward, wrapping her tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Yuan Yuan, Imbuk. From now on, I won't let anyone hurt you ever again." Yuanyuan stiffened, unmoving. She hadn't expected Qin Chuan to hug her and burst into tears. Everything was fine last night. What had changed overnight? Yuanyuan immediately thought back to last night, when his uncle had held a family meeting and agreed to let him marry her. Was he this excited because of that? probably hadn't slept all night. There were conditions for the marriage. Starting today, Yuanyuan would move into Uncle's house, sharing a room with Qin Ling first. Qin Chuan would work at the coal mine, earn some money by wedding supplies, and the elders would set a good date for them to wed. Qin Chuan had agreed to work hard, earn enough for tuition for his cousin studying in the city. While the Qins discussed things last night, Yuanyuan also sat thinking over and over the whole night through. Once she entered the Qin household, would she truly find peace? Yesterday afternoon, she and Qin Chuan had talked, encouraged each other, held hands, officially becoming a couple. Even though they were together, being suddenly hugged like this made the girl feel uneasy inside. Qin Chuan, let me go. Linger is right here. Say what you need to say calmly. Please don't act like this. Qin Ling was also shocked, pulling her brother away sharply. Brother, are you trying to harass her? She's not even your wife yet. In Qin Chuan's mind, last night when his spirit was drifting away, he saw his sister crying by his hospital bed. Not someone he hadn't seen in 40 years. Now, he snapped at his little sister. Linger, I need to talk to your sister-in-law alone. Go away. But she refused firmly. No way. Qin Ling stood protectively in front of Yuan Yuan. No one, not even her own brother, would hurt Yuan Yuan. You dare try to bully her? Right now, Qin Chuan found his little sister annoying. Yuanyuan hid behind Linger, scared and anxious. Qin Chuan, why did you rush here? What happened? Qin Chuan calmed himself. A grown man crying like this wasn't normal. He pushed aside the memories of the next 40 years. He merged last night's family meeting with his reborn mindset. Taking a deep breath, he declared his decision firmly. Yuan Yuan, I'm taking you home right now. Chapter 2. Severing ties and living independently. Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes in confusion, inquiring, what do you mean by taking me home now? She believed that Qin Chuan was overly excited, eager to be with her. She then whispered, aren't you going to the coal mine today? Qin Ling protectively clung to her sister, glaring at her older brother with irritation. Brother, are you disregarding Uncle's words? You must ensure a good future for the two of you before you can marry Yuanyuan. Qin Chuan's intention was clear. Instead of returning to their uncle's house, he meant to go back to the home he and his sister had left 2 years prior. Linger, Yuanyuan, I cannot go to the coal mine. Today, we are severing ties with them. Qin Ling was taken aback. What? We are splitting from Uncle? Brother, if we do that, he will no longer care for us. And he won't approve of your marriage to Yuanyuan. Qin Chuan spoke through clenched teeth, filled with determination. Linger, he is not our father. What right does he have to control us? No one can prevent me from bringing Yuanyuan back to our home today. Now, both of you must listen to me. Yuanyuan stared at Qin Chuan, puzzled by the unfolding situation. In the distance, a voice called out, Chuanzi? Qin Chuan turned to see their uncle approaching. Qin Jiaming walked up to his nephew, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Chuan, why aren't you at the mine? Are you planning to dawdle until noon? Qin Chuan glared at Qin Jiaming, his eyes ablaze with anger. The tragedies of the past would not be revisited. They were not to be brought up again. Addressing his elder directly, he declared, Qin Jiaming, I refuse to go to the coal mine. Today, we are splitting off to live our own lives. Qin Jiaming stood stunned, his eyes fixed on his younger nephew. Overnight, this boy had transformed, speaking to his elder with an audacity that shocked him. Splitting off? Chuan, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you address me by my name? I am your uncle. Qin Chuan's gaze remained frigid and filled with disdain. He viewed Qin Jiaming not as a guardian, but as a ravenous wolf. He had plans to drive Qin Chuan away, to deceive Yuanyuan into staying at his house, and to send Qin Ling to help at their second aunt's home, all while diverting the attention of others in the household. He had long intended to manipulate the 19-year-old educated youth, Yuanyuan, who was alone and vulnerable, into submission within the Qin family. Yuanyuan resisted fiercely, vowing never to yield. However, her efforts were in vain. She was struck unconscious by Qin Jiaming, and when she awoke, she found herself violated. Qin Jiaming threatened her, warning that should she dare to speak of it, her reputation would be tarnished. If she complied, Qin Chuan would return and arrange for their marriage. Qin Jiaming believed Yuanyuan would obediently acquiesce. Instead, she wrote a resolute letter, instructing Qin Ling to personally deliver it to Qin Chuan upon her return. In the dead of night, she escaped from Qin Jiaming's house, running for miles under the cover of darkness, eventually plunging into a canal. The following day, her lifeless body was recovered. The contents of her letter, though poignant, could not serve as irrefutable evidence, as Qin Jiaming adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Qin Chuan buried Yuanyuan. His fists clenched in rage, and he assaulted Qin Jiaming, leaving him severely injured and blind in one eye. charged with intentional injury during the harsh crackdown of '83. Qin Chuan was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Reflecting on the events that were to unfold in the coming days, Qin Chuan suppressed his sorrow and fury, pulling Zhou Yuanyuan into the house and shutting the door behind them. With a solemn tone, he inquired, Yuan Yuan, my sister and I intend to separate from Qin Jianmen and reside in those 2 dilapidated cave dwellings. Do you still wish to marry me? A flicker of concern dissipated from Zhou Yuanyuan's large eyes, replaced by a tone of surprise. Chuanzi, is it true? You are going to separate from him? It is imperative that we part ways. Only by severing ties with him can I truly protect you. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that his words would resonate so deeply with Zhou Yuanyuan. The young woman had pondered this matter throughout the night and was eager to convey her thoughts to Qin Chuan. If you wish to marry me, could you first separate from your uncle? To Qin Chuan's astonishment, upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan leapt forward and embraced him. Chuan, I agreed to marry you yesterday. I do not care whether you live in a cave. I do not want to move into your uncle's courtyard, for I fear him. Qin Chuan immediately comprehended her sentiments. She had disowned the implications herself. Qin Jianmen, in his 50s, was an elder, her uncle. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that such matters would not transpire. He was her uncle and would not harm her. Furthermore, she had her sister Ling to protect her. However, Qin Chuan was to work at the coal mine, returning every 10 days or half a month. Zhou Yuanyuan sensed that something was amiss. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, Qin Chuan approached her, declaring that he would not go to the coal mine but would instead separate from his uncle and live independently. He asserted that from that day forward, he would ensure that she would not be harmed. Zhou Yuanyuan rushed forward, embracing Qin Chuan once more. Her affection for him was profound, and the warmth provided by her dear friend Ling and her brother was tangible. She had resolved to marry Qin Chuan. What other options did she have? Where else could she go? She truly felt homeless. Her beauty, it seemed, had become a burden. As a young educated youth sent to the countryside, she ultimately found herself without a home. If Qin Chuan married her, she could rightfully remain in Daping Village. For the sake of marrying Yuan Yuan, Qin Chuan would agree to any condition. He readily acquiesced to his uncle's demand to work at the Xiaosanga coal mine to earn money to support his cousin's education in the city. Knowing he would be away for 10 days or half a month at a time, it took 3 days for him to realize that this was all part of Qin Jianmen's scheme. Qin Chuan held his beloved tightly. It was not he who was reborn, but his cherished wife, Zhou Yuanyuan. Yuan Yuan, let us go. We must inform Qin Jianmen that we are separating now. As a 19-year-old young man, why should I earn money for his son's university tuition? I have a wife to support, and I have a sister to care for. He flung open the door, only to find the elder standing outside, his face dark with anger as he reprimanded his younger relatives. Chuan, have you two finished your idle chatter? What do you mean by this? Qin Chuan smirked coldly, gripping Zhou Yuanyuan with one hand while pointing at his uncle with the other. Qin Jianmen, listen well, from today onward, you are no longer my uncle. My sister and I are taking my wife back to our home. We have no further ties with you. Qin Jianmen understood at last. Moments ago, he had pulled Zhou Yuanyuan into the room to discuss the separation. Chuanzi, you wish to separate and live independently? What capabilities do you possess? Show me how you will manage this separation if you still wish to marry Zhou Yuanyuan. The quarrel between the elder and his nephew frightened Qin Ling, who stood trembling to the side. Brother, do not argue with uncle. Qin Chuan called out firmly. Linger, come here, join me. Qin Ling cried out, quickly covering her mouth and pressing herself against her elder brother. Qin Chuan grasped his sister's hand. Linger, do not weep. From this day forth, I shall ensure that neither of you suffers at the hands of anyone. Qin Jianmen snorted derisively, making his intentions unclear, yet his nephew remained oblivious. Chuan, if you return to those dilapidated caves, how can you possibly bring her into your home? Qin Chuan glared at the older man's wrinkled face, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he articulated his thoughts with precision. Listen closely, our vows to heaven and earth, our respect for our parents, and our acknowledgement of each other as husband and wife bear no relation to the condition of a crumbling abode. I declared our separation today, and I shall never step foot into your courtyard again. Having said this, he took his sister's hand in one and his beloved's hand in the other, turning towards the old homestead at the eastern edge of the village. This old residence consisted of merely 2 caves. The cave door had been removed by Qin Jianmen, repurposed as a gate for his donkey pen. After taking a few steps, he heard Qin Jianmen cursing Zhou Yuanyuan from behind, a worn-out shoe begetting another worn-out shoe. Zhou Yuanyuan, realizing the insult was directed at her, felt her tears surge forth, stifling her cries with her hand. Qin Chuan abruptly halted in his tracks. Chapter 3. A broken courtyard wall and 2 dilapidated caves. Yuanyuan had been on good terms with a few young men, which led some to scorn her, labeling her a worn-out shoe. Now, hearing such slander from Qin Jianmin, she felt the weight of the insult. Although she had yet to wed, she was already following Qin Chuan, holding hands in front of elders. Was she not deserving of such a title? Qin Chuan had just promised Yuanyuan that he would not allow her to suffer any indignities from this day forward. He joined their hands, saying, Linger, take good care of your sister-in-law. Turning back, seizing the moment when Qin Jianmin was unprepared, he executed a swift kick, landing a resounding blow to the back of the older man's neck. The impact was stark, as a 20-year-old's kick struck a 50-year-old's body. Qin Jianmin stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Yuanyuan, covering her mouth in tears, was momentarily stunned as her elder's disparaging words were silenced by Qin Chuan's decisive action. Momentarily forgetting her own feelings of hurt and sorrow, Qin Chuan turned back, taking his sister's hand with one and Yuanyuan's with the other, declaring, We are going home. Brother, did you just knock uncle out? He shot a fierce glance at his sister. Linger, listen to me. From now on, you must not refer to him as uncle. If you do not heed my words, if you fail to care for sister-in-law Yuanyuan properly, I shall discipline you. Qin Ling, intimidated by her brother's fierce demeanor, felt tears threaten to spill as she pouted, her gaze timidly cast downward. Yuanyuan interjected on Lingo's behalf. Chuan, why are you scolding Lingo? Although he was stern with his sister, he held her hand even more tightly. Yuanyuan's heart raced, torn between joy and trepidation. Chuan had dared to confront an elder on her behalf. If the villagers were to discover this, it would be scandalous. Scanning the surroundings, she noted that no one else seemed to be paying attention. The 3 of them made their way to the eastern edge of the village, standing within the dilapidated courtyard that housed only 2 cave dwellings. 2 years prior, after their father's passing, their uncle had ostensibly offered them a place to live, presenting himself as kind-hearted. Yet, Qin Jianmin's true intentions lay in exploiting 2 capable workers. His younger son attends high school in the county and needs to pay tuition and buy flour, so Qin Chuan goes to the coal mine to earn cash. In 2 years, Qin Ling will marry, and a sum of bride price will be entrusted to the elder uncle. According to the villagers, the elder uncle's kindness and generosity rescued the siblings from their cold cave and took care of them. The siblings lived with the elder uncle for 2 years, and the labor they contributed far exceeded the expenses Qin Jianmin incurred for their food and drink. After 2 years, only the siblings understood the true nature of the elder uncle's family. Now, accompanied by his younger sister, holding Yuanyuan's hand, Qin Chuan stands once again before the 2 dilapidated cave dwellings. His younger sister's voice is filled with despair. How can anyone live here? With some cleaning, we can stay for a while. Once I earn enough money, I will build us a brick house. Most families in the village still reside in earthen structures. A brick house? The young girl believes that constructing such a dwelling is a distant dream. Let us get to work. The crumbling earthen walls need to be rebuilt from the foundation. First, they must complete the courtyard wall and then tidy up inside the cave. A day of hard labor would exhaust the 2 girls, so they need to recruit a few friends for assistance. Ling, Yuan. You 2 start by bringing the earth from the vacant lot to the wall's base. I will go find Datu and a few others to help. Ling nodded eagerly. Yes, call Datu, Xiaoping, and Xiaohu. Qin Chuan turned to head to Datu's house. At this hour, you should still be home. Datu, with a bag tucked under his arm and a large head, was just about to step out. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, he called out loudly, Chuan good. My mother asked me to dig a bag of bitter vegetables. Shall we go dig together? At the end of April, villagers are in dire need of vegetables, and the bitter vegetables in the fields have been harvested repeatedly by the women of the village. Datu, why dig bitter vegetables? Help me with some work, and I'll pay you. Once you have money, you can buy chives and eggs at the market. They taste much better than bitter vegetables, don't they? The thought of tender green chives stir-fried with golden eggs made Datu's mouth water. What work do you need? I need help building the courtyard wall at my house. The original courtyard at the east end of the village. Datu understood. Chuan Ge, are you moving back? Why would you move back? I plan to marry Yuan, so I must return to live there. Please lend me a hand in tidying up my courtyard wall. Datu was taken aback. Chuan good. Are you really going to marry Zhou Jiqing in your old dilapidated cave? Are you joking? Qin Chuan, not wanting to linger on the matter, replied. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll feast on meat and drink without you. Yuan is already at my place. With that, Qin Chuan turned towards Xiaohu and Xiaoping's house. The 2 ran towards the east end of the village. He conveyed the same message to Xiao Hu and Xiao Ping. There will be eggs and meat to eat. Will you help or not? By afternoon, four young men were working on the broken courtyard wall at Qin Chuan's home. The earth was piled in the gaps, mixed with straw, and a layer was plastered on the earthen wall, topped with branches of jujuk thorns. During their labor, the two girls returned to the residence of the educated youth. They swiftly moved out Yuanyuan's bedding, basin, thermos, and clothing. In one trip, they completed the move. She had become quite familiar with the few young men she worked alongside. Upon seeing them, she greeted them warmly, offering them hot water from her thermos and handing over her towel for them to wipe off their sweat. Afterward, she would wash the soiled towel in her basin. Qin Chuan observed this closely and pulled Zhou Yuanyuan aside, whispering a gentle admonition, "Do not lend your towel to them." Aware of his own jealousy, he could not refrain from speaking his mind. It was precisely because of her camaraderie with these young men that Qin Jianmin disapproved and referred to her as a little hussy. Zhou Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, understanding Chuanzi's implication. Since the previous afternoon, she had promised to be Qin Chuan's wife, and thus it was prudent to maintain a respectful distance from these boys. Zhang Dada felt aggrieved, his voice brimming with indignation. "Zhou Jiqing, I fail to comprehend what makes Brother Chuan superior to me. Can't you see that he is deceiving you? Just because he has a ragged old hut and a curtain does not qualify him to marry you. Do you believe you are Wang Baochuan?" After a moment's thought, Zhang Dada bluntly declared, "Zhou Jiqing, did he sleep with you last night?" Zhou Yuanyuan's face turned crimson, tears welling in her eyes as she vehemently protested. "Zhang Dadu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Chuan was aware that Zhou Yuanyuan could not endure such remarks at present. He gave Zhang Datu a swift kick, issuing a stern warning to mind his words. She was now his sister-in-law. Xiao Ping and Xiao Hu focused intently on their work, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of a hearty meal. "Where's the meat, Brother Chuan?" The group was busy plastering the walls and the courtyard, crouched down, oblivious to the happenings outside. Suddenly, an old man had appeared over the wall. "Chuan, you foolish boy, come out here. How dare you strike your elder?" The fourth grandfather's voice boomed. He had just learned that Qin Jianmin had been kicked by his grandson. Chapter 4. Did you really kick your elder? Qin Jianmin had told his uncle, "Your beloved grandson kicked me. Are you not going to do anything about it?" The fourth elder of the Qin family rushed over. He held considerable respect in the village, but to his grandchildren, he was merely a stubborn traditionalist, always scolding others. However, he genuinely cared for his two nephews who had tragically lost their parents at a young age. "But you cannot strike your uncle." He glared at his grandson, admonishing, "Chuan, what are you two doing? Just because your uncle disagrees with your moving back, you resort to violence?" Qin Chuan spoke to his grandfather with utmost gentleness. "Grandfather, do you believe his empty words? My sister and I intend to separate from him. We need to divide the land, tools, grain, donkeys, chickens, and dogs properly. Let us go find your good nephew, Qin Jianmin, right now." Qin Chuan turned to Zhang Dadu, Xiao Ping, and Xiao Hu, ensuring they understood. "You three work diligently. I will be back shortly to retrieve my belongings." He then comforted his beloved and younger sister, Yuan, Linger. "Please look after them and ensure they have enough water while I fetch a few things." Zhang Dada cheerfully replied, "Brother Chuan, let us take a bottle of good wine from your uncle's cabinet and a basin of pickled meat. The three of us will enjoy some wine and meat, and I promise we'll finish the work before nightfall." Qin Chuan smiled in agreement. "Work well, and there will be wine and meat to enjoy tomorrow." Turning around, I spoke to the fourth master with a tone of complaint. "Master, 2 years ago, my father passed away, and you persuaded my siblings and me to move into my uncle's home. What was the outcome? During the new year, my sister had not a single new piece of clothing, subsisting on the remnants left in the pot. Can you not see how he exploits us as if we were laborers? Today, you watch closely as I settle accounts with Qin Jianmin." Qin Wanqing's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "Chuan, regardless of the circumstances, you cannot simply kick your uncle. If you were to knock him out with a single blow, just wait and see how your brothers would handle you." "Fourth master, do you believe everything that comes out of his mouth? Do you truly think I kicked him? Did you witness it? Or was there anyone else who saw? When I kicked Qin Jianmin, apart from the two girls, no one else was present. I will not admit to it. Let us see what you can do about it." I had learned this from Qin Jianmin, who also refused to acknowledge his harassment of those young female intellectuals without consequence. Hearing his grandson speak in such a manner, the 70-year-old Qin Wanqing felt some of his anger dissipate. Chuan was exasperated, arguing back with his uncle, perhaps even shoving him. But the idea of kicking an elder in the neck and knocking him out was something the fourth master would not believe. regardless of how mischievous his grandson became. Such an act against an elder was unimaginable. Nevertheless, provoking Qin Chuan will yield no benefits, the elder reiterated, repeating his admonishments. Chuan, you and your sister are all alone. Without your uncle's care, how would you manage? What advantage do you think you will gain by insisting on separating from him? What land could you possibly inherit? If you anger your uncle first thing in the morning, he may use that as an excuse to cast you both out. Be patient. Once you marry Zhou Jiqing, calmly discuss the division of land with your uncle. What is rightfully yours will be allocated to you. He continued his lecture all the way to Qin Chuan's courtyard, his voice still echoing. Inside the house, a commotion erupted. Qin Chuan was aware of the dispute. Qin Chuan claimed that Chuan acted foolishly and kicked him. Others argued that no matter how foolish Chuan might be, how could he possibly kick his elder uncle? This led to a heated argument. Chuan intended to move out of this household, and everyone urged Qin Chuan to let him marry first before making such a move. Thus, the dispute escalated. Several cousins who had previously separated from the family, along with a few uncles, were present in the main house. Qin Chuan, as the village chief of Daping, was responsible for reallocating land under the household contract system, and his authority was not to be easily challenged. With Qin Yuanyuan followed by his grandnephew, they entered the room. Qin Chuan, gritting his teeth, suddenly stood up as if to charge. You fool! Do you dare strike me? His intent to leap forward was halted by the fourth master's commanding voice. Jianmin, I do not believe he would truly kick you. You never speak the truth. Fuming, Qin Chuan felt as if he might choke on his anger. Now, with the fourth uncle protecting his nephew, retaliating would be quite challenging. His two sons, witnessing their cousin sheltered behind the fourth master, could hardly believe that he could knock down an elder uncle. It would be more believable if their own father were to strike Chuan instead. They heard the whispers among the villagers, claiming that their biological father, taking advantage of his position as village head, harassed several young female intellectuals, withheld their rations, and refused to issue their return certificates. The elder son, puffing on a pipe, cast a glance at his father without uttering a word. The younger son sought clarity. Chuan, did my father say that you kicked him? Is that true? Qin Chuan raised his chin defiantly. Second brother, did you witness me kicking your father? I did not see it, but you cannot address your uncle in such a manner. Second brother, he deceived Yuanyuan into this courtyard with ill intentions. He aims to drive me away and send my sister off. What good fate could Yuanyuan expect? You must know the character of your father, do you not? Qin Chuan's head buzzed. The scheming he had meticulously concocted was discerned by this boy. How could he possibly admit it? The elder's face turned an unsightly pale with rage, stammering. You get out. Qin Chuan's younger son, his face flushed and neck thick, lunged at Qin Chuan, wanting to tear his mouth apart. Chuan, my father is 50 years old. How dare you speak of him like that? Do you believe I won't smash you? The younger son, defending his father, charged toward his cousin, only to be seized by the fourth elder. Can we not speak civilly? The fourth elder glared and reprimanded his grandson. Chuan, can you not exercise some decorum in your speech? Do you wish to sever ties? Qin Chuan regained his composure and spoke to his nephew with a resolute tone. Chuan, from this day forth, I am no longer your uncle, and you are no nephew of mine. Return whence you came. It was evident that the siblings were being formally expelled by their uncle. Qin Yuanyuan, appearing to mediate, was internally protective of his grandson. He thought that expelling the siblings would make life difficult for them in the village, so he hastened to smooth things over. Chuan, quickly bow to your uncle and apologize. Even if you wish to separate, you are still entitled to your share of land and grain. If you do not admit your mistake, you and your sister will have no food tonight. This reasoning was sound. Qin Chuan, in his fury, would not provide even a bowl of rice or flour to Qin Chuan and his sister, leaving them in dire straits. Qin Chuan squinted slightly. Linger had arrived, standing behind her brother. Qin Chuan glanced at his dear sister and softly asked, Linger, are you afraid? Little Ling's voice quivered as she replied, Brother. One of Qin Ling's hands was held by her brother. She wanted to assert her lack of fear, but considering that her brother was accompanied by Yuanyuan, they needed enough grain for 3 people to eat. Brother, what about Yuanyuan? Qin Chuan muttered under his breath. What a letdown. He assessed his furious second cousin, the expressionless 3 uncles, and the fourth elder glaring at him. Qin Chuan's words were understated. Fourth elder, today when I mention separation, my intent is clear. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine, every grain of rice and flour. However, I do not wish to quarrel with you today. Nor do I desire to engage in conflict. I will keep my belongings for now, and that is that. Returning to the old courtyard with its 2 cave dwellings. Securing food was the immediate priority. Yet the rice and flour were stored in Qin Chuan's granary. He could not drag his dear sister in to seize it. They would not prevail against 2 cousins and several uncles. Chapter 5. Not a grain to spare. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. The account with Qin Chuan can be settled later. Old fourth master exclaimed in anger, Chuan, can you not apologize to your uncle? You could at least secure a bag of cornmeal and a bag of millet to stave off hunger for a few days. If not for yourself, think of your sister and Zhou Jiqing. Fourth master, I know you mean well and care for us siblings. But I will never bow down to Qin Chuan and admit fault. I have hands and feet. I will not starve to death. It is already 1983. At these words, several uncles could not help but chuckle. Fifth uncle also urged his nephew Chuan, apologizing to your uncle could help you secure some rations. You are not living alone. Heed your fourth master's advice. Qin Chuan coldly regarded fifth uncle. What wrong have I committed that you compel me to apologize? You angered your uncle this morning and unilaterally took Zhou Jiqing away. Is that not a mistake? Oh, fifth uncle, is it a crime for me to bring my wife, Yuan, back to my home? What nonsense are you spouting? Who admits she is your wife? Having lost his parents, Qin Chuan felt the need for his uncle's acknowledgement and that of his cousins regarding his wife. Without it, his union lacked legitimacy. Qin Chuan asserted firmly, Yuan is my wife. My own acknowledgement suffices. Old fourth master was infuriated. Chuan, without your uncle's approval, you cannot go to the county to register with Zhou Jiqing. You two would be living together illegally, and the police would arrest you. This reminder struck Qin Chuan. If he brought Yuan into his home without proper acknowledgement, it could indeed lead to trouble. The crux of the matter was not merely obtaining a marriage certificate but hosting a banquet to invite the villagers to celebrate their union. Once that ritual was performed, no one would dare label their cohabitation as illegal. Fourth master, fifth uncle, seventh uncle, I will set a table tomorrow afternoon with wine and meat, and we will toast you. The cousins exchanged astonished glances, thinking Chuan was speaking nonsense. How could he host a banquet when he had nothing to offer? You stubborn boy. Old fourth master fumed, his white beard trembling with rage. Qin Chuan was waiting for his unruly nephew to kneel and apologize, hoping to secure half a bag of millet, half a bag of cornmeal, half a bag of sprouted potatoes, and 2 bowls with 3 pairs of chopsticks, after which he would kick him out. To his surprise, Chuan stood his ground, defiantly resisting. Fine, give him nothing and just throw him out. Get out. You are not permitted to set foot in my courtyard again. With a furious shout, Qin Chuan sought to restore his authority. Qin Chuan retorted even more defiantly, remember, it is not you who has expelled us siblings. We are choosing to leave. I warn you, if you dare to step into my courtyard from this day forward, do not blame me for being unkind. This statement was not a mere threat. It carried weight enough to ensure he would remember. Taking his sister's hand, he turned and exited the main house, gathering their bedding as they left the courtyard. The 3 pairs of chopsticks and 3 bowls for their meals were not to be reclaimed. Just a short distance from the door, the 2 donkeys in the pen brayed loudly. Wait, Linger, without bowls and without rice or flour, we can borrow from Datu's family for a meal. But how will we sleep with no door on the kiln? The donkey left to us by our father must be led back. Tomorrow. I rely on this donkey for my livelihood. Qin Chuan turned around and approached the donkey pen, dismantling the door with a clatter, eventually leading his donkey out. Inside, a heated argument ensued. Old Fourth and the uncles urged Qin Chuan to share some grain with his siblings. Qin Chuan retorted with cunning, pointing out Qin Chuan's behavior, as if he would kick an elder right before their eyes, insisting that not a single grain should be taken. As they debated, Qin Chuan successfully removed the door of the donkey pen. One donkey was led away, while another escaped from the enclosure. Qin Chuan had no intention of claiming anything from Qin Chuan. He kicked him, realizing that even a bundle of straw was beyond reach. However, what cannot be claimed today does not imply it cannot be retrieved tomorrow. Carrying the door panel and leading the donkey into his yard, Zhou Yuanyuan looked alarmed and quietly asked, Chuan, I fear you might get into a fight with them. I wanted to come and persuade you. Qin Chuan smiled brightly at his beloved, Yuan. How could I maintain a joyful spirit if I were to fight with my elders in front of so many people? Whatever I do, I must consider your feelings. The 2, Xiaohu and Zhaoping, were all covered in mud, having constructed a 2-meter-high wall, panting heavily from exhaustion. It became evident that when Brother Chuan mentioned having something delicious, it was not for that day. Today, they were tasked with helping him with the wall, and having Zhou Yuanyuan and to care for them sufficed. 5 years ago, Zhou Yuanyuan came to the village as a sent-down youth, and from the very first day, Daitu would gaze at her as if entranced, his legs weak. Qin Chuan was merely swift in running, skilled in uttering sweet nothings to charm the girls, and possessed a thick skin. He truly could not fathom what Zhou Yuanyuan saw in him. Was it the two dilapidated cave dwellings? Throughout the day, the two struggled to convey a sentiment. Yuanyuan, at least my home is a proper house. Why not stay at my place? Last night, Zhou Yuanyuan had accepted Qin Chuan's proposal of marriage, becoming a friend's wife, which made Daitu feel it inappropriate to express such thoughts. Yet, he felt a pent-up frustration. Seeing Qin Chuan return, carrying a door panel and leading a donkey, he approached and asked, "Aren't you in a dispute with your uncle? What have you gained? The door panel belongs to your family's cave, and the donkey is still the original one. What about the food? Are we expected to toil all afternoon for nothing?" It felt unjust for the three of them to work hard all afternoon without a meal. Nonetheless, the three of them had yet to set the table for their own meal. Good brothers do not dwell on momentary gains or losses. Daitu. One guest shouldn't trouble two hosts. Take 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks from your home. That big black pot on your stove is idle. Bring it over. For tonight's meal depends on you. After saying this, he sent Zhaoping and Xiaohu back home, promising them eggs and meat for the following day, explaining that today was chaotic, and a proper meal could not be prepared in such disarray. The two brothers chuckled, assuring Qin Chuan that there was no rush. They would wait until he was settled before sharing a meal together. The two girls entered the cave dwelling to tidy up, cleaning the countertop and stove, and making the bed, preparing to sleep inside that night. Zhang Daidu lingered, his mouth full of complaints. Brother Chuan, 2 years ago you and sister Lingo moved out of this cave, and today you return. While your living arrangements may not trouble you, what about Zhou Yuanyuan? Are you truly comfortable with the thought of the three of you, siblings and Zhou Jiqing, squeezing together to sleep? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, already discerning the thoughts swirling in Datu's mind. What do you wish to express? Brother Chuan, perhaps you should let Zhou Yuanyuan sleep in my guest room? Qin Chuan raised his hand. Dare you to utter another word? Rescuing Yuanyuan from one predicament only to thrust her into another. What sense does that make? Datu is no wolf. He is merely an 18-year-old lad, gazing at Zhou Yuanyuan with longing, his mind wandering into fanciful thoughts. If Yuanyuan were to sleep at his place tonight, how would she be able to communicate clearly with him? What an absurd notion. Datu, had you not suggested it, I might not have considered this angle. My sister will stay at your home tonight. Tomorrow we will tidy up another cave, and I shall procure new bedding, quilts, and curtains. That way, my sister and I will each have our own space. Such words left Datu perplexed. New quilts and bedding? Where do you think the funds for such luxuries will come from? Brother Chuan is currently penniless. Datu returned home, explaining the situation at Chuan's place to their parents. Chapter 6. Fetching the Hawk Chicks Chuanzi. A booming voice called from beyond the courtyard wall. It was old Fourth Yi. Qin Chuan stepped outside, beaming. Fourth Yi, I knew you would lend me half a bag of rice. I shall repay you with a plate of eggs tomorrow. Nonsense. You stubborn boy. Can't you show a little humility to your uncle? You are now accompanied by Linger and Zhou Jiqing. If it weren't for them, I would care how you fared. Qin Wanshan's heart was heavy with worry. The elder had sensed something amiss. Qin Jianmin was up to no good. Last night, he had suggested that Zhou Yuanyuan could move into his house, and Qin Wansheng had already begun to suspect that Qin Jianmin harbored ill intentions. This morning, as the elder contemplated giving Chuan a heads up, he thought it best to suggest he take Yuanyu and along when heading to the coal mine for work. Yet, upon further reflection, bringing Yuanyuan along was not feasible. After all, they were not yet wed. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wansheng realized that with Chuan moving out and leaving Qin Jianmin's household, certain issues would indeed resolve themselves. But how could they manage without a single grain of food? He arrived carrying half a bag of yellow rice. Chuan, your grandmother made enough food for the three of you. You should go and eat. Tomorrow, I will prepare something different for you. Qin Chuan was reluctant to drag his sister and Yuanyu into someone else's home for dinner. He declined, saying, It's all right, Fourth Yi. I will borrow 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls from Datu's house. Yuanyu and has a pot for cooking rice. We can make do for tonight. Datu returned to Qin Chuan's home, a large black pot resting atop his head. Brother Chuan, my mother said she would send over some cooked rice for you. She wondered why you need such a large iron pot for just 3 people. Qin Chuan sighed. My kitchen is designed for a large iron pot. What other vessel would suffice? Datu and old Fourth Yi entered the cave, while Zhou Yuanyu flushed and lowered her head. She dared not step outside to greet them amidst their chatter. Old Fourth Yi kindly reassured her. Yuanyuan, being with Chuan is a good choice. He will protect you. Rest assured, I shall not neglect your welfare. Thank you, fourth ye, Zhou Yuanyuan murmured, biting her lip and falling silent once more. Old master said once more, Yuan, why not stay at my home tonight? You can share a bed with your fourth aunt. Once everything here is tidied up, we will choose an auspicious date to arrange matters for you two, allowing you to be together openly. This was the primary reason for the old man's visit. He could not allow them to share a bed tonight. Qin Chuan swiftly shielded Zhou Yuan behind him. Fourth master, please refrain from meddling. Yuan has a family now. Why should she stay at someone else's home? We shall marry tonight. Although we cannot invite you for a feast this evening, we will properly host you and my fourth aunt tomorrow afternoon, so prepare a red envelope for Yuan. Qin Wansheng, uninterested in his grandson's ramblings, kindly reassured Zhou Yuan. Come over tonight with Linger to share a bed with your fourth aunt. When your uncle's temper cools, you can take your belongings home. Look at you two tonight, so pitiable, without even a proper dinner. Datuma brought forth a porcelain basin filled with cornmeal dumplings, topped with a sprinkle of the bitter herbs that have become commonplace on family tables recently. Datuma felt sympathy for the siblings, who had lost their parents early, and the neighbors occasionally lent them a helping hand. Chuan, 2 years ago, your uncle asked you and your sister to move in with him, and I realized that he was not caring for you. He merely wanted you as laborers. You should not have gone. Now look, you cannot retrieve anything from your home. Qin Chuan retorted, Aunt Chun, I managed to bring our donkey back. The woman chuckled. Chuan, it's good you got the donkey back. Does your uncle still have the face to take it away? Everyone would scold him mercilessly, seeing that the siblings and Zhou Yuan had secured a meal. The old man turned to leave, informing his wife not to prepare food for the three of them and warning Qin Jiamin to think twice before attempting to take their donkey. The siblings and Zhou Yuan each held a bowl, sitting at the edge of the bed, slurping down the dinner brought by Datuma. After 2 years of household contracts, the cornmeal dumplings were sufficient to fill their stomachs. White flour was a rare luxury, and rice could only be bought in small quantities during the new year. Daping Village lacked irrigated land and remained impoverished. Qin Ling held her bowl, her expression vacant, glancing at her brother and then at sister Yuan, unsure of what to say. Zhou Yuan felt small and unworthy. Unable to meet the gaze of the old master or Datuma, her head bowed as tears fell silently into her bowl while she ate. Qin Chuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He set down his utensils and reached out to wipe her tears. Yuan, do not worry. I will protect you. And I swear I won't lay a finger on you tonight. Zhou Yuan forced a smile, nodding slightly, her voice barely a whisper. Chuan, I understand. The young woman continued to eat her cornmeal dumplings, her heart filled with an indescribable fear. Was she truly following Qin Chuan home like this? The villagers looked at her with even more peculiar eyes. She had hoped that Qin could lay out a feast, inviting his uncles and elders to acknowledge her as his wife, which would grant her peace of mind to share a bed with him. However, without a banquet or the elders' approval, the turmoil in Zhou Yuan's heart felt insurmountable tonight. In the cave dwelling, there was a heated calm. During the time when Chuanzi's parents were alive, the entire family would sleep together on the same calm. Now, only the two siblings shared this space. Fourth master suggested she sleep with fourth aunt, but Chuanzi would not allow it. A sense of unease fluttered within Zhou Yuan's heart. The atmosphere of sleep was rife with awkwardness. Qin Chuan lay fully clothed, pressed tightly against the left wall. Ling lay in the center, nestled close to her sister Yuan, with a considerable gap separating them from the eldest. Qin Chuan crossed his arms over his chest, eyes tightly shut, earnestly contemplating the plans for the following day. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to earn some money and to bestow a title upon Yuanyuan by nightfall. As the night passed, dawn began to break. He rose quietly from the Kong, donned his shoes, and stood above Zhou Yuanyuan, leaning down to plant a kiss on his beloved's face. They had shared an embrace the previous day. Qin Ling's eyes widened. Brother, dare you bully sister Yuanyuan? Ling truly was a thorn in his side. He pressed a kiss onto his younger sister's forehead. Shu, take good care of your sister-in-law. I will return by noon. Brother, are you going to the coal mine? I'm off to the back mountain to dig for hawks. After washing his face and sipping a cup of warm water, Qin Chuan stepped outside. He hefted a shovel from the corner of the yard, belonging to Datu, over his shoulder. Entering Datu's yard, he called out, Datu, are you up? Time to work. Datu's mother had already stoked the fire early in the morning, making cornmeal pancakes. Upon seeing Qin Chuan standing in the yard calling for Datu, she smiled. Wait a moment. It will make you pancakes. Eat before heading to the fields. Aunt Chun, I'm not going to the fields today. I'm uncertain which plot my uncle has assigned me, so I'll do something else first and ask Datu for assistance. Aunt Chun went into the main room, pulling Datu from his warm bed. Get up quickly. Chuanzi needs your help. Datu grumbled. Mom, I helped him all day yesterday. He promised me meat and wine. But I got nothing. I'm not going today. His uncle's cupboard held fine wine, and the back kiln had pickled meat from the new year. But he was left with nothing. I am not working for him today. Aunt Chun scolded her son, if we don't lend a hand to Chuanzi. How will the two siblings get by? Hurry up. Datu continued to grumble, feeling irked that Qin Chuan had taken Yuanyuan away from him. Slowly, he emerged from the house, rubbing his sore arms from yesterday's toil and glancing at his waiting companions with a sharp tongue. Brother Chuan, are we tidying up your dilapidated yard again? Can we make it shine? Datu, grab your steel pry bar and that bundle of rope. We're heading to the back mountain to dig for hawk chicks. Datu's eyes suddenly brightened. Well, digging for hawks? Let us go, right now. Chapter 7. Linger will call her sister-in-law. A savory aroma wafted from Datu's kitchen as a fresh pancake was just finished cooking. Aunt Chun grasped Qin Chuan's arm, pulling him into the kitchen. Come, Chuanzi, fill your belly first, and I will make a couple more to take for Ling and Yuanyuan. Qin Chuan wore a grateful expression. Aunt Chun, with your care for us siblings, life isn't so difficult. Her eyes glistened with tears at his words, sighing. Chuan, your fourth master and I will visit your uncle today. No matter what, we will ensure that you both receive your share of grain. Qin Chuan chuckled, understanding the comfort and concern within Aunt Chun's words. This evening, my family is hosting a feast with fine wine and noodles. And both Yuan and I will raise a toast in your honor. Upon hearing this, the woman felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Chuan, will your uncle really share the noodles with you? You should abandon such hopes. The two young men finished their cornbread pancakes, shouldered a sturdy 2-meter-long rope, carried a steel stake on their shoulders, and held a shovel in their hands as they made their way toward the steep cliffs of the back mountain. Brother Chuan, I helped you with work all day yesterday. Could you reward me with a hawk chick? I wonder if there are two in the nest. The cliff face stood 30 meters high, and they needed to lower themselves down using the rope. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall from which they could not climb back up. This was not a task one could accomplish alone. Assistance from Datu was essential. As they reached the edge of the cliff and gazed downward, Datu, who had a fear of heights, instinctively took a couple of steps back. Brother Chuan, this is too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider. Qin Chuan secured the rope around his body, wrapping it several times, and declared, we cannot back out. I intend to prosper from this hawk chick. What? You plan to sell the hawk chick? I thought you were keeping it to train for the autumn harvest to catch sparrows in the millet fields. They dug a pit about half a person deep on the yellow loam at the top of the cliff, driving the steel stake firmly into the ground and fastening one end of the rope to it securely. Datu stood in the pit, gripping the rope tightly, gradually lowering the person tied to the rope downwards. Brother Chuan, this is too dangerous. If you fall from such a height, what will happen? After uttering these words, Datu chuckled. If you were to fall to your death, I would take care of Yuan. He. A shiver ran through Qin Chuan's heart as he looked into Datu's eyes, realizing he was not joking. He cautioned, Zhang Baozhong, listen carefully. If you let go and I fall to my death, I will haunt you tonight, demanding you accompany me in death on the same day, month, and year. Brother Chuan, you say this, yet you are securely bound. Just be careful. The rope was gradually lowered by Datu, sending a cloud of dust into the air. With half his body in the pit and unable to see below, Datu called out, Brother Chuan, is it ready? I've lowered it down 10 meters already. A voice from below replied, lower it a bit more. You're almost at the entrance. All right, stop. The rope is now secured around the steel stake. In early May, only a few days after the white-tailed hawk chicks had hatched, they chirped for food with their fluffy bodies in the nest. Suddenly, a mature hawk swooped down, striking Qin Chuan with its talons. My apologies, young hawk. I only wish to take one of your chicks. Rest assured, Director Zhi will care for your offspring as tenderly as a father cares for his son. Please do not strike me again. The mature hawk screeched, diving down once more to attack Qin Chuan. Fortunately, his thick clothing prevented the talons from piercing his skin. With one arm reaching into the nest, he grasped two warm, plump chicks and extracted one. Ultimately, of the two hawk chicks, only one survived to take flight, while the weaker sibling would be pecked to death by its stronger brother. Datu, I've got one. Pull it up. Brother Chuan, how many chicks are there? Only one. The other has perished. Otherwise, I would have retrieved both for you. Brother Chuan, are you planning to sell the hawk chick in the county to the officials? They do not cultivate millet. What purpose do they have for hawks? The rope was carefully lowered and then pulled upwards. The two remarked that he hadn't had enough for breakfast and could no longer pull, leaving Qin Chuan suspended in midair. "You scoundrel Zhang Baozhong, do you wish to endanger my life?" Qin Chuan exclaimed. "Brother Chuan, there are still a dozen meters of rope left. I'll lower you to the ground first, then I will summon Xiao Ping and Xiao Hu. The three of us can pull you back up." "All right, lower me down," Qin Chuan replied. The rope was gradually lowered until it reached the ground. Below the cliff, a layer of dark, shaggy hair vegetables lay on the yellow earth, and when tugged, they pulled away in strands. Qin Chuan was overjoyed, initially believing he would only retrieve a hawk chick to sell to Director Zhou in the county. But he was pleasantly surprised to discover the hair vegetables to sell to Lao Huizi as well. At the market, hair vegetables fetched 2 yuan per pound. In recent years, favorable policies had emerged. During the idle farming season, women would carry baskets, accompanied by their nimble-fingered children, to gather hair vegetables from the yellow hills. They would travel to town every 10 to 15 days to sell hair vegetables for 2 or 3 yuan. To 2, throw the bag down. And go call Xiao Ping and Xiao Hu. "Brother Chuan, are there hair vegetables down there? This year, they will sell for 3 yuan a pound. To 2, I'll give you half of the hair vegetables if you retrieve just 1 hawk chick." "All right, wait for me while I go fetch them." The 2 turned and ran back to the village to call his twin brothers. Qin Chuan squatted on the ground, tearing the hair vegetables from the earth, pulling out the grass roots and packing them into a bag. 1 hawk chick and 5 or 6 pounds of hair vegetables. These 2 items could quickly generate income and provide immediate relief. In the cave dwelling, Yuanyuan sat up, surveying her dim and dilapidated surroundings, her heart heavy with anxiety and helplessness. She steeled herself to endure this overwhelming feeling. Qin Chuan had gone out, and the sounds of Linger working could be heard outside. Since last night, the young woman had become a wife, yet there was no joy in her heart. Sitting on the Kong, her legs curled together, arms wrapped around them, she stared blankly into space. Having fallen out with Qin Jianmin's family, she was uncertain where to work in the fields. What would become of her if this continued? Linger lay beside her, and Qin Chuan had dared not act the previous night. Yet, in the eyes of the villagers, she and Qin Chuan had already shared a room, and she was no longer seen as a young girl. Qin Jianmin was the village director, and to obtain a marriage certificate, she would need his endorsement to go to the county. With her relationship with Qin Chuan soured, the matter could not be resolved. What did it mean to sleep on the same Kong in such an ambiguous situation? "Linger, what are you doing?" Yuanyuan called out to her. There was a touch of desolation in her tone. "Yuan, yeah, you're awake. I knew you couldn't sleep last night, and I didn't want to disturb you this morning. I'm just adding some grass for our donkey. My brother said he would take the donkey to the county to buy supplies today." Yuanyuan was taken aback. Was Chuan going to buy something? Did he have money? Perhaps he had saved up a few coins secretly. Linger entered from outside and saw her sister lost in thought. Suddenly realizing that her sister had indeed faced unjust treatment by moving here, the young girl spoke with determination. Yuan, yeah, don't worry. I won't let my brother bully you." Yuanyuan managed a bitter smile. She lowered her hands from her knees, slowly got off the Kong, slipped on her shoes, and softly reminded her little sister, "Linger, you must call me sister-in-law from now on." Qin Ling paused, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. "But Sister Yuan, my brother truly wishes to protect you." Yuanyuan smiled faintly. "Lingo, I understand. I am willing to be your sister-in-law." Chapter 8. When I return home, everything will be in order. Qin Ling poured hot water into a basin and placed a towel inside. "Sister Yuan, please wash your face and hair first. Aunt Chun has brought a plate of pancakes for us to eat before we tidy up the other cave. She mentioned that my brother took the 2 to the back mountain, and she also said she's going to persuade Uncle to share some rations with us." "He went to the back mountain?" Yuanyuan questioned, puzzled. "The back mountain is a cliff. There's no farmland like ours." Qin Ling pouted. "They went to catch hawk chicks." "Really? Doesn't he want to earn money at the mine?" This remark made Yuanyuan widen her eyes. "Chuanzi working at the coal mine to earn tuition for Qin Weibing?" Qin Ling retorted angrily, "If he doesn't want to earn tuition for Weibing, you should at least make some money to prepare for your wedding. Look at your clothes. They are patched all over." Yuanyuan cast her gaze down at her attire, realizing that during her 5 years in Daping Village as a sent-down youth, she had only 2 sets of clothes to alternate between. With her family scattered, there was no returning home. For the past 2 years, she had been working alone in Daping Village. Uncle Chuanzi had taken her to the fields, where she kept track of her work points. As long as she could fill her stomach, she dared not voice any demands for new clothing. feeling disheartened. She remained perplexed by her circumstances. Living with Qin Chuan was considered an illicit cohabitation. The villagers scorned her for her perceived promiscuity, labeling her as immoral. As she washed her face, tears mingled with the water in the basin. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the dull ache in her heart. Her own tears served to cleanse her cheeks. She then used lye soap to create some suds and washed her hair, calling out to Qin Linger, come here. Let me wash your hair with the soap. If we wash it again, you won't have lice on your head anymore. When Qin first joined her, her scalp was infested with lice. Yuanyuan used lye soap to cleanse her hair and then boiled water to disinfect the clothes she wore underneath. After some time, the young girl was left feeling fresh and clean. Sister Yuan, my brother needs to use lye soap for his hair and clothes too. Otherwise, how can you marry him? You would surely dislike him if he is lice. Yuanyuan chuckled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Linger, how could I possibly dislike your brother? At that moment, Qin Chuan, having climbed up from the cliff, reached into his clothing and pulled out a louse. Pinching it between his fingers, he squished it after examining it for a while, feeling anxious about how Yuan might perceive him. He sighed heavily. It was Datu, Xiaohu, and Xiaoping who had pulled him up from the cliff. Datu, wearing a tattered straw hat, carried a chick with white down. He complained, Brother Chuan, I heard there's another one in the cave. You lied to me, saying there was only this one. If we raise one, we can train it to catch sparrows. It would be quite impressive. Qin Chuan's mind was preoccupied with boiling water to rid his clothes of lice, yet he assured them, once I finish my tasks today, I'll help you find another nest. The twins continued to grumble, Brother Chuan, this is a white-tailed hawk. It won't be easy to find another nest. 40 years later, selling the fledgling white-tailed hawk for money, betraying you for 3 to 5 years. There's still half a bag of hair moss. Big Head and Little Tiger, Little Ping are unaware of how much this hawk chick might fetch. But they can certainly estimate the value of this half bag of hair moss. Brother Chuan, hair moss can be sold for 20 yuan. Can you make it back from the county town by evening? Will you be able to enjoy the meat you buy tonight? Qin Chuan affectionately ruffled Little Tiger's teapot-shaped head. Chuckling, tonight, I shall ensure you all enjoy stir-fried eggs with fatty pork. The 4 of them joyfully turned back towards the village. The father of the double-stick brothers awaited them at the crossroads. With a sharp reprimand, he called out, Little Tiger, Little Ping. What mischief have you two been up to on the back mountain so early? Don't you know you're supposed to be weeding in the fields, you two rascals? He shot a piercing glare at Big Head and Qin Chuan, making it abundantly clear, what business do you two have leading my 2 little bandits astray? Little Tiger and Little Ping are distant cousins of Qin Chuan, the same age as Qin. They had dropped out of school early, neglecting their agricultural duties, and spent their days frolicking outside, frequently causing trouble and enduring their father's scoldings. Today, after being chastised, the double-stick brothers defended themselves. Dad, Brother Chuan said he is going to the county town to earn money to buy us meat. Qin Wu scolded again. What meat? If I catch you two wandering around with him again, I'll break your legs. Qin Chuan, disinterested in arguing with his uncle, recalled his visit to Qin Jianmin's house yesterday, where he had listened to exaggerated tales. Why would Qin Jianmin treat him favorably? Big Head felt that following Qin Chuan all day might lead to his father's reprimand as well. Approaching his home, he awkwardly chuckled, Brother Chuan, I'm off to work in the fields. My father will definitely scold me for wandering around with you. Come by tonight for a drink. Qin Chuan had promised him a meal of chives and eggs with meat, and to treat him to drinks tonight. Big Head was skeptical, convinced that Brother Chuan was merely making empty promises. Brother Chuan, your uncle was just angry and said he wouldn't divide the land. He can't deny you your share. Now that he is operating independently, if he refuses to allocate you land, you can report him to the commune. Big Head. There is no commune now. It's a township. You never study or read the news. You know nothing. Qin Chuan, cradling a tattered straw hat and carrying half a bag of hair moss, stood before the dilapidated gate of his home. Looking through the gate, he saw Linger and Yuan sorting through another cave dwelling, hauling a pile of old rags into the yard. Linger, what is all this? Tattered cloth and rotten cotton. How many years have they been piled up? Why keep them? Qin snatched a piece of rag from her brother's hands, her voice tinged with tears. Brother, it's for the Kong. If you throw it away, it'll just be a bare bed. This home, filled with tattered cloth and scraps of cotton, was something Linger couldn't bear to part with. Yuan helped move the old items, glancing at Qin Chuan with an apologetic smile before lowering her head. With a tone devoid of joy, she said, Chuanzi, I have 2 Jin of grain tickets and 2 Yuan. You can buy some flour, and tonight, Linger and I will make noodles to treat fourth uncle and a few others. I don't want them to gossip about us. Qin Chuan, feeling a pang in his heart, squatted down for a moment to compose himself before slowly standing up. Not a second could be wasted. He needed to go to the county town. Yuan, wait for me to come back. The journey to the county town on foot would take 5 to 6 hours. Covering 50 li, Linger and Yuan sold the hawk chick, along with half a bag of hair vegetables, rice, flour, and your new clothes. And with that they could buy everything back. You two tidy up the stove, boil a pot of hot water, and when I return, I shall feast upon plain noodles. You both are not to venture outside. Fetch a bucket of water from the cellar, drink your fill, and give the donkey the remainder. With a leap, I mounted the donkey, grinning at Linger and Yuan, exuding confidence. When I return, everything will be provided. Yuan smiled slightly, watching as the donkey trotted out of the courtyard. Qin Ling, skeptical, remarked, Sister Yuan, how much do you think my brother will get for that hawk chick and half a bag of hair vegetables in the county? Yuan was uncertain of the worth of a hawk chick, pondering that it might perish before reaching the county. However, that half bag of hair vegetables weighed 6 or 7 Jin and could fetch over 20 Yuan. 20 Yuan would suffice to procure some goods for home. She muttered, he has been gone for half a day. Where could he possibly find half a bag of hair vegetables? Yuan contemplated taking Linger along to gather hair vegetables from that same place. Chapter 9. We are relatives to reach Jingning County. It takes 3 hours on foot. Somewhat quicker on a trotting donkey. After riding for a while, the discomfort began to set in, necessitating a balance of riding and walking. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory, it was precisely noon. Most of the workers, primarily women, poured out, hurrying home to prepare lunch. As they passed by Qin Chuan, they chattered and complained about not having time to buy a bunch of chives recently. This then caught Qin Chuan's attention, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Tightening the reins of the donkey, he waited until the crowd thinned before approaching the gatekeeper. Checking his pockets, he realized he had no cigarettes. With a sincere smile, he greeted the elder. Sir, I have urgent business with Director Zhou. Is he at home or still at the factory? Qin Chuan stood at the entrance for a considerable time, yet did not see Director Zhou emerge. He inquired of the gatekeeper regarding Zhou's office. The elder's response was indifferent. Young man, Director Zhou will be out soon. Just wait a moment. Qin Chuan was impatient and preferred to return as soon as possible. Sir, please let me in to see Director Zhou. It's urgent. No, just wait a bit longer. He will be out shortly. Qin Chuan, anxious, began to pace. What if he didn't come out at all? Since this year, Director Zhou had been restructuring the industry, breaking away from the state monopoly to develop clients independently and establish his own shop, earning a considerable sum. He was reported for misappropriating funds. He had spent a year in prison with Qin Chuan, sharing everything. Qin Chuan knew of Zhou's passion for falconry, not merely chasing sparrows to protect the millet fields, but training falcons for delivering messages. 40 years later, when he is 80, he will reminisce about the days of raising hawks. Qin Chuan lifted his straw hat to show the gatekeeper. Sir, this is a white-tailed hawk. I was promised to deliver it to Director Zhou. Why do you bar my entry? The gatekeeper stiffened, quickly allowing Qin Chuan into the factory grounds. You should have said earlier that you were delivering a hawk to Director Zhou. Hurry in. The new office is at the back. The old gatekeeper understood well Zhou's fascination with hawks. The newly constructed 2-story office building, for decades later, has transformed into the most dilapidated housing project in the slums. A donkey is tethered beneath the grand old elm tree in front of the building, nibbling on the dry elm seeds scattered on the ground. The villagers of Daping collect these dried seeds, cleansing them of dirt, and mix them with millet flour to nourish themselves. In a straw hat bowl, a hawk chick bounces along, listless and lethargic, on the brink of starvation if not fed soon. As I stroll down the corridor, I can instantly recognize the voice of Director Zhou at the office door. The piece rate pay system mirrors the individual farming model in rural areas. It aims to dismantle the notion that effort or quality of work yields uniform results. Those who produce more shall earn more. Director Zhang, have I elucidated this sufficiently? Qin Chuan comprehends it all too well. Director Zhou is remarkably ambitious, perhaps overly so, in his quest to implement piece rate pay and enhance revenue, which ultimately led him to a year of imprisonment. After being exonerated and released, he ascended to the position of the county's chief 5 years later. In an era of navigating the waters carefully, where policies fluctuate unpredictably, individuals like him inevitably endure hardships. At this midday hour, He is too occupied to return home for lunch, conferring with Director Zhang about various matters at the factory. Qin Chuan stands quietly at the door, listening intently, calculating the time in his mind, hoping to return home before 5 o'clock. He pushes the door open and calls out, "Director Zhou, I've brought you a hawk chick." This announcement draws the attention of the individual conversing with Director Zhou, who turns to see a rural lad clad in patched clothing. With a smile, he inquires, "Oh, you've come to deliver a hawk to Director Zhou?" Qin Chuan extends the straw hat bowl and replies, "I've brought a hawk chick for Director Zhou." A tall, lanky man in his 30s rises from his seat. He instructs, "Director Zhang, you may go ahead to the cafeteria. I will provide a thorough explanation to you and the others later." The smiling Director Zhang asks, "Director, is this lad a relative from your hometown?" "Haha. Indeed, he is a distant relative, aware of my fondness for hawks. Hence he brought me one," Director Zhou responds. Once his colleague departs, Director Zhou turns to Qin Chuan with a warm smile, inquiring, "Did my elder brother send you to deliver the hawk chick? Which relative are you?" With the conversation now at hand, Qin Chuan's mind races. He suddenly recalls who Director Zhou's elder brother is. 20 years hence, his brother Zhou Jiefeng has become a renowned real estate developer in Jingning County. "Uncle Yuan Chao, my uncle Jiefeng mentioned that this hawk chick could fetch 50 yuan in your hands." The smile on Zhou Yuan Chao's face fades as he perceives the young man's eagerness for money, dispelling the earlier joy. Recently, he had communicated with his elder brother, seeking connections in the countryside to procure a hawk chick, the best outcome being the acquisition of one. This lad has been sent by his brother, and at 50 yuan per hawk chick, it represents a month's salary for the director. The impoverished relative is poised to seize the opportunity for profit. How could he simply give it away? Zhou Yuan Chao glances into the straw hat bowl and suddenly beams with surprise. "Is this a white-tailed hawk? How did you come by it?" His immediate recognition of the breed reveals his deep knowledge and passion for hawks. The white-tailed hawk can only be extracted from the precipice several dozen meters high, and no ordinary person would risk retrieving a hawk chick. "Are you merely hoping to profit 50 yuan from me?" Qin Chuan chuckled, "Uncle Yuan Chao, I nearly fell to my death. If you wish to find another white-tailed hawk chick, it won't be an easy task." Zhou Yuan Chao cradled the straw hat bowl in his arms, reluctant to let it go. Qin Chuan discerned his intentions. The 50 yuan was assured, and he awaited the payment. "To my surprise, you managed to procure a white-tailed hawk for me. Very well, I shall give you 50 yuan, acknowledging your efforts." Zhou Yuan Chao opened the drawer of his desk, retrieved 5 large bills, and handed them to Qin Chuan, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Uncle Yuan Chao, I am Qin Chuan, a native of Daping Village in Tuguoxiang. The hawk chick has been delivered. I must take my leave, as I am in haste to return home." Zhou Yuan Chao appeared puzzled, muttering, "From Daping Village in Tuguoxiang? Which relative do you belong to?" Qin Chuan spoke the truth. Zhou Yuanyuan was indeed from the same Zhou family he was acquainted with. In his previous life, while imprisoned, Qin Chuan had explained to Zhou Yuan Chao the reasons for his transgressions, earning Zhou's respect. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan could not disclose that his wife was Zhou's distant niece. Their relationship was not yet familiar enough to leverage kinship for favors, which might irk Director Zhou. After his release, Qin Chuan had forged ahead, striving diligently, and 2 decades later amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. Frankly speaking, he owed much of his success to the support and esteem of the 2 elder Zhou family members. Earning this sum through past connections did not strike Qin Chuan as morally questionable. For Zhou Yuan Chao, spending a month's salary on a single white-tailed hawk chick was not a loss. With 50 yuan now in his pocket, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief. Chapter 10. In a rush and unconcerned about spending more, he needed to sell half a bag of hair vegetables and make a trip to Shiguanhui district. Zhou Yuan Chao rode his bicycle out of the factory gate and passed by Qin Chuan, who was leading a donkey. The bicycle bell jingled as he cheerfully asked, "Young man, are you heading to the big store?" A country lad with a bit of money in hand would surely be purchasing items for his family. Qin Chuan replied earnestly, "Uncle Yuan Chao, I still have 6 or 7 jin of hair vegetables. I'm going to Shiguanhui district to sell them to Ma Zhanming. Then I'll buy some things at the big store." Zhou Yuan Chao dismounted his bicycle with enthusiasm. "It will take you half an hour to reach Shiguanhui district and another half hour to return to the big store. It's unnecessary. Hand me the bag, and I will sell it for you. You can then use this time to shop. Wait for me at the factory gate at 2 o'clock." Qin Chuan expressed his gratitude profusely, as Director Zhou had saved him an hour. He removed the bag from the donkey's back and tied it to the back of Zhou's bicycle seat. With a ring of the bell, the bicycle sped away. Qin Chuan's mind raced. Such an occurrence was unimaginable had he been there for a year. He secured the donkey at the electric pole in front of the big store, tucked several snakeskin bags under his arm, and stepped inside. The county supply and marketing cooperative had been renamed the department store, offering a variety of goods. Unlike the market days in Tuguoxiang, where one could only buy what was available on the 5th of each month, in 1983, essential goods could be procured at the department store without tickets, albeit at slightly inflated prices. The saleswoman's tone was indifferent, disregarding the rural youth. The behavior of the vendor, who relies on public funds, is indeed disheartening. Hello, what would you like? Sister, how much is rice and flour without ration tickets? While inquiring, I extracted 5 large notes from my pocket, rubbing them together and waving them in front of the female vendor. Instantly, her demeanor softened. Oh, so you have money. No ration tickets? Rice is 4 dimes per caddy, flour is 3 dimes and 8 cents. With ration tickets, rice and flour would be 2 dimes cheaper. Sister, I would like to purchase 10 caddies of rice, 10 caddies of flour, a barrel of vegetable oil, 2 caddies of hard candy, 2 red quilt covers, 2 red curtains, 2 sheets of red paper, 1 caddy of sugar, and 1 caddy of flour tea, plus a bottle of fine white liquor. The vendor reached out to remind me, hey, it's best to have tickets for sugar and tea. Without them, you'll pay an extra yuan per caddy. Are you sure you want to buy a caddy? This remark left Qin Chuan feeling disheartened, muttering to himself, I'm in a hurry to get home to handle some matters. Where am I supposed to find sugar and tea tickets? The vendor glanced at her 2 colleagues, who were busy attending to other customers and unable to assist here. In a hushed tone, she advised the rural lad, I just happen to have sugar and tea tickets. I can give them to you, and you'll save 50 cents. Those items need to be purchased at that counter. They want to be as accommodating as I am and will insist on tickets. Noticing he was leading a donkey, she understood he was a country dweller who seldom visited the city, thus had the audacity to discreetly hand him the tickets she had acquired. Such a transaction, while earning a fixed salary, a little side profit is not out of the question. Sister, do you have meat tickets? If so, I'd like 10 caddies. Yes. Sure. Don't let them hear. Please keep track of the costs. Your assistance today has been invaluable, and I will remember your kindness. After some maneuvering, Qin Chuan secured tickets for 1 caddy of sugar, 1 caddy of tea, and 10 caddies of meat, saving 5 yuan in the process. The vendor, now with an extra 5 yuan in her pocket, greeted Qin Chuan with even greater warmth. In the presence of this kind sister, the essentials, rice, oil, vinegar, tea, mirrors, thermoses, basins, bowls, and chopsticks amounted to 20 yuan. He bought a pink-collared shirt, a pair of pink straight trousers, embroidered cloth shoes, and 2 pairs of socks for 10 yuan. A red double happiness quilt cost 8 yuan. The vendor finally realized that the young man was purchasing items for his girlfriend. Congratulations! So, will you spend all 50 yuan? It would be best to do so. You've been a tremendous help today, and I will seek you out for future purchases. Transitioning to another counter, he bought some vegetables and miscellaneous items. 5 caddies of leeks, 1 caddy of scallions, a block of tofu, 2 packets of double happiness pastries, and 50 eggs, totaling 5 yuan. The remaining 5 yuan was sufficient to buy 5 caddies of pork. The 50 yuan was spent to the last cent, without a hint of regret. For bags filled to the brim were tied securely and placed upon the donkey's back. Glancing at these items, he found it hard to believe that what he acquired for 50 yuan would not even amount to 500 yuan 40 years later. If Fourth Master were to learn of his expenditure, he would surely berate him for being a spendthrift, admonishing him to be more frugal. Yet in Qin Chuan's view, in this day and age, earning money is not the issue. Rather, ensuring that Yuanyuan is happy is what truly matters. From yesterday to today, the panic and melancholy etched on Yuanyuan's face did not escape Qin Chuan's notice. She was engulfed in uncertainty about the days to come. At this moment, Qin Chuan wished he could sprout wings and return to Yuanyuan's side in the blink of an eye, eager to assure her, my dear wife, from this day forth, you may indulge in whatever your heart desires. Standing at the entrance of the cotton mill, he noticed the curious glances of those heading to work. Among the crowd, Director Zhou maneuvered his bicycle to approach Qin Chuan, extracting 18 yuan from his pocket. Young man, the hair you collected weighs 7 jin. But since they said it wasn't properly cleaned, a jin was deducted. You have no objections, I presume? Uncle Yuanyuan, I wish to sell it myself. They won't recognize me. So I certainly couldn't sell it for 18 yuan. Thank you for your support, Uncle Yuanyuan. May I sell leeks at the entrance of our mill tomorrow? A glimmer of approval sparkled in Director Zhou's eyes as he quietly praised, you've got an eye for business. Selling vegetables at our mill's entrance is bound to succeed. Go for it. In these times, people hesitated and observed when it came to entrepreneurial endeavors. No one dared to set up a stall at the mill's entrance to sell vegetables for profit. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou, Qin Chuan took the reins of a donkey in one hand and a basket of eggs in the other, striding back with purpose. His mind was filled with thoughts of selling abundant, tender leeks and collecting substantial earnings starting tomorrow. He pulled out 2 steamed buns purchased from the store, satiating his hunger with them alongside some cool water from a canister. Dandelions bloomed vibrantly along the roadside, and he gathered a handful to enjoy with his buns. The journey of 50 li took 3 hours, and he arrived at the village entrance by 5 o'clock. At this hour, the adults were busy working in the fields. With the land now belonging to them, everyone poured their efforts into labor, determined to toil until dusk. It was futile, without rain. This year's summer harvest would be a total loss. This was a truth only he knew. Linger and the 2 visited the prison, primarily discussing this year's harvest. He recalled it clearly. Upon reaching the entrance of the 4th Master's home, 2 ragged children emerged from within. Brother Chuan, have you been to the city? Did you buy candy? Qin Chuan, with a handful of foreign candies in his pocket, distributed 2 to each of the little brothers. After settling matters, he instructed, to bow. Bao, when the 4th Master returns from the fields, tell him to come to my house for meat and white noodles. Oh, Brother Chuan has meat at home. At the 2's doorstep, he called out, and Aunt Chun responded from inside. Aunt Chun, could you come to my house to help with the cooking? I'm hosting you all for long noodles tonight, Qin Chuan said, his tone inviting. Aunt Chun, having returned early from the fields, was indeed on her way to assist with the meal. Chuan, I've already called you my aunt. I suggested that you host a feast for everyone tonight, and I would help with the cooking. However, your aunt said that sprouting melon seeds must be prioritized today. Don't take it to heart. She'll come over once she has finished. Aunt Chun, do not comfort me. She wants tea come to my house. This meal will suffice with you, me, Uncle Chun, and the 4th Master and his wife. I don't care if anyone else comes or not. Aunt Chun smiled awkwardly. Chuan, whether they come or not is their choice. You still need to extend the invitation. If you don't, the villagers might think you lack social grace. Go on back. I'll call a couple of aunts to help with the cooking. Aunt Chun visited another household, calling for 2 women, while Qin Chuan turned to head back home. The 3 children from the 4th Master's family, clutching candies in their hands, boasted to the neighborhood kids, Look, my brother Chuan bought these sweets from the city. They're delightful. Before Qin Chuan had even reached home, a swarm of children had already dashed into his yard. Dabao was shouting excitedly, Sister Ling, Sister Yuan. Brother Chuan is back. He brought back so many wonderful things. Look, this candy is from Brother Chuan. Qin Ling swiftly ran outside. Yuanyuan straightened up, her big eyes sparkling with a joy that had been scarce for many days. Qin Ling rushed to her brother, her gaze fixed on the 4 bulging bags strapped to the donkey's back, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Brother, what did you buy? Why the many bags? Sister Yuan said no one would pay for a kite chick. Even hair vegetables can only fetch 20 bucks. In the little girl's mind, selling hair vegetables for 20 yuan could buy a bag of flour, 2 pounds of meat, and a bundle of chives to take home. Qin Chuan tousled his sister's hair. Ling, what is Sister Yuan doing right now? Brother, today we didn't go to the fields with Uncle. We're tidying up our cave home. Sister Yuan sewed you 2 jackets. She said since you bought flour today, we should invite 4th Master, Uncle, and our cousins over for noodles. She has already boiled a pot of water. Qin Chuan pulled out a handful of candy and stuffed it into his sister's hand. Quick, have one. You must be craving it. I'll only eat one and save the rest for the kids. They're all waiting for you in our yard. Should we give them noodles too? Of course. Whoever comes to our house tonight will have sweets and noodles. Qin Ling's gaze fell, a hint of worry shadowing her face. Her brother understood her concern well. Ling, did Uncle ask you and Yuan to work in the fields? Uncle walked around our yard, snorted, and left without saying anything. He didn't call me or Yuan to join him in the fields. Qin Jianmin's mindset was clear as day. His dismissive snort conveyed contempt, as if eager to witness the siblings' misfortune. A mere kite chick and half a bag of hair vegetables, Qin Jianmin wanted to see how much they could sell for and how he would manage to marry Zhou Yuan. Brother, what are these things in the bags? Did you bring home a basket of eggs? Qin Ling took the basket of eggs from her brother's hands, pouting in complaint. Brother, did you spend all the money you earned this trip? What is there to fear? Once it's gone, I'll earn more. With Qin Ling carrying the basket of eggs and Qin Chuan leading the donkey, the siblings returned to the yard. A group of children clamored around, demanding candy, filling the courtyard with lively chatter. These were the children left behind by their parents who were reluctant to take them to the fields. A single piece of candy had lured them here. Qin Ling handed each of them 2 pieces, admonishing, "You mustn't go back. Stay here and eat long noodles with us." Yuan blinked her large eyes and approached the donkey. Watching as Qin Chuan unloaded half a bag of flour and half a bag of rice, her face displaying considerable astonishment. "Chuan, you bought both flour and rice. What are these other bags?" "Yuan, there's a lot. Let us move everything into the cave, and I'll show you one by one." He began to unpack the items, laying them out before her, one by one. 10 pairs of chopsticks, a bucket of vegetable oil, a bottle of soy sauce, 2 packets of salt, a box of matches, a bundle of vermicelli, a bundle of tender green onions, a bundle of chives, and a packet of crumbled tofu. Qin Ling felt a pang of distress. "Oh dear brother, how could the tofu be placed at the bottom of the bag and become crushed?" "It's fine. We can stir-fry the crumbled tofu," he reassured her. As he rummaged through another bag, he pulled out a new red quilt adorned with auspicious characters. Qin Ling's face lit up with excitement. "Sister Yuan, this is the new quilt you both will share. You'll use it tonight." Yuanyuan smiled faintly, her eyes glistening with tears. While other families might provide 2 quilts as a dowry for their daughters, her own dowry consisted of a single quilt purchased by Chuanzi. Qin Chuan noticed the tears welling in Yuan's eyes. He turned away, pressing his hand to his chest to steady his breath. When he faced his wife again, he wore a warm smile. Patting her shoulder, he comforted her. Yuan, let us be joyful today. We won't shed tears. Look at this, and this. And all that we have, everything we need is here." He revealed a red-edged round mirror, a red thermos, a red comb, and a bundle of new clothes. Qin Ling placed each item on the heated bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she bounced with joy. "This is wonderful, brother. Sister Yuan finally has new clothes to wear. Look," she asked, smiling. "Linger, you should call her sister-in-law. Why can't you get used to it?" "Hee. I'm just accustomed to calling her sister Yuan." The new top, pants, and shoes were laid out along the bed's edge, and Yuanyuan touched each piece, her face beaming with a smile, while her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. There was enough rice and flour to last a month, and a set of new clothes that would make her feel bright and presentable before others. A warm sensation surged within Yuan, making her feel secure and content. The sudden arrival of happiness left her wondering about its permanence. Most reassuring and joyful was Qin Ling. She had been anxious all day before her brother's return. The young girl had devised a clever plan to borrow new clothes from Wang Ji's new sister-in-law for Yuan to wear. Little did she know that her brother had already purchased a complete set for Yuan. "Brother, I'm so thrilled. I nearly went to borrow new clothes from Wang's sister-in-law. So Yuan wouldn't have to wear old clothes when you two pay your respects." Her words pierced Qin Chuan's heart like a thorn. He forced a smile and comforted his younger sister. "Ling, tomorrow I'll go to town to earn some money and buy you a bright new outfit too." "Brother, what are you saying? I'm not getting married. I don't need new clothes." Qin Chuan clenched his teeth tightly, his fists tightening and then relaxing repeatedly. "Listen, Linger. Come here. Let me tell you, with these 2 sheets of red paper, cut out 6 double happiness characters. Stick 2 on either side of the main entrance, 2 on the windows, and 2 on the walls of the small kiln. After you finish, help your sister-in-law change into her new clothes. Brother, look at me. I can cut both square and round shapes." Folding the red paper a few times, Qin Ling picked up the scissors and snipped away, producing 6 large red characters. She affixed them to the walls on either side of the main entrance, on the paper-covered windows, and on the walls inside the cave dwelling. Aunt Chun ran into the courtyard, having visited several homes alone, without gathering other women to assist in the kitchen. Upon seeing the large red characters of joy affixed to the entrance and windows, I paused momentarily, turning my face to wipe my eyes. I feigned a cheerful demeanor for the siblings, saying, "Linger, come assist your aunt. Let us knead and roll out the dough swiftly." I scooped a basin of white flour, rolled out a large piece of dough, and folded it like a fan, sprinkling it with dry flour before cutting it into small portions to lay on the board. Aunt Chun was aware of who would be dining with us tonight. "Chuan, your 4th uncle and Aunt Shirley will come. Our family will be here too. Along with these children, it will be just enough for 2 tables. Let us first silence any idle chatter from others. You two should enjoy a harmonious life together. When the time is right, we shall invite relatives from the 10 miles and 8 villages to celebrate with us." At this point, Aunt Chun sighed gently. Yuan, your maternal relatives. No matter how simple their affairs, there ought to be 2 of your mother's family present. Chapter 12. Donning new attire as a bride. Yuanyuan did not wear a new outfit. She stood by the board, chopping vegetables. Qin Chuan called out, Yuan Yuan. Why haven't you changed into your new clothes? Why are you back in the kitchen? The new bride murmured softly, what is the point of wearing new clothes now? I am helping Aunt Chun cut vegetables and meat. She and Xiao Ling are overwhelmed. Qin Ling flicked the water droplets from her hands and nudged Zhou Yuanyuan toward her brother, saying, Sister Yuan Yuan, you must listen to my brother. You should change into your new clothes now, as you and my brother need to toast the guests. For a while, Zhou Yuanyuan felt lost in thought. As if in a dream, her large eyes fluttered, a slight smile gracing her lips, while her hands trembled slightly as she chopped. With a sack of rice and a bag of flour at home, both fine grains, the anxiety in her heart gradually dissipated. Having a new outfit meant she could present herself to others. In her heart, she felt a newfound sense of security. Approaching her man gently, she asked, Chuan, is it time to wear the new clothes? He replied, when else would you wear them? The 6 large red characters of joy are displayed from the entrance to the head of the Kong. Tonight, we truly become husband and wife. Come, change into your new attire. But I need to help Aunt Chun with the meat and dishes. If I change, I won't be able to do anything, she protested. A bride should not be busy in the kitchen. Your 4th aunt will be here soon. Aunt Chun and your 4th aunt will handle the cooking. Unable to resist her husband's insistence, Zhou Yuanyuan donned a red blouse with a small collar, paired with new pink trousers and shoes, clad in vibrant pink. She felt shy about stepping out of the kiln. Lowering her head, she said, Chuan, I feel too embarrassed to face anyone. The entrance was bustling and lively as Datu and his father brought in tables. 4th aunt and the twins also carried in tables. The 2 tables were set in the open space in front of the kiln. The happiest person was Datu. He dashed into the kiln, lifting the curtain, and approached the board, asking his mother, Mom, how many eggs are we frying? How many pounds of meat do we have? These few handfuls of noodles won't be enough for me, Mom. And this, cut more, please. I'm starving. I've been waiting for this meal. Aunt Chun pushed him outside with a reprimanding tone. There are only 2 tables of people. How could that not be enough for you? Go fetch a bucket of water. Datu grabbed the bucket and re-entered the small kiln, chattering away. Brother Chuan, have the auspicious characters been pasted up? Oh dear, Zhou Yuanyuan. How have you transformed into a different person? This new dress is dazzling. Qin Chuan chuckled and teased, Big head, from now on you shall call her sister-in-law. No need for formality. Aren't you accustomed to calling Zhou Yuanyuan by her name? Big head grimaced, his tone reluctant as he replied, Fine, I will call you sister-in-law Yuanyuan. I didn't shout out to the others because I knew you would return late and couldn't cook, so I ate in their stead. Zhou Yuanyuan lowered her head, feeling quite awkward in her new attire. She protested, It was you, Brother Chuan, who insisted on pasting the auspicious characters and made me wear this outfit. Sister-in-law Yuanyuan. As a bride, you must wear new clothes and apply red lipstick as well. Hurry and put some on. Just a few days ago, Wang got married, and the new bride had her lips painted red. This remark made Zhou Yuanyuan feel uneasy. She could not compare herself to Wang Ji's sister-in-law, who had a proper banquet and invited all relatives for a feast. The new bride had her hair styled elaborately, which warranted the use of red lipstick. Had it not been for Big Head's reminder, Qin Chuan might have forgotten this detail entirely. He quickly apologized, saying, Yuan, I forgot to buy you lipstick. What shall we do? Will red paper suffice? Big Head clicked his tongue and shot a sidelong glance at Brother Chuan, complaining, Brother Chuan, how can you not buy lipstick for sister-in-law on the night you celebrate your union? I know that city girls always wear red lipstick when they walk down the street. Qin Chuan kicked him lightly, saying, Go help out in the kitchen. Stop babbling nonsense. Do you want to drink wine and eat meat or not? Big Head went next door to assist, while Big Head's father lifted the curtain to enter. Upon seeing Zhou Yuanyuan in her new attire, adorned with a red bow, he hesitated to come in, instead beckoning Qin Chuan with an important matter to discuss. Qin Chuan took his wife's hand and whispered reassuringly, Yuanyuan, once the noodles and dishes are ready and set on the table, we will toast a 4th master and 4th mistress. Be obedient and refrain from running back to the kitchen to help. Stepping out, he stood before Uncle Chun, smiling as he asked, Uncle Chun, tonight we will have white noodles and meat at my home. Yuanyuan and I will toast you and Aunt Chun. Zhang Chun frowned and inquired, Chuanzi, are you only setting these 2 tables? It's just our family and 4th masteress family, along with Xiaoping, Xiaohu, and a bunch of hungry kids, just enough for 2 tables. I would invite others, but I can't, and I can't prepare their meals tonight either. Zhang Chun felt troubled, his words heavy with concern. Chuan, You really have spoken the truth. I will call your uncle's family, but they want tea come. I tried to persuade them, saying they shouldn't hold a grudge against you. Tonight, you are treating us to dinner and toasting us. And you two have completed your union. They should no longer give you the cold shoulder. But your uncle wouldn't listen to my advice. Now he is arguing with your fourth master. Alas, Qin Chuan spoke with disdain. Uncle Chun, why should I seek his acknowledgement after marrying Yuanyuan? He is not my biological father or mother. Let us not mention him. Tonight, let us simply enjoy this meal and drink this bottle of wine. Uncle Chun looked troubled and said, Oh dear, Chuanzi, your uncle is indeed your own uncle. Why not invite him and your brothers personally? Qin Chuan firmly refused. I will not go. Are you truly disavowing them? Uncle Chun, I do not recognize an uncle like him. I will not invite him. Chuanzi, are you ignoring what Uncle Chun has said? Uncle Chun, if you bring up the matter of him bothering me tonight again, I might very well ignore you. Do you believe it? Zhang Chun wore an expression of helplessness, frustration, and anger. Oh, child, are you really turning against me? Well, if you choose not to invite them, then so be it. Your uncle is indeed something else. Zhang Chun did not comprehend why, over the past few days, Chuanzi had been at odds with his own uncle as though they were enemies. Was he still harboring grievances from years past? Earlier, he had gone to summon Qin Chuan, mentioning that Chuanzi had returned to the city after shopping, and that they should visit the young couple to uplift their spirits. To his surprise, Qin Chuan had scolded him, warning Zhang Chun that if he intended to support that ruffian tonight, he could forget about receiving his share of the 2 acres of irrigable land. This implication ignited a fire within Zhang Chun. He found Qin Chuan to be utterly despicable. Over the past 2 years, with the implementation of the household contract system, it was unclear what tactics he employed to evade scrutiny from the commune leaders who turned a blind eye to him. He exercised autocratic control in Daping Village, distributing land as he pleased. Anyone who defied him would receive the least arable land. The villagers harbored much resentment towards him. To his astonishment, he treated his own nephew with such malice as well. The siblings had labored for him for 2 years, only to be expelled yesterday without receiving a single grain of rice or bowl of noodles. This morning, Qin Chuan had gone from house to house, proclaiming that Chuanzi had kicked him, declaring that he no longer had such a scoundrel for a nephew. He further accused him of taking liberties by eloping with Zhou Jiqing. Today, he ventured to the county town to procure supplies, announcing a feast to which no one was permitted to attend. Anyone daring to visit the dilapidated cave dwelling of the Qin family would be barred from obtaining good land. With Qin Chuan's outcry, those desiring a sumptuous meal at the Qin household were deterred. Zhang Chun had no choice but to go. There would be meat, eggs, and fine noodles. A delightful feast awaited. Chapter 13. Inviting grandparents and uncle and aunt to our wedding feast. As night fell, the dilapidated cave was bustling with activity, illuminated by 2 candles and a kerosene lamp. Present were the Zhang family of 5, the elderly couple of the 4th elder, and several children aged around 7 or 8. The children laughed and played merrily. Qin Wenqing raised his voice. Dabao, Erbao, if you're going to make noise, take it outside. Qin Wenqing draped a red quilt over Qin Chuan and another over Zhou Yuanyuan, guiding them to stand before the ancestral altar. The old man spoke gravely. Chuan, offer 3 sticks of incense, present tea and wine, and bow 3 times. Yuanyuan, you are now a proper daughter-in-law. When we visit the graves, you must call out to your parents and shed a tear, standing before the ancestral offering table. Tears welled in Zhou Yuanyuan's eyes, and she quickly nodded. Qin Chuan lifted the wine cup and spilled some on the ground as both knelt to bow 3 times. Dabao, leaning over the outdoor dining table, stuffed his mouth with slices of meat and then with scrambled eggs. Hearing the old man call for him from within the cave, he rushed inside, head held high, forcefully swallowing his mouthful. He bellowed, 1 bow to heaven and earth, 2 bows to the high hall. And the couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete. By the time Dabao finished his proclamation in 1 breath, the young couple had yet to complete their 3 bows. The 4th elder glared at Dabao, admonishing him. Dabao, is that how it's done? Why the rush, you foolish child? Grandpa, I belong to the Zhang family. I am not your grandson. You are a member of the Zhang family and also my grandson. The bridal chamber is located in the adjacent small cave. It has been tidied up by 2 young ladies, adorned with a tattered curtain, while a newly purchased red door curtain hangs outside. The wall at the head of the Kong is embellished with 2 large red double happiness characters. Qin Chuan, with a grin on his face, takes Zhou Yuanyuan's hand, stepping steadily from the large cave into the small one. 7 or 8 children surround them as they enter the bridal chamber, and Qin Ling hands each child a handful of candy. De Tu, however, declines the candy, requesting a celebratory cigarette instead, which Yuanyuan lights for him before passing it on. Exhaling a puff of smoke, De Tu shouts outside, "Uncle, come in and join the festivities. Why are you hiding out there?" Old Fourth sits at the dining table, his gaze fixed on a bowl of white noodles, topped with vibrant green scallions and chopped chives. He scolds De Tu, "You little rascal, how can the eighth son of the family skip the celebration? Everyone should come out and eat." And Chun calls out loudly, "De Tu, Xiaoping, Xiaohu, Dabao, Airbao, come out for dinner. What are you all doing? Aren't you hungry?" The table is laden with 4 dishes, a bowl of oily stir-fried noodles with scallions and meat slices, a dish of scrambled eggs with chives, a plate of tofu stir-fried with meat, and a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat. 2 packages of 5-nut pastries sit on the table, counted as a dish in their own right. These 4 dishes have been prepared from 5 o'clock until 8, and everyone eagerly anticipates this meal, believing that good food is worth the wait. Qin Chuan discreetly slips a red envelope to Old Fourth, ensuring everything is in order. "Grandfather, in a moment, Yuanyuan and I will toast you, and you can give this red envelope to her." Old Fourth refuses the envelope, pulling out one he had prepared earlier, a smug expression on his face. "Chuanzi, do you think I lack money? I saved 10 yuan just for Yuanyuan's red envelope. That scoundrel of an uncle." Qin Wanqing interrupts, unwilling to speak ill of Qin Jiamin. Before coming to his grandson's home, he had a heated argument with him. The old man, filled with indignation, decided to give all his 10 yuan to his granddaughter-in-law as a red envelope. He takes a bite of meat, a mouthful of noodles, and wipes away a tear. In all the years in Daping Village, this is the most sorrowful wedding he has ever witnessed. Qin Ling sets off a string of firecrackers at the entrance, the loud explosions ringing out abruptly. The nearby neighbors are also having dinner. Upon hearing the firecrackers, a woman emerges from her yard, glancing towards the entrance of Qin Chuan's home, murmuring, "Has that young man from the Qin family really brought Zhou Jiqing home as his bride?" The woman returns inside to speak with her husband. "Dear, you should go check on them. Our child still has a handful of candy. Are they really married now?" The man scoffs disdainfully. "Married? What does this even mean? Just wait. The villagers will be laughing at them." The woman sighs, "Zhou Jiqing is so beautiful, and she has settled into a dilapidated cave with Chuanzi. How will they manage?" The man sneers again, "Humph, in this day and age, everyone looks after their own. Why should we concern ourselves with their affairs?" The woman glares at him. "You can't just say that. We should lend them a hand. They're setting off firecrackers. Don't you think you should at least take a look?" The man retorts, "Why should I? If his uncles and brothers aren't going, why should I? Just go and eat your meal." The woman rose, her face a mixture of conflict, torn between the desire to go and the fear of doing so. Qin Jiamin had issued a warning. Anyone who visited Chuanzi's home would be left without a share of the good land. What was the child's father, this young man Chuanzi, thinking? He never came to invite us. If he genuinely wished for my presence, how could I refuse? Look at this brother and sister, struggling through life. And now he wants to bring home a wife. How will that work? The man reminded his wife, "We are not of the same clan. Why should we concern ourselves?" The woman paced the yard and suddenly clapped her hands, seizing 2 new broomsticks made from sorghum stalks, and hurried off to Qin Chuan's house. From a distance, she caught the enticing aroma of meat. Upon entering, she saw a table filled with adults and another with children. With a grin, she exclaimed, "Chuanzi, your sister-in-law has brought you 2 new brooms. My 3 children are quite bold, having devoured the candies you gave them and now feasting at your table. Chuanzi, have you performed the wedding rites? Did you check the time?" Qin Chuan stood alongside Zhou Yuanyuan, preparing to toast the elders. As the neighbor's sister-in-law entered, she greeted cheerfully. "Sister Chiu, come sit and enjoy the meat and long noodles. Yuanyuan and I will toast you." The woman's eyes widened at the sight of 4 dishes of meat on the table. No wonder her 3 children had returned with a handful of candies and then dashed back to eat. It was all meat and white noodles. Surely, there must be 5 pounds of meat in these 2 tables. "Chuanzi, did you make a trip to the city and earn some money? Didn't you just sell a few pounds of hair vegetables?" The children's table had already emptied 4 dishes, clamoring for more. Ling refilled their bowls, and the children sprang up, competing for food until their bellies were full to bursting. Sister Chiu scolded her son, "You 3, finish your meal and hurry home, you little rascal. All you do is eat." The woman muttered reproaches at her own children while seated at the adults' table. Although they had had dinner, there was still room for more noodles and meat dishes. Qin Chuan grasped the wine bottle, while Zhou Yuanyuan held a tray with 2 small cups. With both hands raised, She trembled as she addressed the elder. Please drink to the joy of me and Chuanzi. Qin Chuan took the 2 cups in one gulp and handed a red envelope containing 10 yuan to Zhou Yuanyuan, solemnly advising, Yuanyuan, treat Chuanzi well. If he bullies you, come to me, and I shall teach him a lesson. Next, she toasted the 4th grandmother, and with a smile that belied a hint of nervousness, Yuanyuan proclaimed, 4th grandmother, please enjoy the wine celebrating me and Chuanzi. The elderly matron lifted a cup, her tone anxious. Oh dear, I want to drink a cup too, lest I lose my footing. Then she toasted Aunt Chun, who also lifted her cup and urged Sister Chio to do the same, saying eagerly, sister-in-law, quickly drink up so they can sit and eat together. It's late, and they haven't even had a bite. Sister Chio chuckled. 1 cup, and I'm already tipsy. Yuanyuan continued to toast it too, Xiao Hu and Xiao Ping. The 2 snatched the wine bottle, exclaiming, this bottle of wine is mine. I'm going to drink several cups with Brother Chuan. Yesterday, he promised to give me meat and eggs, along with a bottle of good wine. Chapter 14. Snuggle under the covers to welcome a child. The 2 had consumed nearly half a bottle of white liquor and was feeling dizzy. He wished to linger a while longer in the bridal chamber, asking Yuanyuan to light a cigarette and offer him some candy. However, after a scolding from his mother, he was dragged home to sleep. Qin Ling boiled a pot of hot water and brought it over to help her brother with his clothes. In the small cave dwelling, she stood before her brother and sister-in-law. Qin Chuan gently placed his hands on his younger sister's shoulders and kindly advised, Linger, from tonight onward, you will sleep alone in the big cave. You mustn't come over here. Qin Ling nodded, glanced at her sister-in-law Yuan Yuan, and turned to enter the larger cave. The small cave had no door, only tightly hung curtains weighed down by 3.5 bricks. It was May, and the weather was warm enough that no one would freeze inside. On the Kong lay a new quilt, distinctly out of place amidst the surrounding old and tattered clutter. Yuan Yuan sat at the edge of the Kong, having just bathed and washed her feet. Now she raised her head and smiled faintly at her husband, her expression dreamy and surreal. The worries from the previous night had largely dissipated. Qin Chuan understood the reason. There was white rice, fine flour, a basket of eggs, a bucket of rapeseed oil, and chives and vermicelli. And she had a new set of clothes. It was a quality of life they hadn't experienced in years. Looking at the man before her, she felt contentment. Quietly now, did you buy all this with the money you earned today, Chuanzi? Yuan Yuan. I sold the hog for 50 yuan and the hare vegetables for 18. Surely, it was not all my own earnings? Yuan Yuan, I've changed into clean clothes, boiled in hot water. I assure you there are no lice left. Feel for yourself. Yuan Yuan giggled, covering her mouth, then murmured softly, I never complained about you. Really? You don't mind that I had lice? Then why did I go through all the trouble of ironing my clothes? Oh, we must still iron what needs ironing. Yuan Yuan raised her large eyes, her palms opening to reveal a red envelope, her voice brimming with delight. Chuan. There's 10 yuan in the red envelope from 4th Master. I was too afraid to accept it. She presented a large note for Qin Chuan to see. And there's the envelope from Aunt Chun, and Sister Chio gave me one too. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, not stating the obvious. The 10 yuan in 4th Master's possession was likely a gift from his son, who was serving in the military. His son had returned home twice in 3 years. And now 4th Master had saved up 10 yuan to present to Yuan Yuan. As for Aunt Chun and Sister Chio, they had no such money. It was Qin Chuan who had given them funds to help Yuan Yuan settle in. Chuan, I now have 30 yuan in hand, along with a bag of flour and a bag of rice. But what shall Linger and I do tomorrow? Uncle hasn't called us to the fields. Qin Chuan climbed onto the Kong, pulled back the quilt, and nestled in with a pillow. Yuan Yuan felt her cheeks flush slightly, realizing that tonight would be different from the previous night. After bowing before the ancestral table, they had performed the rites of heaven and earth and entered the bridal chamber. All the necessary ceremonies had been completed. Yuan Yuan, come under the covers. I need to discuss our plans for tomorrow and the day after. The new bride replied, shedding her clothes and slowly slipping beneath the quilt. Yuan Yuan, listen to me. I have 10 yuan saved. If you could lend me 20 more, I'll head out early tomorrow to work and return home in the afternoon with another 50. In these times, a city worker earned only around 40 to 50 yuan a month. Earning 50 in a single day was a fortune for Yuan Yuan. Chuan, are you going to pick hare vegetables at the cliff base again tomorrow morning? Do not tug at the hare or pull at the big head. It is no longer of any consequence. I will venture into the leeks field at Shirley Tun to gather leeks and then carry them to sell at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory. With 30 yuan, I can earn 50 to bring home. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She murmured softly, isn't that a bit too speculative? Are you not afraid of being caught? Yuan, the market is gradually opening up. Transporting vegetables from the fields to the city to sell to industrial workers is no longer considered speculation. After I leave, you and Linger should go to our village fields to dig for bitter vegetables. The more you gather, the better. I will return home in the afternoon, and the three of us will clean the bitter vegetables together. The day after tomorrow, I will take them to the city and sell them alongside the leeks. The quantity you two can dig will determine what I can sell. The man's plan for making money made Yuanyuan's heart race. In disbelief, she asked, really? Is bitter vegetable that profitable? At the beginning of May, bitter vegetables sell well, but by mid-May, no one wants them anymore. We must seize this opportunity. Yuan. From this day forth, you can rest assured. Our family will have eggs every morning, meat every noon, and white noodles every night. Yuanyuan felt that Chuanzi was merely comforting her with sweet words. I never said we would eat eggs and meat every day. Yuan, just wait and see. As long as you are with me, I will ensure you endure no hardship. Though he spoke with such confidence, having his new wife reside in this dilapidated cave was still a form of suffering. As the two whispered to each other, nestled closely together under the same quilt, neither dared to extend a hand. Suddenly, silence enveloped them. Yuanyuan felt a flicker of anticipation. After waiting for a while, Chuanzi remained still. It seemed she must take the initiative. She gently grasped the warmth of his hand, slowly drawing it into her embrace. Chuan, are you thinking about it? Yes, Yuan. I long for it, but I fear you might not be willing. I am afraid you might say you are not ready. We are already under the same quilt. How can one not be ready? Then, shall I come closer? Be gentle. I am not accustomed to this. Yuanyuan. Let us start with a kiss on the eyes and face, followed by a kiss on the lips. Just then, the old wooden door of the next cave creaked open, and Qin Ling emerged. With two soft footsteps, the curtain was lifted, and the young girl entered. Qin Chuan, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, Linger, why did you come in here? Brother. I am scared. I want to sleep with Sister Yuanyuan. The 15-year-old sister was oblivious to the significance of this night for her brother. Ling, you are already 15. What is there to fear? Be obedient and sleep alone tonight. The cave was pitch dark, rendering everything invisible. Yuanyuan stifled her laughter, her shoulders shaking as she covered her mouth. She pulled back the quilt, got dressed, and whispered, Chuan, let me sleep with Ling in the next room. She is truly frightened alone. No, Yuanyuan, I am scared tonight too. Qin Ling insisted, Brother, you are a grown man. What is there to fear? Why don't you both come and sleep here? The small cave has no door, and it is uncomfortable to sleep inside. Yuanyuan got off the bed, put on her shoes, took Lingo's hand, and softly reassured her, Come on, I'll sleep with you. Qin Chuan sat up, exclaiming, Hey, Linger, you are really letting me down. Brother, you go sleep alone. Qin Chuan lay alone on the Kong, wrapped tightly in the new quilt purchased that very day, unable to find solace in sleep. What sort of predicament is this? In the adjacent room, two voices chattered indistinctly, their conversation lingering for quite some time before gradually fading away. In a haze, the door curtain lifted, and a soft figure slipped back beneath the covers. A small voice inquired, Are you asleep? I was nearly asleep. How did you come here? I lulled Lingo to sleep. Once she dozed off, all was well, so I came over. The kind sister-in-law of Linger, who still needed to soothe her into slumber. The dutiful wife, willingly climbing into bed to help her husband find rest. Chuan, take it slow. I feel anxious, and I know you're eager. Yes, I am eager. In a previous life, I waited for 40 years, enduring sorrow and anguish, with no one to comprehend my plight. Holding tightly, cherishing every moment. Yuan. Do you know how much I love you? I don't know. Could you say it again? In my past life, my love for you was fraught with pain. In this life, I feel I have not sufficiently compensated you. I shall bear a son for you. No, let us have a daughter. I do not favor unruly boys. Very well, if you say we shall have children, then so be it. Yuan. I did not marry you merely to serve as a vessel for children. One daughter and one son will suffice. In a dilapidated cave devoid of a curtain, outsiders could intrude without hesitation. Chapter 15a, bunch of leeks for 1 yuan, fresh and tender, a vibrant green. With great effort, I opened my eyes, striking a match to ignite the kerosene lamp perched above. Cautiously sitting up, I dressed, tucking the quilt around my beloved, and gently descended from the Kong. I washed my hands and face in the basin, rinsing my mouth with warm water. 2 cornmeal buns and a jar of warm water were packed into the faded canvas bag. I walked along the path, having breakfast as I went. entering the neighboring cave. I nudged my younger sister, softly instructing, Linger, when you awaken, prepare breakfast for your sister-in-law. Each of you shall fry 2 eggs. Do you understand? Qin Ling was roused by her brother's gentle push, propping herself up with half her body. Sleepily, she replied, Brother, there are 38 eggs left. My sister-in-law said we will sell them at the market the day after tomorrow. Villagers raise chickens for their eggs, reluctant to consume their own stock, opting instead to sell them at the market. Daily necessities were reliant on the chicken, but bank. Last night, we hosted 2 tables of guests, using 12 eggs in a large iron pot, causing Yuan to feel a pang of regret, as she could not bear to eat another. The remaining eggs were to be sold at the market, each fetching a mere penny, a plan carefully calculated by the 2 young women the previous night, leaving Qin Chuan with a sense of deep, unyielding sorrow. Linger, listen closely. The eggs are for you and your sister-in-law. If you do not obey, I shall not buy you new clothes. Understood, brother. Take care on your journey. I will sleep a little longer. Qin Chuan ruffled his sister's hair affectionately. He equipped the donkey with a protective saddle and, taking advantage of the dim morning light, departed the village. 35 miles away, at Shirley-Tun, lay a designated vegetable production area spanning 3 counties and 2 districts. From this morning forth, in Daping Village, the 20-year-old Qin Chuan was the first man to rise and set out. With each step, he accumulated progress, walking along the path, sipping warm water from the jar and consuming the 2 cornmeal buns. Having finished, he mounted the donkey and trotted along as the sun began to peek over the horizon. Arriving at the edge of the leek field, a hand-pushed tractor laden with vegetables made its way toward the county town, delivering produce to several supply points and the local vegetable market. A number of bicycles, with bags of vegetables secured to their rear seats, passed by. They belonged to villagers from elsewhere gathering greens. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of fresh leeks. Just yesterday, I purchased 5 pounds from the general store at a retail price of 18 cents, though they were not particularly fresh, having been stored for 2 days. In front of a row of low adobe houses, a few figures were bustling about, stacking bundles of leeks. With 4 bags tucked under his arms, Qin Chuan approached the earthen dwelling and called out, Excuse me, who is the owner of these vegetables? A 50-year-old man stepped forward, greeting him with a smile. Young man, this plot of land is mine. My surname is Li. How much do you need? Uncle Li, is it permissible for individuals to sell leeks? What is the price? Young man, the policy has been relaxed. Individuals can sell as they please, at the same price as the public market, 8 cents per pound. The leeks are in excellent condition. All right, 8 cents it is. These 4 bags can hold over 200 pounds. Could you bundle them into 5-pound bundles? Certainly. I'll make sure there is no more than 2 taels of error. Bending down, Uncle Li began to tie the bundles, using a long, slender blade of grass, twisting it into a neat bunch. Qin Chuan attempted to mimic his actions, albeit slowly, while smiling and inquiring, Uncle Li, you have been growing leeks for several years now. Haven't you? For 5 years. The land is allocated to households. We are supposed to cultivate our own plots, yet we must heed the leader's directives. This entire field has been designated for leeks, and there is an overabundance. It's not that there is too much being grown, but rather a lack of circulation. The vegetables from the fields cannot be sold, while people in other areas find themselves without greens. The folks in Daping Village go to the market every 10 to 15 days, exchanging half a bag of grain for leeks, which they store in the shade by the wall to last 5 to 8 days. Although villagers may have little cash, they can still manage to trade grain for 5 pounds of leeks. After half an hour, the neatly bundled leeks were weighed, their vibrant green and tender appearance totaling 250 pounds. One by one, they were packed into bags, with the openings of 2 bags tied together. Uncle Li lent a hand to hoist them onto the donkey's back. Handing over 20 yuan, Qin Chuan cheerfully remarked, Uncle Li, I will return this afternoon. Young man, do you not want any small rapeseed or spinach? Uncle Li, I cannot carry any more today. I will come back tomorrow morning for the rapeseed and spinach. You should consider making this a regular business. It would be wise to acquire a cart to transport more with less effort. Taking your advice, young man, I will bring a cart to load the vegetables first thing tomorrow. In the following days, 4th uncle went to the fields to replant melons, using a mule to pull the cart for transportation. Qin Chuan felt too shy to ask to borrow it, unsure if 4th uncle had finished replanting his melon seedlings. After 2 hours of transporting leeks, he arrived at the cotton spinning factory just as the clock struck 11. He unloaded the 4 bags and tied the donkey to a nearby locust tree. Spreading an old sheet on the ground, he carefully arranged the leeks in a neat row. Their fresh and tender scent wafted through the doorway, catching the attention of the old man inside. Emerging from the door, he stood before the leeks with a look of delight. Ah, you are the young man who delivered the kite to factory director show yesterday. And now you are here selling leeks? Sir, take a handful home to make dumplings. I want to charge you a thing. Look here, my good fellow. How can I not pay you? Each bunch weighs 5 pounds, just 1 yuan. Qin Chuan cheerfully greeted him. Sir, in the large store, 1 pound sells for 20 cents. My price is more affordable. For this bundle of 5 pounds, you can give me 80 cents. The young man advised. In a little while, when the workers finish their shifts and gather around, you'll be overwhelmed. Trust me, sell this bunch for 1 yuan. This advice was indeed invaluable. During the midday rush, with so many eager customers, the hassle of giving change would be quite cumbersome. After waiting for 20 minutes, 2 female workers rushed out from the factory. Approaching the chives, they inquired, how much for a pound? The elder gentleman turned to reprimand them. Why are you two out here? If Manager Zhou sees you, he will scold me. Go back. Come out after work. The 2 women retorted. Zhang, what are you yelling about? We just want to buy a bunch of vegetables and return. One of them held a bundle of chives, asking, how much for this bunch? Noticing that the women were older than him, Qin Chuan sweetly responded, beautiful ladies. This bunch weighs 5 pounds and costs just 1 yuan, the same price as the supply and marketing cooperative. Would you each like a bunch? One of the female workers blushed, saying, am I still a beautiful lady with 2 children? Your words are quite charming. The young vendor feigned astonishment. Sister, you have 2 children? I wouldn't have guessed. I thought you were a young maiden. This elicited laughter from the 2 female workers. Zhang urged from the side, hurry up. Take a bunch and go back. Manager Zhou will truly scold me if he sees you 2 out here. I'll take a bunch and give you 1 yuan. I'll take 1 too for 1 yuan. From the office window, it was clear they saw the 2 women rushing out to buy chives. Without haggling, each grabbed a bunch and hurried back inside. See, my friend, I told you. Selling vegetables at the factory gate was a splendid idea. Soon, everyone will rush to grab them. You should bring 2 helpers. Zhang's jovial spirit suggested he felt as though he had already earned 2 yuan. You are right, sir. With everyone clamoring, I truly cannot manage alone. Please assist me in watching over the customers and the vegetables. I assure you, your help won't go unrewarded. The elderly gatekeeper readily agreed. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you after work. Moments later, the 2 female workers returned to the office, and within 10 minutes, they were followed by 3 more women and 2 men. Zhang shouted again, go back. Come back after work to buy. Manager Zhou is upset with me. The 5 ignored his pleas, impatiently clamoring. Isn't it all the same? Hurry, give us each a bunch. There was no bargaining. Each grabbed a bunch of chives, tossed a yuan, and dashed back inside. Chapter 16. A brave heart is a good child at noon, as the large iron gate swung open. The male and female workers rushed out to head home. Qin Chuan called out, and they gathered around the chive stall, chattering excitedly. What fresh chives! They were harvested this morning. Indeed, unlike those sold at the large store, which have dry tips yet still sell them. I don't have to run to the big store for vegetables anymore. This is truly convenient. Exactly. Being able to buy fresh vegetables right at the gate after work is fantastic. A throng of people pressed forward, handing Qin Chuan a yuan each. Quickly grabbing a bunch of chives before turning to leave. As the crowd swelled, chaos ensued. Qin Chuan extended his arms to intervene, urging, please, do not rush. I cannot manage alone. The gatekeeper bellowed, I'm watching. Pay for your vegetables. Anyone who refuses will be dealt with. This young man is a relative of Director Zhou. Do not bully him. The gatekeeper's proclamation had an immediate effect, prompting those with ulterior motives to hastily pay. A bag was half-rolled and placed on the ground as Qin Chuan called out, help yourselves to the vegetables. Place a yuan in the bag. There's no need to pass it to me directly. He rummaged through 2 other bags filled with bundles of leeks, keeping a vigilant eye on the patrons to ensure they dropped a coin. He shouted, sisters, you kind-hearted souls, please contribute. I offer you convenience, and in return, I ask for your goodwill. If you are generous, I will bring fresh rapeseed and tender spinach tomorrow morning, just harvested from the fields of Shirley Tun. Oh, young man, will you return tomorrow? Are there other vegetables? One sister inquired. Today, I am selling 50 bundles of leeks, if I can sell them all for 50 yuan. I will have the freshest rapeseed and spinach delivered by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Should I fall short by 3 or 5 yuan, I will have to procure them from another factory's entrance. The gatekeeper shouted again, I'm keeping an eye out. I'll see who has tea paid. Zhang Da. Do you hear what you're saying? Our cotton spinning factory has been recognized as an advanced production unit this year. Who has tea paid? Stop your nonsense. Qin Chuan chuckled and called out once more. Director Zhou is a fine leader. He has implemented piecework wages and self-managed marketing, which could double your earnings. As Director Zhou emerged from the entrance, he strained to hear the commotion, whispering to himself, that young man from yesterday? In less than 20 minutes, all 50 bundles of leeks were snatched up. Had it not been for the handful concealed in the gatekeeper's bag, they would have been gone too. Qin Chuan gazed at the empty ground in disbelief, astonished by the fervor with which the vegetables were claimed. Those who missed out wore expressions of regret and muttered as they turned away. Qin Chuan reassured them, promising a greater supply tomorrow, after the afternoon shift. The workers had the opportunity to visit the supply and marketing cooperative or distant markets, yet none offered the freshness of today's harvest. Gradually, the crowd at the entrance diminished, and Director Zhou approached Qin Chuan with a smile, asking, "Young man, have you sold out?" "Ah, Uncle Yuanyuan. I didn't manage to set aside any before they were all taken. I'll return tomorrow and reserve 2 bundles for you." Uncle Zhou, foregoing his bicycle, did not head home. Instead, drawn by the ruckus outside regarding the young man selling leeks, he stepped out to take a look. Familiarity bred comfort, and the young man's earlier proclamation left him quite astonished. "Young man, have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'm about to buy a bun from the store." "Come with me. I'll take you to the factory kitchen for a meal." Zhou Yuanchao's temperament was well known to Qin Chuan. His kind invitation was one best not declined. The more eagerly one accepted, the more he appreciated it. "All right, Uncle Yuanchao, I want tea hold back." As he spoke, he handed the last bundle of leeks to the gatekeeper, saying, "Sir, this one is for you." Director Zhou cast a glance at the gatekeeper and assured him, "Uncle Zhang, don't stand on ceremony. Take it, and let us all go to eat." With a cheerful demeanor, Uncle Zhang lifted a handful of chives and departed. Qin Chuan followed closely behind Director Zhou, making his way to the dining hall at the back of the factory, his mind occupied with ulterior motives. Establishing a rapport with Director Zhou could secure a steady supply of ingredients for their cafeteria. The factory's canteen, albeit catering to the cadres, was far from lavish. Dishes included chives and eggs, cabbage with vermicelli, stir-fried shredded potatoes, rice, and steamed buns. Qin Chuan quickly discerned that even in the cadres' canteen, meat was a rarity. Food supplies were limited. With a generous demeanor, he took a bowl and picked up his chopsticks, inquiring, "Uncle Yuanchao, is the little hawk alive?" "It's thriving. I spend $1 a day on fresh meat for it. More precious than I am." Both men shared a hearty laugh. "Young man, you mentioned yesterday that you are a relative of mine, yet you left in such haste without elaborating." Qin Chuan immediately recognized Director Zhou's growing interest in him and proactively clarified, "Uncle Yuanchao, my wife is your niece, Zhou Yuanyuan." Zhou Yuanyuan. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yuanchao momentarily struggled to recall who she was. Having been away from his hometown for many years, he was not well acquainted with his distant niece. It was understandable that he couldn't recall her immediately. Uncle Yuanchao, Yuanyuan's father, is Zhou Wenxin. A look of astonishment crossed Zhou Yuanchao's face, reminiscent of the shock he had felt upon hearing the news in his previous life while in prison. "My brother Wenxin's little girl? She worked as an educated youth in your village? I truly had no idea." Zhou Yuanchao was well aware of Zhou Wenxin's situation, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Alas, the movements have caused such chaos, burdening the children. My niece married you, and she cannot return." Qin Chuan smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The familial ties between Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Yuanyuan were faint, spanning 4 generations and lacking intimacy. However, any connection, no matter how distant, was preferable to none. "Young man, if you have the chance, bring my niece to see me. I barely recall what she looks like now. Uncle Yuanchao, Yuanyuan is the most beautiful and kind-hearted girl. I will certainly bring her to meet you when the opportunity arises. With family to look after her, Yuanyuan would feel less anxious. Uncle Yuanchao starting today. I will sell vegetables at the factory gate. Will this affect you in any way?" "Young man, this is a good thing. Feel free to sell. Not only chives but other vegetables as well. If you can sell meat, that would be ideal. You will surely profit. You provide great convenience for us workers while earning for yourself. What is not to love?" With policies in place to encourage individual entrepreneurship and promote business for greater profits. He hoped these policies would remain stable and not be subject to constant upheaval. Their conversation touched upon the significant issues of the era. Zhou Yuanchao would face adversity in the latter half of the year. The passage of time had dulled many details in Qin Chuan's memory. By fostering a good relationship, he would soon uncover the pivotal moments of Zhou Yuanchao's impending troubles. Some sentiments and meanings were best not disclosed too early, as he could not explain how he knew such things. Uncle Yuan Chow, the meat in our canteen is still limited, right? Please be honest with me. If I were to bring a pig and a sheep, sell half to the canteen and half at the factory gate, would that be acceptable? Yuan Chow furrowed his brow slightly and pondered for 10 seconds. Son-in-law, you may bring the meat here to sell, but it must be fresh. It cannot be apparent that the meat is of inferior quality. Uncle Yuan Chow, I am not foolish enough to jeopardize my own livelihood. Rest assured, it will be freshly slaughtered. All right, bring it over, and I will shield you from market regulation. But one thing, your prices must not exceed those of the government. Qin Chuan smiled, understanding his implication. Uncle, I know that if the prices are too high, they will be confiscated by the market regulators. Transporting goods from the countryside to the city is not as simple as just bringing them over. One needs connections. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yuan Chow escorted Qin Chuan out of the factory, his gaze fixed on him as he rode away on the donkey. The factory director muttered, "This lad has vision and ambition. He is a good kid and should not be underestimated." Chapter 17. The gifts from my second aunt were seized by my uncle after parting from Director Zhou. Qin Chuan walked partway while counting the money he had earned from selling vegetables. Most of it was in small denominations, mostly Yuanyuan bills, with many 2 and 5 jiao coins, totaling 49 yuan. He could hardly believe it. He had given a handful of vegetables to Grandpa Zhang at the gate. The workers at the cotton spinning factory were indeed of high caliber, placing a handful of vegetables alongside a 1 yuan bill, neither a cent more nor less. On his way back, he took a detour, adding 5 more miles to his journey, arriving at Uncle Lee's vegetable field in Shirley Tunton. He then gathered 50 kilograms of fresh chives, packed them into 2 bags, tied them shut, and loaded them onto the donkey's back to exchange for corn in the village. The donkey's rations were secured. In those times, 1 yuan could buy 5 kilograms of chives. 40 years later, 15 yuan would barely fetch 5 kilograms, if at all. 50 kilograms of fresh chives could be traded for over 100 kilograms of corn. 40 years hence, over 100 kilograms of corn would sell for over 100 yuan. The comparison was unfathomable. Today, he arrived home at 4 o'clock, an hour earlier than yesterday. In the morning, he had made arrangements for Linger, who along with Yuan, was digging for bitter herbs at the field's edge. If they worked diligently, the two of them could unearth 2 large bags. Bitter herbs required no investment and sold for the same price as chives. Selling 50 kilograms would yield a pure profit of 10 yuan. As he reached the village entrance, he spotted Yuan and Linger walking closely together, their backs laden with bulging bags. Yuan, Linger, I'm back. Turning around, he tossed the bag from his back, and Linger dashed toward her brother. Brother, you're back so early. You said selling chives would be profitable. How did it go? Yuan, feeling shy, stood still with a slight smile, waiting for her siblings to approach. A man, having ventured out early in the morning, yearned for his return home every moment, regardless of his sister's presence. Qin Chuan opened his arms and embraced his wife, planting fervent kisses on her cheeks and eyes. Yuan, I missed you dearly. I didn't want to be away from you for even a second, but I had to leave to earn money. It was unavoidable. His younger sister, standing nearby, heard every word clearly. Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a glance at her husband. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "What nonsense are you spouting? Linger is right here." Qin Ling pouted, glaring at her brother. The younger sister pressed her forehead against his and kissed him. "Brother, I'm already grown up. Don't kiss me anymore." In her brother's eyes, Linger remained the little child trailing behind him. The child spoke of another matter. "Brother, Sister Yuan doesn't eat eggs. She says she's saving them to sell at the market to the soldiers. Each egg can earn 2 cents. Last night, she earned 1 cent. And today it has become 2. Qin Chuan felt a deep sense of worry, knowing his wife couldn't bear to eat eggs. "Yuan, both you and Lingo must eat eggs. At least 2 each day. Starting today, you must make up for the nutrition you've missed." Lingo, at 15, was not like a young woman in her prime. She was frail due to inadequate nourishment. "Yuan, eat well. You are not just the prettiest woman in the village, but even in the town and county. You stand out among all. Linger, if you and your sister-in-law don't eat your eggs properly, I won't buy you any new clothes." "Brother, I don't care for new clothes. You should buy new ones for my sister-in-law. She's the new bride now." The new bride works in the fields wearing her old clothes. When she encounters others on the road, she hardly resembles a new bride. Most villagers do not even know she has married Qin Chuan. 2 bags of bitter vegetables were tied together and loaded onto the donkey's back as the 3 turned to head home. The man's one hand held tightly onto his wife while the other grasped the reins, with Linger nestled under his arm. "Brother, our second aunt came to our house today, and she was crying. She had a fierce argument with our uncle." Qin Chuan understood why she cried and why there was a quarrel. She must have thought the siblings had been driven out by their uncle, living in 2 cave dwellings. They were more pitiable than beggars. How could their caring aunt not weep for them? "Linger, did our second aunt bring anything for us?" Qin Ling, fuming, replied. "After our second aunt left, half a bag of rice and a few bread rolls were taken by our uncle. He forced our aunt to give him 5 yuan for Sister Yuan, and she was so frightened she cried." "What?" Qin Chuan halted, scrutinizing his wife's face. The panic in her eyes was desperately concealed. Fearing that Chuan would lash out at the elder, Yuan hurriedly stopped Linger from speaking further. "Chuan, it's nothing. It's just 10 pounds of rice. If your uncle took it, let him have it." Qin Ling protested. "What do you mean nothing? The 5 yuan our aunt gave you. How could he just take it?" "Brother." He forcibly snatched the 5 yuan. Qin Jianmin forced Yuan to hand over the 5 yuan, claiming she had no right or shame to take money from his sister. Yuan reluctantly gave the 5 yuan to Qin Jianmin, hoping he would not disturb their lives any further. She reminded Linger not to tell Chuan about this. It was better to avoid more trouble. After a long day of work, Chuan returned home, weary and ready to rest, not wanting to add to his burdens. "Chuan, let it go. Let's not provoke your uncle anymore. Let's hurry home. Linger and I will prepare dinner for you." Last night, the family had meat and white noodles for dinner. Qin Jianmin was aware of this. After the second aunt left, and seeing that Qin Chuan was not home, he intruded to see what else they had. "Linger, did you check under our cutting board for things?" He silently lifted the board beneath which we kept our provisions, not only taking the 5 yuan that Aunt Air had given to sister-in-law, but also absconding with the rice and the cake that Aunt Air had brought for us. "I find uncle truly detestable. Linger, only now do you find him odious? He feeds his son eggs while you watch longingly. Why does he not offer you one? Just thinking about it makes me want to kick him." Qin Wei, returning home for his rations, devoured several boiled eggs, taking some with him. Qin Ling watched, swallowing hard. Qin Jianmin pushed Lingo aside, stating that since she was tea studying, she had no right to eggs. Lingo glanced at the eggs in Qin Wei's hands, realizing she would not get one, and turned away, head bowed. At that moment, Qin Chuan returned from outside and witnessed the scene. Qin Wei, with an egg in his mouth, stuffed a few into his bag, not sparing a glance at the 2 siblings as he departed. That moment, unforgettable from a past life, is even more vividly etched in this one. From today onward, Linger and Yuanyuan would feast on eggs daily, consuming 2 at each meal. "Linger, think carefully. In the 2 years since we moved to his house, have you worn a new piece of clothing or tasted even a single egg? I will account for every penny of this." Yuanyuan held onto Qin Chuan's hand tightly, her heart filled with concern as she listened to the man speak of their uncle's shortcomings. When Chuan was not home, Qin Jianmin could enter their house at will, leaving her feeling uneasy. "Chuan, when you are away, he can just walk in. I still fear him. What is the point of returning to our own home if it instills fear in my wife?" It was inconvenient to take the 2 of them out with him during this time. He could not keep them confined indoors either. With the walls built and no gate obstructing entry, anyone could come in, and Yuan still felt insecure. This could not continue. Chapter 18. Confronting elders. Qin Chuan stood by the stove, insisting that his wife fry 8 eggs. Yuan, do not think about selling the eggs at the market. You and Lingo should boil 2 each morning. If you don't boil them in the morning, I will have you fry 8 when I return at night." Qin Ling, adhering to her brother's wishes, replied, "Sister-in-law, what did I say? It's futile to argue with my brother." The 2 sisters-in-law swiftly prepared the evening meal: white noodles, scrambled eggs with chives, cold bitter vegetables, and leftover tofu from the previous day. With no dining table at the moment, the 3 of them sat on the edge of the Kong to eat. The bowls and dishes were newly purchased by Chuan. They were gradually acquiring their household items. Qin Ling sighed contentedly. "Brother, sister-in-law, this food is so fragrant and filling, better than what we had at uncle's during the New Year." Her brother glared at her. "What do you see in sister-in-law? Why didn't you steam rice for lunch?" "How could I? That large pot is too hot to handle. Aunt Air said she would bring us 2 small aluminum pots for steaming rice next time." After finishing their meal, they placed the bowls on the stove, and Qin Chuan, smiling, spoke with his wife. Yuan, I'll take a bundle of chives to 4th uncle and ask if he needs the cart tomorrow." Yuan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve, whispering, "Chuan, do not provoke uncle. We should focus on living a stable life now." She sensed that he was about to confront his uncle again, which would only invite ridicule from the villagers. As she walked along the road today, A passerby inquired about her and Ling, having heard that Chuanzi had assaulted his uncle, asking if they had been expelled by him. Such inquiries from the villagers unsettled Zhou Yuanyuan. She quickly reminded her companion, regardless of the circumstances, to avoid any confrontation with his uncle. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, stating that he was merely delivering leeks to the fourth master. Then you should hasten, she urged, with a bundle of leeks cradled in his arms. Qin Chuan exited the courtyard. Zhou Yuanyuan gazed at his retreating figure, her heart awash with indescribable emotions. Qin Ling's words only intensified her anxiety. Sister Yuanyuan, do you believe that my brother is surely going to confront our uncle? Linger, follow your brother. If he truly engages in a brawl with our uncle, he stands no chance against him and his two sons. Qin Ling concurred, swiftly tidying up the kitchenware and bolting out of the yard. The donkey brayed loudly. Oh dear, my brother said to tear a bundle of grass for the donkey. Qin Ling dashed to the communal field in the village to shred some straw. Upon reaching the fourth master's residence, Qin Chuan called out. Dan emerged. Brother Chuan, will you still treat me to candy? Instead, I bring you a bundle of leeks. Take them to your home. The courtyard was devoid of a cart since the fourth master and his family had not yet returned. Dan accepted the leeks, chewing on one without a care. Tell Grandpa that I will borrow the cart early tomorrow morning and return it in the evening. Understood, Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan turned towards his uncle's home. The iron gate was locked, indicating their absence. Next to the yard stood a stack of straw bales. With a running start, he climbed and leaped into the courtyard. He kicked open the kitchen door, where Aunt Air had left behind some flour pancakes, and he pulled out half a bag of rice from beneath the counter. Hearing the sound of the lock being turned outside, he realized his uncle's family had returned. As Qin Chuan lifted the door curtain and stepped outside, his aunt shrieked in shock, leaping down from the threshold. Chuan, are you stealing from my home? Aunt, my aunt gave me these rice pancakes. How dare you seize them? The woman stared at the items in Qin Chuan's hands, stunned for 3 seconds. Oh, this? I told your uncle not to take them, but he insisted. His aunt had always been subservient, crushed under the weight of the men in her household. Qin Jiamin's every action left her too intimidated to oppose him, and Qin Chuan had no desire to engage her further. His elder and younger sons had established their own families, leaving the elderly couple to fend for themselves. They had divided their possessions, and the two daughters-in-law had caused quite a stir during the separation. Qin Jiamin was tethering the donkey in the adjacent field when he overheard his wife speaking with Qin Chuan. The donkey, unanchored, turned and bolted towards them. Spotting the two items in Qin Chuan's grasp. Thief, you dare to leap over the wall and steal from my home? Qin Chuan dropped the bags and lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks. I will crush you, old dog. I shall not allow you to frighten my wife, bully my sister, or disregard my words. The 50-year-old Qin Jiamin was unprepared for Qin Chuan's sudden assault, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Qin Chuan mounted him, delivering several resounding slaps as Qin Jiamin, having just returned from the fields, found himself utterly bewildered and cried out in disarray. The woman, trembling with fear, tugged at her son but was unable to move him. She turned and fled towards her eldest son's home. Wei Jun, hurry, your father is about to be beaten to death by Chuanzi. What? Chuanzi is attacking my father? That scoundrel, just wait until I get my hands on him. It seemed that the old man's claim of Chuanzi having kicked him was indeed true. Wei Jun dashed outside, but his wife emerged from the kitchen, calling out to him. Come back. The pigs haven't been fed, and the chickens are still waiting. Where do you think you're going? Leaving me to do everything alone? Stopping in his tracks at her shout, Wei Jun exclaimed in frustration. Chuanzi is attacking Dad. How can I just stand by? His daughter-in-law coldly addressed her mother-in-law. Mother, my father went to Chuanzi's place and forcefully took back the items my second aunt had given him. What kind of behavior is this? The woman murmured. I advised your father, but he wouldn't listen. The eldest daughter-in-law shouted at her husband. Did you hear that? Your father is in the wrong. He didn't offer Chuanzi even a grain of rice, and yet stole from him. Caught in the middle, Wei Jun found himself at a loss, unsure whether to go or stay. Am I just to ignore this? I can't just abandon my father. I told you to feed the pigs. Didn't you hear me? His mother sighed heavily and turned to dash towards his younger brother's house. Wei Hong. Oh, Wei Hong. Your father is about to be beaten to death by Chuanzi. Hurry and save him. The younger daughter-in-law rushed out from the kitchen, asking anxiously, Mother, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Lian Air, where is Wei Hong? Your father is in danger. You must go save him. Oh, Mother. You are being ridiculous. Chuanzi is just a young lad. How could he possibly harm my father? Chuanzi is on top of your father, beating him. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Mother, Wei Hong went out after dinner. How am I supposed to find him now? The old woman was frantic, her hands and feet flailing in disarray as she turned and ran back. The two sons had scattered, indifferent to their father's plight. Qin Chuan, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, covering his bleeding nose. Chuanzi kicked him again. I warned you, if you dare step into my house and bully my wife and sister, I'll knock your teeth out. After finishing his assault, he turned to leave, colliding head-on with the flustered aunt who had rushed in. Chuanzi, tell your sons to come find me. If they want to fight, I'm ready. With that, Qin Chuan turned and returned home. The woman hurried into the yard, attempting to help the man seated on the ground, but her trembling hands were useless. I told you not to provoke Chuanzi. Why did you have to go to his home and cause trouble? Why did you steal back the items that your second aunt had given him? Even your own son won't help you. How can we continue living like this? Qin Chuan's blood dripped onto the ground as he muttered, Bandit, a living bandit. Chapter 19. The main purpose is to mooch food and drink. Half a bag of rice and 4 large white bread rolls were brought back. Yuanyuan was taken aback. Weren't you supposed to deliver leeks to the fourth master? Clearly, Chuanzi is causing a ruckus at the uncle's house. The young wife asked, her tone filled with concern. Did you get into another fight with the uncle? Yuanyuan, look at the money I made from selling leeks today. He set down what he was carrying and pulled out money from his pocket to hand to his wife. Yuanyuan, I sold 250 pounds of leeks and made $30. Yuanyuan's attention shifted to the pile of money before her. Chuan, please elaborate. I will take notes meticulously. All right, I shall repeat. 250 pounds of leeks, acquired at 8 cents per pound, sold at 20 cents. On the return journey, I spent 4 yuan to bring back 50 pounds of vegetables. Tomorrow, you and Linger will deliver them door to door, exchanging 3 pounds of corn for 1 pound of leeks. Yuanyuan diligently recorded the account in her notebook, counting the money in her hand. Once finished, she expressed her confusion. You haven't spent a single cent? We need to spend money for lunch. Yuanyuan, my mind is solely occupied with thoughts of returning home. I wish not to waste a moment, nor do I have time to visit large stores. The day after tomorrow, there will be a market in the village. The 3 of us will go shopping there and purchase whatever we lack at home. Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We ought to buy a shovel and a steamer. Of course, tomorrow, I shall earn a good sum, and the day after, the 3 of us will joyfully wander through the market. There are far too many necessities at home, and the prices at the big stores are exorbitant. We will bring along my dear wife and sister. They will be more delighted than during the New Year celebrations. Linger ran to the communal threshing ground to fetch hay for the donkey. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan embraced his wife fervently. He was becoming increasingly bold. Yuanyuan pushed him away. Can you not wait until nighttime? You will sleep with Linger again tonight, and I will wait for you to fall asleep. Yuanyuan covered her mouth and laughed, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. Zhang Data's voice echoed outside the door. Brother Chuan, are you home? Yuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she stepped outside. Datu exclaimed, why aren't you wearing new clothes? You're the newlywed bride. Qin Chuan scolded him. Datu, can't you restrain your tongue? Address her as sister-in-law. Data chuckled, acknowledging, sister-in-law, you must show everyone you are my brother Chuan's new bride. When you walk down the street, you should wear new clothes. Brother Chuan, do you not agree? Indeed, but what brings you here? What brings me? Brother Chuan, you lack a front door. Do you not fear me barging in at midnight? I have fashioned a door from reeds and will install it for you. He had spent the afternoon crafting the reed door, ensuring the corners were perfectly squared. Brother Chuan, this is a skilled task. You still cannot install it yourself. Qin Ling returned, carrying straw for the donkey and mentioning another matter. Brother, our cellar is flooded to the top of the barrel. Sister Yuan is reluctant to wash clothes, and they have gone to fetch water from the village. We must fetch it ourselves too. Datu, while working on the reed door, replied to Qin Ling, I will fetch water for your cellar tomorrow while I am at it. Thank you so much, Datu. What trouble is it, Lingo? Have you had dinner yet? Qin Ling giggled and replied, my brother came home early today, so we ate early as well. Data's face fell, and he lost interest in finishing the reed door. Then what shall I do with the door? Brother Chuan, you can install it yourself. Linger teased him. I knew you were just here for our dinner. Zhang Data laughed. Brother Chuan, do you not have eggs at home? There are still leeks left. I will work for you. I do not need payment. Just a meal of scrambled eggs with leeks. Qin Chuan glared at him. Datu, is this all you aspire to? Just a bite of scrambled eggs with leeks? Do you not desire to eat meat every meal? Do you not wish to marry? DTU chuckled heartily. Why not think of it? I think about meat every day, and I long to marry. Whoever resembles my sister-in-law in beauty, I shall wed. Yuan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she murmured. DTU, what nonsensical things are you saying? I shall prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with chives for you, along with the bread my second aunt brought. Yuan then ventured into the kitchen to specially cook a dish for DTU. DTU, while eating, casually remarked, Chuan Gu, sister-in-law, Linger. Tomorrow I shall fetch water from your cellar twice. Just as DTU was savoring his meal, Aunt Chun entered through the front door, calling out to her son. DTU, why are you missing at mealtimes? Do you have the audacity to dine at Chuan Ji's house again? Mother. I spent the whole afternoon at Chuan Ji's door, and I shall fetch water for him twice tomorrow. It is only natural to enjoy his eggs. He was met with his mother's admonitions. Have you no regard for Chuan Ji's current situation? Are you so brazen as to mooch off him? Your cousin is in dire straits, providing nothing to Chuan Gu, which is quite distressing. Aunt Chun carried a basin of steamed bread to deliver to Qin Chuan's family. Earlier that morning, she had taken half a basin of white flour from Qin Chuan's house, mixing it with her own grain, and by afternoon, she had brought back a basin of bread. Aunt Chun, the market day is in 2 days. I shall buy a steamer, so you need not trouble yourself further. Aunt Chun handed a piece of steamed bread to Yuan, jesting about her cooking. Yuan, do taste it. If the leavening is not enough, or if I added too much, how could I possibly present myself as a suitable mother-in-law? Yuan took a bite and praised, Aunt Chun, it is splendid. The leavening is just right. Aunt Chun beamed with delight. Yuan, is it truly suitable? Do not flatter me merely to please. Aunt Chun then turned to her son, scolding him, do not return to mooch off Chuan Ji's food again. It's not easy for him to go out, and you still crave more. Qin Chuan entered the room, carrying a bundle of chives and a bowl of eggs, offering them to Aunt Chun. Aunt, please prepare a meal for my dear brother DTU and the others tomorrow. Aunt Chun declined, Chuanzi, once you have prospered, I shall accept anything from you without reluctance. Aunt Chun, a bundle of chives and 10 eggs cost 50 cents. This basin of steamed bread you brought me is worth far more than 2 coins. You must take it. Do not worry about my family's livelihood. The money I earn in a day is sufficient for us to eat white flour for half a year. Aunt Chun was taken aback, her tone filled with disbelief. Really? Is business truly that profitable? Aunt Chun, this year the drought has severely impacted our harvest from the dry land. I plan to partner with DTU in business to earn money. If you have any funds, do hasten to mention a daughter-in-law. Aunt Chun was momentarily lost in thought, recalling how Chuanzi had left yesterday and returned with provisions. This lad has a knack for earning money. Chuanzi, your spring uncle is correct. You possess the talent for making money. You are not one to be tethered to the land. I shall not refuse. I will take this bundle of chives and bowl of eggs. Aunt Chun, cook the eggs for yourself. Do not sell them at the market. Aunt Chun hurried DTU home, scolding him as they exited. Do not return to consume others' food, and I shall not prepare special meals for you again. What a disgrace. Mother, I shall fetch water for Chuan Ji's family tomorrow. Just as the mother and son departed, old Fourth entered with a cart, wearing a glum expression. His grandson inquired about his mood. Qin Chuan, aware of the situation, feigned ignorance as he questioned. After dinner, Qin Wanxing took the cart and headed to Qin Jianmen's home, intending to exchange a few kind words with his nephew, hoping to procure some bags of grain for Chuanzi. However, not a single grain was acquired, leaving the elder in a state of deep frustration. Qin Jianmen bore bruises on his face, the result of a beating from his grandson. In Chapter 20, a steady flow for a long time, although Chuan's son was not his biological grandson, Qin Wanxing cherished him as if he were. Recently, Chuan's son had been a source of distress for him. The 2 dilapidated caves lacked any semblance of a household, yet they had entered matrimony in such a state. The siblings had regressed to a pre-liberation era, more pitiable than beggars. Upon returning from replanting the melon seedlings, he learned from Dayton that Chuan had brought back a handful of leeks, which only heightened the elder's worries. From Qin Jianmen, Chuan had received not a single grain. Today, he returned with leeks only to deliver a bundle to someone else. As darkness fell after dinner, Dayton remarked that Chuan had requested the cart for convenience in transporting goods. Qin Wanxing scolded Dayton, you little scamp. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This only complicates matters. Chuan's need for the cart surely meant he intended to haul grain, rice, and household items from Qin Jianmen's place. The elder made his way directly to Qin Jianmen's house with the cart. Standing in the courtyard, he overheard Qin Jianmen berating his 2 sons, calling them worthless, while observing his own father endure the beating with indifference. Upon hearing about his nephew's plight, Qin Chuan felt a cold sneer forming in his heart. The land distribution had spiraled into chaos, and it was only a matter of time before the villagers retaliated. The voices from within the house were unmistakable to the elder. Wei Jun, Wei Hong, if you two don't stand up for your father, you are no sons of mine. I might as well be dead. Father. You are in the wrong too. My second aunt provided Chuan with some food. How can you dare to take it from him? Upon hearing such exchanges between father and son, Qin Chuan quickly deduced that the one who struck his nephew was none other than his grandson, Qin Chuan. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never lay a hand on their elders. What kind of temperament did this grandson possess? Qin Chuan thought that once Qin Jianmin had calmed down, he would offer a few more kind words, and the items meant for his grandson would eventually be distributed. From the conversation, it was clear that when Chuan came to request something, it had led to yet another conflict. Qin Chuan set down the card and entered the house. Finding Qin Jianmin with a bruised face. Was it Chuan who did this? Qin Weijun cast a sidelong glance at his father. Fourth uncle, you need to discipline him. Regardless of the situation, he should not have beaten my father to such a state. Qin Weijun felt a pang of fear towards Qin Chuan. If he dared to inflict such harm upon his father, he must not fear the retribution from the two brothers. To the villagers, they would be seen as taking even a morsel of food from Chuan. Such disgrace would be unbearable. In front of the old man, they had already lost face. Jianmin, did you rob Chuan's family of rice? Qin Jianmin defensively retorted, that was brought by my second sister. Why should I give it to him? Qin Chuan fixed a piercing gaze upon his nephew for half a minute before uttering, you deserve that beating. The elder turned away, pulling the cart towards Qin Chuan's home, disregarding the incessant complaints from behind. In front of his grandson, he could not voice that his brother deserved a beating. Chuan, your uncle has no hope of giving you anything. If you need my cart tomorrow, feel free to use it. The elder sighed deeply. Chuan, I am aware that your uncle is not a man, and for the past few days, the villagers have been casting blame upon him. However, should you truly confront your uncle, you shall gain nothing. Qin Chuan, with a playful demeanor, remarked, Grandfather, I have heard rumors that my father is your biological son. Hence your fondness for me. This is indeed true, is it not? The elder, with a fierce glare and a face flushed with anger, retorted, if you continue to prattle nonsense, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. You may create whatever ruckus you wish. In a fit of irritation, the elder attempted to leave. Yet, Qin Chuan, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, grasped his grandfather's arm, stating, the events of 40 years ago are beyond clarification. What significance does it hold? I shall consider you my true grandfather. This matter weighed heavily on the elder's heart. Though he wished to reprimand his grandson, he found himself unable to do so with a stern tone. He inquired about Qin Chuan's activities that day. Have you ventured into the city for business again? Grandfather, I sold a few bags of chives. You need not worry about our family sustenance. The elder, with hands behind his back, paced back and forth before Qin Chuan, increasingly concerned. Chuan, this path is truly unsustainable. You may conduct business for a day or two, earning a mere 10 or 20, without drawing attention. However, if you venture out daily and accumulate wealth, you risk being reported for illegal trade, and everything may be confiscated. What have you accomplished? The elder's words resonated with Qin Chuan. Raising 5 ducks is acceptable, but raising 10 and selling 5 is against the regulations, leading to confiscation. The elder was apprehensive. His grandson, young and unaware of the extent of their troubles, did not grasp the potential repercussions. A stable life of labor on the land would prevent any issues. Observing the village, who among them dared to engage in trade? Chuan, your uncle is not easily swayed at the moment. You and your sister cannot work the fields. Join me instead. Once the wheat is harvested, I shall share the proceeds with you, so you shall not go hungry. The elder possessed a tract of farmland, which had endured 3 floods last autumn, and this year, it was sown with wheat. By working alongside him, Qin Chuan and his sister would receive some provisions during the summer, regardless of the circumstances. The past 2 years had seen significant improvement, with 6 months of access to white flour. Unexpectedly, the grandson outright declined his offer. Grandfather, you need not concern yourself with us. Take care of yourself and rest appropriately. Do not overexert yourself. Linger prepared a bowl of floral tea for the elder and presented it before him. Grandfather, drink this. My brother purchased it from the big store yesterday, and it is delightful. The elder cautiously accepted the bowl and took a sip. This floral tea, priced at 2 yuan per pound, was to be savored. After finishing the tea, the elder stood and returned to his own home. Chuan, should you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out. Understood. Zhou Yuanyuan tugged at her husband and whispered, is what they said true? What is true? Is your father truly the biological son of the elder? Qin Chuan paused for half a minute, seriously contemplating, what does it matter whether it is true or not? The elder genuinely cares for us, and that is sufficient. The elder, having lived a long life to the age of 90, passed away 20 years later. By then, Qin Chuan had built a vast fortune exceeding 100 million. The elder's heir and the remains of his father were subjected to a paternity test, confirming their biological connection. 40 years prior, he and his sister-in-law were unaware of the circumstances. His sister-in-law was Qin Chuan's grandmother. The details remain unclear. Without the elder, Qin Chuan felt that neither his father nor he would exist. Yuan, Linger, let us gather wild vegetables to sell tomorrow. The three of them collected wild vegetables until midnight. Weighing over 50 pounds, the vegetables were packed into 2 bags. Chuan, can you and Linger really earn 10 yuan by foraging for bitter herbs? Questioned Yuan with a tone of disbelief. The bitter herbs in our village have all been harvested. Tomorrow, Linger and I will venture a bit farther. Will you return as early as today? I will leave half an hour earlier and return home just like today, I replied. After collecting the bitter herbs, it was time for bed. Linger yawned widely and grabbed Yuan's arm, exclaiming, Sister, I want to sleep with you. Her brother admonished her, Linger, how can you say such things? Sisters don't sleep together. You can sleep alone. I'm scared. I want to sleep with my sister. Having lost her mother at 10 and her father at 13. Linger clung to her brother's arm while sleeping. For the past 2 years, she had shared a bed with Sister Yuan at the youth commune, holding onto her arm. Now, as Sister Yuan had become like family, she found it difficult to grasp this change. Yuan nudged her brother and exchanged a glance, noticing Lingo's vulnerability. She truly feared sleeping alone. Gradually, as Sister Yuan explained certain matters to her, Lingo came to understand and no longer felt the need to sleep together. Qin Chuan wore a face full of melancholy. Yuan, after waiting all day, you only let me hold a wretched quilt? That quilt is new, you know. Is it really about the quilt? Chuan, I cannot neglect our sister. Be patient. Good things come to those who wait. Upon reflection, Qin Chuan realized that after Yuan lulled Lingo to sleep, she too had succumbed to slumber. As Qin Chuan awoke, the dawn was breaking. Chapter 21. Setting up stall in the cotton mill residential area, setting off at 5:30 and arriving at the vegetable fields in Shirleyton by 8. Uncle Li greeted Qin Chuan with a smile. Young man, I knew you would come with your cart to haul vegetables. As long as they turn a blind eye, you'll profit. The Uncle Li referred to were the market administrators. Transporting vegetables into the public market without prior arrangements with the higher-ups often resulted in expulsion by the administrators. However, Qin Chuan's vegetables were not destined for the public market. He sold them directly at the entrance of the cotton mill. In these times, few dared to do such a thing, thanks to his connections with the factory director, who encouraged private enterprise. Qin Chuan felt emboldened to set up his stall at the cotton mill. Attempting this at other factory gates would have resulted in immediate eviction. With 60 bundles of leeks weighing 300 pounds, he priced them at 24 yuan. 50 bundles of spinach, totaling 100 pounds, were sold for 6 yuan. 50 bundles of small bok choy, also weighing 100 pounds, were priced at 8 yuan. The donkey cart was filled to capacity, capable of carrying a maximum of 500 pounds of vegetables. While loading, he conversed with Uncle Li, selling to the workers returning home from their shifts. Once finished, as he turned to leave, Uncle Li reminded Qin Chuan, why don't you sell in the cotton mill residential area? I guarantee you will sell out in half a day. This advice echoed Qin Chuan's own thoughts. Yesterday, only leeks had been available at the factory gate, and the frantic rush had not posed a problem. Today was different. With 3 varieties of vegetables and 500 pounds on hand, the workers would be eager to return home to prepare meals, creating a chaotic rush that would surely be unlike yesterday's calm. First, I will transport the goods to the residential community and sell more than half of them, then proceed to the factory gate for the convenience of the workers as well. Within an hour and a half, I arrived at the county town. Yesterday, I made an acquaintance with Director Zhou, which would facilitate the delivery of vegetables to his home today. I had impulsively delivered a bundle of chives to him yesterday, which was met with disapproval. After establishing rapport and laying the groundwork yesterday, I could now deliver the vegetables without hesitation. I recalled the vague memories of past lives regarding which building and unit Director Zhou resided in. At the entrance, the security guard was reading a newspaper, and I sought confirmation from him. Excuse me, I am delivering some greens to Director Zhou's residence. Is it Unit 3 of Building 8? The guard replied, "No. It's Unit 1 on the 3rd floor of Building 8, young man. You're bringing a cartload of greens for Director Zhou?" I smiled and clarified. "I am not delivering a cartload solely for Director Zhou. Rather, I am selling these greens to the residents of our community, making it convenient for everyone to avoid the hassle of shopping. Director Zhou has approved this." The guard chuckled. "Director Zhou even encourages my son to bring vegetables to sell at the factory, but that lad is not cut out for selling." I was pleasantly surprised to find that I was in sync with Uncle Yuanyuan for the second time. "Uncle, I'll set aside 2 bundles for you. Please wait a moment while I go to Director Zhou's home first." The guard joked, "With the way you're talking, how can you give me 2 bundles for free?" I parked the vehicle beneath Building 8, clutching several bundles of fresh green vegetables as I ascended to the 3rd floor and gently knocked on the door. Director Zhou's wife, a woman in her 30s, was preparing to head out. She inquired, "Who are you?" "Madam, I am Qin Chuan, the nephew-in-law of Director Zhou. I just brought in these 3 bundles of vegetables for you." Her face broke into a smile as she welcomed me inside. "Oh, you were selling chives at the factory gate yesterday? My husband praised you, saying you earn in a day what our factory workers earn in a month. Please come in." "Madam, I want to enter. My vegetable cart is still downstairs, and since you are about to leave, perhaps I could come in another time that is more convenient for you?" Her smile only brightened at my words. As she accepted the vegetables from my hands, she expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, young man. Yesterday, old Zhou mentioned you are a distant nephew from his hometown. Don't underestimate the vegetable business. It is thriving under the new policies." I humbly replied, "If it weren't for Uncle Yuanyuan's support, I wouldn't he dare bring a cart full of vegetables to sell in our community." "Well, if you're here to sell, then why not? It's in the community, not on the street. No one is rushing you." Her words made a significant difference. "Young man, wait here. I'll fetch the money for you." No, madam. Just 2 bundles of greens. They are in tea worth 2 yuan. I don't even know how to thank my uncle. How could I accept this money?" "Oh, you young man, this is unacceptable. My husband will have something to say if I don't compensate you." "Madam, please do not worry. I need to go. My donkey cart is still downstairs." As I turned to leave, she followed me down. Upon seeing the cart full of vegetables, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's quite a load of vegetables. I brought them fresh this morning from the fields in Shirley Tun, planning to sell in our community for a while, then head to the factory gate around noon." Understanding the circumstances of Director Zhou's family, she felt a tinge of sympathy for this distant nephew-in-law. "Young man, henceforth I shall refer to you as Xiao Chuan. Allow me to convey this, Xiao Chuan. The individuals in the factory are residents of the community. It would be most advantageous for you to sell your goods within the neighborhood itself. Why drag them to the factory gate? I will summon some people for you." The elder in the receiving room, upon witnessing the factory director's wife strolling alongside the young vegetable vendor, found his previous doubts dissipated. Clearly, they were quite acquainted. A resounding voice from a middle-aged woman in the community echoed, "Those idling at home, come down and purchase some vegetables. The produce brought to our neighborhood is cheaper than that at the market." Her loud proclamations were more effective than Qin Chuan brandishing a loudspeaker. Those lingering at home emerged from various entrances of the buildings. The factory director's wife, with a hint of ulterior motive, added, "Make sure to buy a couple of bundles. They are relatives from my husband's hometown." "Ah, Sister Zhou, are they your relatives? Then I shall purchase a few more. As long as they are cheaper than those from outside, we shall buy in greater quantities." A bed sheet was spread on the ground, showcasing a row of leeks, a row of spinach, and a row of bok choy, all fresh and vibrantly green. Elders watching over children, homemakers, and others who had ventured out at this hour typically frequented large stores or public vegetable markets, often spending half the day traversing back and forth. The produce there was not necessarily the freshest, having possibly been harvested earlier in the morning. However, this morning, 3 varieties of tender, verdant greens were available right at the entrance of the community. The residents quickly gathered around. The factory director's wife assured, "Son-in-law, sell well. I shall be off now." Qin Chuan promptly replied, "Mother-in-law, please attend to your business. There's no need to worry about me." Everyone recognized the factory director's wife, immediately discerning that the young vendor had connections facilitating his sales at the factory. There was no turning back now. Qin Chuan called out, "Ladies and sisters, leeks for a yuan per bundle, spinach for 30 cents, and bok choy for 50 cents, all freshly harvested this morning, cheaper by 2 cents than at the market." The crowd was in no rush to return home for lunch. The urgency to pay and depart was absent. I picked up a bundle of spinach and 2 bundles of bok choy. "Ah, auntie, here you go. Please take care. Place your money in the bag, and I'll provide change, Qin Chuan cheerfully replied. Oh, bitter greens? This is a delicacy. My husband loves this. Please give me a bundle for a yuan. Auntie, a pile weighs 5 pounds. Should you feel it insufficient, feel free to grab a bit more. Qin Chuan warmly welcomed the patrons, encouraging those who purchased multiple items to take an extra handful of bitter greens. The gathering of individuals formed a lively cluster. Chapter 22. New clothes and canned goods. As noon approached, the crowd began to thin. Remaining were 20 bundles of leeks, 10 bundles of spinach, and 10 bundles of bok choy, which I gathered for sale at the factory gate. Old man Zhang had been waiting for quite some time. Young man, why have you only just arrived? Did something happen along the way? Sir, everything is well. There were no incidents. I was selling in our cotton spinning factory community for over an hour and have just now returned. Old man Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, Make sure to call out clearly. We wouldn't want them to purchase too heavily. Sir, please help me call out. I'll reserve 3 bundles for you. The old man readily agreed. All right, I shall assist you. At noon, the iron gate swung open. Old Zhang called out to them, Listen closely. They've been selling vegetables in our residential area for over an hour. Those who have someone at home should purchase less, while those without should buy as much as possible. However, Zhang's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. A row of fresh greens was snatched away in no time. Complaints erupted from the crowd. Hey, why is it that the vendor's word doesn't hold? You promised to bring more vegetables yesterday, and by the time I got close, it was all gone. Qin Chuan repeatedly explained, I brought 500 pounds. To avoid delaying everyone from returning home for dinner, I sold them quickly in the community. If someone from your family could come downstairs, they would have had a chance to buy. The demand far exceeded the supply. In these times, not only fresh vegetables but also quality goods brought to the city can yield a handsome profit. As long as one isn't targeted by unscrupulous individuals accusing them of speculation and hoarding, the presence of factory director Zhou provides a certain level of protection, mitigating the risks involved. Once the vegetables were sold out, Qin Chuan waited for an additional 5 minutes, but Director Zhou did not emerge. Selling vegetables at the factory gate was not the ultimate goal. Rather, becoming acquainted with Director Zhou was paramount. A tinge of disappointment flickered within Qin Chuan. The doorman informed him that Director Zhou had left early that day and had not returned. It wasn't absolutely necessary to meet him. Merely letting him know that he was selling vegetables at the gate today would suffice. He placed 3 bundles of vegetables in the doorman's care, bade farewell, and hurriedly made his way to the large store. Tomorrow at the market, without a beautiful new outfit for Linger, he would have to purchase a set from the county store. The familiar salesgirl from a few days prior greeted him, and they appeared quite acquainted. Hey, are you going to spend $50 again? The young man from the countryside had made quite an impression by spending $50 in one go. Sister, how could I spend $50 every time? Do you earn just $50 in a month? The salesgirl looked disheartened. I don't earn $50, it's 32. She sported a pair of jeans that distinguished her from the other girls, which Qin Chuan regarded with curiosity. Is this year the trend for jeans? The cheapest pair of jeans was $30. Spending an entire month's wage on a trendy pair of pants, this girl certainly invested a lot. Qin Chuan pointed at her legs. I'd like a pair of those jeans. The girl shot him a disapproving glance. Hey, do you think those jeans are something country girls can wear out? They aren't for sale. Qin Chuan chuckled. When will they be available? My father bought them for me from the provincial city. What are you thinking? Do you think country folks can wear jeans? Qin Chuan smirked. Why can't we wear them? Are you looking down on us? Buying for your new wife? My sister and wife both want to wear them. Huh. If you're so capable, go to the province and buy some for your wife. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Since 1983, jeans had begun to gain popularity. Young women saved diligently, eager to own a pair. Qin Chuan did not genuinely intend to buy jeans for his wife and sister. Rather, he was confirming information. A couple of pieces could be purchased in the provincial city, but for wholesale quantities, one would have to venture to Xintang town in the southern province. Lost in thoughts of jeans, he envisioned buying a complete outfit for Linger, from top to bottom, even including shoes. Though ordinary, it would be entirely new. He spent $20. This evening, my younger sister did not fuss about wanting to sleep with Sister Yuanyuan. The salesgirl again inquired. Do you still need food stamps or tea leaf tickets? Yes, please give me a pound of each, and a bottle of canned yellow peaches. For now, I don't need anything else. Tomorrow, we are heading to the market in our village, where the goods are cheaper than what you have here. After exiting the large store, I hurriedly trotted alongside the donkey cart. 10 miles from the village, near the wheat fields, I spotted a red figure in the distance. It was Yuan Yuan. Next to her was a small gray figure, Yuan Yuan, I'm back. It was Linger who ran towards her brother. Brother, you returned early today. I left at dawn, so I came back early. You left so early that neither sister-in-law nor I even noticed by the time we opened our eyes. The sun was already shining on our backs. Can the sun really shine on one's back in the kiln? Qin Ling giggled. While sister-in-law remarked that the sun was shining on their backs, so how could it have reached her? Qin Chuan hoped his wife would reach him first, wanting to embrace her. The person he had been longing for every moment since morning was now before him. Yuanyuan, dressed in a pink outfit like a new bride, couldn't rush towards a man as carelessly as a younger sister might. The smile on her face was more beautiful than yesterday. She had 30 yuan on her, earned from her husband's sale of leeks the previous day. The money earned from daily business was entrusted to her for safekeeping by Chuanzi. The feeling of carrying money was distinctly different from before. Today, her husband had taken the card out, and business would surely thrive. The earnings from a single day rivaled the monthly wage of a city worker. Yuanyuan kept this secret to herself, knowing that if she spoke of it, no one would believe her. They dared not even dream of it. Upon seeing her husband return home safely, the first words she offered were reassuring. Chuan, the elder uncle, did not come to our house today. I knew he wouldn't dare. If he ever comes back to scare you and Linger, I will make him regret it. Glancing at the bitter herbs they had gathered, Qin Chuan frowned and asked, Did you two not return home for lunch? Yuanyuan smiled slightly. We had the pot pie and even boiled 2 eggs each for lunch. So we didn't go back. We delivered the 2 bags of leeks to 10 households before coming here to gather bitter herbs. Yuanyuan did not finish her sentence, as a few families had coldly declined the leeks, not because they didn't want them, but out of disdain for her. There was no need to burden Chuanzi with such details. There was no reason to add to his worries. He had returned home early, and all 3 were in high spirits. Qin Chuan glanced towards the village, realizing they had wandered too far. Gathering bitter herbs was indeed a laborious task. Linger, you still didn't take care of your sister-in-law today. How could you not come home for lunch? Today, you want to get to wear the new clothes your brother bought you. This implied that he had purchased new clothes for her. Brother, let me see. What new clothes? She eagerly reached into the bag, pulling out the garments, which elicited a squeal of delight from the little girl. Everything was a delightful pink ensemble. Linger, with tears welling in her eyes, murmured softly, Brother, I'll wear them during the new year. Nonsense. You will wear them today. Return home in them after we have some canned food. The yellow peach can was retrieved, and with a spoon from the bitter herbs, she deftly pried off the lid. Yuan, Linger, you each take half. Hurry and eat. The consumption of canned goods is not the primary objective. What truly matters is that the cans serve as vessels for water for the 2 of them. Brother, I am parched, she lamented, having left home for lunch. They had not sipped a single drop of water until now, at 4 in the afternoon. How can one endure such thirst? Lingo, tomorrow I shall procure a 5-pound water jug for both of you at the market. Indeed, it will be convenient for me and sister Yuan to fetch water. You should partake as well, brother. Linger offered him a piece. Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide and devoured it, sweetness flooding his heart. During the new year, one could hardly savor a morsel of canned peaches. Linger, having relished 2 pieces, hesitated to consume more and handed one to Yuanyuan. Sister-in-law, you must indulge. As a newlywed, you ought to eat more for the sake of the baby you may bear. Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Linger, who has imparted such words to you? Today, while delivering leeks, Sister Chiu mentioned that your cravings for sour and spicy foods indicate you might be with child, and she advised me to keep an eye on you. Qin Chuan burst into laughter. Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Linger, stop speaking nonsense. Do not heed their frivolities. Since you married my brother, do you not intend to have children? The young girl, not entirely naive, provoked Yuanyuan to playfully jab her under the arm. Cease your prattle. Cease your prattle. The 3 of them sat in the cart, making their way home, nibbling on canned peaches along the journey. Linger, save a piece for our elder brother. Their brother inquired whether the 2 had delivered water to their cellar yesterday. I do not know. We left at 10 and have not returned since. Set aside a piece for the 2. He may fetch another load of water for the cellar. Chapter 23. Water is a significant concern in Daping Village. She donned a pink collared top adorned with a small plum blossom at the neckline, paired with red elastic straight-leg trousers, which also featured embroidered flowers along the sides. Her cloth shoes bore floral embroidery as well. All of it belonged to her sister. Qin Ling cherished it dearly, twirling around to showcase her attire to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, does it look good? Indeed, it looks splendid. Lingo has grown. and new clothes suit her beautifully. Their brother stood nearby, observing his sister's exuberance, her cheeks flushed with excitement. After many years, this was the first time she was clad in new garments from head to toe. Overwhelmed with joy, the young girl found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Her brother felt a pang in his heart, biting down on his front teeth, holding back tears in his eyes. He affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, forcing a smile. Linger, from this day forth, you and your sister-in-law shall wear new clothes every day. Brother, how much must it cost for me and sister Yuanyuan to appear so new? Linger, now that you have new clothes, will you sleep alone tonight? Yes, I am no longer afraid. Qin Ling felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Unafraid to sleep alone on the Kong that evening, she wore her new attire, wanting to impress her brother and sister-in-law for a while. Brother, sister-in-law, I am too shy to wear this outside. Yuanyuan adjusted her collar and quietly advised, tomorrow, when we go to the market, you must wear this outfit. Qin Ling pouted, her voice filled with uncertainty. With so many people watching, especially from our village, it would be so embarrassing. I should save it for the new year. Hearing this, their brother felt a sharp ache in his heart. In her mind, new clothes were reserved solely for festive occasions, and wearing them now would be too shameful. Sister-in-law, being the new bride, has no qualms about wearing a new outfit when meeting others. However, how does one justify wearing a new ensemble oneself? It suffices to linger a little longer before elder brother and sister-in-law. Linger, heed your brother's counsel. Tomorrow, both of you shall don new garments for their viewing pleasure. While speaking to Linger, I retrieved a handful of coins meant for purchasing vegetables. I must clarify to my wife, the cart has been woefully inadequate for transporting produce. Once we amass 3,000 yuan, we shall procure a tractor. Yuan was taken aback. We are buying a tractor? How is that possible? Why not? If, in a fortnight, I fail to acquire a tractor, then what is the purpose of my early morning ventures into commerce? As Yuan stood there, her expression one of disbelief, a voice called from the entrance, Brother Chuan, you have returned. What are you doing inside? Why are you not out here? Qin Ling exclaimed, hurriedly shedding her new clothes for fear that Datu would catch sight and mock her. Datu's head peeked in, only to find Linger already changed back into her old attire. Datu's tone was quite disheartened. Brother Chuan, there are far too many people fetching water. I couldn't even insert myself into the queue. I managed to haul water for your family once and for mine once, toiling from dawn until dusk. The issue of water scarcity was a significant concern for the villagers of Daping. During May and June, with no substantial rainfall, the water cisterns remained dry, compelling us to rely on donkey carts to fetch water from the irrigation channels. Water was not released daily, having drawn water twice today. If the sluice were to be closed tomorrow, we might have to wait another fortnight for the next release. The villagers of Daping rarely bathe throughout the year, primarily due to the necessity of conserving water. It was not until the fourth elder's son returned from military service and assumed the role of village chief that a mechanical well was established, addressing the villagers' water needs, a development that would unfold 6 months hence. The water Datu fetched this time would suffice until the next irrigation channel released water, presenting quite the predicament. Brother Chuan, if the sluice remains open tomorrow, regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure another load of water for your cistern. What will your family dine on tonight? Datu's foremost concern was what Brother Chuan's family would have for supper, disregarding his mother's previous instructions. Brother Chuan, busy with his cart, surely procured something delectable from his ventures. Qin Ling dashed out to retrieve a jar of canned goods from the stove. Here. My brother said to reserve a piece for you. You promised to fetch water for us twice yesterday. You must fulfill that promise. Datu quickly devoured a piece of peach from the can, rinsing the jar with cold water and drinking until not a hint of sweetness remained. Brother Chuan, are we having fried eggs tonight? Fried eggs are a certainty. If you wish to eat, you may stay, but I fear your mother will come to shoo you away. Datu chuckled. As long as there were fried eggs, even the king himself would be inconsequential. In the large iron pot, rice was being steamed, and Datu, eyeing the nearing completion of the meal, swallowed hard. Is this enough? I have not eaten lunch while queuing for water, and I am utterly famished. In order to bring a fresh supply of water to Brother Chuan's family, Datu had stood in line from noon until afternoon, with 2 buns pressed against his belly, staving off hunger. The rice was scraped from the pot, revealing a layer of crispy bottom, and the 4 of them shared it, each receiving a piece. Linger, please fry a few extra eggs for your big brother. Brother, there are only 10 eggs left, she replied. Fry them all. We shall buy another basket tomorrow. The words spoken by Datu do not reflect his true feelings. Chuangu, we can't all be frying eggs. Tomorrow is market day, and while our villagers carry eggs to sell, you are the one buying them. No one will believe that. Linger inquired further, brother. Did you really fry all 10 eggs? Yes, Datu replied, his tone almost tearful. Chuan Gu, you are kinder than my mother. My mother saves the eggs laid by our 2 old hens to sell at the market, and even when they go bad, she won't let me eat them. Datu's mother shouted angrily from outside the wall. Datu, aren't you coming home for dinner? Just try to stay at Chuan Ji's house for another meal. Qin Chuan defended Datu. And Chun, we've already prepared a meal for Datu. Please don't send him back. And Chun glared at her son. He comes to your house every day to eat. How can you allow this? Doesn't he see your family's current situation? Once you're better off. I wouldn't care how he eats, but for now, he is just mooching off you. Datu stubbornly retorted to his mother. What is wrong with my Chuan Ji's family? They eat eggs every day and have white rice and noodles at every meal. Why haven't you fried 10 eggs for me? In the kitchen. Linger and Yuanyuan had just poured 10 beaten eggs into the hot oil of an iron pan, filling the yard with a delightful aroma. Aunt Chun entered the kitchen, standing by the stove with a tone of deep concern. Yuan, Linger, how can you indulge Datu like this? Are you really frying him eggs? Wiping the oil smoke from her eyes, Linger smiled and explained, Aunt Chun. Datu worked hard all day fetching water and didn't eat lunch. My brother said to treat him well. After a pause, she added, Aunt, this iron pan belongs to you. We'll return it after we buy one at the market tomorrow. Aunt Chun, with a face full of worry, replied, There is no rush. How can you fry a few eggs in such a large pan for my Datu every day? You're spoiling him. Datu protested, Mom. You're talking nonsense. I don't eat eggs at Chuan Gu's house every day. It's only been these 3 days. A pile of chives was tossed into the pan, turning a vibrant green. Half of it was set aside for Aunt Chun to take home for Uncle Chun and his 2 sisters. Aunt Chun refused to take it. Chuanzi, I know you left early to earn money, but money isn't easy to come by. How can you eat eggs every day? You must save where you can. Datu wished not to take any back. Mom, you don't need to take it. I can finish it. Qin Chuan forcefully handed Aunt Chun half a basin of chive and egg stir-fry, and casually returned the basin she had brought for steaming buns. He then mentioned another important matter. Aunt Chun, the melons have been planted, but we can't draw water for a while. I need to take Datu out to do business. I can't manage it all by myself. Aunt Chun expressed her surprise. Is the money outside that easy to earn? And you can't handle it all? Aunt Chun, your family of 5 will benefit from this income every day. And you will have eggs to eat. Aunt Chun's eyes reflected disbelief. Chuanzi, are you telling the truth? Chapter 24. The prodigal grandson Datu's mother carried a half basin of stir-fried vegetables home to take care of the others for dinner, scolding Datu. Finish up and hurry home. You still need to chop a pile of grass to load onto the donkey for Chuan Ji's family. Linger was relieved to avoid the hassle of tearing straw at the communal wheat field. Datu devoured half of the rice in the pot, then set down his chopsticks and said, Chuan Gu, sister-in-law, Linger, I went with my father to cut grass and brought back half for your family. With that, Datu dashed away, leaving Qin Ling gazing at his retreating figure for quite some time. Coming back to her senses, she reminded her brother, tomorrow we need to buy a backpack, along with a shovel and a hoe. How much will that cost us? Yuan pressed her hand against her pocket, her heart racing with excitement, even more so than the previous day. She meticulously recorded today's earnings in her notebook. The men had earned 70 yuan, double what they had made yesterday. The young wife murmured softly, Chuanzi, isn't the county chief's monthly salary less than 70 yuan? No. It's only about 50 or 60. My goodness, you earn more in a day than they do in a month. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. What does 70 yuan a day matter? With the capital snowballing, earning 700 or even 7,000 a day is entirely normal. There is no need to mention it now. It would only frighten my dear wife. Chuanzi, I'll brew you some floral tea. That is perfect. I was just thinking of having some tea. Chuanzi, I'll add sugar, sweetening it generously. Qin Chuan thought to himself, even without sugar, it would still be sweet enough for you, my dear. After dinner, sipping on the floral tea brewed by his wife from a can, he felt refreshed and content. The dilapidated courtyard and crumbling cave were mere surface appearances. Yuan, among the village women, who possesses more money than my wife. You must have over 100 yuan, right? Yuan smiled slightly, though a hint of disappointment tinged her tone. But our family lacks a granary and food. Uncle's granary holds over 1,000 pounds of wheat, and millet fills it to the brim. It wouldn't run out in 3 years. Qin Chuan's buoyant mood dampened. Half of that grain belongs to the 3 of us. I will ensure every single grain is returned. There is no rush. I will take my time dealing with him. For the past 2 years, the siblings had labored under Qin Jianmin's name, their earnings stored in his granary. He spoke sweetly, promising that once Chuanzi married, he would share half with the siblings, yet not a single grain had been given. There was no time to forcefully break into his granary to seize the wheat and millet. When he had the time, he went out to buy vegetables, living off white rice and flour. Qin Chuan had little regard for that grain. After separating from uncle, the villagers would not suspect that the siblings, along with Zhou Jiqing, dined daily on eggs and white rice. Yuan pulled out her money, counting it meticulously once more. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Chuanzi, we have 128 yuan. Including the 50 yuan you spent a couple of days ago, you've earned 170 yuan over these days." 170 yuan. Is that considered a lot? Chuanzi dismissed the amount entirely. Yuan calculated in her mind the expenses for the items they needed to purchase tomorrow. These were all essential household items: 2 shovels, a kitchen knife, a frying pan, a steamer, 3 basins, a kettle, a large water tank, a sieve, and a hoe, among others. She listed them one by one, pausing to add, "Let us skip the kettle. We have a canister." Qin Chuan cautioned, "We must purchase a plastic water jug that holds 5 liters. The weather is becoming increasingly warm, and you and Linger will need water when you go out. A tin can simply won't suffice." He carefully tucked the money into his pocket, stating, "Tomorrow, I will spend 120 yuan. Qin Chuan casually replied, "It will all be spent by tomorrow." "Really? All of it?" she exclaimed. "But you need capital for selling vegetables the day after. If we can buy a pig at the market, let us buy one," he suggested. Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, and she felt a surge of anxiety. "Buy a pig? Chuan, why on earth would we do that? We already eat 2 eggs a day. Is it necessary to eat meat every day as well?" Qin Chuan grinned, aware of her misunderstanding. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, clarifying, "Selling 1 kilogram of vegetables only yields a dime, whereas selling 1 kilogram of pork earns 50 cents. Which would you prefer to sell? Tomorrow, we'll use this 100 yuan to buy a pig, take it to the county to sell the meat, and that 100 will transform into 200, then to 400, and eventually to 800. With that, we can purchase new bicycles for you and Ling, and maybe even a tractor." Yuan was momentarily dazed. "Really? Is it that good?" Chuan is merely indulging in beautiful fantasies, she thought. A bicycle costs 300. Only uncle can afford one. Qin Chuan stood up and called into the house. "Linger, what are you doing in there? Why haven't you come out yet?" "Brother, I'm not doing anything," she replied, having retreated inside to put on a new outfit. Her mind was in turmoil. For tomorrow's market, should she wear this new dress or not? If it looked too pristine, everyone would stare at her, making her feel embarrassed. As her brother called out to her, "Linger, prepare tea for 4th grandpa. Using the jar from today's canned goods. Rinse it with hot water, but be careful not to break it." "Got it, brother. I'll make the tea now." Hearing 4th grandpa's footsteps outside, Qin Chuan reminded Linger to prepare the tea. Qin Wancheng arrived after dinner, having skipped a visit to Qin Jianmin's house and come directly to Chuan's. "Chuan, is everything all right today?" "4th grandpa, I returned early. What could possibly be wrong? Do you need the cart tomorrow to haul things back?" "No, I won't need it for the next few days. I just wanted to see how you were doing, to make sure you hadn't been caught by those city officials wearing the wide-brimmed hats." "Grandpa, things are different now than a few years ago. The policies have loosened. Selling chickens in the city won't get us in trouble anymore. 2 years ago, 4th grandpa had his 5 live chickens confiscated by the officials when he tried to sell them in the county, nearly landing him in jail. For the past 3 days, his grandson had been out early and returning late, not only selling his own chickens but also buying and selling vegetables, engaging in speculative trade to profit from price differences. The elderly man was constantly worried, fearing something would go awry. "Chuan, our waistline ditch and the Old Bull ditch have 20 acres of arable land that yielded 2 harvests last year. The wheat seedlings are thriving. Even if it doesn't rain for 2 months, we'll still have a harvest. Why should I suffer without a drop of rain? You could work alongside me. With the 3 of you sharing the grain, why risk going out?" The elder genuinely cared for Chuan, advising him earnestly. These words resonated clearly in Yuan's ears, emphasizing her understanding. Chuan was 4th grandpa's own grandson, and his father was 4th grandpa's biological son. With so many grandchildren, why did he seem to care so much about Qin Chuan? Willing to part with the land under my name for Qin Chuan? Not by blood. Could one truly do such a thing? "Grandfather, please enjoy this freshly brewed tea." Qin Ling presented a cup of tea to the 4th master, adorned in a new garment, awaiting a word of praise. The sky darkened ominously as the elderly gentleman took the cup, chuckling. "Ah, my dear Ling, how delightful you are, always preparing tea for me. Sweetened just right." Ling stood before him, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look. My brother bought me this new outfit today." Qin Chuan interjected, "Grandfather, Ling is showing you her new clothes." The old man squinted for 3 seconds, then scolded, "Chuan, you wasteful grandson. You earn a bit of money and yet squander it on clothing instead of food? You know you've upset your uncle. You won't receive a grain of rice now." In his heart, the old man pondered the absurdity of new clothes when a full belly was paramount. Not a single grain remained in the granary, yet he indulged Ling with new attire? A prodigal grandson indeed. Chapter 25, Daytime? No, no. Fourth master, will you be going to the market tomorrow? There are certainly necessities at home, like winnowing baskets and such. No money, not going. The old man had initially set aside 10 coins, now all gifted to Yuanyuan as a red envelope. Qin Chuan took the 10 coins from his wife and offered them. "Here is 10 for you, grandfather. Buy whatever you need." "What do you mean, grandson? I gave Yuanyuan 10 coins as a gift. Why return them to me?" "Keep it. Grandfather, your 10 coins are safe with Yuanyuan. But this is my own earned 10. Hold onto it for tomorrow's market and purchase what is lacking at home." The old man firmly refused and attempted to leave. "What need have I to go to the market? I have enough to eat and drink. Life is good, and the household is well stocked." Qin Chuan escorted the fourth master out, saying, "If you need anything, just tell me, and I will bring it back tomorrow." He wouldn't accept money, nor would he take things bought for him. Was he not truly a grandfather? Qin Chuan called out to his retreating figure, "I'll harness your cart for the market tomorrow. Want you ride along? Tomorrow, I must gather grass from the old cow's field. I have no time to waste at the market." After bidding farewell to the elder, Qin Chuan returned indoors to prepare for sleep. Ling hugged her new clothes and trousers, lying down in her sleeping spot. "Brother, sister-in-law said she wants to have a baby with you and sleep with you. I cannot disturb your slumber." Qin Chuan erupted in laughter, unable to cease. "Ling, did your sister-in-law truly say that?" "Yes, she whispered this to me today. I understand. Do not assume I am just a child." Qin Chuan glared at his younger sister, reprimanding, "What do you know?" Yuan entered from outside, puzzled. "What were you discussing with Ling that has you so amused?" Ling chimed in, "I told her about you wanting to have a baby with my brother. You two must sleep together and not be apart." Yuan flushed crimson to her ears. "Ling, what nonsense are you babbling? Sister-in-law, it was you who said this to me today. Is that not true?" Qin Chuan was in fits of laughter until Yuan gave him a push and shot him a glare, then turned and disappeared for a while. Qin Chuan tucked his sister in, gently patting her shoulder, whispering comfortingly, "Sleep well, dear. Tomorrow at the market, I shall buy you a butterfly hairpin and a comb." "Really? When have I ever deceived you, dear brother? You are truly wonderful. Of course, you are my beloved sister. Sister Yuanyuan and brother Dada are also delightful. I shall sleep soundly and will not disturb you and your sister-in-law." Embracing new clothes and trousers, Linger felt an overwhelming sense of joy and happiness. Such splendid days. Free from fear. With eyes closed, her long lashes fluttered gently. This soul sister, Qin Chuan pondered how to cherish her, caressing her hair tenderly. "Brother, I have fallen asleep." After a mere 5 minutes of watchful waiting, Linger indeed drifted off. Extinguishing the oil lamp, Qin Chuan stepped outside, entering the new cave dwelling where Yuanyuan and sat by the bed, tending to the lamp. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile once more. "Do not laugh," Lingo had inquired earnestly, prompting his explanation. He could not simply fabricate stories. Lingo was growing up and would eventually marry. If he did not discuss these matters, who else would? "And you still jest?" The man stifled his laughter, taking a deep breath to speak seriously. "Yuan, your explanations are excellent. With you by Lingo's side, my worries are halved. Otherwise, she remains oblivious, insisting nightly that you sleep beside her." Yuan murmured softly, "Chuanzi, I need to wash up, and you should as well. We must maintain hygiene. Indeed, we must wash. After you, I will follow. I shall fetch you warm water." Yuan possessed a designated basin for hygiene, and he poured hot water into it, placing it on the ground. Snuffing out the kerosene lamp, silence enveloped the room. "Chuan, step outside for a moment. You are my wife. Why should I leave? I wish to see clearly." "What do you wish to see?" "I shall see what is amiss." "You are my wife, not another's." "No. What is the issue?" "You may look at me too." "I shall not." "Come now, what is there to be embarrassed about?" Unable to resist, Yuan drew the curtain tightly. The man, having earned a bit of money, now felt empowered to purchase anything his heart desired. He ought to be able to observe as he pleased. I will wash, and then you may look. After a rustling for some time, Yuan lay upon the bed. Qin Chuan reignited the oil lamp. Yuan, covering her face with the quilt, whispered, "Blow out the lamp and see. If it is extinguished, nothing will be visible." Her body trembled slightly, suppressing her discomfort. With a gentle puff, the man extinguished the lamp and enveloped her in his arms. Yuan, if you are uncomfortable, I shall refrain from looking. We will wait until daylight. Daylight? Yuan, startled, buried herself entirely under the quilt. The two figures remained cautious, fearful that Linger might burst in. Inquiring, "Brother, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Yuan let out a quiet giggle. "Chuan, it feels like we are thieves. Look at how tense you are." Qin Chuan, feeling awkward, explained, "I fear Linger waking and coming in. That would not do. It will be much easier when she is not home." Daytime? No. In Yuan's mind, the intimacy of married life belonged solely to the night. There was no room for such activities in the day. After a restless night, they had not truly enjoyed themselves. Drowsily, they were roused by Lingo's persistent calls from the doorway. His wife nestled closely, her body curled against him. Such a sight must not be witnessed by a sister. "Linger, wait a moment while I dress. Then you may come in." "Understood. I shall not enter. The dawn has already broken. Hurry and rise." Qin Chuan donned his attire and stepped outside. Linger, adorned from head to toe in a brand new outfit, stood at the doorway. Her face freshly washed and a layer of snowflake cream applied, beaming with joy. "Brother, I've made up my mind. I will wear my new clothes to the market. To show them, to let them know that you have earned money, and to make them envious." Linger's words carried a deeper meaning. Just yesterday, she had faced mockery while delivering leeks, burdened like a beggar, exchanging them for grain, and rejected by several households at their thresholds. She pinched her younger sister's cheek. And with a serious tone, Qin Chuan replied, "Linger, eat well, dress well, and grow up beautifully, so they will be envious of us." "Yes. As pretty as Sister Yuan," she responded. "Shoo, let your sister sleep a little longer, once she wakes and has breakfast. The three of us will set off to the market with the cart. Hee, brother, it feels just like the new year." "Indeed. I want you both to feel as joyful as during the festive season every day." The siblings busied themselves at the stove, boiling water to fill a warm kettle. Qin Chuan reminded his sister, "Take 6 eggs. Each of us shall have 2 fried eggs." Qinling pouted, "Brother, you forgot. We had 10 fried for dinner last night. And to 2 ate 5 of them. We have no eggs left." Qin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. "For lunch, I will treat you both to mutton soup at a restaurant." Qinling's voice brimmed with excitement. "We're going to a restaurant? What a luxury. Sister Yuan said we could just eat what we have at home." "No, we shall dine out. I will take you both for mutton." They awaited Yuan to awaken, until the sun graced the sky. The young wife, a bit sheepish, rubbed her eyes and rose from the bed, complaining, "Why didn't you wake me? Who sleeps until the sun is shining on their back? Hurry up and get ready." The donkey was fed and watered. Harnessed to the cart, the siblings took their seats at the front, with the new bride nestled between them, as the cart traversed the village path. Today, many were gathered at the market in Daping Village. Chapter 26, Others' Opinions Are Not Our Concern. A bicycle passed by, belonging to the Wong family from the upper village of Daping. The sound of its bell rang clear, a testament to their frugality in acquiring this new bicycle. Qinling huffed, murmuring softly, "Sister, and I can ride too. I wonder when I will have my own bicycle." Qin Chuan greeted the cyclist, Wang Xinghua. "You're out early?" Wang Xinghua's glance was filled with jealousy, disdain, and utter contempt. He did not respond, as if he had not heard Qin Chuan's greeting. Yuan tightened her grip on her husband's arm, her tone heavy with sorrow. "Chuan, he does not wish to speak with us." Qin Chuan understood Wang Xinghua's reluctance to engage. Before he and Yuan became close, they could share smiles and greetings. In recent days, the bachelor youths regarded Qin Chuan as an adversary. How could he have taken Yuan from their midst? What gave him the right to marry her? They were too impoverished to invite friends over, having only summoned one Zhang de two. Among them, who had better prospects than Qin Chuan? Yuan was blind to their worth. She had settled for Qin Chuan in her desperation. As they walked along, they still greeted others warmly. Bah! Not spitting at them was already a kindness. 2 young women from the Zhang family, hand in hand, were approached by a donkey cart. Previously, they would greet Zhou Yuanyuan with polite smiles whenever they crossed paths. Zhou Yuanyuan took the initiative to call out to them, "Jinlan, Xiaohua. Are you two heading to the market? Come, Join us for the ride." The Zhang sisters shook their heads and waved their hands, stepping back in avoidance. They repeatedly declined, saying, "No, no, you go ahead." Yuanyuan leaped off the cart, attempting to pull them along, but the two girls hurried ahead, distancing themselves. As they glanced back at the Qin siblings and Yuanyuan, their eyes reflected disdain and wariness. Yuanyuan stood frozen for a moment, seemingly grasping the underlying sentiment. Her cheerful mood plummeted, and tears welled up, filled with sorrow. "Chuan, they weren't like this before. Yuan, our marriage is a joke in their eyes. The boys resent us, and the girls look down upon us. We shouldn't extend greetings to them anymore." Qin Ling discerned her brother's implication. "Brother, I understand now. No wonder these past few days. When we encountered others on the road, they avoided me and sister-in-law." Qin Chuan's marriage to Zhou Jiqing had taken place in a dilapidated cave dwelling at the eastern edge of the village, far from the other homes. Most families in the village were unaware of it. For those who did know, the gossip was unflattering. Now, encountering Zhou Yuanyuan seated beside Qin Chuan, the glances cast upon them were filled with contempt. The village head had remarked that Zhou Jiqing was shameless for moving directly into the dilapidated cave. Proper young women had returned home. It was inconceivable for her to remain in Daping Village, let alone to associate with the poorest man, Qin Chuan. It seemed that only Zhou Yuanyuan, having nowhere else to turn, had chosen to be with him. A disgraced woman and a destitute man, destined to share a life together. In recent days, Qin Chuan had been leaving in the morning and returning by afternoon, while the villagers murmured about him and Zhou Yuanyuan, oblivious to their remarks. Now, encountering these people on the road, their attitudes and glances made it seem as though they were dodging a plague. In the eyes of the villagers of Daping, Zhou Yuanyuan lacked decorum, while Qin Chuan had no dignity. How could they dare to greet them? Such audacity was truly shameless. A black mule cart approached from behind, with the sounds of chicks chirping and puppies barking. It belonged to the Li family, who were bringing chicks hatched by their hens and puppies born to their dogs to sell at the market. The mule cart attempted to overtake the slower donkey cart, but Qin Chuan would not yield, giving a sharp crack of the whip, prompting the donkey cart to pick up speed. "Hey, Qin family, I'm a mule, let me pass," Li Shu said, his tone displeased. "The road is too narrow. How can I let you by? I'll yield at the wider stretch ahead." Li Guanyuan sounded quite unhappy. "Qin Chuan, your cave dwelling has no proper entrance. Why are you going to the market? Do you have something to sell or money to spend? What are you trying to show off?" Qin Ling shot back, her eyes narrowed. "Li Shu, my brother has earned money, and look at my new clothes. They were bought with his earnings. We are buying pots, eggs, shovels, and backpacks for the family. What business is it of yours?" Zhou Yuanyuan tugged at her sister, softly advising, "Linger, let it go. It's not worth arguing with them." Li Guanyuan shook his head, suppressing the words he wished to voice. "Young man, you reside in a dilapidated cave dwelling at the eastern end of the village, yet you remain oblivious to the whispers that surround you. Your sister still wears new clothes? Who does not know that they were gifted by your second aunt? What pretense of grandeur do you maintain? In a village like ours, one does not wish to stir up quarrels while venturing to the market." Behind them, another gray mule cart approached, laden with 5 or 6 men and women, murmuring their idle gossip. That young man displayed considerable audacity, leading Zhou Jiqing straight to his home, despite the fact that his uncle had bequeathed him nothing. Zhou Jiqing, careless in her conduct, consorted with anyone, and it seems this lad was the only one who desired her. Who else would want Zhou Jiqing? With no parents to discipline him, and having struck his elders, how could he avoid being cast out by his uncle? And they dare to wear new clothes to the market? The 2 coins jingling in their pockets were given by the old man of the Qin family. They ought to be saving them for emergencies, yet they still go to the market? I truly do not understand why relatives still take an interest in them. Our village chief has declared that he has not given that young man a single grain of food. I suspect he intends to sell the donkey and cart." They passed by the donkey cart. Zhou Yuanyuan, in bitter lip, tightly embracing her husband, her body rigid, fighting back tears. Qin Chuan wrapped his arms around his wife, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, and softly inquired, "Yuan, are you afraid?" Zhou Yuanyuan abruptly lifted her head, her tone resolute. "Who is afraid? If I fear their careless words, I shall no longer live with you. Their mouths belong to them. Can I truly control them?" Qin Chuan praised her. "Good wife. Do not concern yourself with their chatter. We feast on meat and eggs daily, clad in new garments, driving them to envy." Qin Ling pouted. "But we live in 2 crumbling cave dwellings." Qin Chuan laughed heartily. "Linger, our humble abode does not signify misfortune." "What do you mean, brother? No one visits our home. So they remain ignorant of our affairs and our circumstances. Brother, what are you saying? Dado visits our house every day, and fourth uncle comes by daily as well. With a serious tone, Qin Chuan seemingly jested. Dado is my brother-in-law, and fourth uncle is our own kin. Qin Ling poked her brother in the ribs. Stop your nonsense. I would never look twice at Zhang Dado. He is rather dull. Linger, he is not dull. He treats you well. Humph, he claims to like sister Yuanyuan. But you have stolen her away, so he despises you. Yuanyuan admonished Linger, do not speak frivolously. For the first time, Qin Chuan revealed that Dado was indeed his brother-in-law. True hearts are revealed in times of adversity. In the previous 8 years, without Dado's protection, the young girl would have struggled to endure. Today, Dado wished to join the market, yet was tugged away by his mother to tend to the wheat fields. Linger, I shall buy something delicious for your Dado today. Chapter 27. The poor young man's impulsive purchases half a month later. The market in Tugao Township was bustling once more, crowded with a throng of people. A donkey was tethered to a black electric pole at the street's entrance. Yuanyuan quietly asked, Chuan, do you think our cart will be safe amidst such a crowd? There are many thieves about. Yuan, Lingo. You two must glance back from time to time. Do not forget our donkey cart. Yes, brother, rest assured, we are keeping an eye on it. On the left. My arm was grasped by Linger, while my right arm was held by my wife, as we navigated the marketplace from east to west in search of necessities. Qin Chuan reminded once more, hold on tightly, lest I lose you both. There was no danger of losing them. This market stretched from east to west, and a single shout would suffice to call them back. The crowd was overwhelming, creating a sensation where, once one lifted their feet, they could hardly place them back down. Linger fixed her gaze upon a bag of peanuts, a delicacy reserved for the new year. The flavor, she believed, was unparalleled, even celestial. I overheard my brother inquiring of the peanut vendor, good sir, how much are the peanuts per pound? From my own fields, they are 40 cents a pound. Buy more. And I shall give you a discount, the vendor replied. I'll take this entire bag. What discount can you offer? The vendor chuckled, standing tall, a generous discount indeed. You may have them for 30 cents a pound. Qin Ling felt a mixture of surprise, joy, and panic. Brother, why buy them all? It's far too much, several dollars. Yuanyuan understood her husband's intent. Purchasing an entire bag of peanuts would allow Lingo to indulge. A man could earn substantial money in a day. What was the harm in buying a bag of peanuts? Linger, listen to your brother. He is purchasing this for you, so enjoy it well. 20 pounds were handed over for 6 yuan, as Qin Chuan lifted the bag and headed towards the donkey cart. Brother, this is too much. You've spent 6 yuan all at once. Villagers from the Wong and Li families in Daping looked on in disbelief as Qin Chuan carried the bag of peanuts, stuffing handfuls into his sister's pockets. Who buys an entire bag of peanuts? They'd never witnessed such a thing in their lives. That boy must be out of his mind, spending all his few coins on peanuts. He clearly was not cut out for a life of frugality. Mark my words, they would soon cease their purchases altogether. Although the whispers surrounded them, the Qin siblings remained oblivious. Some individuals wandered the market with mere dimes and nickels, returning home with their pockets still jingling. They assumed the Qin siblings and Yuanyuan were mere spectators. However, the sight of someone buying 20 pounds of peanuts drew their attention, especially when they realized it was the Qin siblings. Linger, with one hand tucked in her pocket and the other clutching her brother's arm, felt her heart race. She dared not mention any other tasty treats, fearing her brother might purchase them as well. Linger, enjoy your share, said her sister-in-law as Linger offered her a handful. They carefully cracked the peanut shells, relishing the flavor reminiscent of the new year. The bag of peanuts was placed on the cart, and they ventured deeper into the market. For there were still many items to procure. The vegetable knife from Aunt Chun and the basin from fourth grandpa must be returned. How much for the vegetable knife? How much for a pair of scissors? And what is the price for the shovel and steel fork? The sisters followed their men, listening to Chuan inquire about prices. The vendor responded, 3 yuan for the knife, 150 for the scissors, 3 yuan for 2 shovels, and 250 for the fork. 10 yuan, please. Linger, carry the items. They made another trip back to the cart. Tuck the knife into your waist, said Yuanyuan, and softly. Why do you keep the knife there? If anyone dares approach us with ill intent, I shall give them a lesson, replied Qin Chuan. Yuanyuan glanced around, wary of any trouble. Dressed in a new outfit, her fair complexion and large, sparkling eyes made her quite conspicuous. As the street ruffians eyed her, Qin Chuan sensed their nefarious intentions. With a gleaming kitchen knife at my waist, I challenge you to come closer. As for my wife, they dare not even cast a glance in her direction. Yuan stifles a laugh behind her hand. What harm is there in merely looking? The man speaks with grave seriousness. No, this should not gaze upon another man's wife. Yuan feels a surge of satisfaction within. Turning back, she reminds Linger, who is busily stuffing peanuts into her mouth. They are still raw. Do not consume too many. When we return, your sister-in-law will prepare them for you. I am not afraid of raw peanuts. You should have some too, sister-in-law. Yuan refrains from eating raw peanuts. Qin Chuan inquires of the elderly woman selling eggs. How many are there? And what is the price? There are exactly 100 eggs. If you wish to purchase them all, it will cost you 5 yuan. The three of them crouch down, inspecting each egg one by one, cautious of any that might contain a chick. They seem relatively fresh. I will take them all and pay you 5 yuan. Yuan expresses her concern. Chuan. Is it not too many? If we cannot finish them all at once, it would be unfortunate. After some contemplation, Qin Chuan agrees that 100 is excessive. Even if the two comes over for dinner every day, 100 eggs would be too much to consume before the next market day. I will take 50. The elderly woman is displeased. If you take 50, that means 6 fan per egg. Yuan adopts a stern tone. Auntie, there are plenty of egg vendors. If you refuse to sell, so be it. The three of them turn to leave, only to be grasped by the woman. Very well, take them. For 2 yuan and 50 fan, you may have 50 eggs. In the distance, someone calls out, fresh pork. 1 yuan per jean, a bargain. A crowd gathers to purchase the pork. Qin Chuan quickly discerns that it is sow's meat, reeking of a strong odor. With meat being scarce and no longer requiring a meat coupon at the market, everyone clamors for it. The Wong brothers from Daping Village are also among the throng, clamoring for 5 jean of the fattiest pork belly. Linger quietly asks her brother. He is buying 5 jean. Is he preparing to host a gathering? Qin Chuan nods, considering it likely that he has a betrothal in mind. Should I go ask him? Never mind, he likely would not wish to engage with us. Wang Xinghua, carrying a string of pork, turns and greets Qin Chuan. Are you buying meat too? He then notices the basket holding Lingos eggs and smirks. She Qin, your new bride, deserves the best. You should treat her well. After all, are you not in the business of selling leeks? Leek and egg stir fry is indeed a fine dish. Qin Ling retorts indignantly. Wang Xinghua, who do you look down upon? What is so remarkable about buying a few jean of meat? Wang Xinghua lifts the string of meat high, proclaiming loudly, unlike some people, who, upon marrying, buy 5 jean of meat to entertain a zhang baozheng. This meat is solely for my family's consumption. Qin Ling glares at him furiously. Li Guangyuan pushes through the crowd, pulling Wang Xinghua aside and admonishing him. Cousin, buy your meat and refrain from arguing with them. It is pointless. Wang Xinghua turns to leave, muttering, I can hardly be bothered to engage with them. Li Guangyuan casts a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan and his sister, speaking to Wang's cousin. Be sure to add more bay leaves and dried ginger. Simmer it until tender. This evening, I will bring a fine bottle of wine to your home for us to enjoy together. Indeed, cousin, I await your arrival. In the distance, there are faint calls announcing the sale of live pigs. Yuan, Linger, let us go take a look. We should buy a pig to take home. Wang Xinghua and Li Guangyuan exchange glances and smile broadly. Buy a pig? Let us observe how he intends to purchase a pig. 2 individuals trailed behind the Qin siblings, relaying news to the other villagers of Daping. Come and see. That young man claims he wishes to buy a pig. Curiosity piqued. Everyone wanted to witness how the Qin siblings would make such a purchase. An impoverished lad, yet he speaks grandly without fear of being ridiculed. In chapter 28, The Prodigal's Folly, Ling spoke with a hint of confusion. Brother, you mentioned buying a pig yesterday, and today there are pigs for sale at the market. Have you two conspired? Nonsense, he replied. When has there ever been a market without a few live pigs for sale? Some families announce engagements without a celebratory pig, while others urgently require funds and sell their pigs raised for the new year. Both sellers and buyers gather at the market, facilitating commerce. Having observed the scene, there was only one large pig weighing over 100 pounds in sight. A crowd formed around Qin Chuan as he negotiated the price with the seller. 7 or 8 villagers from Daping watched in amusement, doubting that Qin Chuan possessed the means to buy a pig. How could someone who cannot afford pork purchase a hefty pig weighing 150 pounds? Surely, he was jesting. With utmost seriousness, he queried the seller, Brother Nyo, why are you selling your New Year's pig? Has something happened at home that necessitates immediate funds? The seller, with a sorrowful tone, replied, Brother, if I weren't in dire need, would I sell my pig mint for the new year? Nyo's honesty was evident, but would such a demeanor fetch a good price? Kneeling on the ground, Qin Chuan stroked his chin, estimating the pig's weight at around 160 pounds. "What is your price?" he inquired. Wang Xinghua could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Nyo, why are you even entertaining his banter? He has no intention of genuinely purchasing your pig. He is merely toying with you." Nyo, visibly disheartened, replied, "Whoever offers 50 yuan can take this pig. By the time it's fed until the new year, it will certainly weigh 250 pounds, and I could sell the meat for 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound." His tone suggested genuine urgency for funds. Qin Chuan was puzzled as to why Nyo did not simply slaughter the pig to sell the meat for over 100 yuan. The Qin family is large, with many relatives. If I were to slaughter this pig, who wouldn't he want to take a few pounds? It would only lead to complications. Thus, I opted to bring a live pig to sell. His explanation resonated with the onlookers. In rural areas, attempting to slaughter a pig outside of festive occasions could invite a horde of relatives eager to feast, making it nearly impossible to profit. Selling a live pig instead of slaughtering it was far more advantageous. "If you give me 50, I will sell it." Qin Chuan turned to his wife, asking for money. "Darling, hand him 60 yuan. Are you truly buying a pig?" she asked. "Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Rest assured, I shall not engage in a losing proposition." Yuanyuan pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket, consisting of 10 yuan notes and smaller denominations, totaling 60 yuan, which she handed to Nyo. Gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. "Look at that. She has over 100 yuan. Who knows how many years she has saved that as her secret funds. And now, this young man is squandering it all." Such comments came from the villagers of Daping, who were well aware of Yuanyuan's circumstances. Yuanyuan feigned ignorance. Yet the incessant chatter persisted around her. Suddenly, the young wife rose, her large eyes brimming with indignation. "Wang Xinghua, what nonsense are you spouting? This money was earned by Chuanzi from selling vegetables." Wang Xinghua laughed heartily. "Zhou Jiqing, earned from selling leeks? Over 100 yuan in 3 days? Huh. We shall sell leeks tomorrow too then. If you don't believe it, so be it." Yuanyuan turned, tightly linking her arm with her husband's. And sensing the group of bachelors, including Wang Xinghua, the other villagers from Daping stared, momentarily stunned. Wang Xinghua pulled Li Guangyuan aside and whispered, "Cousin, Qin Chuan bought a pig to host a feast for the villagers. He plans to recoup the cost through gifts. He has a clever scheme." Li Guangyuan, fuming, replied, "I won't go." Wang Xinghua's tone grew increasingly mocking. Zhou Jiqing's father was vindicated this year and received compensation. They are flaunting their money from that compensation before us, trying to save face. Just wait and see. No one will attend his feast when he slaughters that pig. Spotting his village chief, Wang Xinghua approached, tugging at the chief's arm, and quietly inquired, "Uncle, you should check. Your Chuanzi has purchased a live pig weighing 150 jane. Is he indeed hosting a feast for everyone?" Qin Jianmin looked on, perplexed. He pushed forward and saw a black pig tied by its legs, being carried by Chuanzi and another individual towards the donkey cart at the street corner. Qin Jianmin stood there, momentarily dazed. Li Guangyuan leaned closer to the village chief and asked again, "Uncle, is that money he is holding from Yuanyuan's family?" Qin Jianmin, now filled with ire, replied, "How should I know? Uncle, he bought 20 jin of peanuts, amassed so much property, and purchased a pig, spending 80 yuan. My goodness. Did he squander 80 yuan in a single market trip? Aren't you going to intervene?" Fuming, Qin Jianmin cursed, "What business is it of mine? That good for nothing." Suddenly, it dawned on him. This young man intended to slaughter the pig and host a feast for relatives. This could not happen. He must not succeed in his endeavor. After spending days outside, engaging in theft or robbery, how could he have come by 80 yuan? It certainly was not Zhou Jiqing's family's money. A scoundrel who dares to defy his elders would resort to thievery. Qin Jianmin made it clear to the villagers of Daping, do not engage with that scoundrel. Wang Xinghua was skeptical. Surely, uncle, he wouldn't he be stealing or robbing? Wasn't he out selling leeks and bitter vegetables, and didn't he earn a few? Qin Jianmin retorted sharply, "Can you earn 80 yuan from selling leeks? Show me how." As the village chief, Qin Jianmin's words held weight. The others quickly came to believe him, realizing that Qin Chuan had likely acquired his money through dubious means, with the intent to host a feast. He aimed to invite relatives to celebrate his union with Yuanyuan. Qin Jianmin turned his bicycle around, hurrying back to the village to settle matters, ensuring that anyone intending to attend Qin Chuan's feast would face consequences. Aside from the families of Qin Wansheng and Zhang Chan, most households in Daping Village adhered to Qin Jianmin's directives, as many relied on him for their rations, provoking his displeasure. The loss amounted to 80 or even 100 jin of grain, a significant setback. Recently, Qin Chuan had angered the village head, resulting in his uncle refusing to share even a grain with his own nephew. One can only imagine the consequences for others who might offend him. Qin Ling, carrying a steaming pot, nested within it a frying pan, which in turn held 2 bowls. The young girl lifted her gaze and spotted her uncle, brother, sister-in-law. Look at uncle. Qin Chuan glanced forward, muttering, he seems to be in a hurry to procure our goods. A shovel, a kettle, a sieve, needles and threads. Half a bag of potatoes and a braid of garlic. Yuanyuan, have we procured everything we need? Almost all of it, she replied. How much do we have left? The tone of Zhou Yuanyuan was tinged with concern. 120 yuan, with only 20 remaining. We spin a full 100. No worries. Tomorrow I shall double that for you, Qin Chuan reassured her. Yuanyuan contemplated how much they could sell the pig for at the market. Yuanyuan Linger, are you hungry? Yuanyuan touched her belly, while Qin Ling pouted, I've been hungry for ages. The enticing aroma of lamb soup wafted into their noses. Come. I'll take you both to enjoy some lamb pao. Every half-month, a market would convene, with stalls set up where large pots simmered with lamb. A bowl costing just 1 yuan, with the option for extra broth and bread to soak. For those who relished this dish, it was the most delectable bowl. The 3 settled onto the stall-less benches. Brother, shall we head home after eating? No rush, we'll leisurely return. Aunt Chun and her husband, along with the 4th master, and you too can lend a hand. We'll wrap up in no time. Zhou Yuanyuan calculated the expenses in her mind. 150 jin of pork at 1 yuan 50 a jin would fetch 220 yuan in the county tomorrow. She stifled a gasp. Chapter 29. Why sell the donkey cart for profit? Zhou Yuanyuan appeared deep in thought when Linger asked if she wanted cilantro. She didn't hear her. A man nudged her, chuckling. Are you lost in thoughts of tomorrow's 200 yuan? First, let us eat and fill our bellies. Zhou Yuanyuan murmured. Don't large stores require meat tickets to purchase meat? Do you accept tickets from customers? What tickets? I sell it for 1 yuan 50 without tickets. Shoo. Let us eat quietly, he replied. 3 large bowls of lamb, garnished with chopped cilantro and green onions, were brought to them, creating a vibrant green layer. Qin Ling murmured. Big Head could devour 2 bowls. I can hardly finish one. Zhou Yuanyuan, with a patched cloth bag on her back containing 5 steamed buns, distributed 1 to each person, soaking it in the broth. She claimed she wouldn't finish her bowl, offering half to Chuanzi. Qin Chuan called out, Boss, add more meat. I'll pay you an extra yuan. The meat in the bowl doubled. Suddenly, Qin Ling stood and waved to the distance. Big brother, over here. Bao Zhang jogged over, his eyes fixed on the steaming bowl, swallowing hard. Qin Chuan inquired, Big Head, your mother said you were supposed to weed the wheat field today. Why did you come to the market? When my mother heard I was going to fetch water for your cellar again, she sent me to fetch water instead. I couldn't as the gate was closed last night, and it won't open for another 10 days. So, I came to find you at the market. Qin Chuan asked again, did you bring money? No. Qin Chuan turned to Zhou Yuanyuan and spoke. Yuanyuan, please give Daitu 5 yuan. What does his family lack that he needs to buy? Zhou Yuanyuan's movement to take out the money was sluggish. 5 yuan? Is 1 yuan acceptable? Daitu hurriedly interjected. No. No, I just need 1 bowl of lamb soup. Qin Chuan shouted towards the back. Boss, add 2 bowls, and include an extra piece of meat. All right, coming right up. Daitu felt tears welling up. Brother Chuan, I will do whatever you ask without hesitation. Qin Chuan had something in mind that he needed Daito's assistance with. The bucket is empty? It wasn't empty. The empty bucket needed to be returned. Daitu, unload the empty bucket from your cart at the town government, and transfer my goods and that pig onto your cart. Zhou Yuanyuan caught on that their donkey cart would be carrying someone. Surely, one cannot sit alongside that pig, right? All right, Brother Chuan, in 10 days when they open the sluice gates, we can haul the bucket back to fill it with water. After devouring 2 bowls of lamb soup, they paid 7 yuan. Qin Chuan uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark. Last time, 5 people ate 5 bowls for 150 yuan, but it wasn't as delicious. In his previous life, he had shared lamb soup with friends, each bowl costing 30. Brother Chuan, what do you mean? 150? What I mean is that prices are continually rising. Making money is the only solid principle. Daitu rubbed his belly, feeling quite full. He pondered the matter as well, contemplating how following Brother Chuan to engage in business could yield good profits. Whatever Brother Chuan instructed him to do, he would comply. He drove the donkey cart to the town government to unload the water bucket. Linger accompanied to help. She slipped Daitu a handful of peanuts, whispering, "My brother bought a bag. Come to my house if you want some." Brother Chuan bought a bag of peanuts? Why are they raw? Qin Chuan led his wife into the throng of livestock merchants. Yuan, puzzled, asked, "We are not buying livestock. What are we doing here?" He replied straightforwardly, "I want to inquire about how much our donkey cart is worth." "What? You want to sell our donkey?" Yuan's face was filled with confusion and panic. "Chuan, what on earth are you doing?" While his little wife stared in shock, Qin Chuan struck up a conversation with a man nearby. "A donkey is worth about 250 or 6. Qin Chuan further inquired, "If I had a new cart, would you give 300? "Young man, I need to see the donkey and cart to make an offer." "Sir, my donkey cart is at the market entrance. Would you like to take a look?" Qin Chuan led him back. Yuanyuan suddenly realized that Chuan was indeed planning to sell the donkey cart. She grabbed her husband. "Chuan, what are you doing? Are you really selling our donkey and cart?" "The cart belongs to Grandpa. How can you sell something that belongs to him?" Qin Chuan sighed in exasperation. "What else can I do? Where can I gather 500 yuan? First, let us sell the donkey and cart, and we can buy them back in a few days. My father used to do this. It's not a big deal." "What?" Yuanyuan trembled in fear. In less than 3.5 days of living with Chuan, their donkey was sold, and Grandpa's cart was sold. In the village, they were already looked down upon and shunned. How could they maintain their standing like this? She truly had no idea what Chuan was planning. "Yuan, you must listen to me. I need to make money." "Chuan, I understand you want to make money, but we cannot sell our donkey." "Yuan, once it is finished, I will provide you with a thorough explanation." Leading the donkey cart towards the donkey, Qin Chuan played the sympathy card. "Uncle, my parents passed away early, leaving me this donkey cart. I truly cannot bear to part with it. But I am in urgent need of money, so I must sell it to tide me over. If you could offer me 300 yuan, that would be splendid." The man interested in purchasing the cart glanced at Yuan and chuckled. Of course. Your newlywed wife?" "Yes, we just married a few days ago." "Could you give me 300 yuan? After inspecting the donkey, he nodded affirmatively, his tone assured. "A sturdy 3-year-old, worth 250. The cart itself is worth 50. I am also in need of a donkey cart, so very well, I shall give you 300, all in cash." The 40-year-old man pulled out a wad of money and counted out 300 yuan. Qin Chuan smiled and inquired, "Uncle, where do you conduct business to amass such fortune?" "I toiled diligently in the fields, harvesting crops. It is improbable to suddenly acquire 300 yuan. Such individuals are surely involved in reselling goods and engaging in business, possessing vision and the audacity to take risks. He currently requires a vehicle. A mule is temporarily beyond his means, so he opts for a donkey cart as a stopgap. Before long, he will resell the donkey cart." Qin Chuan strained to recall his identity. He did not recognize him. He was not someone who would achieve prominence in Jingning County a decade later. Perhaps he had been overlooked or misfortune had befallen him. It would be prudent to ascertain his exact address to reclaim the donkey cart. "Uncle, where are you from that you are reluctant to disclose?" "Young man, I hail from Luojiawan. I am acquainted with Qin Wanxing from your Daping Village. He is a relative of mine." Just then, Qin Ling rushed over and, upon hearing the conversation, quickly asked, "Do you know my fourth uncle?" With a nudge from her brother, she realized they were conducting business and that familial ties were irrelevant. It dawned upon Qin Ling that her brother was selling their donkey. "Brother, why are you selling our donkey?" The little ant grasped the reins, refusing to let anyone take the donkey cart away. The relative from Luojiawan tugged at the reins insistently. "Young lady, this donkey cart now belongs to me. Your family must vacate it." The two approached with an empty cart. "Chuange, what are you doing?" Qin Ling suddenly burst into tears. "The two. My brother sold our donkey. What is he thinking?" Yuan, a city girl with a broad perspective, contemplated for a moment and came to understand. Chuanzi intended to acquire a sum of money for a grand undertaking. No wonder he mentioned wanting to buy a tractor for the family yesterday. She should support her husband's ambitions wholeheartedly. Her sister-in-law gently pulled Qin Ling aside, offering kind reassurance. "Do not cry. We must believe your brother will earn a substantial profit, and we will reclaim both the donkey and the cart." Qin Ling's tears flowed more abundantly, her grip on the reins unyielding. The relative from Luojiawan, observing the scene, spoke with heartfelt intent that moved Qin Chuan. "Little girl, please cease your tears. We are all from the same village, all relatives. Your brother can indeed redeem the donkey cart. I have already mentioned where my family resides." The relative from Luojiawan sought the donkey cart as a temporary measure. Once he earned money, he would acquire better tools. "The two. Why are you standing there in a daze? Move the things." Datu and the relative from Yuanyuan assisted in transferring the pigs and other items onto Datu's cart, securing the brake ropes tightly. Upon returning home, they still needed to slaughter the pig. Datu drove his own donkey cart, allowing Qin Ling and Yuan Yuan to take a seat. The two sisters-in-law did not ride alongside the pigs. Yuanyuan comforted Linger once more, saying, "Let us trust your brother. Please do not cry. The donkey was left to me by my father. How could it be sold so easily? My brother may earn money, but he cannot sell the donkey." Lingo continued to weep, while her sister-in-law offered her gentle reassurances. Chapter 30. Life is getting better each day. Zhang Baozheng ventured to the back mountain fields, calling for his parents to assist Chuan Gu in slaughtering pigs. Fourth aunt was summoned to lend a hand as well. Fourth uncle was away, having gone to Lijiaoan to fulfill a favor, and would not return until the next day. It was better this way. He should remain oblivious to the sale of the cart from their family, as his incessant inquiries were quite bothersome. Aunt Chun and her husband worked with nimble hands, while Qin Chuan and Daitu provided strength, and Linger and Yuanyuan scurried in and out to help. The atmosphere was lively and festive, akin to the slaughter of pigs during the 12th lunar month. 2 stoves in the large kiln were lit to boil water, utilizing both a large iron pot and a steaming pot. Daito's father demonstrated commendable skill in butchering, efficiently resolving the task with a single stroke, this time without injuring himself. In just half a day, they processed a black pig weighing 160 pounds, resulting in 2 large slabs of meat. Zhang Chun ventured out, borrowing a hand scale from someone else home. "Chuanzi, do you think this is a vegetable market? Just grab a handful, and it weighs a pound or 2. Let us weigh it properly." He explained the situation regarding purchasing meat outside the cotton mill in the county town to Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun. They planned to set off early the next morning, with Baozhong offering to help for a promised payment of 10 yuan for the day. Uncle Chun gave a thumbs up to his nephew, saying, "Chuanzi, your business acumen is remarkable. Take your brother Daitu along and work diligently. Don't limit his pay to 10 yuan for the day. He can help you without charge. Once you've earned enough for bricks and tiles, we can afford to build a proper house and put an end to their mockery of your dwelling in that dilapidated cave." The 2 slabs of pork were weighed, totaling 120 pounds. Yuanyuan whispered, "Selling 120 pounds of meat will cover all the expenses incurred today." Before heading to the market, she had 120 yuan on her, nearly spent. Tomorrow, when the men ventured out, they would have over 100 yuan again. The excitement and thrill within the young woman were palpable, and despite her efforts to restrain it, Chuanzi teased her, "Are you truly this pleased over such a small sum?" The pig's head, trotters, and offal were all kept, enough to sustain 2 families for several days of feasting. As the weather grew warmer, it was prudent not to keep too much, with Aunt Chun and 4th aunt's assistance. The leftover bits would be prepared into delicious treats to savor during the new year. "Uncle Chun, may I borrow your donkey cart tomorrow to take the vegetables into town? We have plenty to transport." Zhang Chun readily agreed, advising, "Take it, but be cautious. Do not let anyone confiscate it." The 2 families, 10 individuals in total, gathered joyously to enjoy a meal of rice and stir-fried pork slices. During the meal, Aunt Chun noticed a frown on Linger's face. "Lingo, today you bought so many household items and even a pig. With all this meat to enjoy, why the tears? Didn't your brother buy what you wanted?" "No," she replied. As Qin Chuan admonished her gently, "Linger, eat your meat well to grow strong and beautiful. Do not speak out of turn." Yuanyuan placed meat slices into Linger's bowl, piling them high. Linger felt constrained, unable to express her feelings. After finishing their meal and busying themselves for a while longer, darkness fell. Zhang Chun, carrying the pig's head, exited Qin Chuan's yard, humming a tune as he made his way home. Wang Xinghua hurried past him. "Uncle Chun, did you receive the pig's head from their family? Chuanzi asked me to take it back and tidy up. Did you also go to the market today?" Wang Xinghua went to invite Li Guangyuan for a meal, and on the way, he encountered Zhang Chun, who recognized that the pig's head Zhang was carrying belonged to the Qin Chuan family. Wang Xinghua looked down upon Zhang Chun for being so close to the Qin Chuan family. Poor relatives cannot offer genuine support, and often end up entangling themselves. "Uncle Chun, are you aware of the good deed Qin Chuan did at the market today?" "Yes, Chuanzi bought a pig at a reasonable price, which has already been slaughtered. Tomorrow, he will take it to the city to sell the meat, and he will surely make a good profit." Wang Xinghua, puzzled, remarked, "Taking it to the city to sell meat? I thought he was setting up a feast for the villagers." Zhang Chun laughed heartily. "Chuanzi has no time for banquets. Making money in business is paramount. He can earn over 100 tomorrow, which is excellent." "Over 100? Wang Xinghua finally understood that Qin Chuan bought that pig to sell meat for profit. A quick calculation revealed that if all went smoothly, he could indeed make a profit. However, Wang Xingguo was not referring to the meat-selling venture. Uncle Chun, did you know that Chuanzi sold his donkey today and also sold his granduncle's cart? You must not know what he is planning to do in the city. What? He sold the donkey? And the cart as well? How could that be? Pa. If you don't believe it, go ask him. Wang Xingguo rode his bicycle over. Zhang Chun's excitement faded. This matter needed clarification. For a farmer, a donkey is essential for plowing and transportation. One cannot simply sell it. No wonder he borrowed his family's donkey cart. As he thought, Chuanzi intended to enter the city with 2 donkey carts to sell meat and vegetables for a hefty profit. Carrying the pig's head, Zhang Chun turned back to the courtyard of the Qin Chuan family. Chuanzi, please clarify for uncle why you sold your donkey and your granduncle's cart. Chuanzi, without parents and estranged from his uncle, could not do as he pleased. He needed someone to look after him. In the afternoon, while busy boiling water and slaughtering the pig, he paid no attention to the donkey cart situation. Had it not been for Wang Xingguo's timely warning, Zhang Chun would have remained oblivious. Uncle Chun, who told you this? Never mind who told me, I just want to know if it is true. Qin Chuan, speaking candidly, replied. It is true. I temporarily sold my donkey and my granduncle's cart today. I will buy them back in due time. Do not worry, it is not a big deal. Chuanzi, I am asking because I care about you. What do you intend to do with the money from selling the donkey? Are you planning to buy grain? Qin Chuan thought to himself that Uncle Chun is an open-minded man who could understand his intentions. He decided to explain his thoughts in detail. However, Zhang Chun still seemed somewhat confused. You were raising 500 yuan to go to the southern province to wholesale trousers? Is this what you call doing big business? Uncle Chun, the cost price for a pair of jeans is 10 yuan. If I sell them to city women, the lowest price is 30 yuan. I can earn over 10 yuan on each pair. 50 pairs could yield 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Zhang Chun was taken aback, unable to close his mouth. In these times, who would dare to claim that a single trip could yield 1,000 yuan? It was unimaginable. Uncle Chun. It was a relative from Yuanyuan who bought the donkey cart. Once I make this profit, I will redeem the cart. If I cannot buy it back, it does not matter. I will purchase a sturdy mule, which would be even better for plowing and farming. Zhang Chun pondered deeply. Indeed, Chuanzi had earned a considerable sum, and acquiring a large mule was quite a commendable endeavor. So, you require a substantial investment before selling the donkey cart? Uncle Chun, I knew you would grasp the situation. Yet, what if misfortune befalls us? Traveling to the southern province to procure jeans entails a perilous journey of 5 to 6 days. Uncle, while others deem it dangerous and hesitate to venture forth, I shall boldly pursue it, thus reaping greater profits. Zhang Chun contemplated for a long while, gazing upon the dilapidated cave dwellings of Chuanzi, reminiscent of Daping Village. Only Chuanzi resided in such a decrepit abode, devoid of parental guidance. Although he had married Yuanyuan, the union was marked by humility and misfortune. Contemplating these thoughts brought tears to Zhang Chun's eyes. Chuanzi, you are still so young. Venture forth without trepidation. With the policies relaxed, if you apply yourself diligently, I shall support you. You possess the acumen for commerce. Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Those who support him will ultimately be rewarded. Within the village, having Uncle Zhang Chun's family provided warmth to his heart. He was the best companion during his father's lifetime. The bond they shared ran deep, transcending mere blood relations. Thank you, Uncle Chun. This heartfelt expression of gratitude made Zhang Chun feel somewhat bashful. You, my child, should strive for a brighter future. I shall take my leave now. Moments ago, I heard the bicycle bell ring, peering out the front door. I spotted Wang Xingguo riding towards Lijiatai. Surely, that rascal is gossiping about me in front of Uncle Chun, behaving like a petty gossip monger. Zhang Chun returned with a pig's head in hand, meticulously cleaned and prepared. He chopped it up, simmering it with soy sauce until tender, intending to share half with Chuanzi's family to sustain them for several days. He also set aside some for Chuanzi's grandfather to silence his complaints. The sale of the cart had undoubtedly enraged him. Yuanyuan squatted before the stove, tending to the fire, having rendered a basin of lard. With bits of oil left over from making dumplings, a favorite of Linger, life was improving day by day, filling Yuanyuan's heart with warmth as she anticipated the delights of the evening, feeling cozy and content beneath her. Chapter 31. The vegetable seller must come daily at 5 in the morning. Qin Chuan harnessed the donkey cart, standing at the entrance of Uncle Chun's home. He heard no stirrings from the Baozhang brothers. They had agreed the previous night to set off together at dawn, and delays were unacceptable. In these times, entertainment was scarce. Darkness signaled sleep, and without wives to rouse them, he wondered why they had not yet risen. Among the villagers of Daping, Qin Chuan was the earliest to rise, venturing out to earn a living. With diligent hands and an expansive vision, even pigs could soar amidst the economic boom of 83. Time was of the essence, every moment counted. As time equated to money, DTU, rise and shine. If you don't get up, I want to take you along. DTU is essential today, as they required his family's donkey cart. Hearing the call from outside, DTU was kicked off the bed by his father, agreeing to join Chuanzi in their outing. Why sleeping? Dressed and ready, DTU slung an old cloth bag over his shoulder, yawning widely. Chuanzi, do we really have to leave so early each day? If we don't depart at this hour, we won't return home until late in the afternoon. Chuanzi, you have a wife to attend to, so you must return early. I have no such ties, so a later return is of no consequence to me. After a while, DTU shook off the remnants of sleep. Chuanzi, my father mentioned that after completing today's business, you would have 500 yuan in hand. Is that true? Not at all. You're just trying to get me moving. Zhang Baozheng resolved to follow Brother Chuan in pursuit of lucrative business ventures. Drowsily, he succumbed to slumber for 2 hours. Upon arrival at the verdant fields of Shirley Tun, he mused, Brother Chuan, are we not headed to the county town to sell meat? Why have we come here? With a donkey cart carrying 2 slabs of pork. He pondered the apparent wastefulness of it all. We should bring along a cart of vegetables as well. Understanding dawned on Dadu, who chuckled, Ah, Brother Chuan. I thought this trip was solely for selling meat. I see now we are to transport vegetables too. Li Bo greeted them warmly, having prepared bundles of fresh greens. Among them were water radish seedlings, which could fetch a dime apiece in the city. Dada busied himself packing the vegetables, 200 jin of leeks, 100 jin of spinach, 50 jin of small bok choy, and 30 jin of water radish seedlings. With 30 yuan exchanged, he declared, Li Bo, we shall return tomorrow for more vegetables at this very hour. Certainly, young man, take care on your way, replied Li Bo, rushing along. Dada urged the donkey with a whip, eager to return. Having missed the previous day, the cotton mill workers murmured about the absence of the young man selling vegetables. Reminiscing about the freshness he brought, 120 jin of fresh pork would surely create a frenzy at the factory gates if transported to the residential complex. It would likely sell out swiftly. The uncle at the reception proactively called out, young man, many have been inquiring about you, eagerly awaiting your daily vegetable sales for convenience. Dada left 3 bunches of greens for the gatekeeper and reminded him, when the pork arrives, please have it weighed. It's 1 yuan 50 per jin. But I cannot deliver it to you. You still have meat? The uncle replied, if it's for the cotton mill workers, then let us make it as convenient as possible. The uncle gave a thumbs up, good lad, you know how to conduct business. Dadu, somewhat dazed, felt hesitant to greet the city folk. As they entered the residential complex, Qin Chuan advised him, brother, you must smile and greet the people. Be charming and address the elderly respectfully. I have just arrived and am still finding my footing. Do you already look down upon me? Dada responded, I do not look down upon you. I merely wish for you to acclimate quickly. Nodding vigorously, Dada replied, Brother Chuan, I shall learn diligently. I aim to earn 30 a day. From Linger, Dada learned that Brother Chuan had been trading vegetables these past few days, managing to earn 30 each day. Selling vegetables was merely a transitional phase. Soon, this stall would be entrusted to Datu, who was to be properly guided over the next few days. Upon reaching the base of Building 8, Qin Chuan said, Brother, wait here. I shall be right back. He carried a relatively heavy hind leg of pork, packed separately, up to the 3rd floor, knocking on the door of Director Shou's home. The woman who opened the door was the same as on the first day. Oh, my son-in-law. We were just discussing you yesterday. We thought something might have happened to you. Mother-in-law, not at all. Yesterday, we had a market day in Tagaoxiang, where I procured some necessities for home and a festive pig. Today, I am here to sell meat. I have brought a leg of pork for you and Director Shou. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. A leg of pork? Mother-in-law, once the meat is scraped and fried, and the bones are stewed until tender, it can provide meals for a week. In these times, without a refrigerator, I advise you to eat it promptly to avoid spoilage. My son-in-law, how many jin is it? I will pay you, she insisted. Old Shou scolded me yesterday, saying I took 3 bunches of vegetables without payment. I must settle that now. She turned and quickly returned with 2 large bills, firmly placing them in Dada's hand. I see there are over 10 pounds of farm-fresh pork, which you can sell for a good price. Here are 20 yuan for you. Qin Chuan quickly clarified that he did not want any money. Mother-in-law, I want you to take your money. My Uncle Shou has already generously supported me by allowing me to sell meat and vegetables in the community. It would be inappropriate for me to accept more from you. The woman, feeling helpless, replied, "Oh dear, this pork leg is a gift from my family. I cannot accept it. Your Uncle Joe will surely scold me. I have already informed Uncle Joe. He won't scold you. Today, I brought my brother along, and we will rely on Director Joe for support. Please keep the goods. I must head down now." Qin Chuan turned to leave, and the woman followed him downstairs. "I'll call for others to come down and sell the meat," she announced loudly, just as she had done 2 days prior. "Fresh farm meat for sale. No meat tickets needed. Hurry before it's all gone." The brothers quickly laid out empty bags and old bed sheets on the ground, neatly arranging the fresh vegetables. They cleared space on the cart and took out the pork, with the knives and cleavers prepared from the previous day. A handheld scale was ready to weigh the meat. In the city, meat was rationed and could only be purchased with tickets, distributed monthly to workers. Once the tickets were used up, it was nearly impossible to buy meat even with cash at public stores. In recent years, the market had gradually opened up, allowing the purchase of certain essential goods without tickets, albeit at a higher price. However, meat remained a scarce commodity. In Jingning County, several state-run farms provided a fixed quantity of meat, yet demand still outstripped supply. The arrival of a pig in the community led to an inevitable frenzy. "Is everyone lining up properly? I can't hear who wants 3 pounds and who wants 5, Qin Chuan remarked amidst the commotion. Bao Zhang echoed Qin Chuan's sentiments, urging everyone to maintain order. "Please queue up. There is enough for everyone, so no pushing." The line grew longer as the pork diminished. Even 1,000 pounds would sell out quickly. At Yuan per pound, it wasn't exactly cheap. There was only one piece left, weighing 10 pounds. 3 older women pushed through to secure it, exclaiming, "Young man, we 3 families will take it. Hurry and weigh it." A crowd quickly gathered, clamoring for their share. "Why should you 3 get it all? I've been waiting in line for so long. Young man, please weigh me 5 pounds. Qin Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and hastily divided the last 10 pounds into 3 portions. Fortunately, Yuan had to wait at the factory gate until noon, as workers fighting over meat could lead to chaos. "Listen, I can't obtain much pork. But how about lamb? There are several sheep farmers in my village, and I can bring lamb for sale every few days. Would that be acceptable?" Pork was in higher demand than lamb, as it could be rendered into lard and stored for an extended period without spoilage. He made sure to ascertain everyone has preference for lamb. "Young man, whether it's pork or lamb, just bring it. No meat tickets needed." "All right. I will bring lamb tomorrow." Those who managed to buy meat smiled happily, receiving a bunch of chives and spinach from the vendor. "Make sure to come every day." "Of course, madam. Even if I cannot make it, my brother will come." In just an hour and a half, the cart was empty. Not a single ounce of meat remained, nor a handful of green vegetables. The 2 appeared bewildered for a moment. "Chuange, this is quite in demand, isn't it?" I barely spoke a few words, and everything was sold out. The 2 head to the entrance of the cotton mill. Since the goods are sold out, I need to speak with Director Zhou there. Chapter 32. Young son-in-law. "Do you understand market economics?" Bao Zhong, rubbing his stomach, inquired of Chuan Ge. "When are we having a meal? Are you hungry already?" "It's not yet noon." Chuan, "Good. I left in a hurry this morning and only managed to eat 2 buns on the way. I'm already quite famished." The 2 always felt he couldn't eat enough, resembling a ravenous ghost. Yesterday at noon, he had 2 bowls of mutton soup at the market but felt too shy to ask for 2 more. Last night, at Chuan Ji's home, he had 3 bowls of rice during the pig slaughter feast. Yet he could have eaten another bowl if he had felt embarrassed to ask for more. When would he be able to eat his fill without restraint? They hurried along with the donkey cart, following Chuan Ji's directions to the cotton mill entrance. During the previous 2 visits to sell vegetables, Qin Chuan had noticed a peculiar phenomenon. On the left side of the cotton mill, a vacant lot was being filled with red bricks unloaded from 2 liberation trucks. At lunchtime, people were too busy scrambling for vegetables to pay attention to this situation. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed several tens of thousands of red bricks neatly stacked. It appeared that a row of houses was to be constructed here. He recalled that a row of single-story shops was planned for building. Director Zhou intended to erect a row of shops around the factory, selling essentials such as rice, oil, salt, vinegar, tea, vegetables, and various sundries, to be rented out to the families of employees, fostering a thriving commodity economy. 8 years later, when Qin Chuan was released from prison and passed by this area, it had transformed into a bustling commercial district. The construction of the buildings was set to commence this year. Most of the rental income from these shops likely lined Director Zhou's own pockets. He was exposed for embezzling public funds to build these houses and subsequently collecting rent. leading to further complications that resulted in a 3-year sentence. Qin Chuan squinted slightly. It was here that Director Zhou had committed his transgressions. Someone had intentionally stirred up trouble for him. A truck driver had suffered a fatal accident, and his family, seeking justice, escalated matters, bringing to light various issues that landed Director Zhou in prison for a year. While renting shops to employees for private business was acceptable, he should not have pocketed the revenue. That was the very misstep that provided others with leverage against him. Chuan, good. Do you think the funds will suffice for building those houses? The two quietly inquired, noticing Chuan Gu lost in thought as he gazed at the row of red bricks. Tell Bao Zhang that we will definitely build houses. There is no rush for this day or the next. Chuan Gu, you currently reside in 2 dilapidated cave dwellings. It's one thing for you to endure it, but what about Yuanyuan and Linger? You must ensure that your sister-in-law and your sister are well-fed, well-clothed, and accommodated in decent housing. Indeed, brother, you are right. Ha, Chuan Gu, no one would have imagined that today you sold meat and vegetables, earning a total of 256 yuan. You've calculated that in detail? Such a simple sum, even a fool could reckon it out. The cost of pork was 60 yuan, and the cost of vegetables was 30 yuan. After selling the meat and vegetables, the total came to 256 yuan, yielding a profit of 166 yuan. For the past few days, the family has had plenty of meat to eat. Life is indeed quite blessed. Chuan Gu, your funds must now exceed 500 yuan, right? Adding the 300 earned from selling the donkey cart yesterday, you have exceeded 500. My goodness, Brother Chuan. In less than 10 days, you have transformed from a state of financial destitution to possessing 500. Remarkable indeed. After stating this, Dado reflected further, noting that the donkey and the cart belonging to your fourth uncle should not be considered as profit. Since yesterday, Dado felt his horizons had expanded tremendously. As 2 individuals emerged from the factory, it was none other than Director Zhou and his wife. They had accepted a pig's leg from Qin Chuan without demanding a single cent in return, although Mrs. Zhou felt uneasy about it. Zhou had specifically arranged this, as the son-in-law from Daping Village was engaged in a modest vegetable-selling business. Making the long round trip was not an easy endeavor. Zhou intended to accept the vegetables and offer payment. When he delivered a pig's leg, he refused any payment, prompting the wife to hastily seek her husband to report this. Fearing reprimand upon returning home, Director Zhou, pedaling his bicycle, and his wife made their way back to the residential area when they noticed a donkey cart parked at the entrance. Turning his head, he spotted the vegetable-selling son-in-law standing before a stack of bricks in the open space. Hey, young man, come here. Qin Chuan approached Director Zhou with purposeful strides. Uncle Yuanyuan, did you come specifically to find me? Son-in-law, this won't do. You must accept payment. I understand your difficulties. Uncle Yuanyuan, I will not accept money. I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if you would be agreeable? Qin Chuan beckoned to Bao Zhang, introducing him. Come over. Let me introduce you to our cotton spinning factory's leader, Director Zhou. Dado approached, wearing a broad smile, and greeted Mrs. Zhou first. And, what a surprise to see you. Dado stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. You must shake hands with the leadership, silly brother. Qin Chuan then explained to Director Zhou. He is a country boy and has not encountered such situations before. He doesn't know how to greet leaders. Such remarks irritated Zhang Dado. Brother Chuan, are you not a country boy yourself? You mock me after just a few days away? Director Zhou and his wife chuckled heartily. Son-in-law, you previously mentioned not wanting money for the meat. What conditions do you have? Speak freely, I am listening. Uncle Yuanyuan, once the row of houses is constructed, I would like to rent 2 rooms. I cannot sell vegetables and meat outdoors daily. It becomes inconvenient when it rains or is windy. The weather has been favorable lately, allowing me to stand outside. However, should a heavy rain arrive, I would have nowhere to take shelter. He spoke while gazing at the clear sky, devoid of a single raindrop. A gleam of gold sparkled in Zhou Yuanyuan's eyes. How did you know I was planning to build a row of shops? Uncle Yuanyuan, you support the development of a market economy and are keen on fostering individual enterprises. That is what you truly wish. Well said. You understand the market economy? Come. Let us discuss this over a meal. I can see you are quite remarkable. Director Zhou turned to his wife, reassuringly. I want to be returning home for dinner. I will dine with our son-in-law in the factory canteen. We have much to talk about. Though Mrs. Zhou smiled, her words dripped with complaints. Look at you. Not returning home again. It's south so close, and the children haven't seen you in a week. They might think you are far away. Were you not just away yesterday? Hurry back. The children are waiting for dinner. As she departed, she urged Qin Chuan to come home once his work was done. Yuanyuan cheerfully led Qin Chuan and Dado, who was guiding the donkey cart. He instructed his subordinates to have the meal prepared in his office, enough for 3. Son-in-law. Your wife's brother-in-law works at the hat factory. I've sent someone to fetch him. I assume you two have yet to meet? Qin Chuan blurted out. Li Xianxian works at the hat factory? Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. You know him? But he claims not to know you. What is the story there? Qin Chuan smiled broadly. Uncle Yuanchao, Yuan Yuan has been in touch with her family for years. It's a long story. Zhou Yuanchao sighed. I'm aware of the situation with Wen Sheng's family. The turmoil from past movements has left people in a state of disarray, but with the rectification of policies, the focus has shifted to economic development and market dynamics, leading to fewer disruptive movements. 2 chefs brought forth a meal, greens, eggs, and tofu, devoid of meat. The taste was delightful, and Bao Zhong devoured his food heartily. Qin Chuan offered a gentle reminder. Moderate your eating. You might frighten others. Brother Chuan. Director Zhou refers to you as son-in-law since he is related to my sister's family. Why haven't you informed her? Just eat your meal. What do you know? Dado, despite his intelligence, regrettably fell short in his studies, having dropped out after the 3rd grade. Zhou Yuanchao observed Dado's voracious appetite in astonishment. Your brother is quite the glutton. I should fetch 5 more buns. During the meal, Zhou Yuanchao acquiesced to the request made by Qin Chuan, agreeing to rent him 2 rooms in the newly constructed shop on the left side of the factory. Qin Chuan insisted on a written contract. Zhou, amused, remarked, this lad is no mere street vendor. He possesses foresight. Few among the factory workers and officials truly understand the essence of a market economy. Son-in-law, do you comprehend this? How do you perceive it? At 19 and a half, Qin Chuan spoke with an intellect that belied his age. Uncle Yuanchao, I've repeatedly studied the newspapers on the wall at home, and through contemplation, I've gleaned some insights. Bao Zhong chimed in, explaining to Director Zhou that Qin Chuan had graduated from junior high and was accepted into high school, but with no parental support and a sister to care for. He had to discontinue his education. This was indeed true. Qin Jiamin had brought newspapers to cover the bed for a week, all detailing the significant events of the past 3 years. They consistently emphasized the theme of economic development. The market economy, after all, was about the special zones in the southern provinces and the wholesale of denim jackets, aimed at profit, distinctly different from the rigid system of procurement and distribution. Director Zhou, if you establish a row of shops, allowing free purchase of clothing, oil, salt, sauces, vegetables, and meat, with individuals bearing their own risks, that's the essence of a simple market economy. Those who seize this opportunity can flourish even selling sheep dung. Expressing such thoughts brought a broad smile to Zhou Yuanchao's face. What a clever lad. I never expected you to truly grasp the art of business. Remarkable indeed. Just as Director Zhou was basking in his delight, the workshop director burst in, breathless. Director Zhou, Dong Dawei is drunk. A truckload of fabric needs to be delivered to Tongqing this afternoon. This will cause a delay. What shall we do? Zhou Yuanchao sprang to his feet. What did you say? Dong Dawei can't drive again? The director, agitated, stamped his foot. Director Zhou, you must see for yourself. He is inebriated and incapable of driving. What a fool. I repeatedly urged him not to drink, yet he still became inebriated. We need to urgently summon a driver from the hat factory. Director Zhang clapped his hands in frustration, exclaiming, Director Zhou, if it were possible to summon one, I would have done so already. All the drivers from the hat factory are out and won't return today. Director Zhou, agitated, began to pace. This is troublesome. What shall we do? Qin Chuan had never witnessed Director Zhou in such a state of distress. Upon entering the factory area, he noticed a liberation truck parked by the warehouse, loaded with fabric destined for the city's garment factory. 2 drivers were available. One was hospitalized due to illness, and the other was intoxicated. Zhou Yuanchao bellowed. Even if he's drunk, he must drive the truck to the Tongqing garment factory. I'll involve a few more people. That scoundrel Dong Dawei should not think I hesitate to dismiss him. Qin Chuan swiftly intervened. Uncle Yuanchao, you must not let a drunken person drive. It is exceedingly dangerous, and a catastrophe could easily occur. His mind raced with memories of a tragic accident earlier this year at the cotton spinning mill, where 3 lives were lost and 5 tons of fabric caught fire. It was highly probable that today's incident would have similar repercussions. Should the authorities discover that Director Zhou compelled the inebriated Dong Dawei to drive the fabric, he would be held primarily accountable for the accident. Director Zhou had already compensated the families of the deceased and had manipulated public funds, which led to his exposure and subsequent imprisonment for a year. During his time in prison, Zhou Yuanchao had discussed these matters with Qin Chuan, emphasizing the imperative of never allowing a drunkard behind the wheel. Director Zhang also chimed in. Director, look at him. He is swaying and barely coherent. He cannot be allowed to drive. Director Zhou shouted once more. Then what are we to do? We cannot procure a driver from elsewhere. With 5 tons of fabric, are we to have everyone ride bicycles carrying 100 pounds each to Tongqing? In this day and age, truck drivers are scarce. One cannot simply find someone who can drive. Jingning County lies 60 miles from Tongqing, and a round trip takes 3 hours. Qin Chuan proposed, Uncle Yuanchao, why not wait for the driver to sober up and send the fabric tomorrow? It shouldn't cause significant delays. Zhou Yuanchao, exasperated, huffed in frustration. Director Zhang explained, young man, do you understand? This supply contract was hard-won and required immense effort from our director. This is our first shipment to them, and they are awaiting the fabric. If we don't deliver today, we will be in breach of contract, resulting in substantial losses. Qin Chuan wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, rising to declare, I comprehend now. This is not merely about a shipment of fabric, but rather a matter of reputation. Director Zhou, may my brother and I deliver it for you? Director Zhou, taken aback, responded, with your donkey cart? Qin Chuan smiled broadly. No, I will drive the truck myself. The two coughed, unable to articulate his response. Brother Chuan. You. Zhou Yuanchao's eyes widened in astonishment. You can drive a truck? Uncle Yuanchao, just watch me, Qin Chuan replied confidently. Without further ado, he exited the office and strode towards the truck parked near the warehouse, with Zhou Yuanchao and Director Zhang closely following. Uncle Yuanchao. With 300 to 400 workers at the cotton spinning mill, is there truly no one who can drive in an emergency? My son-in-law, do you not understand? Those who can drive are skilled technicians. They have already been poached by other factories. There are no reserves available. And thus, the reality of the situation became clear. As he opened the car door, twisted the key, and pressed the clutch to engage the gear, the automobile roared to life. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and smoothly drove out of the factory gate, halting at the roadside to the right. Director Zhou and Director Zhang hurriedly approached. Qin Chuan, with a cheerful demeanor, said, Uncle Yuanchao, I'll ensure you reach the Tongqing garment factory safely and return without incident. Please take care of our donkey cart. Zhou Yuanchao took a deep breath. Son-in-law, I am truly grateful for your assistance. You have been a tremendous help. I will deal with that scoundrel Dong Dawei. Brother Chuan, came a loud voice from the back seat as the passenger door swung open, allowing his companion to climb in. Are you prone to motion sickness? I rode a bus once and didn't feel ill. Do you know the way to the Tongqing garment factory? Qin Chuan grinned. Of course, just drive. Goodness, Brother Chuan. Is there anything about you that I am unaware of? As the vehicle set off, he waved goodbye to Director Zhou. The unpaved road kicked up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yuanchao watched the car disappear into the distance, his eyes unblinking. Director Zhang, standing beside him, called out, Director Zhou, are you all right? I'm fine. Where did this lad learn to drive? In the office, Zhou Yuanchao picked up the landline and dialed the Tongqing garment factory. Hello, old Jiang. I've sent over 5 tons of fabric. It should arrive in an hour and a half. Please ensure the receipt is clear. Director Zhang prepared tea for the leader. Director, have a sip. I still don't understand how this fellow, a rural farmer, can drive a truck. Zhou Yuanchao pondered the fate of his niece's father and sighed deeply. Director Zhang, there are always greater talents beyond our sight. Do not underestimate rural folk. His ability to drive signifies he has ventured beyond, showcasing his determination. Is it so strange? Alas, my niece's father met a tragic end. It was said that Zhou Wenxing was bound with firecrackers, urged to run by the crowd, who laughed heartily. Unable to endure such humiliation, he took his own life. Last year, Zhou Wenxing was vindicated and received a compensation of 10,000 yuan. His daughter remained in Daping Village, oblivious to her father's vindication and compensation. As a distant relative, Zhou Yuanchao had not considered intervening in her affairs until now. He felt compelled to take action. Chapter 34. Driving for the factory without pay. Zhou Yuanchao paced anxiously in his office, turning over his thoughts. An hour and a half later, he dialed the landline to the Tongqing garment factory once more. Hello, old Jiang. Has the fabric from our factory arrived? The driver, Qin Chuan, is my son-in-law. The response came. It has arrived. We just finished unloading, and your vehicle has left the same way it came. Very well, old Jiang. I look forward to our continued collaboration and assure timely deliveries of fabric. After hanging up, Zhou Yuanchao resumed his restless pacing in the office. feeding a young hawk in a cardboard box a strip of raw pork. You little brat, I have no meat to eat, yet you thrive. His thoughts wandered to the large pig leg Qin Chuan had delivered to his home, and he chuckled. That lad. After waiting another hour and a half. The sound of a returning vehicle filled the air, and the truck arrived back precisely 3 hours later, with not a moment wasted on the journey. Director Zhou stood in front of the truck, beaming with joy. Xiao Chuan, hurry down and come to the office for some tea. Don't just call me your father-in-law. Call me Xiao Chuan. Prepare some tea for him, and for your brother, Tu as well. Xiao Chuan, I have made up my mind. Since you can drive a truck, you shall indeed drive it. I will write you a letter of introduction to the Traffic Management Bureau, where you will fill out a form and take a test to obtain your driver's license. You will earn 50 yuan a month, from today onwards. Xiao Chuan is the truck driver for the cotton spinning factory. Qin Chuan knew that Uncle Yuan Chao would keep him as a truck driver. With the skill, he could work as a laborer and receive a ration of goods. 50 yuan a month was not an insignificant wage compared to others. Director Zhou elaborated further. The factory possessed 2 trucks, responsible for transporting materials to various supply and marketing cooperatives across 3 counties and 2 districts. Business came in every other day. There was also a possibility of traveling further to collect raw materials. If anything happened to the 2 drivers, operations would be hindered. Hence, they needed someone like him. Qin Chuan had already devised a way to respond. Uncle Yuan Chao, I cannot abandon my stall business in the neighborhood. Driving the truck to deliver goods could be considered my assistance. It is unnecessary for me to receive a salary. His meaning was clear. He did not wish to be tied to a fixed position, unable to be called upon at any moment. If he could help by driving, he would do so to the best of his ability. However, being paid a fixed salary would alter the nature of the arrangement. A hint of embarrassment crossed Yuan Chao's face, and his tone conveyed regret. Xiao Chuan, I understand your perspective. You run a small business and earn over 100 yuan in a day. A monthly salary of 50 yuan would hardly appeal to you. Uncle Yuan Chao, I must travel far in the next couple of days and cannot conveniently drive for you. It is best to train a reliable person as a professional driver. It is not a difficult task, and the issue could be resolved within half a month or a month. Driving under the influence is not advisable, Uncle Yuan Chao. It is best to avoid such individuals behind the wheel. Yuan Chao made up his mind. He would reassign Dong Dawei, this fool, and ensure he would no longer drive the truck. Xiao Chuan, you mentioned you would be traveling far. May I ask where you intend to go? I plan to make a trip to the southern province. Denim jeans are quite popular there. I aim to procure a batch for the lovely ladies of Jingning County to flaunt. Yuan Chao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Qin Chuan. Well done, my boy. You possess foresight. Acquiring denim jeans will undoubtedly be profitable. Do you know where to source them? Uncle Yuan Chao. There is a place in the southern province that specializes in denim clothing. It has been thriving for 2 years. I will go directly to the factory to purchase in bulk. Yuan Chao suddenly felt a shift. His son-in-law was no mere country bumpkin, but a shrewd businessman. Honed by experience. He tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a brief 10 seconds. Xiao Chuan, you are going to the southern province to buy jeans. I support you. How much money do you have? Tu, sipping his tea, chimed in. Director, my brother Chuan has money. Just 5 days ago, he was penniless. But now he has 500 yuan. A glimmer of light sparked in Yuan Chao's eyes. When you sold me the hawk chicks, you were completely broke. Qin Chuan shrugged. Indeed, Uncle Yuan Chao, it was your support that helped me. Delivering goods for you is my obligation. Yuan Chao pressed on. When do you plan to go to the southern province? Preferably the day after tomorrow. Xiao Chuan, making such a long journey is no easy feat. 500 yuan is too little. I will lend you 1,000. You can purchase 100 pairs, and we shall see how it goes. If they sell well, I will help you expand this business. Qin Chuan rose to his feet, inhaling deeply, suppressing the torrent of excitement and joy within him. He had not anticipated receiving tangible assistance from Director Zhou so swiftly. Uncle Yuan Chao. The individuals from the Tongcheng garment factory mentioned that a fresh shipment of fabric would be delivered the day after tomorrow. I plan to take our truck to Tongcheng, then transfer to a bus to the provincial capital, and from there, proceed to the southern province. In this era, transportation is not particularly convenient. One must rely on trains from the provincial capital to reach the south, which is quite arduous. Few dare to undertake such a journey. Those who do are typically those who reap substantial profits. Xiao Chuan, it's settled then, he affirmed. Uncle Yuan Chao, Tu, and I will return home now. We'll organize things this way. Each morning, we will bring in vegetables and meat to sell, and in the afternoon, we'll assist you in delivering the fabric. As the donkey cart exited the factory gates, a crack of the whip urged it into a brisk trot toward home, accompanying Brother Chuan on this venture. The two felt as though his horizons had expanded immeasurably. Brother Chuan, if you teach me to drive the truck, I could marry Miss Xuanmei. Miss Xuanmei? Who is she? Brother Chuan, yesterday while I was getting a haircut in the village, Miss Xuanmei said that if I learned to drive a tractor, she would marry me. A tractor is hardly worth mentioning. I must learn to drive a truck. He resolved that the two must never learn to operate the truck. He could not afford to lose his sister-in-law. As they approached the village, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the sky was dimming. Uncle Chen awaited at the village entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting the donkey cart, he hastened over, his tone laced with concern. Chuan, Datu, why have you returned so late? Did something happen? Father, Brother Chuan and I went to the city to deliver fabric for director show, which took longer than expected. Zhang Chen was perplexed. Did we deliver fabric with the donkey cart? Father, it wasn't the donkey cart. It was the cotton mill-ash truck. And Brother Chuan drove quite swiftly. Zhang Chen's mind buzzed with disbelief. When had Qin Chuan learned to drive a truck? Along the way, Qin Chuan had advised his brother not to boast about their newfound skill. No one would believe them and would think they were merely bragging. His father, indeed, did not believe it. Datu, stop your nonsense. You merely sat in a truck. Now hurry home. There's pig head meat waiting. Your mother's cooking is simply delightful. Datu dashed back home, while his father muttered, that fellow only thinks about eating. He then inquired of his cousin, Chuan. So how did the sale of meat and vegetables go today? Uncle Chun, it went exceedingly well. It will only improve from here. Zhang Chun calculated. Recalling that they had sold 120 pounds of pork at $1.50 per pound, netting them over $100. Chuan, your earnings are incredible. Should you share this, no one would believe you. We Haven Tea informed your fourth uncle that his cart has been sold. Just tell him it's left by the vegetable patch in Shirley Tun, as he doesn't require it for the time being. Indeed, Uncle Chun, with your cover, I will have fewer entanglements. Just ensure you don't sell my donkey cart, Zhang Chun teased. Uncle Chun, if I wish to sell, it must be to someone willing to buy back. This remark elicited laughter from Zhang Chun. Chuan, hurry home. Your wife and sister are anxiously awaiting your return. They came to my house inquiring about you twice before I decided to meet you at the village entrance. Impatient, Qin Chuan yearned to return home and settle matters promptly. Uncle Chun, since you are acquainted with Li Guangsan, please inform him to slaughter 2 sheep. I will offer him a good price. This is $50 for him. And I will collect the lamb meat tomorrow morning. If it's insufficient, I will provide more in the morning. Zhang Chun soon realized that Chuanzi had opened a lucrative market for selling vegetables and meat. Very well. I shall visit Li Guangsan's home and have him prepare 2 sheep overnight. Zhang Chun made his way to Li Jiatai to find the shepherd, Li Guangsan. Chuan, my donkey will be kept in your pen tonight. Please feed it 2 bowls of sorghum. Understood, Uncle Chun. Linger will tend to the donkey. Chapter 35. The sister-in-law wept. The young wife suddenly rushed forward, a gesture that had not occurred in recent days. Chuan, we feared something had happened to you. Lingo has been crying. If you do not return tonight, we shall go to the city in the morning to look for you. She held him tightly, showering his face, eyes, and lips with kisses. Yuan, I am perfectly fine. What could possibly have happened? I merely made a trip to Tongqing for director's show to deliver some fabric. It took 3 hours round trip, which is why I have just returned home. Although Yuan claimed Lingo had been crying, the traces of tears on her face had yet to dry. Throughout the day, the anxiety within her heart was something Chuanzi could hardly comprehend. In such a small village, information was scarce and transportation was inconvenient. How could they truly know the state of the outside world? Men engaged in business often resorted to dubious dealings, making money through speculation. Without land, provisions, or a proper dwelling, he was compelled to tread this path. The pressure came from his uncle, Qin Jianmen. Had Qin Jianmen apportioned the family's land, assets, and food supplies, Chuanzi would not have had to leave home at dawn and return in the dark. In the days prior, returning early in the afternoon dulled the palpable fear, but today, from the afternoon onward, every passing second felt like an eternity for the 2 women. Linger had rushed back from her uncle's house, her voice choked with tears. Brother, you have returned. With a wail, she leapt into his embrace. Be good, I am well. And there is nothing wrong. You are growing up. Why do you still cry? Aren't you ashamed? Brother, why did you return so late? Sister-in-law said something happened to you. I went to borrow a bicycle from uncle, intending to search for you, but he scolded me, saying you were up to no good in the city and refused to lend it to me. One arm encircled his wife, while the other held his younger sister close. encapsulating his entire world within those embraces. They were quite the sight to behold. Upon returning home, I shall show you today's harvest. Presenting the earnings from selling vegetables and meat would quell any lingering doubts they harbored. Linger, do you truly think Uncle would lend you a bicycle? Besides, you cannot ride one. Wiping away her tears, a smile broke through on Linger's face. Sister-in-law can ride. If you do not return tonight, she shall take me to the city on a bicycle in the morning. Do you wish to explore the city? Yes. Will you take me and sister-in-law tomorrow? I have been so anxious waiting for you to return. Linger spoke the truth. The hours had dragged painfully as they awaited his return. As he ventured out to conduct business, Qin Chuan secretly wished to keep them close for their safety. However, the journey was open air, as was the market. How could they avoid the elements? Lacking a fixed place to stay, bringing them along would only complicate matters. It was far better for them to remain in the village where Uncle Chun's family and the fourth grandfather and grandmother could look after them than to endure the hardships of the road. Brother, if you do not return, sister-in-law will cry as well. Yuanyuan lightly nudged Lingo, denying with her words, nonsense, who cried? Sister-in-law, you indeed cried. Yet you refused to admit it. Did you think I didn't see? Consequently, I went to Uncle's house to borrow a bicycle, enduring a scolding in the process. However, Aunt said that if my brother does not return home tonight, she would secretly lend us the bicycle. The three of them entered the courtyard and stepped into the cave dwelling. Qin Chuan inquired of Linger, is it true? Aunt said she would lend you both the bicycle? Yes, Aunt mentioned that early tomorrow morning, she would quietly lend it to us. Qin Chuan nodded, though Qin Jianmin was a scoundrel and still possessed some humanity. Lingo, the donkey pen at Uncle Chun's is well prepared. Just fill a bucket with water and add 2 jars of feed. All right, brother, I will go do that now. The kerosene lamp flickered to life as Qin Chuan surveyed the room. It was simple yet clean and tidy. Beneath the stove lay eggshells, indicating that they had enjoyed eggs. A significant detail that eased Qin Chuan's mind. The fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted from the pot. Yuan, is there still rice left? A smile spread across Yuanyuan's face as she hurriedly prepared food for the men. Chuan, there is freshly steamed rice from the new pot. We still have some left from lunch. There are also intestines boiled by Aunt C, chopped and mixed, and braised pig's head meat prepared by Aunt Shan. Warming on the stove. I will serve it to you. Having gone without food since lunch, Qin Chuan felt as if he could devour an entire pig. Yuanyuan brought over a bowl of sliced intestines, followed by a full plate of pig's head meat. The rice was insufficient, so they added 3 steamed buns. Yuanyuan whispered in mild complaint, why am I so hungry? At least my stomach needs to be satisfied. While chewing, Qin Chuan reached into his pocket to retrieve some cash, reciting the tally aloud. 120 jin of pork at 1 yuan 50 per jin. 100 jin of chives, 50 jin of spinach, and 50 jin of bok choy, all priced the same as yesterday. Earlier, I chatted with Uncle Chun at the village entrance. He assisted me in selling lamb at Li Guangsan's house and received 50 yuan in return. Yuanyuan recorded the account in her notebook, counting the stack of cash handed over by her husband. Chuan, when you left this morning, you took 50. I had 270. Now with the proceeds from selling vegetables and meat, we have 240. Altogether, we possess 518 yuan. The young wife spoke with excitement, her voice trembling slightly. Before the market day yesterday, she had 120 yuan and spent 100. Now, she had regained all that was spent, with profit included, amassing over 500 today. Over the years spent as an educated youth in Daping Village, when had she ever carried 10 or 20 yuan? In recent days, from 30 to 100, and now 500, she had acquired so many new household items. Chuan was right. The dilapidated cave and courtyard were merely superficial. In Daping Village, which woman possessed over 500 yuan? Yuanyuan lightly bit her lip. Feeling a surge of excitement, the layer of worry within her gradually dissipated, yet some unease lingered. Chuan, is it truly safe to earn money this way? I fear you might get caught by them, and if they confiscate your earnings, we would have nothing left. Just look at today. It could drive a person to worry. Linger, having tended to the donkey at Datu's home, entered and brewed tea for her brother, also expressing her concerns. Indeed, brother, today has truly worried sister-in-law to death. Sister-in-law did not demand anything upon marrying into the family. Brother, it is truly unkind of you to have her in such distress, to the point of tears. Qin Chuan felt it was necessary to clarify certain matters today. Yuanyuan, do you remember Uncle Yuanxiao from your uncle's family? Yuanyuan pondered for half a minute. Yes, I recall Uncle Yuanxiao. We refer to him as Senshu. He has been working away, and I haven't seen him for many years. so I am unaware of his current endeavors. The blame does not lie with Yuanyuan, it lies with her mother and her two sisters, who have left her utterly disheartened regarding her maternal family. 5 years ago, when Yuanyuan arrived in Daping Village as an educated youth, she decided from that point on that she wished to sever ties with her relatives. Uncle Yuanxiao is the director of the cotton spinning factory in Jingning County. Recently, I have been able to conduct business in the county town with relative ease, primarily due to relaxed policies, but also because Uncle Yuanxiao has been looking out for me. Upon hearing this, Linger was perplexed, while Zhou Yuanyuan quickly grasped the situation. No wonder you mentioned selling vegetables at the cotton factory gate. It seems you have Uncle Yuanxiao's support, which is splendid news. My dear, do you truly understand? Even if I am away for 5 or 6 days, you and Linger can remain at home without worry, without any concerns. Qin Ling was taken aback. What? Brother, you plan to be away for 5 or 6 days? Zhou Yuanyuan immediately understood that with 500 yuan in hand, her man aimed to expand his business, which inevitably required a journey far from home. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yuanyuan could not fathom what substantial business could be accomplished with 500 yuan. Chuan, I won't constrain you, but you must inform both me and Linger of your destination and intentions. I am traveling by train to the southern province to procure a batch of fashionable denim pants. The city girls are clamoring for them. If this venture proves successful, I shall earn 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan? Both sisters exclaimed in unison. With 3,000 yuan in hand, wouldn't it be possible to construct an impressive brick house? A brick house with glass windows. Even Uncle's house does not possess glass windows. Only the supply and marketing cooperative's building has glass. Brother, I do not wish to impose, but you must diligently pursue your business endeavors, build a brick house for sister-in-law, and also purchase her a new bicycle and a new sewing machine. Sister-in-law has long desired a sewing machine, so she can make new clothes for everyone. Qin Chuan suppressed the hidden pain within, forcing a smile for the two. Bicycles will be acquired, as will sewing machines. Everything will come to pass. Chapter 36. Remain at home. Await my return before retiring. A wife dutifully serves her husband, first bringing him a basin of warm water for foot washing. In Daping Village, such a pre-sleep service is unparalleled among other men. Lingo gazed with longing, her tone pitiable. Sister-in-law, could you please sleep with me tonight? Brother knows her words are not to be taken seriously. Linger, just yesterday I praised you for growing up, for having the courage to sleep alone. Why have you suddenly changed your tune tonight? Lingo raised her chin, her reasoning strong. Last night, sister-in-law slept with you. Tonight, she must sleep with me. You cannot monopolize sister-in-law every night. The younger sister, unreasonable and stubborn, clung to sister-in-law's arm without letting go. Having lost their mother at 10 and their father at 13, the tenacious girl lacked a sense of security. Over the past 3 years, she had been inseparable from Zhou Yuanyuan, sharing meals and beds, closer than sisters, and had grown accustomed to sleeping with sister-in-law at night. Zhou Yuanyuan exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. In solitude, Ling finds herself accompanied by Chuan. Very well. You two may rest, responds Zhou Yuanyuan. Once Ling drifts into slumber, she quietly slips into her husband's embrace. Their previous night's experience has left nothing to hinder their intimacy. The young couple shares soft laughter beneath the covers, losing track of time. Li Guangsan, the shepherd, rises early, rousing his son from sleep. The father and son, with a bag in hand, stand before the grand entrance of Qin Chuan's home, calling out a few times. Qin Chuan, bleary-eyed, stands before Li's distant relative. After a day bustling with work and a night spent with his warm wife, he is far from awake. Li Guangsan chuckles mischievously. Cousin, take care. Women can be quite demanding. Qin Chuan retorts, your son is right here. Must you speak so foolishly? I fail to understand why you would pull him from school at such a tender age. What do you expect him to do? Li Guangsan shoots a stern glance at his son, expressing his disdain. Can he even comprehend his studies? It is far more beneficial for him to tend sheep and earn money to secure a bride. The cycle of raising sheep, earning money, marrying, and having children has been the way of his family for generations. Qin Chuan inquires, how much meat do you have? Cousin, a total of 86 pounds. This year has been dry, the grass on the hills is poor, and the sheep are leaner than last year. If we compare to last year, these two would weigh over 100 pounds, replies Li. Living in the same village, your early departures and late returns are commendable. Let us settle on 80 cents per pound. Last night, your Uncle Chun gave me 50. You may add 18. The retail price of mutton hovers around 1 yuan per pound, assuming one has meat coupons to purchase from the supply cooperative. Qin Chuan produces 20 yuan. To which Li Guangsan responds with uncontainable joy. Cousin, you are truly generous. How much did you sell that pig for yesterday? Did no one give you trouble? Was it that easy to sell? He queries, recalling a conversation about Qin Jiamin's remarks. He said you must have either stolen or robbed to have such funds for a live pig, regardless of the source of his wealth. As long as he pays for the mutton, that is sufficient. Just days ago at the market, the mutton seller hesitated to take 2 sheep for fear of not selling them and returning empty-handed. With the ease of payment from his cousin, why bother with the market in the future? The household has benefited from the household responsibility system, and this year marks the highest sale in 3 years. Previously, they sold a live sheep weighing 60 pounds for 33 yuan. After butchering 2 sheep, Qin Chuan earned 70 yuan, 10 more than the weight price. Splendid indeed. Li Guangsan beams with delight. Cousin, you truly possess remarkable skills. It was only yesterday that your Uncle Chun mentioned your financial success. I no longer believe your uncle's rumors. Pray, tell me more about how you sell meat in the city when you have the time. Qin Chuan, busy with his affairs, promises Uncle Guangsan. I will share the details when I can. Until then, should you desire mutton, I will always prepare it for you. At that moment, Tu rushes in from behind. This young lad, brimming with newfound confidence, has risen even earlier than Qin Chuan. Brother Chuan, are we departing now? After sending off Li and his son, Qin Chuan welcomes Tu into the courtyard. You draw a bucket of water for your donkey, and make sure to secure the 2 bags of mutton tightly to prevent them from slipping away, as well as the 2 bags of bitter herbs. Brother Chuan, Linger, and Yuanyuan have gathered quite a bit, haven't they? After ensuring the brothers are settled, Qin Chuan steps into the small cave, standing before his wife, speaking softly. Yuan, if I cannot return home early today, as was the case yesterday, to assist Uncle Yin Chao with delivering the fabric, please do not worry about me. Focus on keeping our home safe. Yuan feels weak and cannot rise. She responds softly, I understand. I will stay home with Linger and avoid the torment of waiting for you as we did yesterday. The man lowers his head and gently kisses his wife's eyes, face, and lips. Chuan, pack extra provisions so you won't go hungry on the road. Linger prepared them last night. In the latter half of the night, Linger sleeps soundly alone, indeed resting until dawn, a commendable habit. Her brother stands by her side, tucking her in tightly and planting a kiss on her forehead. Sleep well. Rest thoroughly. Take care of your sister-in-law until I return home. Outside, Tu calls out, Brother Chuan, everything is ready. Let us go. This lad is more eager to set out today than even Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan, it's wonderful to have a wife and a sister. Qin Chuan gives him a sidelong glance. What do you mean by that? Don't you have a sister? You have 3. Tu, visibly annoyed, replies, Bah. My 3 sisters are nothing like sisters. They chatter incessantly, driving one to distraction. Do you truly think my sister is good? Of course, Lingo is the best. She calls me brother Tu, and took so many roasted peanuts that the 3 of them devoured them all, leaving none for me. Tu, you ought to treat my sister well. Don't mention that girl Shuemei, and if you bring up any other girls, I shall ignore you. Tu looks bewildered. Huh? Brother Chuan, what do you mean? What does he mean? Tu ponders slowly, understanding that Lingo is still young, and there is no need to lay everything bare. Some circumstances have changed. Tu and Lingo are together because Zhou Yuan has passed away, Qin Chuan has been imprisoned, and Lingo, feeling lonely, has relied on Tu's care. Under such conditions, they have come together. In this life, forcing them to unite is not the intent of an elder brother, unless their feelings align naturally. Tu, how could you have feelings for a hairdresser like Shuemei? Do you have no conscience? As they journey along, conversations fill the air, time passing swiftly. They first arrive at Shirley Tun, where 300 pounds of green vegetables are swiftly packed. With the purchase price dropping by 5 yuan, they head into the residential area of the cotton spinning factory. Tu, shedding yesterday's restraint, calls out, Vegetables are here. Meat is here. Same price as yesterday, hurry down to queue. Qin Chuan praises his brother. You've adapted quickly. This business shall be yours in the future. Indeed, Brother Chuan. You are a man of great fortune and no director Zhou. I cannot let you down, right? Shall we deliver the mutton to Aunt Zhou? No need. They haven't finished the meat from yesterday yet. A long line forms as people arrive. Most who purchased pork yesterday do not want mutton today. Yet, some do request a few pounds. Yesterday's pork was snatched up eagerly, and today's mutton is met with the same frenzy. The green vegetables experience slightly slower sales, as residents have yet to finish the produce sold yesterday. After some time, however, everything is sold out. Today, some goods are unsold. yet tomorrow they may become bestsellers. In the residential complex of the cotton spinning factory, there are 8 buildings, each with 4 households per stairwell and 4 stairwells per building, totaling 6 stories and housing 760 residents who consume vegetables daily. There is no rival seller. The vegetables brought in are sold out every day. There are many discerning and astute individuals. The calculations are straightforward. 300 Jin of vegetables paired with 100 Jin of meat can yield almost 100 yuan in profit. It is only a matter of time before more than one vendor appears at the factory entrance in the residential area. However, the authorities have arrived, questioning the permission to sell goods here. Chapter 37. Was the truck stolen? Establishing a close rapport with Director Zhou has its advantages. A document from the leadership allows Qin Chuan to engage in this enterprise. Such a document should prove useful for intimidation. An agreement with Director Zhou stipulates that after selling the vegetables and lamb, he should join him for a meal at the factory cafeteria. The dishes are served in the director's office, where the leader greets them with a smile. Xiao Chuan, De2, how is business today? Qin Chuan feels no need to conceal the truth from Uncle Yuan Chao, so he replies candidly. 86 Jin of lamb and 200 Jin of vegetables sold out. But we earned 20 yuan less than yesterday. Less income than yesterday? Why? Uncle Yuan Chao inquires. Yesterday, we had 120 Jin of pork at a lower cost. While today's lamb, besides being more expensive, was also 40 Jin less. Although the vegetable prices dropped by 5 yuan, the overall revenue decreased by 20 yuan. Zhou Yuan Chao chuckles. Xiao Chuan, I'll help you make up for that 20 yuan loss. Are you sending more fabric? That is correct. I'll need you to drive to deliver fabric to the supply and marketing cooperatives in our county's 8 townships. Here is the delivery list. Once you finish the deliveries, you can head straight home and return the truck tomorrow morning. You'll earn that 20 yuan back in no time. Uncle Yuan Chao, I mentioned yesterday that delivering goods for you is my assistance, so no freight charges. Zhou Yuan Chao laughs. It's not me paying you. It's the supply and marketing cooperatives. It's agreed that for delivering fabric, they LL pay you 5 yuan each. 8 cooperatives, 5 yuan each. That's 40 yuan of extra income. This is understood as an arrangement between the cotton spinning factory and the cooperatives in the townships. Qin Chuan feels not joy but concern. Is De Wei truly willing to deliver goods for 40 yuan? This could lead to trouble. However, De2 is elated. Director, can we drive the truck back to our village? Yes, as long as you return it. There is no need for that. This is a plan that Zhou Yuan Chao devised after much contemplation. Since Xiao Chuan is brave enough to run business in the county daily and can drive a truck, he is capable of delivering fabric to the 8 cooperatives. The 8 townships lie in the same direction, along the same route, making it an easy journey. The director reiterates, the last delivery should be to your Tuga Oxiang cooperative, after which you can return the truck. It's convenient for both of us. Qin Chuan promptly agrees. I will deliver it right away. The donkey cart is secured under the large elm tree in the factory, with Zhou Yuan Chao assigning someone to take care of it. Zhou Yuan Chao and Director Zhang escort them out of the factory gates. Qin Chuan grips the steering wheel tightly, leaning out to ask, Uncle Yuan Chao, do you have any other instructions? Xiao Chuan, make it clear to the people at each cooperative that you are my nephew-in-law. The wheels roll, the engine hums, and a cloud of white dust rises behind the vehicle. Occasionally, one encounters tractors and 4-wheelers transporting timber and coal. Chuan Ge, our village has no tractors, and my family doesn't even possess a bicycle. Soon, we shall have some. Chuan Ge, with the money in your hand, could you buy 2 bicycles, one for me and one for Sister Yuan Yuan? In a few days, I shall procure one for each of you. Chuan Ge, I was merely jesting. Did you truly agree? Is it so simple to buy one in a few days? Qin Chuan turned his face, glancing at his brother with a smile playing at his lips. Brother, be patient for a few days, and a bicycle shall be yours. At the Shuichuan Township Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he unloaded several rolls of cloth and noted the name of the responsible person. Upon reaching the Yonghe Town Cooperative, he recorded the president's name and the newly installed landline telephone number. Before long, other town cooperatives would also acquire landlines. In these times, the telephone fees at the postal and telecommunications offices in various townships were exorbitantly high. In Daping Village, the village head, Qin Jiaming, had previously called the postal office. Oldforth had also made 2 calls to confirm that his son, who was serving in the military, had not gone to war and was safe. The elderly gentleman delighted in recounting this to others, elevating his status in their eyes. Next, he ventured to Dazue Township, Xiaolu Township, Gonghe Township, and Hanxiao Township. While others paid 5 yuan in shipping fees, Qin Chuan graciously declined. Driver Dong insisted on collecting 5 yuan, stating that the vehicle belonged to the cotton spinning factory, and the goods could not be delivered free of charge. Over time, charging 5 yuan became customary. The truth was, the cotton spinning factory was obligated to deliver goods to each cooperative. The final delivery was to the Tuguoxiang cooperative. Uncle Yuanyuan had arranged for him to familiarize himself with the business, starting with the easiest routes. After delivering this batch of cloth, Qin Chuan and his co-driver, Big Head, became well acquainted with the presidents and directors of these town cooperatives. One must not underestimate the township supply and marketing cooperatives. They manage the procurement and distribution of essential goods for the surrounding villages. In recent years, the cooperative system underwent reforms, reinstating grassroots organization, democratic management, and operational flexibility. With a vision that spanned decades, Qin Chuan understood this to mean that common folk could trade their goods at the cooperatives without interference from higher authorities. This singular point eluded the comprehension of the majority. While mingling with them in the truck, Big Head chimed in. Chuan Gu is the son-in-law of Director Zhou. Having such a connection made a significant difference. After unloading at the Tuguoxiang cooperative, President Wang Shizhong offered Qin Chuan a cigarette, grinning widely. Will you be the one driving to deliver cloth for our township in the future? Director Wang, do not misunderstand. I am merely assisting my uncle. Tomorrow, or the day after, it will no longer be me. Director Wang chuckled. Surely, you won't be delivering cloth every day, perhaps once a month? If convenient. Could you transport a batch of medicinal herbs to the county's herbal company? When? You mentioned returning the vehicle to the cotton spinning factory tomorrow morning. So you could take the herbs then. I shall pay you for the transport. President Wang, I will come by in the morning to pick up the goods. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. I shall waive the shipping fee. It is a matter of convenience, a small effort. President Wang appeared somewhat skeptical. The young man is quite affable. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Master Dong, whenever he delivers goods, charges not only a mere 5 yuan for transportation, but also brings along a bottle of liquor, which he consumes midway through his journey. I have reported this to Director Zhou on 2 occasions, yet he remains indifferent, contrary to claims that Director Zhou is unconcerned. Dong Dawei will no longer drive in the future. Qin Chuan seeks not transportation fees, but rather goodwill. The more friends one has, the more avenues open up. And the supply and marketing cooperative must not be overlooked. Departing from Tuguoxiang, it takes merely 20 minutes to cover the 20 miles into Daping Village. In these times, the arrival of a truck in the village is quite remarkable. It coincides with the villagers returning from the fields and the children finishing school. A crowd of adults and children gathers to marvel at the sight, and upon closer inspection, they recognize the driver as Qin Chuan, with Tadeo in the passenger seat. Goodness! Am I not mistaken? Has that young lad from the Qin family truly returned in a truck? Where could he have procured it? Perhaps it is stolen? Qin Chuan had been in Tuguoxiang, purchasing a bag of peanuts and a live pig. This incident, within a night, became common knowledge in Daping Village. Qin Jianmin went from house to house, using threats and explanations to prohibit them from attending the banquet at Qin Chuan's dilapidated courtyard. The pig slaughtered at their home was not for hosting a feast for the villagers, but rather for selling the meat in the county town. Villagers speculated about the worth of a pig. It is utterly impossible for a pig to exchange for a truck. Qin Jianmin suggested that his trips to the county town were either through theft or robbery, which is how he obtained money. This implication spread, leading to the belief that any money in Qin Chuan's possession was undoubtedly ill-gotten. What was he doing in the county town? Stealing money. He had clearly taken a pig to the county town. Was it not to profit from a transaction? Regardless, a single pig could never be worth a truck. Therefore, could it be that the truck itself was also stolen from the county town? The truck stood before the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard, surrounded by a throng of children and adults, chattering noisily and speculating. Everyone desired to climb aboard. In Chapter 38, carrying 10 jin of grain as a gift for the newlyweds, Tadeo loudly clarified amidst the crowd that it was the truck belonging to Director Zhou of the cotton mill. We have traversed 8 townships delivering fabric for the supply and marketing cooperative. You can verify this with our cooperative in Tuguoxiang. Who was it that claimed Brother Chuan stole the truck? I dare you to steal one, and let me see. Xiaoping and Xiaohu climbed into the truck bed, stretching their arms out, while Tadeo's sister Xiaohua and Zhuanhong were also pulled into the truck. Several adults attempted to clamber aboard as well. Tadeo yanked them down, admonishing, "What are you doing climbing around? What if you fall? We need to return the truck to the cotton mill tomorrow." The most astonished of all was Yuanyuan. She had never known that Chuanzi could drive a truck. They do not even own a bicycle at home. How did he learn? Yesterday, he mentioned delivering fabric to Tongcheng, and she assumed he was merely assisting. Little did she know he was actually the main driver. Qin Ling found the crowd around the truck rather bothersome, exclaiming, "Aren't you women going to prepare dinner?" Reluctantly, the women dispersed to return home. The men surrounding the truck remained intrigued. In the truck bed, Xiaoping and Xiaohu laughed and jumped, causing a ruckus. Qin Ling raised her broom and shouted, "Can't you come down?" "Do not come down, Ling. Come up here and sit for a while. It is quite comfortable." Qin Ling climbed up and joined in their laughter and merriment. It was indeed her elder brother's truck. The adults began to engage in a different discussion. "Our village chief speaks nonsense. Where did they steal or rob anything? If the cotton spinning factory's truck can come here, what does it matter to earn a bit of money?" Indeed, did you hear what Zhangchun said today? The director of the cotton spinning factory is the uncle of Shou Jiqing, who says her family doesn't care for her. They do care. Chuanzi hasn't managed things well. He married Zhou Jiqing, so he ought to be considered one of us. We should give him a gift, after all. What a little contribution. For the past few days, I have been pondering this matter. I feel that Qin Jianmin is merely blustering. Why should he deny Chuanzi land and grain? Li Guangsan, Wang Huaxiong. I believe we should give Chuanzi a gift as a token of our goodwill. We cannot ignore him. Do you not agree with me? Absolutely. Let us go and give a gift now. I will contribute 2 yuan. What about you? I will also contribute 2 yuan. Let us go at once. Li Guangsan, this morning you sold 2 sheep to Chuanzi. He paid you cash. 1 you contribute 5 yuan? Li Guangsan felt he should indeed contribute 5 yuan. The men from the Wang and Li families decided to give Qin Chuan a gift. They searched their pockets, but found no money. There was none at home either. They attempted to borrow 2 yuan from Li Guangsan, but before he could even speak, the shepherd turned and ran off. After further discussion, they realized that although Qin Chuan was out trading and making money, his family had no stored grain. If we have no money to give, we can offer food instead. The adults hurried back home, each carrying 2 pounds of staple food to present as a gift to the newlywed Qin Chuan. A few men from the Li and Wang families entered Qin Chuan's dilapidated courtyard, bags in hand. Qin Chuan greeted them warmly. "Oh, is this the grain exchanged for chives?" "Chives?" Wang Huaxiong momentarily did not comprehend. Qin Chuan clarified, "Didn't my sister and my wife deliver a bundle of chives to you? 1 pound of chives can be exchanged for 3 pounds of corn or 1 pound of wheat." With this reminder, the men carrying the grain recalled the delivery. His sister and Zhou Jiqing had each carried bags filled with chives, distributing them to every household. Wang Huaxiong chuckled, "Chuanzi, they didn't deliver chives to my house. Had they done so, would I refuse? This 10 pounds of wheat is my gift to you. You must accept it." Li Guangming joined in the laughter. "Yes, yes. This 10 pounds of wheat is also my gift. Remember, it is 2 yuan, not 10 pounds of wheat." The brothers Li Pinghua and Li Pingyan echoed the sentiment, suggesting to remember it as 2 yuan, not 10 pounds of wheat. Qin Chuan understood the implications, smiling broadly. "All right, I will accept it and note it as 2 yuan." He then called into the big kiln, "Linger, Yuanyuan, please bring out the peanuts and candy to treat everyone. Who says Chuanzi's family has nothing?" The peanut shells littered the ground. Wang Huaxiong wore a sheepish grin. "Chuanzi, we were in the wrong. We were narrow-minded, influenced by your uncle's instigation, nearly severing ties with you." Observing the people before him, Qin Chuan felt a sense of familiarity returning. "Yuan, please brew tea for Uncle Wang and Cousin Li." Using the rice bowls, the men sipped tea from the bowls, creating a lively atmosphere. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Qin Chuan addressed Uncle Wang and Brother Ping, expressing his gratitude for their kind gesture. "I appreciate your offerings, but my family still needs to eat. We harbor no grudges. Let us coexist harmoniously moving forward." The most delighted among them was Zhou Yuanyuan, who had proactively contributed rice and vegetables. She prepared long noodles adorned with pork intestines, pig's head, chives, and eggs. A generous spread filled several plates, though the young wife appeared somewhat bashful. "Uncle Wang, Uncle Ping, and Uncle An, I didn't realize you were dining at my home. I could fetch a table from Uncle Chun's if need be?" The others hastily intervened. No, we can eat right here by the Kong." As they enjoyed their noodles and meat, a palpable sense of guilt weighed heavily on their hearts. "Chuanzi, Zhou Jiqing, live well, and everything will improve. Rest assured. We shall unite to advocate on your behalf to your uncle, ensuring you receive a fair share of land and grain. What is rightfully yours shall be acknowledged. As the villagers are watching, I have no desire for that land. It is distant and steep, unsuitable for cultivation, yielding little grain throughout the year." Qin Chuan's sentiments left the group exchanging bewildered glances. It was no wonder he refrained from discussing land distribution. It held no significance for him. Wang Huaxiong expressed concern. But Chuanzi, you leave in the morning and return at night. Can a business of collecting eggs from hens sustain you long term? You must have land to grow your own food. Qin Chuan shared a meal with them, clarifying his thoughts. I appreciate your intentions. They come from a place of care. However, for now, please refrain from seeking out Qin Jianmin on my behalf. My third uncle will return in October. He will assume the role of village chief. And all will be well. He will handle matters with Qin Jianmin. Qin Chuan's third uncle, the son of Qin Wansheng, was rumored to have received a promotion in the military. How could he possibly return? Chuanzi, how do you know your third uncle will be back by year-end? Wang Huaxiong shot a questioning glare at the Li family member. What a foolish inquiry. Chuanzi has traveled beyond. Surely he knows. He can drive the truck back. After all, a simple phone call would suffice. Have you made the call? Your uncle is returning to be village chief? We were unaware of this. Is it truly unnecessary for us to assist you in contacting Qin Jianmin? Qin Chuan's tone was resolute. No, trust my judgment. It would not benefit you to approach him on my behalf. With the taxes and grain payments, Qin Jianmin will undoubtedly exploit the situation. When the relief grain is distributed, he might easily shortchange you by 100 or 200 jin with a mere stroke of his pen, keeping you firmly under his thumb. Uncle Wang and Brother Ping, your presence here uplifts my wife as spirit. Your acknowledgement of her as my wife in the village is more than enough. At that moment, 3 of Qin Chuan's paternal uncles entered, neither contributing financially nor partaking in the meal. They exchanged a few words with Qin Chuan before departing. Once the meal concluded, those who had dined departed, leaving behind a stack of bowls and chopsticks on the stove. Yuanyuan, undeterred by the mess, felt a surge of happiness. Chuan, we finally used all 10 of the new bowls we bought today. There wasn't enough noodles to fill them, and I couldn't manage it alone. Thankfully, with the help of 4th Aunt and Aunt Chun, we managed. At this hour, 4th Aunt was preparing dinner for 4th Uncle, while Aunt Chun was cooking for her own family of 5. After dinner, both families came over, eager to learn about the circumstances behind Chuanzi's truck driving. Chapter 39. Riding along, there were 2 individuals assisting with selling vegetables as Qin Wansheng circled the truck twice. Chuan, my esteemed elder, I have traveled in your small sleeper car on several occasions. Qin Chuan playfully teased him. Grandfather, shall I give you a ride around? Nay, I shall merely observe. He chuckled. It seems my grandson can drive both a truck and a sleeper car. This statement rings true. Qin Wansheng, captivated by the truck, momentarily forgot to inquire why their cart had not been returned. Zhang Chun and his spouse entered the courtyard together. Qin Chuan recounted the day's events to them once more. He produced 20 yuan, handing it to Zhang Chun. Uncle, I promised you that Dado would work with me, earning 10 yuan a day. He has been busy for 2 days now. The initial thought was for Dado to earn 100 yuan, to be paid for his labor. A few of them carried 10 jin of provisions as a gift. Qin Chuan discerned that villagers struggled to part with even 2 yuan. They all shared a similar standard of living, and Uncle Chun likely had no more than 5 yuan in his pocket. Zhang Chun displayed a hesitance to accept the money. Chuan had amassed 500 or 600 yuan, yet he could not speak of his family's lack. Chuan, Dado mentioned that you should procure a batch of trousers from the southern province. Once you earn this sum, it will not be too late to give Uncle 20 yuan. Uncle, please take this money for now. It is merely a courtesy for the gift. Carrying half a bag of grain is no trouble. I shall depart tomorrow and return in 5 or 6 days at the earliest. Yuan and Linger will depend on you and my aunt for care. I truly appreciate your efforts. He insisted on pressing the 20 yuan into Zhang Chun's hands. Chuan, you are too courteous. Very well, Uncle will accept it. Rest assured as you embark on your journey, I will look after Yuan and Linger diligently. Yuan, standing nearby, beamed with joy, quietly murmuring, I am not a child. There is no need for concern. Go ahead and leave. I will take good care of Linger. He reiterated various details to Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun, ensuring their comfort for the night, so he could leave with peace of mind the following day. At dawn, the shepherd from the Li family stood at the entrance of Qin Chuan's bamboo gate, calling out twice. Qin Chuan had already finished washing his face and emerged from the house. Li Guangsan wore a sullen expression. They had agreed the previous day that he would slaughter 2 of his sheep today, yet he arrived empty-handed. Reluctance, is it? Chuan probed. My largest sheep has given birth to lambs, and there simply aren't enough pelts. I cannot slaughter 2 today. Qin Chuan smiled wryly, wondering why this had not been clarified yesterday. I was unaware of this yesterday. It has caused you inconvenience. Without the sale of meat, today would see a loss of 50 yuan in income. Chuan, Today my uncle will accompany you into the city. Observing his serious demeanor, Qin Chuan chuckled. What is your purpose in going to the city? Do you wish to ride in a truck? Li Guangsan's tone was forlorn. Wang Huaxiong insists on taking me to the city for leisure. If I do not go, he will not return my 10 yuan. The previous day, several individuals had borrowed money from Li Guangsan, prompting him to flee. You cannot escape. Wang Huaxiong insisted on borrowing 10 yuan from you. Uncle Guangsan, did you sell 2 sheep yesterday, only to have your money borrowed by villagers? The shepherd lamented. Your uncle borrowed 50 yuan, claiming he needed to repay a loan to the village officials in the coming days. What? My uncle borrowed 50 yuan from you? How astonishing. Qin Chuan was at a loss for words, for it was not his place to dictate to whom his uncle lent money. Wang Huaxiong hurriedly approached. With a face full of flattery, he said, Cousin Chuan, I have discussed with Guangsan that today we will take the truck you drive to the county town. I plan to buy a watch, and my father will take me to meet some girls. With a watch, everything will work out. Wang Huaxiong happened to overhear Li Guangsan's words and scolded him with a glare. You brainless sheep herder. You would lend me $10, yet you lend 50 to Qin Jiamen? Li Guangsan was nearly in tears. I had no choice but to lend it to him. He threatened not to give me my relief grain. In Daping Village, where irrigation was scarce, it was clear that this year was particularly dry, and the grain yield was below standard. The authorities had allocated relief grain to Daping Village, which could be collected at the grain station with the note issued by Qin Jiamen. Without the note, Li Guangsan could not obtain the relief grain, and Qin Jiamen pressured him to borrow $50. Wang Huaxiong called Li Guangsan a fool, and Li Guangsan, feeling provoked, retorted, You from the Wang family. I lent you $10, and now I refuse to lend you again. I won't go to the city either. As the two were grappling, Datu approached. Seeing Li Guangsan empty-handed, he angrily scolded the sheep herder from the Li family. Why didn't you bring a sheep for Brother Chuan? Don't you want to make money? Qin Chuan clarified. Don't blame him. Guangsan's uncle can't afford to butcher their sheep. We'll find another household. Datu, frustrated, stamped his foot. Yesterday, those households were waiting for our meat. What are we going to do now? Qin Chuan discreetly reassured Datu. Brother, I will be away today. You continue with the vegetable and meat business as usual. It's all right if we don't sell meat today. Just double the amount tomorrow, and the results will be the same. Wang Huaxiong, eavesdropping from afar, caught the drift of Qin Chuan's words. Once Qin Chuan entered the house, he seized Datu and whispered, Your brother Chuan is going away. You need assistance, right? I can help you out, and in return, you should bring me along in the future. Datu flatly refused. I won't take anyone. This isn't my business. It's Brother Chuan's. Why don't you ask him? Wang Huaxiong resolved to observe how Chuanzi conducted this business. Zhou Yuanyuan and packed a bulging backpack for her husband, who would be away for 5 to 6 days. She had clarified all the details last night while lying in bed. Chuan, keep an eye on the money in the bag. If not, you can go with Datu for mutual support on the road. Datu was entirely correct in his reasoning. Sister-in-law, I can't accompany Brother Chuan. This business has just begun to run smoothly. I can't abandon it. But today, without meat to sell, it's all Guangsan's fault. Wang Huaxiong and Li Guangsan climbed into the truck bed, urging to leave quickly, avoiding any affectionate displays in front of their wives. The vehicle started and drove out of the gate, with Zhou Yuanyuan's solitary figure growing smaller. Qin Ling was still not awake, while Datu, seated in the passenger seat, sighed heavily. Brother Chuan, knowing that Li Guangsan couldn't procure the mutton, I should have run to my aunt's place. This delays everything and costs us $50 today. Datu, it's not too late for you to visit your aunt on the way back today. Brother Chuan, why must we go to the southern province for goods? Isn't this business going well? It wouldn't be fair to say that his brother lacked foresight. Being able to go to the city with Qin Chuan for 2 consecutive days was already quite fortunate. Upon reaching Tuguoxiang, they met with Wang Shizhong and loaded 4 bags of medicinal herbs into the truck bed, not charging any freight to establish familiarity and leave a good impression. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shirley Tun, Uncle Li was quite startled. Are you transporting vegetables today? He inquired. Yes. I'm returning the truck to the cotton mill and thought it prudent to carry some vegetables along the way. I could manage an additional 300 jin. With the assistance of Wang Huaxiong and Li Guangsan, they loaded 600 jin of fresh greens into the truck. Once the vegetables were sold, they indeed netted over 100 yuan, leaving Wang Huaxiong quite astonished. The extra 300 jin of vegetables compensated for the losses incurred from the absence of meat sales. Datu cautioned against those with ulterior motives. As for the Wang family, do not entertain the thought of entering this trade. Are you acquainted with Director Zhou? Why not give it a try? Wang Huaxiong's trip to the county town under the guise of purchasing a watch was merely a pretext. His true intention was to observe how Qin Chuan conducted this business. The two's remarks left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had assumed that simply transporting a truckload of vegetables to the city and selling them in the streets would yield a profit. It seemed he also required a letter of authorization from the cotton mill's leadership. His initial excitement quickly dissipated. Nevertheless, he decided to observe the situation first. Upon arriving at the cotton mill's entrance, the two of them assisted in unloading the vegetables from the truck, carrying them bag by bag into the community. Qin Chuan had already discerned his thoughts and intentionally asked, Wang Huaxiong, weren't you supposed to buy a watch? Why are you following us? Higi, with so many vegetables. My cousin De Tu is quite overwhelmed. I'm lending a hand along with Guang-san. The three of them busied themselves. The truck returned to the cotton mill. Halting at the warehouse to load fabric, Director Zhou was absent, and Director Zhang pulled him into the office. Chapter 40. A smooth journey southward. Director Zhang greeted Qin Chuan, handing over 100 bundles of fabric secured with rubber bands. Xiao Chuan, Director Zhou mentioned he wouldn't be returning to the mill for lunch, so there was no need to wait for him. Director Zhou had been summoned by his superior for a reprimand. Xiu Chuan, Dong Dawei's father holds a leadership position in the county government, overseeing our cotton mill. Since Dong Dawei has been reassigned and is no longer driving the truck, this situation has caused trouble for Director Zhou. I didn't want to inform you initially, fearing Dong Dawei might cause you further issues. But consider this a warning to be cautious around him. If it were Dong Dawei delivering fabric to the supply and marketing cooperatives in the various towns, he would earn 40 yuan from that single round trip. Once a month, this would amount to an extra income of 40 yuan. Qin Chuan had effectively thwarted his path to wealth. In recent days, Dong Dawei's father had been causing trouble for Director Zhou. Dong Dawei's father? The Director Dong from the county's Economic Management Committee? Qin Chuan seemed to be quite familiar with him. Director Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Chuan, do you know his father? A cold smirk appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. The backstory revealed that Dong Dawei had perished in a car accident, and his father was relentless in demanding compensation from Zhou Yuanchao for his son's demise. After entangling themselves in a series of financial troubles for over half a year, they managed to ensnare Zhou Yuanchao. By the end of this year, Zhou Yuanchao would find himself imprisoned, becoming Qin Chuan's father-in-law in the process. By this time next year, Dong Dawei's father would uncover further issues, leading to his dismissal and subsequent downfall. Although these events transpired over several decades, they were vividly clear in Qin Chuan's mind at this moment. Director Zhang, do not worry. My uncle Yuanchao will be fine. Do not fret for him. How could a leader avoid attracting attention? Director Zhang sighed. These past 2 years, reforming the enterprise has proven to be quite challenging, as there are always individuals meddling, leaving Director Zhou in a state of utter disarray. His son, intoxicated, drove recklessly, yet he refrained from admonishing him, instead seeking trouble with Director Zhou. He is not a leader but rather a scoundrel. The fabric has been prepared. Director Zhang warmly introduced 2 individuals to Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, Master Yang has been driving for our cotton spinning factory for 5 years. From today onward, you and Master Yang will mentor Xiao Pan. They are both older than you, so you should address them as brother. Director Zhou has stated that the 3 of you will henceforth be the drivers for our cotton spinning factory, and you must foster camaraderie and unity. The 2 greeted Qin Chuan with enthusiastic handshakes, offering cigarettes and patting him on the back. Knowing that Xiao Chuan is the son-in-law of Director Zhou certainly alters the dynamics. Qin Chuan shook hands with Driver Pan, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. They had known each other for 8 years. A decade later, Pan Yanhua would become the personal driver of Secretary Zhou, the paramount leader of Jingning County. Brother, I can see in your eyes that you've recognized me long ago. Qin Chuan casually remarked. My uncle Yuanchao has always praised you. You'll be driving for him in the future. This elicited a hearty laugh from Pan Yanhua, who then patted Qin Chuan's shoulder, saying, Director Zhou speaks highly of you. It's remarkable that you dare to travel to Southern Province to procure goods and conduct business. Director Zhou had assured them that they would look out for one another, solidifying their bond as brothers in arms in the realm of driving and transporting goods. The 3 shared a meal together in the cafeteria. Qin Chuan managed to hitch a ride to Tongqing. Just as the truck exited the factory premises, Zhou Yuanchao's bicycle came to a halt before them. Despite having arranged for Director Zhang to greet his son-in-law, he still felt a tinge of unease and hurried over after leaving the county government on his bicycle. Xiao Chuan, have you had lunch with Xiao Yang and Xiao Pan? Qin Chuan jumped out of the truck, rushing to Zhou Yuanchao with an urgent tone, Uncle Yuan Chao. Has Director Dong been difficult with you? What does he mean by this? He was now at the crux of the matter. Xiao Chuan. I fear that Dong Dawei might create trouble for you, jeopardizing your business in the county. I spent the entire morning explaining things to Director Dong, but alas. Uncle Yuan Chao. My brother Daitu is currently setting up a stall in the cotton spinning factories community. If you could provide him with a certificate, that would be helpful. If it's convenient, please go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to file a case and issue a business license. That way, if Dong Dawei attempts to cause trouble, I will have grounds to defend myself. This suggestion struck Zhou Yuanchao with clarity. Having the proper documentation made a significant difference. He pondered throughout the journey how to ensure Xiao Chuan could legally and reasonably earn a living by selling vegetables in the community. Xiao Chuan's reminder was indeed valid. Issuing a certificate and then registering with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau seemed feasible. Xiao Chuan, I will handle the paperwork for you. There are directives encouraging individual entrepreneurs to engage in business and accumulate wealth. Qin Chuan offered a knowing smile to Uncle Yuan Chao. Upon my return, I wish to discuss lucrative ventures with you. The truck departed the factory gates. Xiao Yang took the wheel, and Xiao Pan had grown quite familiar with Qin Chuan. Leading to an animated conversation, Pan Yinhua inquired about how he married Zhou Yuanyuan. Oh, so, Xiao Chuan. Does this mean you knew her uncle was a leader at the cotton spinning factory before marrying her? Others might interpret it this way. But Qin Chuan found no desire to clarify. He had already explained Zhou Yuanyuan's situation as a young intellectual in Daping Village to Brother Pan 8 years prior. Pan Yinhua nodded, remarking that your wife is a woman of misfortune. He was aware of her father's situation, and he admired your relentless efforts to earn a decent living and restore her dignity. Bravo, my brother. So, this venture is solely about jeans? Qin Chuan smiled and inquired if Pan Gun knew where to procure jeans. If I knew where to obtain them, I would have secured 1,000 pairs and made a fortune of 300,000. Xiao Yang, the driver, laughed heartily, mockingly saying, Pan Gu, give it up. Didn't you suffer enough losses last time? Let's just stick to driving the truck steadily. In this day and age, can one really lose money by reselling goods? In a previous life, Qin Chuan had spent 30 years with Pan Yinhua, from the age of 28 to 58. He had certainly heard tales of Pan's business misadventures in the 1980s. He pondered deeply. Pan Gu, wasn't it that batch of yellow coats? That wasn't merely a loss. You walked right into a trap. Pan had transported yellow coats from Lanqing, hoping to profit from the price differences at various supply and marketing cooperatives, only to have them confiscated. That incident had occurred 2 years prior. Xiao Chuan, brother, did Director Zhou inform you? He was warning you to be cautious. It's quite a journey, and if they confiscate your goods, it would be troublesome. Pan Yinhua was puzzled and continued to question, brother, where do you source your goods? The driver, Xiao Yang, interrupted, Pan Gu, isn't it ridiculous that you're asking? Xiao Chuan is the son-in-law of Director Zhou, who has taken a special interest in him. How could he casually disclose the channels for procuring jeans? Xiao Yang's words rang true. Knowledge of procurement channels is a critical commercial secret. In 3 years, it would no longer be a secret. Shifting away from business secrets, they meandered into other conversations, yet inevitably returned to the topic of jeans. Master Yang's tone indicated a desire for jeans. Xiao Chuan, my wife insists that I buy her a pair. Where would I find the time to travel to the provincial capital for jeans? Besides, 30 yuan for a single pair? What a luxury. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Yang good. Upon my return, I shall bring a pair for your wife. That one tea do. You toil for 5 or 6 days. Are you going to give me one for free? Let me have it at cost price. Very well, I shall provide it to you at cost. The vehicle rolled into the Tongqing garment factory. Fortune smiled upon Qin Chuan today, as the factory had a truck ready to dispatch to Lanqing, already loaded with goods. Set to depart imminently. Lao Jiang, having recognized Qin Chuan, remarked, Oh, you're heading to Lanqing to catch a train? Very well. I shall have my people escort you to the station. You're quite the ambitious young man. With over 1,000 yuan in hand, he was set to procure goods in the southern province and return with a profit, earning Lao Jiang's respect. Qin Chuan was delivered to the Lanqing train station by the factory's transport, arriving at 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 41. A ticket hard to come by. From his doorstep to the provincial capital's train station, he traveled via 2 cargo trucks without spending a single cent on fare, saving 8 yuan. Rural folk often found themselves deterred from venturing far due to that 8 yuan. The few who dared to travel far usually only reached the provincial capital. In May of 1983, Qin Chuan was certain that he was the first person from Jingning County to dare venture to the southern province to procure jeans. While jeans were available for sale in Lanqing, they were not sourced from the southern province's Xintang town. Rather, they had come from Xijing. For the ensuing 3 days and nights, the journey was not arduous. Rather, Qin Chuan was brimming with excitement. He spent 3 mao to indulge in a bowl of beef noodles at a nearby noodle shop by the train station. The flavor was superior to that of 40 years hence, attributed to the absence of excessive additives. From morning until 4 in the afternoon, he had traversed an extensive distance, and the persistent buzzing in his ears was somewhat discomforting. The speed of the Liberation 2 trucks had increased, yet the noise remained substantial, making it challenging for his weary body to endure. At the ticket counter, a long queue formed as people awaited their turn to purchase train tickets. The residents of the provincial capital were early risers. The number of individuals traveling outside gradually increased, and those who could persist were destined to become the future elites of the business world. After more than 40 minutes, it was finally Qin Chuan's turn. Leaning toward the window, he inquired, "Comrade, how much is a sleeper ticket to Nan province?" Given the 4-day, 3-night journey, a sleeper ticket was imperative. The response from the attendant behind the window left Qin Chuan disheartened. There were no direct tickets available to Nan province. He would need to transfer at Xijing. Very well. Then, how much for a sleeper ticket to Xijing? He asked. The attendant's reply was even more disappointing. All sleeper tickets to Xijing had been sold out for the day, with the next batch available for purchase the following morning. Qin Chuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Sold out? Is it truly so difficult to secure a ticket in these times? Just moments ago, he had felt triumphant, noting that few ventured afar and that tickets were plentiful. In the 4th year of openness, the number of brave souls willing to travel increased year by year. He had envisioned acquiring a train ticket today and enduring the 4-day, 3-night journey without concern. However, without a ticket, and lacking the village-issued introduction letter to prove his identity, he would be unable to secure accommodation outside. Sleeping on the streets was not an option. How troublesome. Leaning back toward the window, he inquired once more, "Comrade, is there anyone returning a ticket?" "Yes, wait for it," was the response. Qin Chuan resolutely positioned himself at the window, hoping for someone to return a ticket. If not, he would settle for a seat in the waiting room. He could endure such minor discomfort. Over an hour passed as he stood, waiting for someone to return a ticket. He noticed a figure approaching stealthily from a distance. A young man with a sharp face and an unsettling gaze, a clear ticket scalper. Qin Chuan quietly asked, "Do you have a sleeper ticket to Xijing?" "Indeed. How many do you require?" 3 small pieces of cardboard appeared from the scalper's hand, each inscribed with handwritten dates, seemingly without issue at first glance. "Shall we step outside to discuss?" Qin Chuan followed him outside the ticket hall. "Which one do you want?" "They're all sleeper tickets to Xijing." Qin Chuan inquired. "How much?" 10 kuai each. No haggling. Take it or leave it. While tickets at the window were merely 3.5 kuai, the scalper demanded 10. What a blatant extortion. Yet, there were always those desperate to travel, indifferent to the extra cost, wealthy individuals willing to pay without a second thought. And Qin Chuan was one of those wealthy individuals. He handed over 10 kuai and received a ticket, scrutinizing the details, valid for the same day on that specific train, and effective for 4 days. What did this imply? Did it mean he could travel with this ticket for the next 4 days? As the scalper turned to leave after receiving the payment, Qin Chuan called out, "Wait, is this a fake?" A flicker of discomfort crossed the scalper's eyes, and Qin Chuan seized the opportunity. While he could not discern whether the ticket was genuine or counterfeit, he was acutely aware that these scoundrels often mixed fake tickets with real ones. He decided to intimidate him. "Do you think you can deceive me? Do you take me for a mere farmer from the countryside?" On the surface, Qin Chuan appeared to be just a simple farmer. Indeed, it was a counterfeit ticket. The sharp-nosed scoundrel produced 2 more, grinning mischievously. "Brother, you have a keen eye. This one is definitely genuine here." Qin Chuan felt an urge to punch him, but he knew that a crowd of his associates would soon gather. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The ticket he exchanged appeared flawless. He settled in the waiting room, sipping warm water from a canteen, his gaze wandering among the crowd, yet no familiar faces emerged. Those he recognized were destined to become influential figures in the future. When it was time to check tickets, he passed through without issue. The ordinary train's hard sleeper had a handwritten seat number affixed to it. 40 years hence, whoever possesses this ticket could fetch hundreds, as it would hold collectible value. In his seat, a beautiful woman reclined, engrossed in a book. Dressed in a camel-colored blazer and jeans, she captivated Qin Chuan's attention. She was deeply absorbed in a tome that resembled a brick in thickness. As he caught a glimpse of the title, he murmured, "The Wealth of Nations?" To be so engrossed in such a book while adorned in fine attire, and possessing a face so charmingly delicate, she exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting wealth or nobility. The lady's graceful visage peeked from behind the pages, striking a chord of familiarity in Qin Chuan's mind, though he could not recall her identity. Those who travel by plane tend to take trains as well. With utmost politeness, Qin Chuan addressed her. "Excuse me, madam, but you are occupying my seat." The denim-clad lady, now aware of his gaze lingering on her jeans, turned slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Your seat? Let me see your ticket." Qin Chuan presented his ticket, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is your ticket identical to mine?" The young woman retrieved her ticket and handed it to him. "Take a look." At a glance, Qin Chuan discerned that her ticket had been tampered with. "Your ticket is fraudulent." "How do you say that?" "Yours is the counterfeit." She scrutinized the young man contesting her claim, detecting a hint of earthy aroma about him. A rural dweller accustomed to earthen beds traveling in a sleeper? Qin Chuan awaited her defense, but she merely reclined once more, lifting her book as if he were non-existent. The train had already begun its journey, and she could not be ejected. What thoughts swirled in her mind remained a mystery. A female conductor approached. Qin Chuan turned to her, stating, "Her ticket is a forgery. She has taken my seat." The conductor, tasked with verifying tickets, understood that merely identifying a counterfeit would not suffice. She would charge the offender for a standing ticket, with an additional 5% service fee. "Please present your tickets." The conductor scrutinized the two hard paper cards, rubbing them between her fingers. "Madam, your ticket is indeed false. You likely purchased it from a scalper." The girl, who had been reading The Wealth of Nations, offered a resigned smile, hastily retrieving money from her pocket. "I will pay for a sleeper ticket. I will pay extra." The conductor, now holding a handful of standing tickets, replied coldly, "You can only purchase a standing ticket, which costs $1.50. The strikingly beautiful woman paused, her hand hovering over the money, casting an uneasy smile at Qin Chuan's face. Her tone dripped with a nonchalance that belied the triviality of $1.50. "Hey, if you have $5, lend it to me, and I will repay you promptly upon arrival in Xijing. Are you so destitute that you venture out without any funds?" Qin Chuan inquired, his voice laced with a smile. The situation had become apparent. Her wallet had been stolen. Chapter 42. After borrowing 10 yuan, we are friends. I need 5 yuan. Someone will meet me at Xijing Station, and I'll return it to you as soon as I get off the train. Qin Chuan pulled out 10 yuan and handed it over. The woman's tone and gestures suggested she was quite certain someone would lend her money. She was not an ordinary woman. "Thank you," she said, taking the money and then passing it to the female train attendant. "Please issue me a sleeper ticket. Don't say there aren't any." The attendant gave her a scrutinizing glance, wrote a series of numbers on the ticket, returned 4 yuan and 5 jiao, then turned and left. This was a peculiar way of issuing tickets in those times. Once the attendant was gone, the cowgirl glanced at the ticket, tucked it back into her pocket, and plopped back into her seat, as if it had become her own. Qin Chuan sighed, "You've got a sleeper ticket, yet you still occupy my seat. That hardly seems fair. I will wait 8 hours for my seat." "Do you expect me to stand for that long?" She was right. At the starting station, all the sleeper tickets were sold out. 8 hours later, someone would disembark, and that seat would indeed belong to her. "Then let us wait it out. Come on, young man, sit down and chat with me. I can't possibly stand for 36 hours. Qin Chuan shook his head. "So you expect me to stand for 8 hours? This girl was somewhat unreasonable. He tried to explain once more, "Madam, I have been upright since I left home this morning, and I would like to lie down for a bit." "You lie down, and I will sit beside you and talk." The favor of lending her 10 yuan seemed to make her regard Qin Chuan as a close brother. People in the 1980s were still quite innocent. It was evident that she desired companionship for conversation during the journey. Not minding that Qin Chuan carried the scent of the earth, she was a good girl. Qin Chuan simply wished to lie down, ignoring her presence at the edge of the seat. He held his bag close, closing his eyes. The main reason was his lack of sleep from the previous night, having gone through the same conversation with his wife twice. At that moment, he longed to rest his eyes. The woman spoke up. "Why are you clutching your bag so tightly? Is it all money? Are you going to Xijing to stock up?" With her talking beside him, it was impossible for him to fall into a deep sleep. Having someone to converse with to pass the time was quite pleasant. Qin Chuan thought it best to speak the truth. "I'm not heading to Xijing. I'm going to the southern province, transferring at Xijing Station." "Oh? You're carrying a bag of money to the southern province. You must be bringing in a batch of goods. What kind of goods? Let me know if I recognize them." Qin Chuan kept his eyes shut, his body tense, wanting to say, "Miss, I just need to lie down for a bit before continuing our conversation." With his eyes partially closed, he caught a glimpse of her. She looked familiar. As they chatted, he felt he might recall which figure she would become in 20 years. He responded to her inquiry. The jeans you're wearing are part of the shipment. She was indeed wearing jeans, which provided common ground for conversation. Oh, are you heading to Xintong Town? Qin Chuan sat up abruptly, all traces of sleepiness vanished. His eyes wide as he focused on her face. The fatigue that had weighed on him dissipated completely. Miss, do you know about Xintong Town in the southern province? I do. Jeans are wholesaled from there across the nation. No one in our lawn city is willing to go to Xintong. The jeans here are shipped from Xijing, where wholesalers transport goods to the southern province using dedicated vehicles. The information she shared was music to Qin Chuan's ears, worth tens of thousands. In Xijing City, is there a dedicated vehicle transporting goods from the southern province of Xintong? The young lady nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she regarded Qin Chuan. Her tone was one of admiration. Well done, young man. If you pursue this business, you are sure to reap substantial profits. During the 1980s and 1990s, several women entrepreneurs thrived in the garment trade in Lanqing, and she was among them, transporting goods from the southern province to Xijing. A second-generation liberation truck would take 10 days for a round trip. She was well aware of this route. By seizing this opportunity, there was no need for a second trip to the southern province. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that this 36-hour journey would not be lonely. Engaging her in meaningful conversation and deepening their connection seemed promising. He elucidated his business plan to her clearly. After listening to Qin Chuan's explanation, the young lady's expression was one of deep respect. This first venture involves 100 pairs of jeans, over 100 pounds. How do you plan to transport them alone without any assistance? Qin Chuan smiled subtly, his thoughts clear. He considered that around 100 pairs of jeans could be packed into 3 bags, each weighing 50 pounds, initially intending to ship them via rail to Lanqing. However, there were no direct shipping services from the southern province to Lanqing. A transfer in Xijing would complicate matters. It would be wiser to manage it himself, keeping all 3 bags close to avoid theft, much like safeguarding a wallet. Madam, after our lengthy discussion, what should I call you? He inquired. My surname is Zhang, and I am older than you, she replied, implying that he could refer to her as sister if he wished. Ah, Sister Zhang, how much money was stolen from your wallet? Over 100 yuan, along with my train ticket. I only have 10 yuan left. I managed to get a ticket from those people, but it turned out to be fake. How could it not be detected during ticket inspection? Qin Chuan did not ponder the ticket inspection issue. Instead, he racked his brain to recall any female entrepreneurs he knew from the 1990s. Cautiously, he asked, do you know Zhang Defang? She runs a department store and 10 years later, she will be the owner of a large shopping mall. Zhang Demei glanced at the young man, laughter escaping her lips. You certainly have a way with words. My sister has mentioned her aspirations to open a large shopping mall. Do you know my elder sister? Zhang Demei's curiosity about him grew. Qin Chuan understood he was seated next to the younger sister of Zhang Defang. No wonder she looked familiar. He had encountered her several times in his past life and was well acquainted with her elder sister in business. He felt compelled to clarify how he knew Zhang Defang. Our Jingning cotton spinning factory supplies fabric to the Tongqing garment factory, which in turn supplies ready-to-wear clothing to the Lanqing department store. It's not surprising that I would come to know your elder sister through this network. This explanation seemed plausible. The Lanqing department store operated several outlets selling jeans, which piqued Qin Chuan's interest, prompting him to procure a batch from Xintong Town in the southern province. Zhang Demei extended her hand with a smile. From now on, we are friends. Qin Chuan confidently reciprocated the gesture. We certainly have much to discuss. 36 hours would not be a struggle after all. Chapter 43. The business was stolen, and the deal fell through after selling the vegetables and securing the money. Zhang Baozheng went to the cotton spinning factory to retrieve the donkey cart. He then accompanied Wang Huaxiang and Li Guangsan to the large store, where they purchased a plethora of snacks. Brother Chuan repeatedly reminded us to bring back some delicious treats for the younger siblings. Wang Huaxiang borrowed 2 more yuan from Datu, asserting that he could not toil without recompense. Though he claimed it was a loan, he had no intention of returning it. He diligently followed through, managing to sell 600 jin of vegetables at the cotton mill's residential area, netting over 100 yuan in just half a day, a lucrative endeavor. Wang Huaxiang had already devised a plan for the following morning. He would borrow his uncle's bicycle to transport 100 jin of leeks for sale, anticipating a modest profit of around 10 yuan. If successful, he intended to make this a daily routine. Dado, you've made over 100 yuan this time. We should profit together, he remarked. Dado quickly corrected him. This money belongs to Brother Chuan. I'm merely taking 10 yuan as my labor fee. What 10 yuan labor fee? Don't be so naive. You should split it 50-50 with Brother Chuan. Data retrieved a document from his pocket. Look, Wang Huaxiong. This document states that Brother Chuan is permitted to sell vegetables in their community, not me. Do you understand? Data had received this document from Director Zhou at the cotton mill. He mentioned needing to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain a business license for Brother Chuan. Wang Huaxiong praised, this document is something only Chuan could procure. There's no way Li Guangsan and I could make this money. His words were insincere. The prospect of making 10 yuan from selling 100 jin of leeks while leveraging this document was enticing. Li Guangsan had no intention of setting up a stall in the city. He was preoccupied with raising dozens of sheep, aiming to sell 2 a day for 30 yuan. With so many people clamoring to buy vegetables, Data struggled to keep track of the accounts, which made his head spin. Data, Wang Huaxiong. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Qin Chuan will become the wealthiest person in our village. Just think about it. He dares to venture into the provincial city. That's remarkable. Data interjected. Brother Chuan isn't going to the provincial city. He is heading to the southern province. He could make several thousand yuan on this trip. Several thousand, exclaimed the Wang and Li families in astonishment. It was then they realized that Qin Chuan had embarked on a large business venture in another region. Data felt he had let slip too much and hastily defended himself. I was just joking. Earning several thousand yuan isn't that easy. Indeed, it's not that easy. Suddenly, the ringing of bicycle bells echoed behind them. A group of over 10 individuals charged towards them, encircling the donkey cart and the trio. Qin, today we settle the score, bellowed a tall man leading the group. Wang Huaxiong sensed impending danger and turned to flee, shouting, I'm not Qin. It has nothing to do with me. 4 or 5 people pursued him, seizing him, slapping his face, and kicking his body. Wang Huaxiong fell to the ground, bloodied. Who told you to run? You think you can escape from me? Don Dawei, tall and burly, glared menacingly. Wang Huaxiong ceased his flight and crouched obediently on the ground. Zhang Dada and Li Guangsan followed suit, though they also received a few kicks. Their noses and mouths remained unbloodied. How much did you sell? Don Dawei inquired, kicking Zhang Dada again. Not much, he stammered. Don't lie to me. I saw everything. Hand it over. You think you can come to the city to sell vegetables and not face consequences? I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you. A few of his underlings searched Zhang Dada thoroughly. Over 100 yuan was seized without a trace. Don Dawei dropped a few more threats. If you dare come to the city to sell vegetables again, I'll smash your donkey cart. A group of 7 or 8 bicycles, accompanied by a dozen individuals, departed amidst laughter and shouts. Zhang Dada squatted on the ground, stealing a glance at Wang Huaxiong, who sat bleeding and gasping for breath. Li Guangsan leaned against a tree by the roadside, panting heavily. Zhang Baozheng was the first to assist Wang Huaxiong, asking, Cousin, are you all right? All right? Not a chance. They knocked out one of my teeth. You claimed this business of yours was safe. Is this what you call safety? You also said that Director Zhou is your brother-in-law. Zhang Dada replied candidly, Director Zhou is indeed my brother-in-law, but he's not my father-in-law. Wang Huaxiong spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and shot a fierce glare at Zhang Datu, lamenting, had I known we would face such violence today, I would never have come to the city. I was even planning to ride my bicycle tomorrow with 100 pounds of leeks to sell. What a foolish thought. He shouted towards Li Guangsan, I want to be returning your 10 yuan. Li Guangsan, startled, retorted in a whiny tone, why not? What gives you the right? If you hadn't borrowed 10 yuan from me, would you have even come to the city? He contemplated picking up a stone to strike Wang Huaxiong again. Enough shouting. Zhang Dada interjected, collapsing to the ground in tears. 118 yuan has been stolen. What are we to do now? How will I explain this to Chuan Gu? What will I say to Sister Yuanyuan and Linger? I promised Chuan Gu that every day's earnings would go to Sister Yuanyuan. And I was keeping a ledger. Li Guangsan pulled at Zhang Dadu, speaking in a comforting tone. Cousin, why are you crying? When we return, we'll tell the truth that we were robbed by a gang of over a dozen men and couldn't resist. We had no choice but to hand over our money. Zhang Dada stood, approaching the donkey cart and picking up several bags. Thankfully, the snacks he had bought for his sisters remained untouched. He proposed to the families of Wang and Li, Cousin, Uncle, let us first go to the village and report this to the police. I refuse to believe the village police will ignore us. Wang Huaxiong dismissed the idea, saying, Datu, can't you see? You and Chuanzi are engaging in a speculative business. Reporting it to the police would be futile. If you do, the money you earned the other day will be confiscated. Wang Huaxiong's words struck Zhang Dada with despair. Is that how it ends? At least let Chuanzi know about today's misfortune. It seems our plans to sell vegetables in the city are dashed. What else can we do? The three of them, covered in dust and defeated, returned home on the donkey cart. Wang Huaxing vowed never to come to the city again. While Li Guangcan felt his hopes of making money had been shattered, as Zhang Dada returned. He intended to visit his aunt to arrange for the sale of 2 sheep tomorrow, but even that seemed futile. The three of them made their way back to the village, resembling soldiers who had just suffered a defeat. In the morning, they had entered the city with great fanfare. But by the afternoon, they returned to the village in utter dejection. Each returned to their own homes, seeking comfort from their mothers. Zhang Datu, disheveled and downcast, was immediately noticed by his mother. "My son, what happened to you?" she inquired. "Mother, after selling the vegetables, we encountered robbers just outside the county. They took all our money. I suggested we report it to the police, but the others said we shouldn't." His mother, alarmed, rushed over to him, checking him for injuries. "Did they hurt you?" "Mother, I am fine." Wang Huaxiong had one of his front teeth knocked out by them. There were over 10 of them. He even tried to run away, resulting in the loss of his tooth. "Did they steal all the money?" "Yes, over 100 yuan. How am I to explain this to Sister Yuanyuan and Linger? On the very first day after Brother Chuan left, I was robbed." Dadawa squatted on the ground, wiping away his tears. "Enough, you should eat first." Mother made long noodles. "I will go call Yuanyuan and Linger. They need to know about this." Datawa's mother turned to leave, colliding with Wang Huaxiong's furious mother. Chapter 44. Chaos in the village. The woman from the Wang family was causing a scene. Datawa's mother. "Look at what they have done to my son. He has lost a front tooth. He is supposed to visit the girl's family tomorrow. What shall we do now?" Wang Huaxiong's new shirt was torn, making it impossible for him to visit the girl tomorrow. Datawa's mother, taken aback by the accusations, struggled to find a way to defend herself. "I say, your son's misfortune stems from his own choices. He went to the county town and got robbed. Why do you come here to complain to me?" The Wang matriarch was unreasonable. "If I am not to complain to you, then whom should I complain to? My son went with yours. He left in good condition, yet he returns with torn clothes and a missing tooth. Your family colludes with that rascal from the Qin family. Do you think the villagers are unaware? You simply wish to tie him to your daughter as a bride for your datua." Zhang Chun returned from outside, barking. "What is all this noise?" "Datua, what happened?" Datua, still in tears, recounted the robbery to his father once more. Zhang Chun stood in stunned silence before asking, "Are you unharmed?" "Father, I am fine." Wang Huaxiong's mother shouted at Zhang Chun, "My son is harmed. His new clothes are ruined, and he has lost a tooth. You must compensate." Zhang Chun understood that the woman from the Wang family was being utterly unreasonable. She clung to her point. Her son had taken the truck driven by Qin Chuan to the county town, and the truck should have brought him back. Her son did not wander about the city. He was helping your son sell vegetables. So, how is this related to your son, Zhang Chun? She continued her tirade and turned to seek out Qin Chuan for an explanation. In the courtyard of the Qin family, only 2 girls had just returned from gathering vegetables. How could Yuanyuan and Linger withstand such a tirade? Zhang Chun dashed outside, noticing Wang Huaxiong's mother heading toward Qin Jianmen's home. After a few steps, she halted and turned toward the dilapidated cave dwelling to the east. The Qin siblings had moved out from Qin Jianmen's residence, and she realized this only after a short distance. Zhang Chun called out to her, "Stop! Where are you going?" "What do you mean, where am I going?" "I am going to settle the score with that scoundrel. He is nothing but trouble, even daring to strike his own uncle." "Do you think the villagers are oblivious?" Zhang Chun attempted to reason with her calmly. "Aunt, let us discuss this reasonably. Chuan is away on a long trip. Wait for him to return before confronting him. Seeking out Zhou Jiqing and Linger will be futile." The woman from the Wang family retaliated with foul language. "I will confront that wretched girl. Let her see what happens if she refuses to pay. Whom do you dare to insult? I will tear your tongue out if you keep this up." Zhang Chun had initially aimed for a rational conversation, but it was clear that this woman was not inclined to reason. The atmosphere shifted, and he could no longer maintain a polite demeanor. The woman from the Wang family abruptly pressed against Zhang Chun, provocatively suggesting, "Come on, why don't you tear one?" Zhang Chun, taken aback, retreated a few steps, realizing that this entanglement seemed endless. How could a grown man feel comfortable engaging in a scuffle with a woman? Unable to bear it any longer, the formidable mother of the two, incensed that her son had been beaten and robbed, confronted the Wang woman, who had come to their doorstep to cause chaos. She overheard the commotion between her husband and the Wang woman, and she was not one to be trifled with. With a swift motion, she lunged forward and grasped the Wang woman's hair, declaring, Dare to insult my Yuan again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Chun, feeling weak and anxious, quickly intervened, exclaiming, Hey, let go. What are you fighting for? When will it end? He called out into the yard. Datu, are you dead? Your mother is fighting with your Aunt Wong. Come out quickly and help. Datu's sister came running from afar, shouting for their mother. Datu and his two sisters soon followed, all crying out for their mother. The scene was chaotic. It was the time when school had just let out, and people were returning from the fields. The ruckus attracted a crowd of onlookers, both adults and children, eager to witness the spectacle. It was quite the show. Fight well. It's more thrilling than listening to the radio's broadcasts of snowy plains. Datu's father managed to pull his wife away, while Zhang Chun did the same with his own. What else could they expect but humiliation? Yet, there was an outcome. The villagers of Daping all learned that Zhang Datu, who sold vegetables in the city, had been robbed of his earnings. Most felt a sense of satisfaction and relief. Who would dare to sell vegetables in the city again? Qin Ling and Zhou Yuanyuan were summoned, already aware of the unfolding situation. Everyone gathered in Zhang Chun's yard. With a worried expression, Zhang Chun sighed and sought to reassure the two young girls. Ling, Yuan, I never expected today would turn out like this. I was already uneasy, fearing that Chuanzi and Datu might get caught. Datu's mother angrily interjected, Don't mislead them. It's not the city officials who caught them. They were ambushed and robbed on the way. It's not the same at all. Zhang Chun, feeling utterly disheartened, responded, What difference does it make? An easy way to make money will inevitably draw attention, and trouble is bound to arise. We can't go tomorrow. Zhou Yuanyuan felt her legs weaken, gripped by fear. Ever since Chuanzi left in the morning, she had been anxious about the possibility of trouble, and now it had indeed come to pass. The business of selling vegetables, which could earn them 100 yuan a day, was now in jeopardy. The venture of importing jeans, promising 1,000 yuan a day, was surely fraught with danger as well. Chuanzi had whispered that once the jeans arrived, they could earn 1,000 a day, a business prospect so enticing it was almost unimaginable. Just then, Wang Huaxiong's mother returned, intent on causing further disruption, demanding that Chuanzi pay for her son's broken front teeth. Even if she were to extract the 300 yuan concealed on her, it might not suffice. The young wife was also quick to anger, protesting, Why should we pay? Wang Huaxiong chose to go to the city willingly. If this matter requires reporting to the police, I refuse to believe they won't take action. Zhang Chun pondered for a long while, concluding that reporting to the police would be futile. Whether those ruffians could be apprehended was uncertain, and any money Chuanzi earned through his dealings would undoubtedly be confiscated. He made sure to communicate the sentiment clearly to everyone. Datu felt a tumult of emotions within him. Father, mother, sister Yuan. Even if we cannot report this to the police, we must ensure that Director Zhou is informed. Today, Director Zhou provided me with a certificate, granting permission for Brother Chuan to set up a stall selling vegetables in the cotton mill's residential area. Director Zhou also encouraged me, stating that during these days when Brother Chuan is absent, I should diligently carry on and not give up halfway. Son, do you intend to go tomorrow? I must clarify this with Director Zhou. He is supporting Brother Chuan and me, and if any issues arise, he cannot be left in the dark. A cough echoed from outside the door. Qin Jianmin entered with his hands clasped behind him, having overheard the earlier conversation. Approaching Zhang Dado, he extended his hand. What certificate? Let me see it. Qin Jianmin scrutinized the document that Dada handed over. As the village head, he frequently attended meetings in town and possessed a broader perspective. He scoffed. Zhang Chun, do not assume that Director Zhou is a significant official with authority over everything. I will tell you, this certificate is utterly worthless. To run a private business in the city, one must obtain permits from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Economic Management Committee. How could an ordinary person manage to secure such approvals? Zhang Chun and his wife exchanged glances with Qin Jianmin, hesitant to speak further. The village head had attended meetings in town today and was privy to policies unknown to the villagers. Upon returning, he immediately learned about the altercation between Dada's mother and Wang Huaxiong's mother. As village head, he felt compelled to intervene. The reasons behind the quarrel were crystal clear to Qin Jianmin. It was all due to the mischief of their troublesome nephew. He was irritable while conversing with Zhang Chun's family. Humph, is earning money that easy? You should cease this nonsense and focus on clearing the weeds in the wheat fields. In situations like this, Qin Jianmin felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, akin to receiving 100 yuan as a bride price. Chapter 45. The feeling of being homeless is dreadful. Qin Jianmin glanced at Zhou Yuanyuan and Qin Ling, his words dripping with sarcasm. I heard you wish to dine on rice daily? Crave eggs and meat every day? Humph. When he returns, the police will arrest him immediately for engaging in speculation and running a large business outside. What kind of business is that? He might as well prepare for prison. These remarks made Zhou Yuanyuan bite her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Jianmin had made up his mind. If Qin Chuan returned and boasted of his successful business ventures, he would report him to the authorities, who would oversee his illicit dealings in the city. If he revealed his history of assaulting elders, it would lead to dire consequences for him. He wanted the police to deal with this troublesome lad thoroughly. He had treated the leaders of the police station and the township government to a meal, spending 30 yuan borrowed from Li Guangsan. He was laying the groundwork to deal with Qin Chuan. They would all see. Zhang Dadu exclaimed, "Village head, what do you mean by saying this to my sister-in-law Yuanyuan? We have encountered a group of thugs, and the police do nothing? Do nothing? Yesterday, Chuan drove back a truck and provoked another driver. Is that not clear enough?" Qin Jianmin had made a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative in the township, learning that Qin Chuan had indeed driven a truck for the cotton mill to deliver fabric. Initially, it was a driver named Dong who operated the vehicle. With a few more inquiries, Qin Jianmin would uncover the details. Having finished communications with the supply and marketing cooperative in Tuguoxiang, Qin Jianmin pondered another layer of implication. Qin Chuan could drive a truck and deliver goods without additional charges, undermining the original driver's earnings. Would the driver not seek retribution? As Qin Jianmin pondered, he returned to the village only to hear that Datu and his companions had been robbed that day. It was undoubtedly a calculated act of vengeance against Qin Chuan. Either the one who disrupted his stall or the former delivery driver was behind it. This reminder sparked a realization in Zhang Dadu. That tall, lean fellow was indeed Dong Dawei. If it were him, everything would fall into place. Dong Dawei had made a trip to deliver fabric to various supply and marketing cooperatives, earning 5 yuan in freight from each. However, he had lost 40 yuan in income. It was no wonder he had furiously claimed that Qin Chuan had cut off his livelihood. Zhang Dadu, not lacking in intelligence, pieced together the situation quite well. Qin Jianmin, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked back and forth, a rare smile gracing his face after days of gloom. "So, you wish to profit at Qin Chuan's expense? In the end, you will gain nothing. Better stay quietly in the village." When Qin Jianmin arrived at Zhang Chun's home and expressed these sentiments, Zhang Chun discerned the underlying meaning. He was not seeking to assist Qin Chuan. Rather, he was reveling in his misfortune. He could hardly bear to see Qin Chuan and his sister live well. He secretly hoped that his own nephew would face calamity, eager to witness others struggle to make ends meet. How could this man, an uncle, possess such a wretched character? Were the village leaders blind to appoint him as village chief? Having never quarreled with his cousin before, Zhang Chun found himself unable to contain his anger this time. Reflecting on the earlier behavior of Wang's wife only intensified his fury. "Qin Jianmin, you wretched scoundrel. What grievance do you have against Yuanyuan and Linger? How could you utter such hurtful words? You cannot bear to see them thrive, can you? You vile creature, get out. Leave my home, and should you dare return, don't think it will be only Qin Chuan who confronts you. I shall make you regret it." Zhang Chun, feeling unsatisfied with mere words, lunged at Qin Jianmin. Although typically gentle and amiable, Zhang Chun's wrath rendered him unrestrained, disregarding his status as village chief in favor of unleashing a torrent of curses. Qin Jianmin turned and fled, leaving behind a harsh warning. "Zhang Chun, you shall not receive a grain of relief grain, and don't even think about drawing a bucket of water from the commune. If you wish to assist them, you may as well pay them back." Zhang Chun contemplated pursuing him but was restrained by his wife. "Enough, Dada's father. The villagers are already laughing at us." Spring Ant, now recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that her altercation with Wang Huaxiong had made them the subject of ridicule in the village. If Dada's father were to engage in a fight with village chief Qin Jianmin, it would only serve to deepen their embarrassment. How had it come to this? Zhang Dada's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, but Qin Jianmin's remarks led him to reflect further. He spoke to Yuan Yuan and Lingo, sisters. "I am certain that the trouble stems from that driver named Dong." In Yuan Yuan's eyes, a layer of worry deepened. The modest income she had earned recently offered no solace. Instead, it stirred a sense of dread within her. She realized that Qin Chuan had encroached upon the business of other drivers, and trouble was inevitably heading their way. If not today, then tomorrow, their profitable venture would attract complications. Yuan Yuan could no longer allow Datu to run errands for her husband. "Datu, let us hold off for now. We shall discuss this when Qin Chuan returns." Datu brooded for a considerable time, unwilling to relent. Was it truly acceptable to cease their efforts? Surely, Qin Chuan would not back down. Aunt Chun felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Jiqing and offered him gentle words of comfort. Do not worry. We shall patiently await Chuanzi's return. We still have some money, and in due time, we shall persevere. The kind-hearted woman invited Zhou Yuanyuan and Qin Ling to share dinner together. Aunt Chun prepared a room with a heated Kong for the two sisters-in-law to stay for a few days, as it was undoubtedly unsafe for the two young women to be alone without male protection at night. This ordeal had left Zhang Chun and his wife alarmed, and they felt compelled to keep both women close. The two Ma's intentions were not entirely selfless, given the circumstances. She saw that Zhou Yuanyuan had no one to care for her and contemplated bringing her home, thinking Zhou Jiqing could marry Daitu. However, it seemed that Zhou Yuanyuan was not to become her daughter-in-law, that honor belonged to Linger. Lately, Daitu found herself increasingly fond of Linger. Linger, Yuanyuan, consider this your home. Stay at ease until Chuanzi returns, and then you may return to your cave dwelling. A flicker of fear crept into Zhou Yuanyuan's heart, without Chuanzi by her side. She felt adrift. The events of the day had rendered her hesitant to stay in the dilapidated cave, although Aunt Chun urged her and Lingo to remain. She did not protest, merely nodding in agreement. Yet, with that nod, the feeling of home began to slip away, descending into a somber gloom. It was overwhelming. For the past half-day, she pondered how to inform Chuanzi of today's happenings. Sending a telegram would require knowledge of his address. Daitu, does the cotton mill have a telephone? Yes, there is a landline on Director Zhou's desk. This reminder sparked a glimmer of hope in Daitu. Indeed, Sister Yuanyuan. We can use Director Zhou's office phone to speak with Chuanzi. He must have the director's number. However, they quickly realized that they could not initiate the call, as Chuanzi did not carry a landline with him. If only Chuanzi would call Director Zhou, then he would learn of today's events and know how to proceed. I shall heed Chuanzi's guidance. Until they could contact Chuanzi, they could not sell their vegetables in the city. Chapter 46, Normal Market Stalls Under Attack. In response to the reform and opening up policy, there was encouragement for the orderly and healthy development of individual businesses. Jingning County had plans to gradually liberalize certain individual operators and issue them business licenses. In recent days, Zhou Yuanchao had been contemplating this matter seriously. Issuing a simple certification for his son-in-law Chuan was not a long-term solution. A business license was the proper documentation. Director Zhou was well acquainted with the leaders in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, having dined and imbibed with them. His niece's husband had successfully obtained a business license for a shop on Textile Road. Once Chuanzi's identification was finalized, everything would be in order. The previous morning, the license was prepared, but when they awaited Qin Chuan's partner to collect the business license by noon, he had yet to arrive. Zhou Yuanchao sent someone to the community to find him. The messenger reported that there were no vendors selling vegetables. This was not unusual. A day and a half without trading was acceptable. However, the next day, when afternoon work began, Qin Chuan's partner was still absent. The fellow, with his large head, seemed to be up to something. Zhou Yuanchao found this behavior somewhat disconcerting. What kind of helper had his son-in-law enlisted? It was essential to maintain the stall, as it provided convenience for the residents of the cotton mill community while also generating income. With Chuanzi away, his partner's two-day absence was a troubling sign of unreliability. Zhou Yuanchao shook his head, crouching on the ground to feed the young hawks, which had already learned to fly a short distance and were chirping for food. Director Zhang rushed into the office. Factory chief, your son-in-law's partner was robbed on the way. A look of doubt clouded Zhou's face. When did this happen? Who told you? The workshop colleagues said that at 4 o'clock the day before yesterday, a donkey cart heading from the county towards Tugiao Township was ambushed by a group of over 10 cyclists. They Haven Tea set up their stall for 2 consecutive days, which is quite unusual. Zhou Yuanchao's heart sank. His son-in-law, Xiao Chuan, could drive a truck, which saved him a great deal of trouble in transporting materials. He was bold and capable, daring to venture into the southern provinces for supplies at such a young age. And then he recalled how tragically his cousin had died and how his sister-in-law had vanished after remarrying. The niece, a youth from Daping Village, had no family to rely on, which was pitiful enough. Zhou Yuanchao wished to support Xiao Chuan in establishing his own business, hoping to improve their lives. Just as they had made a start, how could such misfortune occur? Director Zhang, who did you hear this from? Bring him to me. I will go get him right away. A newcomer to the factory was summoned. Zhou, the factory chief, asked him, Xiao Duan, what happened with the donkey cart being robbed the day before yesterday? Please tell me in detail. Chief Zhou, I heard it from a friend. They said that in the afternoon of the day before yesterday, A group of robbers blocked the donkey cart that was selling vegetables outside the county, took their money, and even injured some people. I don't know the specifics. The details remained unclear. Zhou Yuanchao slammed the table, cursing for the past 2 days. I sensed something was off. I thought he might cause trouble for Xiao Chuan. Could he really resort to robbery? The workshop director understood immediately whom the factory chief was referring to. Chief, if it was indeed Dong Dawei, reporting it to the police would only complicate matters. Dong Dawei is an alcoholic and can no longer drive trucks. Zhou had reassigned him to another position to save his life. His father, instead of appreciating Zhou Yuanchao's kindness, sought revenge. The Dong family is truly despicable. Reporting Dong Dawei would only bring Zhou Yuanchao more trouble. Xiao Chuan is his cousin by marriage. And while the blood relation may be distant, Zhou did not wish to provoke the county committee leadership over personal interests. He wondered how Xiao Chuan would react upon learning of this incident. Surely he wouldn't just close up shop? The permit couldn't be obtained for nothing. Once the stall was established, he would have a fixed location and things would improve. The construction had already begun, but it would take 3 months to complete. Would Xiao Chuan be unable to conduct business during this time? Would he not be able to sell the batch of pants worth 1,000 yuan? Director Zhang. Did Xiao Chuan note down the landline number of my office before he left? Yes, he did, Chief. I made arrangements for him. In case of any situation while out, he can reach you on the landline. It's not a matter of him encountering trouble while out. It's that something has happened behind him. How would he know? Zhou Yuanchao smiled bitterly. If he were unaware of this incident, how could he proactively call me? Zhou Yuanchao yearned to understand Xiao Chuan's thoughts. Sensing that the young man harbored different ideas, he genuinely hoped for a call from him. The entire afternoon was spent waiting in the office. Qin Chuan was not on the train. He stood outside the post office beside the Shijing train station, queuing to make a call. Zhang Demei was on the line, instructing Qin Chuan not to leave and to wait for her. She was arranging matters previously discussed for her elder sister regarding the train. This arrangement alleviated some of Qin Chuan's burdens. After 36 hours of companionship on the train, their relationship had transcended mere acquaintance. Qin Chuan implied that a trivial debt of 10 yuan was inconsequential. After waiting for several minutes, Zhang Demei concluded her call, having spent over 10 yuan. With a cheerful expression, she said, Qin Chuan, I've spoken to my sister. You can reach out to her if you have business needs. She handed him a slip of paper inscribed with a series of numbers. This is my home number. You can contact me as well. Furthermore, your goods will be sent to this address in Shijing, so there is no need for you to travel to the southern province. My sister just informed me of this, so remember it well and ensure there are no mistakes. Thus, Qin Chuan would no longer need to journey to the southern province. Shipping to Shijing and then forwarding to Lansheng would be significantly more convenient. The cowgirl bid farewell to the young man, suggesting they keep in touch. As Qin Chuan turned to leave, he hesitated and decided to call Director Zhou's office to inquire whether his colleague, De Tu, had resumed his market activities in the past few days. The faces of Dong's father and son lingered in his mind. He dialed the office landline. And after a lengthy transfer, Director Zhou finally answered. Hello, Uncle Yuanchao. This is Qin Chuan. I'm calling from the post office near Shijing train station. On the other end, the voice was impatient. Qin Chuan, I was just hoping to speak with you when you called. Tell me, was your vegetable stall manned by 3 people the day before yesterday? Yes, there were 3. My brother De Tu and 2 helpers from the Wong and Li families. Has my brother De Tu been all right these past few days? Qin Chuan, your stall hasn't been set up for 2 consecutive days. I suspect there was an incident the day before yesterday. Your brother is likely too scared to come out and is hiding at home. Qin Chuan's mind raced, anticipating this outcome. Uncle Yuanchao, listen to me. Find a way to contact my brother De Tu. Tell him I arranged this, and he shouldn't fear being robbed on the way. He must set up the stall as usual. Let them rob him, as long as he remains unharmed. This suggestion momentarily baffled Zhou Yuanchao. Qin Chuan, are you suggesting we let them rob him? Yes, let them rob him. He must set up the stall as usual. Qin Chuan surveyed the long queue waiting to make calls. With 3 days of train travel ahead, he would have no opportunity to call again. Uncle Yuanchao, if they rob my brother on the way, have someone discreetly photograph the incident. The more evidence, the better. I trust you understand my intentions. I must hang up now as others are pressing me. It is imperative that my brother De Tu sets up the stall as usual. In less than 3 minutes of conversation, it cost him 3 yuan, an exorbitant expense. He emphasized 3 times that De Tu must continue to operate the stall and let them rob him. Uncle Yuanchao was astute and would comprehend the situation. Clutching the receiver with a perplexed expression, Zhou Yuanchao struggled to grasp the entirety of the conversation. Zhang Bangchong, standing nearby, cautiously inquired, "Director, what did your son-in-law say?" Xiao Chuan mentioned that he would convey a message to his big-headed brother, insisting that the vegetable stall must not cease operations. If they rob and seize money, so be it. He is willing to part with the funds. However, he also suggested dispatching someone to secretly capture photographs of the scene. This notion left Zhang Bangchong astounded. What does your son-in-law mean by this? Zhou Yuanchao suddenly realized, slapping the table, what a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? Director Zhang, summon Xiaopan. Chapter 47. This is the intention of your brother Chuan at Zhang Chun's home, apart from two young girls who were oblivious and attending school. The atmosphere was filled with sorrow. Zhou Yuanyuan wore a face devoid of any joy. Zhang Chun and his wife exchanged glances, refraining from voicing too much discontent. Striving to uplift Zhou Yuanyuan's spirits. Yuanyuan, do not be too disheartened. If the business does not succeed, it is of no consequence. We still possess land. We can cultivate wheat and melons, and live joyfully. It is not imperative to venture into the city for business. The risks are too great. Zhou Yuanyuan sat on the doorstep, hugging her knees, listening to Aunt Chun's comforting words, nodding vigorously. Yet, within her heart lay an overwhelming sense of despair. From 30 to 60, then to 120, and finally to 300 and 500, her income had doubled each day. Suddenly awakened. It felt as if she had been caught in a beautiful dream. Constructing a brick house and holding her head high in front of others was but a fantasy. For the past few days, her mind was consumed with Qin Jianmin's hurtful words. Do you still expect to eat rice and flour every day? Do you yearn for eggs and meat daily? Dream on. Without having met Uncle Yuanchao, with her maternal family taking care of her, there had been no further developments. Two streams of tears fell onto her feet. Aunt Chun witnessed this and felt a pang in her heart. This girl had just begun to experience a few good days. Only to have them snatched away, her suffering was profound. Chuan should not have ventured far. His absence for 6 or 7 days left Yuanyuan in a difficult position. Her two young daughters squabbled over cream biscuits, oblivious to the adults' troubles. The two returned with snacks, trying to cheer his sisters. What is there to be cheerful about? Aunt Chun snatched the biscuit box away, scolding them. Go to your homework. All you know is to eat, eat, eat. Do you want to be punished? Mom. My brother bought these for me. Go on. These were for Yuanyuan and Linger. Aunt Chun handed Zhou Yuanyuan 2 pieces of cream biscuits. Yuanyuan, eat up. Do not be gloomy. Let us wait patiently for Chuan's return. Zhou Yuanyuan took the biscuits from Aunt Chun's hand, eating cautiously. Residing at Aunt Chun's home, she felt lost. She would do whatever Aunt Chun asked. Baozhen carried a sack of rice in one hand and a bag of flour in the other. Having brought them from Chuan's cave home, his mother had instructed him to bring these over, otherwise Yuanyuan and Linger would not be able to stay comfortably at someone else's house. Look, your rice and flour have been brought over. Now, you can relax, right? No need to feel anxious. The matter of Chuan giving 20 yuan had also been communicated to Yuanyuan. You and Lingo can comfortably stay at Aunt's house and wait for Chuan to come back. As dusk descended, a heavy cloud of worry enveloped Zhang Chun's courtyard. Tiao Hong approached her brother too, offering him a biscuit. Brother, have one. Go away. He replied, annoyed. What have I done to deserve this? Tiao Hong moved aside. Unable to hear Dido's words, Zhang Dada conversed with his mother, expressing his determination. Mother, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city to set up my stall. Surely, they cannot rob me a second time. Is there no law in broad daylight? As Zhang Chun entered the courtyard, the weight of his son's words deepened his anxiety. You cannot go tomorrow. We shall wait for Chuanzi to return, he insisted. Father, I refuse to believe they can rob me again. I will deal with them. Zhang Dada brandished a knife, waving it in front of him. Zhang Chun swiftly seized the weapon from his son and concealed it beneath the bedding. Do not provoke trouble. Heed my words and wait for Chuanzi's return. Father, Chuanzi advised me to persist with the stall, regardless of the circumstances. He knows we will encounter difficulties, and it is undoubtedly that man's surname Dong. Chuanzi has recognized it early on. Zhang Chun furrowed his brow. Your Chuanzi noticed this early? Yes, he anticipated that I would be ambushed on the way. He must have a plan to counter it. I shall continue with my stall tomorrow. Zhang Chun's mind raced. Did Chuanzi possess such capabilities? Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle echoed from outside. Chuanzi is back, Datu exclaimed as he rushed out. A truck approached from a distance along the village path, its headlights illuminating the entrance to Zhang Chun's home as evening fell. The children of the household gathered at the doorway, while others from neighboring homes emerged to witness the return of Chuanzi. Data muttered to himself, how can this be? Chuanzi mentioned he was going to the southern province for jeans. How could he return so soon? The truck halted momentarily before continuing directly to Zhang Dada's doorstep. The lights extinguished, and Pan Yinhua jumped out from the passenger seat, followed by Yang Changjiang from the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. Dada did not recognize either of them. Pan Yinhua recognized Datu at once and greeted him. "You are the brother of Xiao Chuan, are you not?" "Indeed." "Come inside to discuss," Data replied. "Director Zhou sent me to find you. There is an urgent matter to arrange." Datu recalled that on the day they headed towards Tongqing. Two drivers accompanied Chuanzi. These must be the same individuals. "You two are quite familiar with Chuanzi, I presume? Come in quickly to speak," he urged. The two drivers entered Data's courtyard. Zhang Chun shooed away the onlookers gathered around the truck. "Return to your homes and sleep. What is there to see? Is it not Chuanzi who has returned? Why is he not the one here? Has he been arrested for trafficking?" The commotion outside persisted, but Zhang Chun insisted on dispersing the crowd. In the courtyard, Pan Yinhua conveyed critical information to Zhang Datu. "Is your full name also Zhang Datu?" "Such a name is quite peculiar. My real name is Zhang Baozheng." "Why do you inquire about my name? What urgent matter necessitated your truck's arrival, alarming the villagers?" Seated on a stool, Pan Yinhua elaborated on the important message from Director Zhou. "Director Zhou instructed you to continue with your stall tomorrow. Do not fear their attempts to rob you. As long as they do not harm you physically, you should proceed. This is a positive development." "Positive development?" Zhang Dada stared in disbelief. "I have been robbed of my money. How can this be considered good?" After a moment's reflection, Zhang Dadu realized that Director Zhou had sent these two drivers to deliver a message, indicating they were trustworthy individuals, capable of conveying something significant. "I am inclined to believe that it was Dong Dawei who orchestrated these events, tall, with robust arms and a pronounced nasal voice, claiming that Chuan Gu had severed his financial lifeline. Is it not plausible that he is the one?" Pan Yinhua pondered this matter, ultimately concluding that the individual leading the heist was indeed Dong Dawei. Throughout the journey, Driver Pan mulled over the implications of this revelation. If it was indeed someone named Dong causing trouble, then Director Zhu would find himself in quite a predicament in a matter of days. Zhou might cease to oversee the cotton spinning factory, and his aspirations of smoothly learning the intricacies of truck driving would be thwarted. Pan Yinhua realized that Dong Dawei posed a significant obstacle. His father was no saint either. Director Zhou had entrusted him with conveying messages to the people of Daping Village, a task that weighed heavily on his mind. It was a wise plan. He must ensure he cooperated fully with Director Zhou. "Big brother," he reassured. "You are right to heed Chuan Ji's counsel. Continue with your sales as usual. Fear not their attempts to rob you. It is their indifference to your presence that you should truly dread." Big brother furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Is this truly Chuan Ji's directive? He's far away. How can you be sure of his intentions?" Pan Yinhua smiled warmly at his good companion, clarifying, "This afternoon, your Chuan Gu called from Shijing, communicating explicitly with Director Zhou. He insisted that I relay this message to you. Do you not believe me?" Zhang Dada nodded vigorously. "I believe. I knew Chuan Gu would not abandon us so easily. He must have a plan to deal with those ruffians." Patting Dada's shoulder, Pan Yinhua reiterated, "Brother, Chuan Gu is indeed a capable individual. Trust him, continue your sales. Let them attempt to rob you once more, and then we shall alert the authorities. The police will apprehend them." In a hushed tone, Pan Yinhua inquired, "Which of the sisters-in-law belongs to Xiao Chuan? I would like to meet her." Zhang Dada shot him a sideways glance, having just thought of him as a good person. "What do you want with my sister-in-law?" "She is not here. She has gone to fetch water." Zhou Yuanyuan and Qin Ling entered, carrying a bucket of water drawn from the cellar, which would need time to settle before being poured into the tank. Pan Yinhua and driver Xiao Yang rose to greet Zhou Yuanyuan with smiles. She was the niece of Director Zhou, strikingly beautiful. Wiping the sweat from her brow and offering a gentle smile to the guests, Pan Yinhua silently praised her beauty and wondered why she, a youth sent to the countryside, had not returned to the city or been arranged to work at the cotton spinning factory. After spending half a day with Qin Chuan, he discerned that he was a brother of great courage, and with Director Zhou's support, he was destined to collaborate on significant ventures in the future. This warranted cultivating a good relationship with him. Furthermore, observing Xiao Chuan's wife, who was equally charming and the niece of Director Zhou, he regarded Xiao Chuan with increased admiration. "Sister-in-law, trust that your uncle Yuan Xiao is here to assist you. This is the operating license, which he has procured on your behalf. Do not fret about conducting business without a license." Pan Yinhua patiently explained the matter of the business license to Zhang Datu, who nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. After settling the affairs, they did not linger long. Xiaoyang drove them back along the same route. In Chapter 48, capable individuals set up shop daily. For 2 consecutive days, the residents of the cotton spinning factory neighborhood awaited the arrival of vegetable vendors. The neighbors had already developed a reliance on them. Purchasing vegetables from the young man's stall is remarkably convenient, eliminating the need to trek long distances to the supply cooperative or the market. However, in recent days, the vegetable vendor has been absent. Upon inquiring with the factory director's wife, I learned that the vendor's relative was robbed on their return journey, and there is a possibility he may not return. While she offered this explanation, her expression betrayed a sense of embarrassment. The onlookers regarded her with incredulity. Who would dare rob the factory director's son-in-law? The director's wife hoped fervently that the young vendor would resume his stall. On the 3rd day at noon, the vendor returned. He brought 2 bags of bitter herbs, 2 bags of spinach, 2 bags of leeks, 2 bags of greens, and 2 bags of water radishes. Potatoes and onions can last for 10 days to half a month, but the fresh greens must be consumed within 3 days. The stall was brimming with vibrant vegetables. Once again, there was a rush, and by noon, all the produce was sold out. A group of gossiping women were eager to uncover the details of how Zhang Daidu had been robbed and how he dared to set up his stall again. Zhang Daidu feigned ignorance, saying nothing, while meticulously arranging a handful of 10, 1, and dime bills. He was aware that these funds could be taken from him, a thought that weighed heavily on his mind. What were Chuan Gu and Director Zhou plotting? The director's wife stood before him, seeking more information. Young man, I know Xiao Chuan has gone far away, and you are managing his business. Did you truly encounter robbers the other day? Her concern was genuine, and she urged him to speak frankly. Yes, we were robbed, but Director Zhou advised me to continue selling. Indeed, if they rob you again, return and report it to the authorities. Regardless, the vegetables must be sold. Completing this sale could earn you 50 yuan. Look, others are too frightened to encroach on your business. After a robbery at the cotton mill, other vendors were hesitant to approach the residential area. Director Zhou rode up on his bicycle, having made a special trip to invite Daitu for a meal at the factory. He admonished his wife. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry back and prepare dinner for the children. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Zhang Daitu. As if nothing had transpired, you sold out so quickly? Yes, Director Zhou, I sold out. The cart couldn't hold much more, and I made 85 yuan. With 35 yuan in costs, I earned 50. Director Zhou reassured him. That's excellent. My monthly salary is only 50 yuan. Looking around, Yuan Chao observed 2 shady figures lurking nearby, watching Dido's vegetable stall. Come eat in my office. Uncle Yuan Chao, I think I'll pass. I'm fine with just some bread and leeks, Dido replied. Join me in my office for stir-fried dishes. I have matters to arrange for you as per Chuan Ji's instructions. Upon hearing it was Chuan Ji's suggestion, Zhang Daitu led his donkey cart behind Zhou's bicycle. Yuan Chao had his own plans. The young son-in-law of Xiao Chuan was correct. Let them attempt robbery. They needed evidence. If it was indeed Dong Dawei behind the robbery, he would be in serious trouble. He had been seeking a valid reason to expel him. Robbery warranted dismissal and imprisonment. This would alleviate a burden for the young son-in-law, while simultaneously resolving his own predicament. It was essential for the lad to cooperate fully. Yuan Chao was relieved he had shown up. Indeed, he was a competent partner of Xiao Chuan, with a hearty appetite. He would ensure Daitu was well-fed and thoroughly briefed on the situation. Zhang Baozhang, you must have come to a realization. Your brother Chuan has ventured into the southern province to procure goods, aspiring to engage in substantial business. He requires a dependable aid, and you cannot afford to disappoint him. Director Zhou, I pondered over this throughout the night. I understand both your and Brother Chuan's intentions. I assure you, I will not let him down. Brother Chuan and I have shared our lives since childhood. He once saved my life, and I am steadfastly loyal to him. He saved your life? When did this occur? When I was 10, I was playing in a sand pit and nearly drowned. It was Brother Chuan who jumped in to rescue me. Had he not done so, I would surely have perished. Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over all the money you have. What? Why should I give it all to you, Director Zhou? Are you short on cash? I will exchange it for larger denominations. What use is it to you to carry a handful of disorganized small bills? Do you think that by converting change into neat bills, you can evade those who might rob you? You must heed Uncle Yuan Chao's advice. He was the one who procured the business license. Hand over 85 yuan, and I will exchange it for 9 yuan notes. When they attempt to rob you, do not resist too fiercely, yet do not acquiesce too readily. Allow them to forcibly take from you, but remember their appearances. Do you understand? I understand, Uncle Yuan Chao. I am not foolish. I know your intentions are to identify them later. Good lad, Brother Chuan has not misjudged you. Zhang Baozheng hurriedly left the factory with a donkey cart. Director Zhou watched him depart, aware that someone was observing him from behind. What's the matter with the director? It's just you, Zhou. Do you still dare to support them in setting up their vegetable stalls? I will cause a ruckus for you. A bicycle rolled away. The cyclist approached Dong Dawei. Brother Dawei, Director Zhou has summoned that young man for a meal. Could he be waiting for us to rob him and then report us? We must tread carefully. Dong Dawei rose, his gaze icy. Does he dare to report us? He supports private traders engaging in speculation, let me assure you. The police will not intervene. Seizing the ill-gotten gains of speculators will go unchallenged, and reporting them will yield no results. This time, we must not resort to violence. Simply confiscate his money. Dong Dawei confirmed that seizing the illegal earnings of these speculators would attract no scrutiny. However, he was cautioned not to resort to violence. Should he injure anyone, the police would become involved. This will be straightforward. Dong Dawei, accompanied by 4 or 5 subordinates, positioned themselves along the road. The rural lad driving the donkey cart appeared frightened and timid. Dong Dawei smirked. Brother, you're quite bold. Daring to set up shop again after a couple of days. How much have you earned? Zhang, feeling defiant, clutched his pockets tightly. Are you going to rob me again? There are limits to this. Dong Dawei laughed heartily, patting Zhang's shoulder. Brother, you are indeed correct. There are limits. This is the second time. Hand over the money. As we must confiscate the illegal gains from speculation. This is not illegal income. Zhang recalled Director Zhou's advice. Do not offer excessive explanations or mention your business license. They want money. Let them take it. By Yeshuan, a row of ancient elm trees stood along the roadside, having thrived for decades. Dong Dawei glanced beneath the trees, where 2 individuals were lounging in the shade, observing the commotion. The 2 crouched low to the ground, while Dong Dawei seized his body, threatening with words. Do you believe I can make you search the ground for your dignity? The 2, too intimidated to resist, felt Dong Dawei's hand delve into his pocket. Oh, has Director Zhou exchanged your change for whole bills? Do you think that just because you have whole bills you can keep them? Dream on. With a total of 90 yuan, Dong Dawei clapped his palm and chuckled, hoping this foolish brother would set up shop every day. Suddenly, Zhang De Tu erupted in anger. I will return tomorrow. If you dare, try to rob me again. Oh, don't speak so harshly. If you think we're robbing you, then go report it to the police and see if they will take your word as a speculator seriously. The donkey cart scurried away under Dong Dawei's watchful eyes. These funds would be divided among his subordinates, with a portion also submitted to the management committee. Brother Dawei, this fool won't he come back to sell tomorrow, will he? He better come. This is our source of income. The following midday, Dong Dawei and a few companions were playing mahjong inside when one of his subordinates rushed in. Brother Dawei, that vegetable seller is at the cotton mill community selling again. Do you think he's a fool? Dong Dawei paused, wearing a perplexed expression. There was indeed something amiss, and he needed to contemplate the situation. He could not personally intervene. Take them over and confiscate the money. Make it clear to that lad that the management committee is seizing his ill-gotten gains. If he has the guts to engage in his trade every day, we will seize his money daily. It's a boon. He is essentially working for us. Brother Dawei, continue with your mahjong. The brothers will handle this. Chapter 49. Xiao Chuan's vision for profit. The train whistled and sped toward Shaoshan, then on to Guangqing in the southern province. This journey would span 3 days and 2 nights. Lacking Zhang Deming's company for business discussions and economic theories, Qin Tian merely ate and slept, occasionally dozing off. He reflected on the 40 years of his past life and contemplated the next 40 years of his current existence. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his expression betraying not the vigor of youth. Others aboard had companions, engaging in lively conversation, exuding an unmistakable vitality characteristic of the 1980s. They could scarcely fathom that in 40 years, high-speed trains would traverse from Shijing to Guangqing in merely 12 hours. Gazing out the train window, he thought of his wife, his younger sister, and how they were faring over the past few days. He also wondered if the 2 had managed to persist in his vegetable-selling endeavor. This trip was a means to ensure he would not have to return to the southern province again. The train ride was unbearably taxing. Yuan and Linger found the waiting even more arduous, counting every second until they could return home. At noon, were Yuan and Linger still laboring over the bitter vegetables? With 2 bags weighing over 30 pounds, the 2 was taking them to the city to sell. The donkey cart could carry a maximum of 500 pounds of greens, yielding a profit of 50 yuan. After a week of this trade, envy was certain to arise. At the entrance of the cotton mill and the residential area, Others had set up stalls selling vegetables. Wang Huaxiong from Daping Village had accompanied them to the county not to sell watches, but to establish his own vegetable stall. Consequently, the two's income was undoubtedly diminished. It was not merely reduced, it was outright pilfered. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, handing over an empty can while receiving a cup of hot water from the train attendant. Uttering a brief thanks before continuing to ponder the incident where his brother Datu was robbed while selling vegetables. Would he be able to endure? Just 3 instances would suffice. With photographic evidence of the 3 robberies, as long as Dong Dawei appeared in the images, his fate would be sealed, as would that of his father. The director of the Economic Management Committee consequences that could lead to a lengthy imprisonment of 8 to 10 years. In 20 days, a nationwide crackdown would commence, stringent and relentless. Showing no mercy. It wouldn't matter if one stole 100 or just 10. The punishment would be the same, death by firing squad. Qin Chuan slightly closed his eyes, memories of past experiences merging with the future in his mind. Yuan, Linger, you have no inkling of who your husband, your brother truly is. Dai-tu. If you can withstand these few days, you have no idea who you shall become. Await my return. The wheels rolled swiftly, perceived as a blur by others. At 3 in the afternoon, the donkey cart departed the county, passing Yuanyuan, where 4 collectors appeared, absent the previous day. Zhang Baozhen was puzzled. Had they been apprehended yesterday? Yet today, they reappeared as usual. Handed over. Dai-tu did not voluntarily present the money, defiantly retorting, if you have the guts, come and take it. Today. It was not the tall, burly driver leading them. Zhang Daidu inquired, why hasn't Dong Dawei come? A man in a cap seized his collar, forcibly extracting a stack of bills, still 10 yuan notes. I say, you foolish Dai-tu, is your mind truly defective? Why would you run to Director Zhou to exchange for smaller bills? Is it necessary? You can continue to set up your stall tomorrow. We want to confiscate your money. That's the Economic Management Committee's directive. As they turned to leave, Zhang Tu questioned again. Why has T. Dong Dawei personally come to collect? What concern is it of yours? Why ask so many questions? A truck passed them by. The young man behind the cap whispered, Strong, look. It's the truck that Dawei used to drive. Could they have seen it? Strong thought for a moment, sensing something was amiss, and decided to consult Dawei. The 4 men on 2 bicycles retraced their path. Dong Dawei was still engrossed in playing mahjong, his cheerful demeanor evident from his recent winnings. Dawei. We brought the money, an entire 100 yuan. Good, splendid. You 4 can each take 10, the rest is mine. Dawei, don't you find this situation suspicious? What nonsense are you spouting, Strong? How is it abnormal? The more I think about it, the more it seems off. Is that lad from Daping Village truly that foolish? Knowing we confiscate his earnings, he still sets up his stall daily. Is someone laying a trap for us? Dong Dawei, biting his cigarette, stacked the great wall of cash beneath his hand, maintaining a casual demeanor. Strong, can't you do the math? Yesterday we let him go. Of course, he would return today. We let him go once out of 3 times. He has profited from it, better than foraging in the fields. Tell me, would he not pursue this business? Huh, I may not drive a truck, but I'm earning more than before. Dong Dawei robbed the 1st time, counted the 2nd as confiscation, let him go the 3rd time. And today was the 4th, another confiscation. The 5th time, tomorrow, he would give him another reprieve. Zhang Daidu would undoubtedly set up his stall. This method can also be employed by other private traders, yielding considerable income. Upon investigation, Daping Village in Tuguoxiang is merely a remote, impoverished area, reliant on the whims of nature. This spring's drought has devastated the wheat seedlings. They have resorted to clandestine dealings to make ends meet. What other choice do they have? Wait idly for aid to arrive. Qin Chuan and Zhang Dadu are leading the way, encouraging more villagers to set up stalls and sell vegetables. News from the cadres under Dong Dawei indicates that individual entrepreneurship requires proper documentation. Without it, any illicit gains will be confiscated. This principle has already been conveyed to the subordinates, yet they still express their discontent. What is abnormal about this? For the impoverished farmers of Daping Village, seizing this opportunity is a necessity. Changzi, let him go all out tomorrow and earn a profit. All right, Dawei, I'll give him another chance tomorrow. Dong Dawei whistled, feeling at ease, reveling in effortless profits. 2 days passed swiftly. In Zhou Yuanchao's office, Pan Yanhua placed a stack of photographs on the table. Director, hasn't there been any news from Xiaochuan? Can he call you? Zhou Yuanchao scrutinized the photographs, explaining to Pan. Xiaochuan is on the train. How could he call me? We should receive news this afternoon. Pan nodded, then mentioned his recent covert observations. Director Zhou, I can't decipher Dong Dawei's tactics. He robs Zhang Dada every other day. Yet he doesn't do it consecutively? Zhou Yuanchao examined 7 or 8 photographs, noting the absence of Dong Dawei's presence. What a pity, it's not him on site. But it suffices that he orchestrated it. Director, can we report this now? Not yet. This is Xiao Chuan's matter. Will he his opinion? If he wishes to report it, we will. If he prefers to continue, we shall proceed. Do you understand my intent, Pan? I understand, Director Zhou. You aim to put an end to Dong Dawei and his son's operations. I never imagined matters could unfold this way. It was Xiao Chuan's idea. This young man hardly resembles a typical 20-year-old from the countryside. What does he resemble? Director, what does he resemble? I can't pinpoint it precisely. But I have a strong intuition that his journey to Nanxing is not merely to procure 100 pairs of jeans for a profit of 3,000. Pan Yinhua appeared perplexed. Xiao Chuan had only acquired 1,200 yuan, enough for a maximum of 100 pairs of pants, which, when sold in Jingning County at 30 yuan each, would yield a mere profit of 3,000. Earning 3,000 in under a month is already rapid. Could it be greater? Pan, do not underestimate my son-in-law Xiao Chuan. His sights are not set on 3,000, but on 30,000, even 300,000. Trust me. He ventured to Nanxing for that figure. What? He went to Nanxing to earn 300,000? My goodness, isn't he afraid of being caught? Not at all. A directive has been issued from above. As long as the channels are legitimate and the procedures compliant, individual entrepreneurs are encouraged to prosper first. Pan Yinhua remained apprehensive. The factory director remarked, indeed, a document was issued from above, but our economic management committee director, Dong Dawei's father, has been persistently finding fault with you. He claims that your production contract is mere folly, which has effectively halted your plans. Zhou Yuanchao slammed his hand on the table. What nonsense is this economic management committee? It should have been disbanded long ago. We must ensure he is thoroughly ousted. With these photographs, it is insufficient. We must devise a way to stoke the flames further. Chapter 50. Wealth without water is a major problem. 100 yuan exactly, he said, extending his hands, a broad smile illuminating Zhang Dada's face. This is today's earnings. Sister Yuanyuan, Brother Chuan will be back to check the accounts. Be sure to record everything accurately. When he returns, we will settle the wages, he added. Yuanyuan spoke nervously. Did they let you off today? Zhang Dadu appeared unusually cheerful, as if the theft from yesterday was merely a trivial occurrence. This is actually a good sign. This way, our business can continue. Yuanyuan's expression was filled with worry. Is this truly how business is conducted? It's utterly stifling. Zhang Dada's smile faded. His voice lowered to a whisper. Hush, Sister Yuanyuan, they won't be able to rob us for much longer. Director Zhou is preparing to net them all in one sweep. Whatever they have taken from us must be returned. Really? I still find it hard to believe. This was Brother Chuan's idea. How can you still doubt it? Yuanyuan was perplexed by her husband's so-called scheme. With a soft sigh, she diligently recorded the accounts in her notebook. Dada had collaborated with Director Zhou on this plan, intending to eradicate the bandits obstructing their path. By eliminating them, they could ensure a steady profit each day. Was it truly feasible to allow them to rob on the way, only to deal with them later? With the money secured and the notebook tucked away, it was time to join Aunt Chun in the wheat field to weed. This was Aunt Chun's wheat field, once harvested. It would provide rations for Yuanyuan and Linger. Everyone understood that engaging in opportunistic trading was fraught with peril. Holding on to the grains from the land provided a sense of security. After returning from the city, Zhang Dada was undoubtedly exhausted and chose to rest at home. I am not tired. I will also work in the fields, he said, his expression still cheerful. Yet, his mother's face was etched with worry. Dada, you still smile. But every time you leave the house, it fills me with dread. Mother, Brother Chuan has arranged this. We must see this business through to the end. I trust him completely. If he dares to venture to the southern province, why should I fear the county seat? Please, stop sighing so much. Aunt Chun sighed daily as well. Mother, I have explained everything clearly to you, and Father, this is Brother Chuan and Director Zhou's strategy, and they are doomed. Aunt Chun appeared bewildered, unable to discern whether her son had returned from earning money or merely playing tricks. The women lamented daily, particularly concerning their wheat field. For 2 consecutive months, not a drop of rain had fallen, and several dust storms had only exacerbated the dryness. The wheat seedlings had begun to wither. Weeds such as thistles, bitter herbs, and camel thorn had taken root in the field. Despite the drought, the weeds continued to thrive. Neglecting to weed was not an option. What if it rained tomorrow? With the weeds cleared, they awaited the downpour. If it did not rain, they would simply do their part and leave the rest to fate. A few of them, wielding hoes and shovels, approached the field's edge, each squatting in a row to uproot the weeds. Zhang Dada gazed upon the wilted wheat seedlings, his smile replaced by a countenance of despair. Mother, this year's summer harvest is yet again a total loss. What is the point of weeding? I could simply sell an extra 100 pounds of vegetables tomorrow and return late in the afternoon. Will your earnings not be confiscated by them? His mother replied. Do not worry, mother. Director Zhou assured us that he will ensure we receive every last penny back. Otherwise, would I willingly make that journey every day? Zhou Yuanyuan. Wielding a shovel, dug at the stubborn moss, her palm pricked and bleeding. She looked ahead, her spirits as droopy as the wheat seedlings. Spring it. If it doesn't rain soon, we will run out of water. We cannot even draw water from the cellar anymore. Zhou Yuanyuan thought about the water in the cellar. Even half a bucket drawn was thick with mud. It had been over 2 weeks since she last washed clothes. Each day, she used the water from washing rice and vegetables, letting it sit for a while before washing her face. Drawing a bucket of water in the morning meant it would only be clear by afternoon. Zhang Chun hurried to the village to check if the main canal had released any water. If it had, the cart could not be used to sell vegetables in the city tomorrow. It would need to haul water instead. Zhang Dada had lost interest in weeding the wheat field. Wandering aimlessly along the edge of the land, his mind filled with other thoughts. Sister Yuan, if Linger and Chuan Gu return this time with a substantial sum, I shall bring you both to the city to live, so you no longer endure such suffering, even lacking water to wash clothes. Spring It sighed again. Could Yuan and Lingo truly go with Chuan to the city? Could the entire family follow? Dado, stop your fanciful talk. How can a rural person simply move to the city, outside of employment or education? It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to settle there. If it doesn't rain and this drought persists for another month, the entire village will be begging for food. And isn't receiving relief grain akin to begging? Mother. Last year's summer harvest was nearly a failure, and our villagers had to rely on relief grain. They laughed at us when we went out. We were supposed to have our own land, yet we still cannot resolve our own food supply? Mother, do you not see how capable Chuan Gu is? Knowing the land would yield nothing, he has no desire for it. His uncle still thinks he can manipulate him with land division. What a ridiculous notion, how infuriating. Zhou Yuanyuan rose, a faint smile gracing her face. Spring It, do not fear. I still have money. We can afford to buy grain. Spring It. Feeling a pang of concern, exclaimed, Yuanyuan, how many times must I remind you? Do not let others know you have money. Your relatives will swarm to borrow from you. Will you lend to them? You still need to build a new house. Zhou Yuanyuan pondered, considering that relatives seeking to borrow money might not be entirely negative. It indicated their acknowledgement of her as Qin Chuan's wife. She felt truly burdened by the indifference of others who would not engage with her. In the distance, Zhang Chen jogged towards them, aware that everyone was laboring in the wheat field. Spring Ant straightened up, urgently inquiring, is there water flowing in the main canal? If so, let Dada make 2 trips tomorrow. Zhang Chen, agitated, stamped his foot, his voice heavy with disappointment. Not a single drop has been released into the main canal. They have connected iron pipes, and when they draw water, it flows through those pipes. The canal has been rendered useless. What shall we do now? This is intolerable. Will our villagers perish? She lamented. How could they have connected the water pipes? Zhang Chun sighed heavily, muttering to his wife, they can connect pipes. How can we possibly compete? In Daping Village, the inhabitants cannot rely on the irrigation canal for sustenance, so how can one claim that someone has tapped into the pipeline? The villagers are excavating dry wells at Zhuangzi, hoping that digging deeper might yield water, with everyone waiting in line to draw water from the dry wells using a pulley. Upon hearing the men's words, Chun wore a sorrowful expression. The water from the dry wells was bitterly saline. Could one consume such water? Yet, it was better than having none at all. I too will join in digging wells. If I do not exert myself, Qin Jianmin will not allow us to fetch water. Damn it, what kind of village chief does he think he is, when we cannot even access a decent source of water in our village? Zhang Chun cursed the village chief, her tone mirroring that of her son's earlier rebuke. Zhang Dada stood before his father, chest puffed out, having devised a plan for acquiring water. Dad, don't join the crowd digging dry wells anymore. Tomorrow, I will take a water bucket to the city and fetch water from the cotton mill. The water that flows from the tap is delightful. I drink it daily. This intention was shared with his parents last night. His father remarked that he would first check if the irrigation canal was releasing water. If so, they could draw from it. Fetching water from the county's factories will only invite mockery. Do they even allow you to take it? Dada replied that Director Zhu was the father of Chuan Ji's wife, so of course they would permit it. Zhang Chun did not oppose his son fetching water from the county, as it was feasible for him to make the trip daily and return with water. However, he was concerned about another complication. Chapter 51. Fetching water from the city is a source of trouble. Zhang Chun harbored a layer of anxiety. Would bringing clean water from the city be economical for their household? Surely, it would be snatched away by the villagers. This concern was not yet the gravest of troubles. The villagers, hitching their carts to follow Dada into the city for water, would be causing trouble for Director Zhou and tarnishing the reputation of Daping Village. Director Zhou was not Zhou Yuanyuan's uncle. She mentioned that she had not seen him in years. The rapport that Chuanzi had cultivated with him was minimal. How beneficial could that be? A noisy throng of people trailing livestock carts to fetch water would only irritate and offend the factory staff. Such a venture seemed futile. Reflecting on this, Zhang Chun was reluctant to let his son fetch water from the city. In recent days, Zhou Yuanyuan's mind was preoccupied with the issue of water. City dwellers accessed water conveniently from taps, a far cry from their predicament. She supported Dada's endeavor to fetch water from the city. Aunt Chun, Uncle Chun. Since the irrigation canal is not releasing water, we must resort to fetching it from the city. Let Dada go. He can make the trip daily. After contemplating, this seemed the only viable solution. Zhang Chun glanced at Zhou Yuanyuan's hair, unwashed for many days, now a dusty yellow, and felt a pang of regret for this beautiful girl. Simply having money was of no use. The issue of water and sustenance could not be resolved merely by possessing wealth at this moment. Alas, how has Qin Chuan managed to be village chief for so long without successfully drilling a single well? What meetings does he attend daily at the township? While Zhang Chun's family lamented Qin Chuan, others in Daping Village echoed their grievances. Other villages had functioning wells. With a flick of a switch, fresh water flowed forth. Why could Daping Village not procure a single drop? The men of Daping Village gathered by the dry wells, laboriously digging. Every 3 to 5 years, we undertake this arduous task once again. With the village's main canal running dry, we are left with no choice but to dig deeper into this barren well. As we toil, a trickle of water begins to seep upward, prompting the villagers to line up day and night to draw from it. They rely on this bitter, saline water as they await a generous rain from the heavens. Daping Village has regressed to conditions reminiscent of the pre-liberation era. Qin Chuan squats at the edge of the well, listening to the grievances of the people. Village head, when will we be able to drill a mechanized well? When will we have water to irrigate our fields? When will we no longer depend on the whims of the weather? Qin Chuan retorts harshly, what are you complaining about? If you're so capable, why not contribute 10 yuan? 10 yuan? I don't have even a single yuan. I refuse to believe that the higher-ups are indifferent to our water crisis. What kind of incompetent leaders do we have? Daping Village consists of 200 households. If each could contribute 10 yuan, we would raise 2,000. With an additional subsidy of 2,000 from the township's Water Resources Bureau, we could secure 4,000 yuan to drill a mechanized well. This would not only resolve our drinking water issues but also alleviate the food scarcity faced by the entire village. The 500 acres of arable land could finally receive irrigation, eliminating the need for relief grain. Qin Chuan understands that raising even 200 yuan is a far-fetched dream. Village head, your nephew in the city has established a business and is making money. Why not ask him to fund our well? The mere mention of Qin Chuan ignites a fire within Qin Chuan. What business? He has a complete failure. He gets robbed and still runs to the city every day. The entire village knows about Zhang Dada's misfortunes. He was robbed on his way, yet he continues to sell vegetables in the city. Perhaps, in recent days, he has been fortunate and his business is thriving. Why berate your nephew's family? Are you envious of his success? You ought to mend your relationship with him, they say. Qin Chuan's expression darkens further, his teeth clenched. He,'s not my nephew. If he wants to drag others down with him, that's his business. But I won't tolerate him dragging me into his madness. He further curses Zhang Chun's family for their instability. If they weren't so erratic, they wouldn't have taken care of Zhou Yuanyuan and Qin Ling at home. Let them care for them well. They can't even draw water from the cellar. Let us see how they manage. It's obvious to everyone that Zhang Chun and his wife are merely trying to secure a bride for their son. Ling is only 15, firmly held in their grasp. In such a tumultuous situation, would Ling dare voice any discontent? Qin Chuan vents his frustration on the well diggers. Dig. Dig fiercely. Anyone who refuses to help with the well won't get any water. Village head. Zhang Chun's son runs to the city every morning and returns in the afternoon. He's fetching water from there. Can you stop him? Fetching water in the city? Qin Chuan is taken aback. Upon reflection, it makes sense. He runs to the city daily, sells a cart of vegetables, and returns with a barrel of water. Their family lives in comfort and prosperity. With a clatter, Qin Chuan throws down his shovel and returns home with his hands behind his back. Those behind him stare at his retreating figure, unable to confront him directly, resorting to cursing him from a distance. What kind of village head is he? Making us dig a dry well in this drought? Is there any hope of finding water? Qin Chuan cannot bear to see others faring better than himself. What kind of character is this? His own nephew is thriving outside, and the more successful he becomes, the longer Qin Chuan's face grows. Yet we still support him as our village head? If we do not support him in his role as village chief, what can we expect? He issues directives regarding the relief grain, stating that if he decides to reduce it by 100 pounds, then so be it. There is nothing we can do about it. If we refrain from accepting the relief grain, he would lose his grip on us, wouldn't he? Alas, life in our village has deteriorated compared to the days of the production brigade. During droughts, we are all doomed. A few individuals are digging in the dry well, ceasing once they reach the silt, waiting for seepage. This won't do. I must go to Zhangchun's home and have his son take me to the city for water. We can leave in the morning and return in the afternoon. A single barrel of water lasts us 7 or 8 days, which is far better than spending day and night waiting by a dry well, drawing up a barrel of brackish water. Indeed. Let us seek out Zhangchun and request his son to accompany us to the city for water. A throng of people clamored toward Zhangchun's doorstep. Upon returning from the fields, the Zhang family was startled to find a crowd gathered at their gate. Zhangchun was taken aback, lamenting aloud. Here comes the worst. Zhangchun pleaded with these individuals, asking them not to follow his son to the city for water, as it would reflect poorly on them. Uncle Wang Si, Brother Baoping. My son cannot lead you to the city for water. Where would we draw it? From someone else's home? Wang Si raised his chin and cast a sidelong glance, his words resonating with the others. Zhangchun, if your son can go to the city to sell vegetables, why can't we go to draw water? Let him guide us to the county government to fetch water. If the county head refuses to assist us, we shall not leave. A wave of fear washed over Zhangchun. If his son guided them to the county government, it would signify his son leading a protest. The business at Chuanzi is anything but normal. They are required to pay protection fees every other day, and they are blissfully unaware of it. If they were to be robbed of their money on the way, what a disaster that would be. It would be impossible to explain. If they went to the county government for water, would that not openly defy the village leaders? Nitu is at the forefront. He maintains this business for Chuanzi. If the county officials were to take offense, it could lead to complications from top to bottom. Just the thought of it is vexing. Wang Si, Brother Baoping. On what grounds do we approach the county government for water? Last year, each household in our village dug a water cellar, funded by the county's allocation of cement, resolving our water issues. What further justification do we have to create a disturbance at the county government? After some contemplation, the villagers agreed with Zhangchun. They should not go to the county government for water. Instead, they would have to lead them to the cotton mill for water. The cotton mill belongs to the people of the entire county, not to any individual. Why should the underprivileged be denied access to water? Thus, the clamor continued. Wang Si, with the loudest voice, declared, Zhangchun, tomorrow morning we shall accompany your son to the city for water. If you do not wish to take us, we shall go on our own. We have mouths beneath our noses. Can we not find the entrance to the cotton mill? Whether or not Daitu led the way, they would find their way to the cotton mill. Zhangchun found himself at an impasse and reluctantly agreed. Very well, Uncle Wang Si, Brother Baoping. Let us not all go to the city for water. How about just 4 or 5 of us? We will approach Director Zhou at the cotton mill for water. He is known to be accommodating. Thus, it was settled. They selected 5 families, each with donkeys or mules and new water barrels, to set off early the next morning, following Daitu to the city for water. Having dismissed the group, Zhangchun wore a troubled expression. Son, how can we face others when they followed you and saw you being extorted for money? Zhang Dada pondered for a long while. Dad, tomorrow I won't sell vegetables. I'll fetch water instead. If I don't earn anything, why should they rob me? Datu, it's not as simple as that. It's all due to the poverty in our village. Dad, as long as we deal with them and as long as Brother Chuan returns, we won't be poor. We will have money. Zhangchun glanced at his son, questioning the validity of his words. Even if you and Chuan earn a fortune, it won't resolve the water supply issues for everyone in our village. Chapter 52. The Land of Cowboys in Xintong, Southern Province. At noon, Qin Chuan disembarked at Xintong Station. He had not anticipated being able to alight directly from the train at Xintong. The recent rainfall had left the air fresh and humid under the brilliant sun. 5 days prior in Jingning County, the contrast between the arid and the lush was stark, as was the difference between the dull earth tones and vibrant greens. Observing the street scene bustling with people, buses passed by in quick succession, and the yellow-faced minibuses were a sight that would only appear a decade later in Jingning County. Girls on the streets donned skirts and flared jeans. His own wife, so beautiful, had not had the luxury of washing her face or hair properly during this time. On the train, Qin Chuan's mind was consumed with thoughts of his wife lacking water for washing her face and feet, as well as for laundering clothes and hair. 5 days and 4 nights on a train seemed trivial in comparison. What preoccupied his mind was the drought affecting Daping Village this spring and summer, leading to a complete failure of summer crops, with even the main canal failing to deliver water. The villagers had protested at the township and county levels, culminating in the dismissal of Qin Chuan, the inept village head. It was only upon his uncle's return to the village in October that there was hope for drilling a well. Qin Chuan was not concerned about his uncle's position as village chief. His thoughts were with the empty water cellar back home. At this time, if Datu was normally selling vegetables, he would have been summoned to Director Zhou's office for an urgent matter. Do not sell the vegetables just yet. Fetch water for the family. The journey from the county town to fetch water took 6 hours round trip. Which village faced such dire water shortages? Preoccupied with this matter, after finishing a bowl of noodles, he sought out a post office on the street and dialed Director Zhou's office. After 2 transfers, he finally heard Zhou's voice. Uncle Yuanyuan. This is Xiao Chuan. I've just arrived at Xintong in the southern province. I will return to Jingning County in 5 days. Xiao Chuan, 5 days until you return? Zhou Yuanzhao's tone reflected confusion. After being away for 5 days, a round trip would take 10 days in total. He felt sympathy for Xiao Chuan's arduous journey. Xiao Chuan, focus on your matters. I have no issues on this end. The Dong family will undoubtedly face dire consequences. I plan to take action today and have already coordinated with the authorities. Director Dong, who managed the cotton spinning factory, had been making life difficult for Zhou Yuanzhao during this period, significantly impacting the factory's operations. Zhou Yuanzhao was determined to bring him down, using his son as leverage. A single word of caution from Xiao Chuan could shift the tides dramatically. Qin Chuan understood that if Dong Dawei were imprisoned for half a month, he would face severe repercussions under the stringent policies. Having robbed Datu and assaulted him, Dong Dawei's fate was sealed. His only end was death. There is no need for Qin Chuan to concern himself excessively with this matter. His attention is directed towards another issue. Uncle Yuanzhao, if it is convenient, I would like to have a few words with my brother. Your brother is currently at the factory, drawing water with a few livestock carts. Please inform him that the villagers should not come to the factory for water. They must go to the designated water supply points. Xiao Chuan, has your village encountered such dire straits that even the provision of water for humans and livestock has become a significant issue? Qin Chuan forced a bitter smile, as Daping Village had fallen into such poverty that the struggle for water had become a subject of ridicule in the eyes of outsiders. At this moment, Director Zhou was one such outsider. Uncle Yuanzhao, please summon my brother. I wish to speak with him. A few minutes later, Zhang Dada answered the phone. Brother Chuan? Where are you speaking from? I've never called before. This is my first time. Zhang Dada's tone was laced with anxiety. Listen, brother. You cannot allow the villagers to enter the cotton mill for water. This would trouble Director Zhou. There are specific water supply points in the county, and Uncle Yuanzhao will inform you. Brother Chuan, I didn't know. They wanted to go to the county government for water. But my father said that we shouldn't go there, so they followed me here. Listen, Datu, from now on, go to the normal water supply points as directed by Uncle Yuanzhao. Hand the phone to him. Brother Chuan, when will you return? Sister-in-law asks about you every day. I told her I would be back tomorrow, as you said it would take 6 days. Dadu, I miscalculated. It is not 6 days, but 10. You all wait with assurance and take good care of my sister and my wife. Understood, Brother Chuan. We will look after Sister Yuanyuan. Rest assured. The phone was handed back to Uncle Yuanzhao. Once again, the voice of Zhou Yuanzhao came through. Xiao Chuan, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Uncle Yuanzhao, listen to me. Gather ample photographic evidence. Under no circumstances should we allow Dong Dawei to be released. Keeping him detained until June will facilitate a resolution. Do not worry. Not only until June, but we can keep him imprisoned until the end of the year if needed. All right, I will discuss this further upon my return. I shall hang up now. Qin Chuan ended the call, exhaling deeply as he exited the post office. Standing at the roadside, he flagged down a yellow minibus. Driver, take me to Atlantic Cowboy City. By the way, where is the nearest bathhouse? Please take me there. Young man, have you traveled far? Indeed. I have come a long way, spending 5 days on a train. I need a shower and a change of clothes to meet the boss. New Tang is enthusiastic about the cowboy industry, and the driver's warm service reflects that hospitality. A few minutes later, he arrived at the bathhouse, where he took a shower, shaved, and changed clothes before boarding the minibus to Atlantic Cowboy City. He was warmly welcomed as the esteemed guest, Qin Chuan. The specific address was provided by Zhang Dimiai. The headquarters of Dafeng Garment Trading Company is located in Lancheng, with designated pickup points in Shijing. The denim from New Tang is transported to Shijing before being sent to Lancheng. Utilizing Dafeng's freight vehicles saves considerable effort, as he truly did not wish to undertake a second trip. The minibus picked up 3 female passengers who were hailing it. Qin Chuan noted their legs, as 2 of the girls wore denim pants. In Jingning County, among 10 people, if 2 are wearing jeans, it can result in the sale of 20,000 pairs. Upon entering the denim factory area, the air was saturated with the scent of denim. Truck after truck loaded with goods passed by the minibus. Xintong Town is renowned across the nation as a prominent denim base, emerging in the 1980s and continuing to thrive until this year, marking its 3rd year of flourishing trade in denim garments and fabrics distributed nationwide, albeit not yet reaching the northwest city of Tongchuan and Jingning County. Zhang Dafeng's intentions are clear. For Qin Chuan to expand this lucrative business, collaboration with Dafeng Fashion Trading Company is essential. Zhang Dafeng seeks agents and distributors, and Qin, the proprietor, is poised for fruitful cooperation in this regard. The Atlantic Denim City is a dedicated industrial street, offering a comprehensive processing chain from fabric to finished garments. Following the address leads to the office building in the finished goods warehouse area, where one must inquire for Manager Xiao. Upon arriving at the office building, Qin Chuan asks someone for directions and ascends to the 3rd floor, standing before Manager Xiao's office. Inside, a few individuals engage in lively conversation with Manager Xiao. All clients there to procure supplies, with stacks of cash being exchanged and agreements being signed. On the surface, Qin Chuan's advantage lies in his youth, being merely 20 years old, with a mere 1,000 yuan in his possession. Without Zhang Dafeng's connections facilitating introductions, Qin would find it challenging to engage with Manager Xiao. With only 1,000 yuan to invest, he would likely be dismissed, as others would simply procure their goods from distribution points without a second thought. However, the situation has changed. He now seeks to sign a consignment agreement with Manager Xiao. After a 30-minute wait, several of Xiao's associates depart, and Qin Chuan confidently enters, presenting a letter with a smile. Manager Xiao, my name is Qin Chuan. This letter is from Zhang Dafeng of Dafeng Fashion Trading Company, and she is the younger sister of Zhang Dafeng. The young lady wrote this letter for you while on the train, with a singular message, to treat me well. Manager Xiao greets him with a broad smile. I have been collaborating with General Zhang from launching for 6 months. She is quite a commendable individual. Please, take a seat, Qin, and let us discuss matters in detail. Launching produces denim jeans, and it's only been 6 months? Manager Xiao, clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and denim pants, appears sprightly at 30. After perusing the letter with a cheerful demeanor, he remarks, General Zhang has informed me about your situation and is willing to act as your guarantor. Oh, General Zhang as my guarantor? Qin reflects on this while on the train, contemplating how with the support of Dafeng Fashion Trading Company, he could penetrate the denim market across 3 counties and 2 districts. Without an organizational backing, he risks being perceived as engaging in speculative ventures, inviting numerous troubles. Mr. Qin, I can communicate with General Zhang at any time. If any issues arise, you may speak directly to her. Excellent. Qin readily agrees. Chapter 53. Atlantic Denim Agent 1,100 yuan has been entirely converted into denim pants. With Zhang Dafeng's connections, the wholesale price stands at 8 yuan per pair. The collection includes several women's styles suitable for ages 15 to 30. Given the conservative nature of the Northwest County, the designs are not overly tight or form-fitting. There are 70 pairs of flared jeans and 60 pairs of straight-leg jeans, all summer apparel, packed into 3 bundles, each weighing 60 pounds. Qin Chuan believes it unnecessary to transport the goods to Shijing via rail. He opts to carry them personally. While it may be cumbersome to handle the 2 transfers, he feels capable of managing it. The consignment agreement signed with Manager Xiao holds greater significance than the 3 bundles, safely stowed in his close carry bag. In the city of Tong, comprising 3 counties and 2 districts, the sales agency for Atlantic Cowboy Apparel is managed under the auspices of Dafeng Clothing Trading Company. Qin Chuan stands as the sole agent, a title he secured after a persuasive afternoon with Manager Xiao. As the market gradually opens, it is inevitable that others will seek to become agents in the southern provinces. However, within the jurisdiction of Tong City as 3 counties and 2 districts, no second agent shall represent Atlantic Cowboy. Qin Chuan meticulously elucidated this to Manager Xiao for an entire afternoon, emphasizing that an abundance of agents does not necessarily translate to greater benefits. Increased competition can lead to severe price undercutting, diminishing the marginal returns, ultimately resulting in reduced profits for first-tier suppliers. A 1-year term for the sales agency is ample. The collaboration with Dafeng Clothing Company pertains solely to the transportation of goods, with Zhang Dafeng extracting a mere 2 yuan in profit from each garment. This arrangement ensures both cooperation and independence. Qin Chuan paid 1,100 yuan, carrying 3 hefty bags, and embarked on a 3-day, 2-night train journey back to Xijing City. He resolved that his next procurement would not require a return to the southern province of Xintang, thereby saving himself those exhausting days. The train station offered a service by the Little Red Hat team, which assists travelers with cumbersome luggage. A service that allowed Qin Chuan the confidence to manage 3 bags weighing over 60 pounds each. After enduring the ordeal, he finally settled into his seat, drenched in sweat. The journey to Xijing was arduous, requiring a transfer that he gritted his teeth to endure. One must endure hardship to ascend in life. The only individual he could rely on for assistance was Brother Data. Having him nearby was a double-edged sword, while he provided support. His daily income of 50 to 100 yuan would vanish. Without that financial cushion, Qin Chuan's absence for 10 days left his aunt and sister-in-law uneasy. The wheels rolled on as he returned from Xijing to the northwestern city of Lanqing. In the office of the Dafeng Trading Company in Lanqing, Zhang Dimiai sat before her elder sister, having just returned from Xijing, extolling the virtues of a certain individual. "Sister, you must believe me. He is not merely a 20-year-old country boy. His words reflect the wisdom of someone who has earned hundreds of thousands." Zhang Dafeng scoffed at this assertion. Hundreds of thousands? Perhaps even millions? Let us not indulge in fanciful speculation. It was merely a chance encounter on the train. What is it? Are you smitten by him? Zhang Dafeng dismissed the notion. Am I infatuated with him? He has an unpleasant odor, and besides, he is married. Nevertheless, her attention lingered on the young man from the train. They had exchanged a phone call, and his eloquence and ideas had genuinely surprised her. With a sigh, she lamented, "It is a pity he does not wish to be our agent." Zhang Dimiai furrowed her brow. Doesn't he want to be our agent? What does he aspire to instead? He possesses only 1,000 yuan, which can procure merely over 100 pairs of jeans. Does he not wish to grow and prosper? Zhang Dafeng leaned back in her chair, fingers interlaced before her face, pondering for a moment. He proposed to ride along with us for transporting goods, taking a profit of 2 yuan per pair of pants, while insisting that we not interfere with his other ventures. Sister, what did Manager Xiao say? What could Manager Xiao say? He would be delighted if this young man became the Atlantic Cowboy sales agent. Alas, it seems we are no longer able to purchase Atlantic Cowboy in Tong City. Zhang Dimiai was taken aback by Qin Chuan's unexpected maneuver. For 36 hours on the train, the two conversed without restraint, believing they had persuaded him to become a partner in the sisters' venture. Upon reflection, however, it became clear that Boss Qin had not agreed to act as an agent for Dafeng Trading. Instead, he was sourcing goods directly from Xintang, initially purchasing 100 pairs of jeans at a wholesale price of 8 yuan each, with subsequent orders at even lower prices. Maisie, when he returns to Lan City, he will come to find me to sign an agreement stipulating a 2 yuan commission for each pair of jeans sold. What do you think? Shall we sign it? Elder sister, let us sign it. Let us lend him a hand. Once he strikes it rich, I will feel no debt towards him. Zhang Dafeng cast a sideways glance at her younger sister. Humph, he merely borrowed 10 yuan from you. What do you owe him? Sister, you know deep down this is not merely about the 10 yuan he borrowed. I have a feeling that by collaborating with him, we are forging connections that may open multiple avenues for us in the future. You mean to say that collaborating with him will yield multiple paths? I believe you have it backward. I'm not sure how you see it. Regardless of Maisie's thoughts, they had already agreed to provide Boss Qin with a cover, ensuring that he would not be viewed as a speculator by the authorities. The more he sold, the more Dafeng would profit. If all went smoothly, Boss Qin would travel for 3 days to Xijing, then take 2 more days to reach Lan City. A hard-working young man indeed. This diligent lad had advanced Dafeng Trading by 15 years through their collaboration. The train journey was quite tedious, filled with eating and sleeping, a true test of endurance. Upon reaching Xijing Station, they had to wait an entire afternoon to change trains, nearly missing out on tickets. They eventually procured tickets from a scalper, spending an additional 8 yuan. The 36 hours dragged on painfully. Transferring 3 packages was an arduous task. Upon exiting the train station in Lan City, they wished to sell the jeans from one of the packages right away. In 2 years, they hoped to have a stall at the train station to sell their goods. But for now, setting up shop and calling out to sell jeans would attract the attention of the authorities, who would confiscate their goods and possibly arrest them, demanding an explanation for their actions. While Dafeng Trading could sell jeans openly, private vendors were prohibited from hawking their wares at the train station. Navigating the economy was akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Double standards were commonplace. First, they headed to Dafeng Trading, but there were no taxis available. Instead, they were met with overcrowded buses, swaying like a hefty pig. Carrying 3 large packages, they were denied entry onto the bus. At the post office, they dialed the office of Zhang Dafeng. "Zhang, I've returned from the southern province with 130 pairs of jeans. It's inconvenient for me to take the bus. Could you send someone to pick me up?" Zhang Dafeng was neither overly enthusiastic nor cold. "Wait there for a moment." A military green Jialing motorcycle arrived to collect them, ridden by Zhang Demei. "Qin Chuan, your eyes are wide. Weren't you in Shijing? Did you ride this motorcycle all the way back?" "I went to Shijing to help my sister with some paperwork, and once that was done, I returned." The beautiful girl in jeans exuded an air of intelligence, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at the young man. A bond forged during their time together on the train. Qin Chuan had mentioned that he had a wife, the most beautiful girl in the village of Daping, eagerly awaiting his return home. "Goodness, how did you manage to carry over 100 pounds of goods and ride the train?" "There are many kind-hearted individuals who assisted in transporting the cargo. Miss Maisie acquired a motorcycle from somewhere. How could a private individual manage such a feat?" "Do you underestimate others so? How did you come to know my childhood name, Maisie?" "I often heard my sister call me that after 2 decades." The Jialing motorcycle reached the Fong Trading Company's office building within 10 minutes. However, the Dafeng building is not located here. Zhang Demei inquired with a tone of confusion. "What Dafeng building?" I misspoke. It will take another decade for the Dafeng building to be constructed. Presently, Zhang Dafeng has just established her own clothing trading company, having contracted the apparel business of a department store. Chapter 54. Uncle Yin, I have returned. Zhang Dafeng personally welcomed Boss Qin. Her younger sister remarked that conversing with this young man was quite enlightening. He could eloquently discuss the contents of the wealth of nations. His understanding of the law of diminishing marginal returns was impressive. Zhang Dafeng brewed tea for him, deliberately steering the conversation towards economic theories. Qin Chuan chuckled and touched his nose, saying, "Your sister is mistaken. I have no understanding of the wealth of nations. I didn't even finish middle school. My wife's uncle is the director of the cotton spinning factory in Jingning County, and I merely absorb market economic insights from his discussions." Zhang Demei shot him a sidelong glance. "Hey, what's the matter? Why are you hiding things in front of my sister?" Zhang Dafeng leaned back, nodding. "So, you have someone wise guiding you. I am aware of the cotton spinning factory in Jingning County. Their cotton yarn and particular fabric are quite good. And Director Zhou is a decent person. I didn't realize he was your father-in-law. Not by blood. His great-grandfather and my wife's great-grandfather were siblings." The sisters exchanged complex expressions. Zhang Dafeng smiled slightly. "Well, that still counts as your father-in-law." The cotton spinning factory in Jingning County was indeed commendable but went bankrupt in 1993. State-owned enterprises either had to reform or face bankruptcy, most succumbing to the calamities of the 1990s. The discussion with Zhang Dafeng was not about the quality of the cotton fabric from the factory, but rather about signing a shipping contract. He presented the supply agreement signed with manager Xiao to Zhang Dafeng. "Mr. Zhang, please examine it closely. Do not think I am deceiving you." Zhang Dafeng scrutinized it carefully, harboring some doubts. "Boss Qin, you must realize that becoming my agent, with financial backing and an unobstructed sales channel, will yield quicker profits than struggling as an individual entrepreneur." Qin Chuan smiled broadly. "Mr. Zhang, I have manager Xiao's contact. I can reach him anytime. The goods can be picked up in Shijing City. It won't take much effort, and I am not compelled to collaborate with you." He spoke gently, yet his meaning was clear. 1,000 yuan could be turned into 3,000 in 3 days, 3,000 into 6,000, and 6,000 into 12,000, all within a month or so. Zhang Dafeng straightened up and pushed the contract forward. "Let us sign. Qin Chuan need not go to Shijing to collect the goods. He can come directly to the Dafeng Trading Company in Lanqing. Within the confines of Tong City, he alone would dominate the market for the Daxel jeans." After signing, Zhang Defeng dialed the office phone. Director Jiang, you may deliver the goods and bring someone back to Tong City. Just ensure the vehicle isn't overcrowded. Qin Chuan's eyes widened. Mr. Zhang, was the truck that left the Tong City garment factory 6 days ago supplying you? Did Boss Qin not know? The driver took me directly to the train station without my inquiring about the recipient of the cargo. Sometimes, timing proves fortuitous upon returning to Tong City. I boarded a delivery truck from the Tong City garment factory. I disembarked at the bus station in Tong City, only to find no available rides back to Jingning County. 3 square woven bags encumbered me, making the journey by bus more cumbersome than by train. I lingered outside the bus station in Tong City, awaiting a bus to depart. Several private motorcycles circled the area, their riders casting sidelong glances at the travelers burdened with luggage. Qin Chuan hailed a motorcycle. Driver, come over. The motorcycle approached hesitantly. To the cotton mill in Jingning County, I'll give you 10 yuan. Is everything secured? The young rider inquired. Where are you coming from? From South Province. The young man chuckled. You jest. These 3 packages weigh 180 pounds. Did you carry them all the way from South Province? Do you think I've never traveled far? Have you been to South Province? I haven't, but I often travel to the provincial capital. Carrying 3 packages from there would exhaust me. How could I manage to bring them from South Province? Qin Chuan smiled and swung his leg over the motorcycle. How much did you pay for this model? 2,000 yuan, procured through connections. It wasn't easy. Aren't you afraid of being caught while carrying passengers near the station? Of course I'm afraid. Without connections, who would dare ride a motorcycle with passengers? After a journey of an hour and a half, we arrived at the entrance of the cotton mill, and I handed the driver 10 yuan. Uncle Zhang, the gatekeeper, jogged over. Ah, young man, you've returned. Quickly. Go find Director Zhou. You have no idea what has transpired these past few days, all concerning you. Qin Chuan, anxious, asked, has something happened to Director Zhou? No. He is well and in high spirits, eagerly awaiting your return. Go inside and meet him. How could an old gatekeeper know why Director Zhou has been so cheerful these days? I stacked the 3 packages at the gatehouse, clapped my hands, and exhaled deeply. Finally, I am back. It took a hurried, yet drawn-out 10 days. I am bewildered by how trains operate these days, stopping for 2 minutes at every station, big or small. 5 days have passed since my phone call with Uncle Yuan Chao. In those 5 days, I could surmise much about the happenings. My brother, Datu, has been hauling water with a donkey cart in the cotton mill's courtyard, causing Director Zhou some discomfort, as he arranged a designated water supply point for him. Every day for the past 5 days, villagers from Daping have come to the county town to fetch water. But this is not Uncle Yuan Chao's main concern. The arrest of Dong Dawei and the downfall of his father are what truly preoccupy Director Zhou. Upon reaching the office door of Director Zhou, I overheard a snippet of conversation from Director Zhang. Director, Xiao Chuan should have returned today. Yes, he ought to be back today. I pushed the door open. Uncle Yuan Chao, I'm back. Is the young hawk doing well? Can it fly? Director Zhou turned and strode toward me. Xiao Chuan. You enter and immediately inquire about the young hawk? Weren't you supposed to change trains in Xijing? I was awaiting your call. Thinking you would contact me upon arriving in Lanqing, but you returned by bus? Yes, I came back by bus, Uncle Yuan Chao. Shouldn't you have sent a vehicle to pick me up? Zhou Yuan Chao prepared tea for Qin Chuan, bringing the warm kettle to his side. You should drink your tea first. There is no rush to return. Allow me to elaborate slowly. Zhou recounted the events with great detail. 5 days prior, upon hearing of the severe drought afflicting Daping Village, Director Zhou had filled 5 barrels with water. Trouble arose on the return journey. Dong Dawei and his accomplices, waiting at Yeshuan, demanded money. Datu claimed that the vehicle was transporting water, thus he had not sold any vegetables and lacked funds. Accompanying Datu were 10 villagers, who soon learned that half of the earnings from Zhang Datu's daily vegetable sales had been taken away by others. The gang obstructed the water truck, leading to a confrontation. As Zhou spoke of this, Qin Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. Those individuals were notorious thugs, armed with weapons. Fortunately, no one from their village was harmed. Only 2 individuals were injured and hospitalized. The police apprehended both parties for investigation, which lasted 2 days, ultimately classifying their actions as highway robbery, while the villagers were released. Dong Dawei and his accomplices were arrested due to Zhou Yuanchao providing photographic evidence. Pan Yinhua made a trip to Daping Village, bringing Wang Huaxiong and Li Guangsan to the police station as witnesses. At this juncture, Zhou produced a document. Xiao Chuan. The document specifies a stringent, severe, and swift response to violent incidents of looting and destruction. Dong Dawei's gang happened to be caught in the crossfire. Had his father not intervened, matters would not have escalated to this extent. His father sought assistance from the city, but did not anticipate the severity of the crackdown. Dong Dawei has been made an example. It matters not if you are the son of the Economic Commission director or even the mayor, the law applies equally. Qin Chuan nodded, his demeanor reflecting an understanding of the situation. This is a nationwide issue. Henceforth, everyone will remember this year of strict enforcement. However, a sense of doubt lingered in Qin Chuan's mind. Wait a moment. My recollection is that the crackdown began in June. How could there be a notification before June? Zhou Yuanxiao's eyes widened as he scrutinized his son-in-law's expression. Upon reflection, the incongruity became even more astonishing. Xiao Chuan, why do I feel that you were aware of the impending crackdown and that Dong Dawei would find himself in such dire straits? Uncle Yuanxiao. Those with foresight and insight can discern the obvious, he replied nonchalantly. Qin Chuan complimented Zhou for his perceptiveness. Chapter 55, borrowing a bicycle to ride home. The villagers of Daping, in their quest to fetch water, unwittingly ignited a spark. The situation was addressed with remarkable swiftness. For of Dong Dawei's underlings, unable to acquire the funds owed by Zhang De obstructed the water truck from departing. A scuffle ensued, resulting in their apprehension by the police, who conducted an investigation along the way. Dong Dawei, under the guise of the Economic Management Committee, was involved in extortion, which led to a cascade of accusations. Qin Chuan possessed a business license and had been robbed 3 times. With Dong Dawei's arrest, his father, Director Dong, faced dismissal. Testimonies from the villagers and photographs captured by Zhou Yuanxiao documenting their 3 acts of robbery provided irrefutable evidence. The case was solid. There was no turning back. At this juncture, Zhou Yuanxiao could not conceal his excitement. This time, they are completely finished. Did they think they could manipulate me? Not a chance. Qin Chuan seized upon this sentiment, saying, Uncle Yuanxiao, if Dong Dawei and his father are not dealt with, my business will struggle. You have rendered me a tremendous service. Without Zhou Yuanxiao's layout, even with the intensified crackdown, absent concrete evidence, and with Director Dong's interference, significant issues were downplayed. Zhou Yuanxiao lifted his cup and savored a sip of tea, his tone laced with gratitude towards Xiao Chuan, the son-in-law. Xiao Chuan, had it not been for your clever scheme, we would not have been able to deal with those 2. During this period, I have been at the mercy of Director Dong, who has meddled indiscriminately in the factory's operations, creating quite a nuisance. Now, it seems, I am free from troubles, and your business remains unscathed. Not only has Director Dong returned the money his son had taken from you, but he also gifted me an additional 1,000 yuan, allowing me to extend leniency towards him. Thus, you may keep the total of 1,330 yuan. Qin Chuan observed the thick stack of money handed over by Uncle Yuanxiao, his mind racing. He recalled that he had borrowed 3,000 yuan in private funds to develop a row of storefronts, which had been discovered, leading to complications. He had also misappropriated 5,000 yuan from the cotton spinning factory's account. Combining these issues, he found himself in deep trouble once again. Now, with another 1,000 from Dong Dawei's father, he faced the same predicament. He would likely find himself incarcerated for a year. Uncle Yuanxiao, listen to me. I cannot accept this 1,000 yuan, nor should you. You borrowed 3,000 yuan in private funds for the storefront. You must return it. If you do, you will not face any issues this year. Zhou Yuanxiao's face reflected confusion. Xiao Chuan, how do you know about the 3,000 yuan I borrowed? I see no issue in jointly investing in the storefront. Qin Chuan's tone was resolute. Uncle Yuanxiao, while you may see no problem, others certainly do. The origins of that 3,000 and this 1,000 must be returned. Director Zhang, a staunch follower of Factory Chief Shou, stood nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. He had felt uneasy lately due to the chief's acceptance of funds from 3 individuals, and through private inquiries. He suspected that those individuals might have set a trap for the chief. He had warned him twice, but the chief dismissed his concerns. Recently, Xiao Chuan's standing in the chief's eyes had risen significantly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chuan voiced the worries Zhang had harbored. Zhang Bangcheng urged his leader, I believe Xiao Chuan is correct. You should return that 3,000 yuan. Zhou Yuanxiao realized it was Zhang Bangcheng who had informed Xiao Chuan of this matter. If I return their 3,000, the construction will slow down. I promise to rent you the storefront. I cannot go back on my word. Qin Chuan smiled broadly, Uncle Yuanxiao. A delay of 10 days or half a month is inconsequential. We can devise alternative means of fundraising, and perhaps by then, I will have the necessary funds. Really? You can gather such a sum? Qin Chuan's smile widened. Given 10 days, If he could not produce 10 or 18,000, he would not have needed to journey back and forth to the southern province. Xiaochuan, you are a businessman. I have faith in you. They exchanged knowing smiles, both understanding the gravity of their situation. After finishing his tea, Qin Chuan prepared to return to Daping Village, a 3-hour walk that would lead him home by nightfall. Riding a bicycle would take just over an hour. Uncle Yuan, may I borrow your bicycle for half a day? I will return it tomorrow morning. No problem, Xiaochuan. I have a bicycle ticket here. If it's convenient, buy one for yourself, making travel easier. A bicycle priced at 180 was returned after being stolen by Dong Dawei, leaving ample funds to purchase another. Zhou Yuanchao escorted his son-in-law out of the office, handing him the bicycle. Xiaochuan, I've told your brother to bring my niece over so I can see how she has grown. But he insists that you must return and bring Yuan to meet me personally. Uncle Yuanchao, I will bring Yuan to see you tomorrow. Upon reaching the factory gate, a bag was opened, revealing 2 pairs of jeans tucked into the rear seat of the bicycle. He longed to be with his wife and younger sister in an instant. Zhou Yuanchao observed his departing figure, then glanced at the 3 packages he had brought back, stacked high enough to reach his waist, pondering how he managed to carry them all alone. Qin Chuan rode his bicycle with fervor, propelling himself forward like a whirlwind, covering several miles in one breath. In Yeshuan, he recalled the scene of his good brother being intercepted while driving a donkey cart. My dear brother, I have put you in such a difficult position. His gaze fell upon 2 familiar figures. It was Saturday, and 2 high school students from the county were returning home to collect their living expenses. Qin Weiming and Wan Shaoan returned home once a month to fetch flour and vegetables, typically making the journey monthly. Yet, it had only been half a month since the last visit. Had he already consumed the 50 pounds of flour and 5 yuan he had taken last time? With a few vigorous pedal strokes, he caught up to them. Weiming, are you back home to fetch more flour today? Qin Chuan asked with a smile, his tone laced with an unusual hint that Qin Weiming did not perceive. Brother Chuan, what a surprise to see you here. Weiming, wearing glasses and a clean jacket, had his hair neatly combed. He had not passed his exams this year, but he planned to try again next year and the year after to gain admission to a college. In a past life, at this very moment, Qin Chuan found himself imprisoned for striking his father, Qin Jiamin. Upon returning home, his first act was to unleash his frustration by hitting Qin Ling. This incident created an unbreakable bond of enmity between him and Qin Tian in both lives. In Qin Weiming's consciousness, his relationship with Brother Chuan was amicable. During the last family meeting, he had been present when it was agreed that Brother Chuan would work in the coal mine to help cover his living expenses. Brother Chuan, you're back from the coal mine? Are you riding my father's bicycle? Qin Tian said nothing more, merely riding past them without raising his head. Brother Chuan, wait for me. Let us walk together. Why are you pedaling so fast? Qin Weiming attempted to catch up with Brother Chuan, but as a student, he lacked the physical stamina compared to Qin Chuan, who was accustomed to manual labor. Wang Xiaoyan noticed that Qin Chuan was riding away, not accompanying them, and sensed something was amiss. Weiming, can't you see? Brother Chuan is ignoring you. He didn't even glance your way. He didn't come from the coal mine. Did he? A cold shadow crossed Qin Weiming's face. He didn't come from the coal mine? Isn't he marrying Zhou Ziqing? He still held on to the notion from the family meeting. Brother Chuan was supposed to hold a banquet at his home to marry Zhou Yuanyuan. What is he boasting about? Without my father's support, could he really marry someone? And riding my father's bicycle, what gives him the right to ignore me? Wang Shaoan pondered for a moment, then speculated. Do you think Brother Chuan has fallen out with your father? Chapter 56, Jeans, dear wife, would you dare to wear them in front of them? In Qin Chuan's mind, he pondered whether Yuan was crying every day, waiting for his return home. Before his departure, he had informed her he would be away for 5 to 6 days. Being isolated in Daping Village without any news for such a duration, it was only natural for her to be anxious. Although he had sent a message to Datu 5 days prior, indicating he would not return for another 5 days. That communication would surely lead her to entertain doubts and fears, imagining the worst. Yuan, dear wife, I shall return shortly. Your husband is well. He reassured himself as he pedaled furiously along the road. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated courtyard, Qin Ling struggled to suppress her tears. If her sister-in-law cried, she felt she could not afford to do the same, for it would be inappropriate to comfort Yuan while succumbing to her own sorrow. Sister-in-law, did Datu not say that my brother would return in 5 days? Why frighten yourself with such thoughts of misfortune? Please, do not wipe your tears. Your sadness makes me want to cry as well. Yuan grasped Qin Ling's hand tightly, her voice laced with panic. Linger, Let us borrow Uncle's bicycle and head into the city right away. Perhaps your brother is with Uncle Yuan Chao, having been too fatigued from the train journey to return today. But sister-in-law, Uncle scolded you just yesterday. He will not lend us his bicycle, Qin Ling replied, her voice trembling. Then we shall ask Li Guangjuan for his bicycle, Yuan Yuan insisted, determined to go. Qin Ling lamented, sister-in-law. Li Guangjuan will not lend us his bicycle either. He is in debt to Datu for water, and with Datu saying all the money is in your hands. How could he possibly lend us a bicycle? Undeterred, Yuan Yuan persisted. Then let us walk to the city and find Uncle Yuan Chao. Sister-in-law, look at the time. It will take us 3 hours to reach the city. By the time we arrive, it will be dark, and we do not even know where Uncle Yuan Chao lives. Yuan Yuan sank to the ground, covering her eyes as tears streamed through her fingers. If Chuanzi is in trouble and cannot return, how shall I endure? Did he not say he would return in 5 to 6 days? Why now have we heard that he may be gone for 10 days? For someone who has never traveled far, 10 days away, especially to the southern province, how can I not worry? Linger, go call Datu, and tell him not to fetch water. We need him to take us to the county, she implored. Datu was returning from the county, carrying a water bucket and preparing to pump brackish water from the well. Qin Ling knew he would refuse to lead them to the county to search for Uncle Yuan Chao and her brother. Sister-in-law, please do not be anxious. Do not cry. Your distress makes me want to weep as well. If I start to cry, oh, wretched brother, why have you not returned? Are you lost to us forever? Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out. A voice called, Linger, why are you crying? What is all this noise about? Brother, Chuanzi. The two figures rushed forward. Engulfed in tears, Linger was the first to throw herself into her brother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. You have finally returned. How could you be so thoughtless? It has been 10 days. Look at how Yuan Yuan has cried. She is inconsolable. Linger continued to cry, unable to find solace. Yuan Yuan bit her lip, her eyes red and swollen, standing behind Linger. She shyly nestled into her husband's embrace, wiping her forehead and gently pushing her brother aside. She comforted her sister with a somewhat perfunctory tone. Don't cry anymore. Haven't I returned? Didn't Dado tell you that my journey went smoothly? Pulling away, Linger took a step forward, and her wife embraced her tightly, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. I'm perfectly fine. Nothing happened. The train was slow, and I miscalculated the time. I won't travel far again. From tomorrow onward, wherever I go, I'll take you along. Zhou Yuanyuan buried her head against her husband's chest, her voice muffled from crying. I never insisted on being by your side. After such a long time, you could have at least sent a telegram. A telegram? The postman delivers letters and urgent telegrams throughout the village. Not only in Daping Village, but even to the summit of Wulanshan. I could have sent a telegram this morning, and it would have arrived by afternoon. Ah, I completely forgot about that. Qin Chuan indeed overlooked the possibility of sending a telegram from Tugoaxiang to Daping Village, or even from Shijing City or Xintong Town. His wife would not have been as anxious. He showered her with kisses on her eyes, cheeks, and lips. After indulging in affection, he released her, only to realize that Linga was standing right in front of them, gazing curiously at her brother and sister-in-law's affectionate display. Linger, I haven't eaten yet. Is there anything to eat? Brother, sister-in-law, and I have already eaten at Aunt Chun's house. For these days, we've been dining and sleeping there. Should I ask Aunt Chun to fry you an egg? The eggs that Dado bought are at Aunt Chun's. Linger, I'm back home now. We don't need to trouble Aunt Chun anymore. Just grab a bundle of dry grass to start the fire and boil some water for 2 fried eggs. Linger turned and gathered the dry grass to ignite the fire for boiling water. She made another trip to Aunt Chun's to fetch 5 eggs. Brother, these are the eggs that Dado bought. He didn't let Hong and Shawa have any, just for us. Sister-in-law Yuanyuan can't eat them. It was clear that during the 10 days away from home, the two of them hadn't enjoyed eggs daily. Living at Aunt Chun's, they couldn't just eat whatever they desired. However, it was even more challenging without a communal meal. Zhang Chun and his wife realized that Zhou Yuanyuan living with Qin Chuan was met with disdain by most villagers. Their contempt grew when Qin Chuan was away for business for 10 days without returning home. The couple invited the 2 girls to cook in their home out of concern for their well-being. Living with Aunt Chun's family had its inconveniences. It wasn't a matter of simply eating whatever they wanted. Now that Chuanzi was back, they wouldn't have to rely on others anymore. Qin Chuan brought 2 new pairs of jeans. He took them into the kiln and seized his wife's hand, speaking eagerly. Wife, try them on for me. Zhou Yuanyuan held up the jeans, examining them closely. They are indeed different. Did you get these from the southern province? Yuanyuan, I brought 130 pairs with me. They're in the guardhouse at the cotton spinning factory. Tomorrow, we'll set them up for sale, and they LLB for the beautiful girls in Jingning County. You and Linger will model for them. The information was a bit overwhelming for Zhou Yuanyuan. Chuan, are you suggesting that Linger and I wear the jeans and accompany you to the county tomorrow? Of course. This is a plan I had in mind for a long time. Otherwise, why would I have brought the jeans? Are you really asking me to wear them? In our county town, you are the first girl to don a pair of jeans. Do you think that is impressive? Wear them for all to see. Are you afraid they will gather around to look at you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan's heart raced. Am I truly the first to wear jeans? Are you jesting? I jest not. I merely ask if you dare. By stepping out in jeans to flaunt them in the town, the humility within her would dissipate significantly. The young wife felt her cheeks flush, her heart pounding, and she remained silent for an extended moment, feeling a sensation akin to that of a man reaching into his own embrace. Lingo entered, asking, "Are you not embarrassed? Release your hands." Though she spoke of pushing away the man's hands, her body leaned closer. "Wife, speak. Do you dare to stand before so many in jeans for them to see?" "I dare. If you can venture so far to procure goods, why should I not wear them? I shall display them for all to see." "Good wife, splendid." He lifted her entirely and twirled her around. Oh dear, Lingo has entered. Chapter 57. Can such trousers yield substantial profit? Linger was busy boiling water and preparing fried eggs for her brother, the smoke and heat surrounding her. She had no time to admire her sister-in-law's jeans. The saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative wore flared jeans, and it seemed that his wife was not the first to wear them. Within the region of Tuguoxiang, she might be the first, but in Daping Village, she was undoubtedly the pioneer. Zhou Yuanyuan held the jeans up, turning them over, speaking softly to her husband. "They look splendid. Shall I wear them? Hurry and put them on. You go out. I'll change. I am your husband. Are you afraid for me to see you?" "No, but Lingo just came in. You go out while I change." Lingo abruptly jumped in. "Brother, the eggs are ready. Are you going to eat? Did you buy a new pair of pants for my sister-in-law?" The brother handed another pair to his younger sister. "You too. Change into them with your sister-in-law tomorrow. I will take you both to the county town to model." "Really, brother? You're taking us both to the county town tomorrow?" "If I promise to take you both." "I certainly will. Now, brother will eat first, and then head to Aunt Chun's." Linger cooked 5 fried eggs, of which Qin Chuan consumed 3. The remaining 2, along with their broth, were set aside to be given to the 2 women later. The sisters-in-law whispered softly in the room, while Qin Chuan hesitated to enter, fearing Lingo would shout in surprise at her bare legs. "How long does it take to put on a pair of trousers? I'm coming out. I just feel so strange, but they truly look splendid." Qin Chuan called from the doorway, "Come out so I can see. Prepare yourself for the attention of all the girls in the county tomorrow." 2 shrill cries echoed, and they hesitated even more. Zhou Yuanyuan urged, "Linger, you said they look good. You go out first to show your brother. What is there to fear?" He brought them back from afar. Linger stepped out first. The sky had darkened, obscuring visibility. "Yes, they are exquisite, stunning indeed. My sister is the most beautiful." Zhou Yuanyuan followed, muttering, "Chuan, you jest. It's impossible to see clearly. But I think they look quite lovely. How much do they cost?" "Tomorrow, they will sell for 30 yuan each." 30? Goodness, who can afford that? What pair of trousers is worth 30 yuan? 30 yuan was merely spoken by the saleswoman at the large store. In Lan City, this pair of jeans is priced at 30. In Qin Chuan's mind, it has always been 30 yuan. To be frank, it's exorbitantly priced. "Tomorrow, I will set up a stall at the cotton mill gate to sell them to the female workers, offering a discount of 5 yuan. Linger, Yuan Yuan. Go to Aunt Chun's house and show them." No, they will laugh." Lingo expressed her desire for others to see yet simultaneously not wanting to be seen. Yuan Yuan remained undaunted, encouraging Linger. "What is there to fear? Tomorrow, you must wear it in the county town, serving as a model for your brother. Do you understand what a model is? It is merely standing still in jeans for others to see." Yuan Yuan mistakenly added that a model should walk and sway. Linger flatly refused. "I won't wear it. I won't be a model. I've never seen anyone don such trousers." Outside the door, footsteps approached, startling Linger, who dashed into the house with a gasp. Yuan Yuan attempted to maintain her composure. "It's just your brother Datu. What else there to be afraid of?" Though she claimed to be unafraid, Yuan Yuan also retreated indoors. Datu hurried into the courtyard. "Yuan Yuan, Linger, what is the matter? It's dark. And I couldn't find you. When did you return, Brother Chuan? I had no idea you were back." Datu appeared even more delighted than the 2 sisters. Rushing to embrace Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan pushed his brother away, suggesting that a hug was unnecessary. Calm down. Why the excitement? While I've been away these past few days, you've been calling your sister-in-law by her name. Datu, though verbally denying it, insisted that regardless of my absence, Yuan remains my sister-in-law. Qin Chuan scrutinized his brother's expression, unable to discern much in the dim light. Datu, may I inquire why you are still queuing at the dry well for water instead of bringing some back from the city? Datu, with his pointed nose, caught the aroma of fried eggs. Their mother, reluctant to give him one, had secretly fed Yuan and Linger. He pretended not to notice. Brother Chuan, do you get to eat eggs upon your return? How many have you had? I'm asking you about the water. Forget the eggs and clarify that for me. All day long, Datu, my brother, bears the most burden. He kept 2 fried eggs for himself. Brother Chuan, I wanted to discuss the water situation. I waited every day for your call, but you never called, making it impossible for me to inform you. Datu ventured into the county town daily, eagerly anticipating receiving a call from Brother Chuan in Director Zhou's office. After 5 days of waiting in vain, he confided in Yuan, questioning if something had happened to Brother Chuan. Upon hearing this, Yuan began to fret, having cried over the past few days. Now, as darkness enveloped the evening and Linger and Yuan did not come to sleep at his house, the two rushed to summon them. The jeans Yuan wore made her legs unclear, and she felt embarrassed to admit she was clad in them. The two turned and dashed back to his home. I will go fetch my parents, telling them you have returned. Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Brother Chuan, Aunt Chun and Uncle Chun are here. Perhaps I should take them off. The jeans accentuate the backside and thighs, and one can sense it. It feels rather embarrassing in the eyes of others. Yuan contemplated removing her jeans. Linger had already taken hers off. What a pity. Tomorrow during the day, I will be even less inclined to wear them. Datu and Tiao Hong rushed into the courtyard. Lingo called out to Datu, Brother Datu, Tiao Hong, what do you think of Yuan and her jeans? Aunt Chun followed them into the courtyard, approaching Yuanyuan and with wide eyes, scrutinizing her closely. The oil lamp in the cave was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. Was this the pair of trousers that Chuanzi insisted on fetching from the southern province? Could it truly bring great fortune? Recently, everyone had been talking about such trousers. Aunt Chun enthusiastically praised, these are exquisite. They dazzle when one stands before others, making it impossible for that shameless woman to call you anything less than a virtuous lady. Qin Chuan's expression darkened instantly, a chill in his tone as he retorted, Aunt Chun, who dares to call Yuanyuan anything but a good woman? Who has the audacity to bully her? Realizing her words had slipped, Aunt Chun laughed nervously and defended herself. Never mind, Chuan, you just returned. Let us not stoop to her level. We'll earn our money, and Dado claims that the money they seized midway can indeed be reclaimed. Is that truly possible? Aunt Chun, clarify who is bullying my wife, Qin Chuan insisted, lifting his chin defiantly. It was Wang Huaxiong's mother who scolded Sister Yuanyuan. Wang Huaxiong had his front teeth knocked out and was taken by the police. His mother demands compensation from Sister Yuanyuan. Zhang Datu corrected his sister, stating that Wang Huaxiong was not arrested but rather called to testify, having repeated this several times. Qin Chuan understood now. Wang Huaxiong had been robbed midway and had his teeth knocked out by Dong Dawei, ruining his chance to court someone. Just a few days ago, he was summoned to provide a testimony. Wang Huaxiong's mother claimed her son was wronged and insisted on compensation from Zhou Yuanyuan. The woman believed all this trouble was instigated by Qin Chuan's dealings. In his absence, she sought money from Zhou Yuanyuan, who was protected by the Zhang family. The Zhang couple and their son refused to pay a single cent, while the Wang woman made a scene in front of Zhou Yuanyuan, hurling insults and calling her a loose woman who consorted with men, claiming that she had no one to rely on and was taken in by the Zhang couple. The Wang woman's words were twisted and malicious. Zhou Yuanyuan dared not step outside to gather vegetables, anxiously waiting for her husband to return. Aunt Chun fumed. That shameless woman, seeing Yuanyuan clutching a few coins, grew furious and made a scene. Yuanyuan, you must not give her a single cent. What sort of person is she? Qin Chuan stood up, ready to leave, his voice menacing. If she dares to bully my wife for money, I will strike her. Aunt Chun seized his arm, imploring, Chuan, do not act rashly. 2 police officers are conducting an investigation in the village, and it's been made clear that anyone who strikes another will be arrested immediately. They are enforcing a strict crackdown. I can't quite comprehend what that entails, but the atmosphere is tense. If you were to strike Wang Huaxiong's mother, you would be quickly apprehended, and that would be quite troublesome. You've just returned. Your priority should be caring for your sister and wife. Qin Chuan knew he had ways to deal with that shameless woman. Not seeing Uncle Chun around, Qin Chuan asked Aunt Chun, "Where is Uncle Chun? I need to discuss something with him." Chapter 58. Borrowing money is a troublesome matter. Tomorrow, I'll ride back with a new bicycle for Uncle Chun. It's not essential to discuss this with him, but I want him to know that his son's grievances these days should not go unaddressed. Dada has worked hard at the market, and the money earned over the past 10 days should rightfully belong to him. I understand Uncle Chun does not want any money. Upon acquiring a bicycle, does one truly require it? Today, Director Zhou has assured him, as he possesses a bicycle ticket. "Chuan, your comrade the soldier has returned. Your uncle mentioned he has matters to discuss with your Uncle Chun. I surmise your uncle seeks to borrow money, hence he summoned your Uncle Chun away." Aunt Chun's gaze lingers on Linger as she removes her denim trousers, while she explains to Qin Chuan where her man has ventured. Upon hearing that Qin Jianmin has called Zhang Chun away, Qin Chuan comprehends the situation. The soldier Qin has brought money, at least 10 yuan. But it is likely that his father lacks any funds. Qin Jianmin, serving as the village head of Daping Village, has some snacks, liquor, and sugar in his cupboard. Yet he may not be able to produce 10 yuan. A fortnight ago, when Qin Wei went home for his allowance, his father claimed he possessed only 5 yuan, which Qin Jianmin subsequently took, arranging for Qin Chuan to work in the coal mine for cash. The villagers of Daping have struggled these past 2 years to secure enough food and warm clothing, yet when it comes to money in their pockets, they are utterly devoid of it. Living for half a year in the village without a single cent is a situation they dare not even contemplate in the future. Just then, Zhang Chun emerged from the courtyard of Qin Jianmin's home. For the first time, the village head spoke to him in a gentle manner, proposing to lend him 10 yuan. Zhang Chun replied that he had no money. Qin Jianmin, eyes wide in disbelief, retorted, "Your son runs to the county every day with a donkey cart to trade. Can you truly claim to be without funds?" Zhang Chun chuckled, clearly awaiting Qin Jianmin to grasp the implication of his words. Dado makes a daily round trip to the city, earning a decent sum. Yet all that money belongs to Chuan. When your nephew returns home, you may borrow from him. With that, Zhang Chun left his home, heading towards his own, only to find it empty, realizing everyone was at Chuan's residence. "Cousin has returned. Chuan, you are back. If you hadn't returned, your uncle would have been at his wit's end." Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Uncle Chun, have you indeed promised to lend money to Qin Jianmin?" Zhang Chun grinned, lifting his chin as he explained, "Chuan, I made it abundantly clear to him that every cent Dado earns in the city belongs to you. To Yuanyuan and Linger, I have no authority to lend him anything. If he has the capability, why does he not return your land and belongings?" Zhang Chun's tone brimmed with pride, having found a way to leverage Qin Jianmin. He intends to allocate land and possessions to Chuan while still being amenable to lending money to his son. "Chuan, do you not agree with Uncle Chun's assessment? He has only just begun to comprehend the situation. You are a person of means. Why did he not realize this sooner?" Qin Chuan scoffed. "He claims he lacks 10 yuan? He has not even enough to pay for water, yet he still seeks to borrow from me. I told him I have none. The matter of water fees is significant, as one must pay to fetch water in the county. It is imperative to clarify this to Chuan. Dado, do relay this to your brother Chuan." Dado glanced at Yuanyuan, clad in the denim trousers that Chuan procured from the southern province, pondering their uniqueness. Hearing his father call, he quickly diverted his gaze, suppressing a smile. His father tugged at him, "Be sure to explain this matter to your brother Chuan." "Certainly. I intended to discuss this with him." On the first day, the villagers of Daping gathered at the cotton mill to collect water. Filling a barrel from a tap took the better part of a day, with 5 barrels in line, causing inconvenience to Director Zhou and resulting in their return home after nightfall. While journeying midway, they were ambushed and engaged in a scuffle, ultimately leading to their arrest by the police. Most residents of Daping Village now hesitate to venture into the city to fetch water. However, several families from the Li and Wong clans, undeterred, resolutely accompanied Dada into the city for this task. In the county town, there existed a designated water collection point. But to their dismay, residents of Daping Village found that they were charged for water, 1 yuan per barrel. This nominal fee posed a challenge for some, as they either lacked the necessary funds or were unwilling to part with their money. They resorted to borrowing from Zhang Chun and his son. Zhang Chun lent money to several water fetchers, inadvertently inviting a cascade of troubles, as they all flocked to him for loans. He decided not to lend to anyone until Chuanzi returned. Those unable to secure funds vented their frustrations, opting against traveling to the city for water and instead intercepted a barrel brought back by Zhang Dadu. Consequently, Zhang Dada ceased his water collection efforts. They resorted to drinking the brackish water seeping from the dry well, laboriously drawing a barrel of it until late into the night. No wonder When Qin Chuan embraced his wife, he detected the earthy, sweaty scent emanating from her hair. Yuan, engaged in farm work, perspired but refrained from washing her hair. Reluctant to waste water, Zhang Datu initially intended to make daily trips to fetch water. But the cart used for transporting water barrels could not simultaneously carry 500 pounds of vegetables for sale. Earning money for Chuan Gu took precedence, relegating the water fetching to the sidelines. Upon returning home, he stood in line to draw the bitter, saline water from the dry well. When Chuan Gu returned, he was certain to have a solution. Uncle Chun, I refuse to believe that a barrel of water brought back by Data could be intercepted by our villagers. You still doubt it? When the water reaches the village entrance, children and the elderly wait by the roadside with bowls and basins, eagerly anticipating a taste of sweet water, causing Data to hesitate in making daily water runs. The hardships were shared among all, as they queued for the brackish water from the dry well. Zhang Chen sighed deeply, lamenting, we can't even draw water from the dry well. The drought persists, tormenting us relentlessly. All day long, we merely scrape a barrel of water. Qin Chuan pondered for a minute. Uncle Chun, fetching water from the city is not a sustainable solution. Indeed, our village needs to drill a borehole to extract water. Qin Jianmin is incessantly urging everyone to pool resources, suggesting that those with livestock sell them, and those with pigs do the same. Isn't that absurd? In a previous life, during a drought in Daping Village, the community endured until October, when the son of the fourth elder returned as village chief. With the subsidies from his reinstatement and the township's assistance, they managed to gather 4,000 yuan. They summoned a drilling team to bore a well, thus resolving the village's water issues for the next 2 decades. Presently, with his wife and sister nearby, he hesitated to use water for washing hair, bathing, or even washing feet. Waiting until October for Uncle Jianxiong was simply impossible. Yuan had saved 1,000 yuan, yet still lacked sufficient water for unrestricted use. What good was 1,000 yuan? Uncle Chun, the water authority has trucks with large tanks that can fetch water. One trip would equate to 10 trips with our cart, filling our water cellar in one go. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a truck to deliver water to both our households, ensuring our water cellars are filled. Zhang Chen responded. Really? Can they deliver water exclusively to us? That would cost several yuan, wouldn't it? Money is not an issue. It depends on whether their water truck will come to Daping Village tomorrow. If they do, we can negotiate. Zhang Data leaned closer to Chuan Gu, wearing a fawning expression. I knew that brother Chuan would have a solution. As long as he returns to our side, every problem will be resolved. Now, we can address the water supply issue in our village. Zhang Chen glanced at his son. Each bucket of water costs 10 yuan, aside from our 2 families. Who else can afford to pay for water? Aren't they just borrowing money from Chuan? It's quite troublesome. It is easy to imagine that everyone in the village wants to fill their own cisterns with water, borrowing 10 yuan from Chuan. But once borrowed, when will they return it? On the first day, Chuan brought 50 pounds of leeks, and Linger and Yuan delivered them door to door. Up to now, how many families have returned to exchange leeks for grain? Is it that they lack food? They simply want to take advantage of the situation, oblivious to the hardships faced by the Qin siblings. What kind of people are they? Chapter 59. All the money belongs to brother Chuan. Zhang Chun muttered angrily, cursing the families of Wang, Li, and Zhang. And Chun tried to calm him down. Enough. You, a grown man, are being more fussy than I am. Why waste your breath? Everyone is anxious. They are hoarding their rations tightly. I just can't stand them coming to borrow money. Why should I lend them anything? They never treat Yuan kindly. Zhang Chen spoke the truth. Yuan, married to Chuan, receives nothing but disdain from them. Qin Chuan smiled wryly. Each situation must be handled distinctly. He needed to clarify his stance to Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun. We are all from the same village. We see each other every day. If borrowing is warranted, it shall be done. If not, I will lend them not a single cent. One cannot view people solely in a negative light, nor should they be seen solely in a positive light. In Qin Chuan's eyes, viewing from his perspective, Qin Jianmin and Zhang Chun represented 2 extremes. When Qin Jianmin asked Zhang Chun for 10 yuan, Zhang Chun refused, stating that the money belonged to Chuan. If he had the means, he should borrow from Chuan. Yet, Qin Jianmin dared not approach Chuan's home. At that moment, he was filled with frustration, half due to Zhang Chun's refusal to lend him money, and half because his son questioned why he could not even produce 10 yuan. Qin Jianmin did not understand. Just half a month ago, Wei Bing had taken away a bag of flour and 5 yuan. Had it been spent already? Why was he back asking for money? Wei Bing claimed he would graduate in June and needed money for a graduation photo, gifts for teachers, and a farewell meal, requiring at least 10 yuan. Qin Jianmin truly had no 10 yuan to spare. Should he carry 100 pounds of flour to the city to sell? Qin Weibing rolled his eyes, exasperated. As a student preparing for university, how could he possibly carry 100 pounds of flour to sell? Qin Jianmin was not joking with his son. If you are capable, go borrow from Brother Chuan. He has money. If he refuses to lend it to you, you might as well haul the flour to sell. Qin Weibing was momentarily baffled. After falling out with his father, Qin Chuan had been kicked out and was living in 2 dilapidated caves. Where would he get any money? Over the past half-month, the situation of the Qin siblings had unfolded as Qin Jianmin explained to his son. Qin Weibing understood now. An uncle of Yuanyuan was the director of a cotton spinning factory, and Qin Chuan had sought financial support from him in the county, which enabled him to start a small vegetable business. During this time, he had managed to accumulate some money. Qin Weibing was filled with indignation. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Just because you've earned some money, you deny your uncle? For the past 2 years, where have you been eating and living? With a heart full of rage, Qin Weibing stormed towards the dilapidated courtyard at the eastern end of the village. He intended to settle the accounts with Qin Chuan. If he refused to acknowledge his uncle, then Qin Weibing would not recognize him as a brother. The Zhang family was also present in the courtyard, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion about some pressing matter. In front of the Zhang family, as well as Yuanyuan and Qin Ling, Qin Weibing fumed. Qin Chuan, you dare to call my father by his name and deny your uncle? I refuse to recognize you as my brother. Tell me, why do you go back on your word? Not only did you refuse to give my father money, but you also laid your hands on him? The onlookers could only gaze in astonishment, particularly at the high school studentess expression. They were aware that his father had spoken some nonsense. Qin Chuan looked at him with a sidelong glance, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Qin Weibing, have you come to settle the score with me? Is this the tone you wish to adopt? With an air of superiority, Qin Weibing demanded, what tone should I use? We had an agreement 2 weeks ago. Why have you chosen to disregard it? Zhang Dada could not stand his condescending manner. Just because you wear glasses and are in high school, do you think you are above everyone else? Weibing, what kind of attitude is that? As if Qin Gu is obligated to give you money, on what grounds? On what grounds? You dare question me, Zhang Datu? This is none of your business, so step aside, Qin Weibing retorted, maintaining his accusatory tone. Qin Chuan, for the past 2 years, you and your sister have been living off my family. Without our care, you two would have been begging on the streets. And now you turn against my father? Has your conscience been devoured by wolves? In Qin Weibing's eyes, these past 2 years were a time when his family had supported Qin Chuan and his sister. Now that he had made some money from selling vegetables due to favorable policies, he turned his back on them? Was it too much to ask for 10 yuan to give to his younger brother? Zhang Datu was seething with anger. Your father has treated Qin Gu and Ling Mei as laborers, and who doesn't he see that? If you can't see it, then your eyes must be blind. You come here demanding money from Qin Gu. You really have no shame. Zhang Dada's rebuke resonated well. Stepping forward, Qin Chuan declared, Qin Weibing, do you really believe that if my sister and I weren't living at your house, we would be begging? Is that truly your belief? Can you not see that your home is nothing more than 2 dilapidated caves? Listen carefully, my family lives in 2 broken caves because my parents passed away early. You and your family occupy part of my inheritance in the old house. Just wait. I will reclaim every beam of wood you have taken from me. Now, leave my presence. As he consumed a boiled egg, he cast a cold glance at Linger, a moment that Qin Chuan could never forget from his past life. Not only had he never shown kindness to his uncle's children, but in his previous life, Qin Chuan spent 8 years in prison while Linger endured loneliness, receiving neither comfort nor warmth from him. In this life, they had no ties. Qin Weibing, you've wasted your education. Get out of my house. If you dare enter my courtyard again, I will treat you as I did your father, and you will be left searching for your teeth. Zhang Dada pushed Qin Weibing away. Get out, get out. Don't provoke my Qin Gu's anger. Chuan Ji's business flourished steadily, yielding over 100 yuan daily. The villagers sought to borrow money from him. The two felt elevated during this period, looking down on others. Zhang Datu, what are you? Do you dare to push me? Pfft. Do not assume that Chuan Gu acknowledges you simply because you share the same surname. Whether you stay or leave is inconsequential. I will teach you a lesson. Unbeknownst to Zhang Datu, Chuan Gu and Qin Weibing were not brothers under the same patriarch. Zhang Chun scolded his son. Datu, how can you speak to Weibing like that? He is a high school student. Qin Weibing, seething with anger, turned and ran off, venting his frustration on his father. Zhang Datu secured the bamboo gate tightly. Chuan Gu, I have my eyes on 2 large iron gates. I will bring them back tomorrow to fortify your entrance. No one will be able to intrude. With the main gate of Chuan Ji's home securely fastened, the money belonging to Sister Yuan Yuan was safeguarded. Sister Yuan Yuan had over 1,000 yuan. After the gang of robbers was apprehended for 5 consecutive days, the two fetched 2 lambs from his aunt's house every other day, flipping them quickly for a profit in the cotton mill community, coupled with the earnings from selling vegetables. He amassed over 100 yuan, all of which he entrusted to Sister Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan hesitated, saying, "This money is hard-earned by Datu. Why should I take it for myself?" Zhang Datu presented his business license to Sister Yuan Yuan. "Do you understand now? This business belongs to Chuan Gu. I, Zhang Datu, am merely a runner." He was confident that Chuan Gu would not shortchange him. The earnings would first be handed in full to Sister Yuan Yuan. After some back and forth, Yuan Yuan could not resist the insistence of Zhang Datu and Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun. "Take the money for now. Keep track of it, and when Chuanzi returns, we will settle the accounts. What belongs to Zhang Datu is Zhang Datu's." Before departing, Chuanzi had 500 yuan, keeping 300 for himself while taking 200 to the southern province. 10 days passed, and Yuan Yuan held 1,100 yuan. When Chuanzi returned, she hurriedly presented the money, making her intentions clear to her husband. "Chuan, this is all hard-earned by Datu. You cannot say he is merely running away with your money. It is rightful to give him more than half." And even to Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun, Zhang Chun shook his head repeatedly. No, how can you say to give me more than half? You two need to build a new house. Do not let the villagers mock you for living in a dilapidated place. Listen to Uncle." Qin Chuan counted the money in his wife's hands, 1,100 yuan. "Uncle Chun, Brother Datu, I urgently need this sum by the end of the month. I will settle the total accounts with you. Rest assured, you will not miss a single cent that is rightfully yours. Now, go home and sleep. Tomorrow will be busy." Zhang Chun chuckled. "Chuan, Uncle knows you are aiming for a big business. I do not need the money. I am just pleased. Let us head home and get some rest." The Zhang family returned home cheerfully. Chapter 60. Digging and digging. It would be disingenuous to say that Zhang Chun had no personal motives. He certainly desired the money, and the more, the better. His son was 20 years old, and marrying was of utmost importance. In 3 years, Linger would be wed. Although the girl had no parents, she had her brother from her mother's side. It was a boon that they did not ask for a bride price. Was it appropriate to request money from them? Establishing a good relationship with Chuanzi would mean that Linger could enter the Zhang household without spending a single penny, which would be ideal. The individuals in the village are rather inept at arithmetic, insisting that the money earned from selling vegetables with the donkey cart belongs solely to Daitu and should not be given to Qin Chuan. This displeases Qin Chuan, as not only is Daito's marriage to Linger a source of trouble, but also the prospect of steadily earning an income alongside Qin Chuan presents its own challenges. Zhang Chun and his wife possess a broader perspective. One should never underestimate those bold enough to venture to the southern provinces for denim jeans. When the jeans adorn Yuanyuan's legs, they must be presented to Aunt Chun, though it is too dark to discern their details. With Aunt Chun's family having departed, Yuanyuan feels a twinge of disappointment. Neither Qin Chuan nor Aunt Chun could properly see her jeans. Qin Chuan's mind is preoccupied with the desire to embrace his wife and sleep. Setting aside thoughts of denim for now, Yuan, tomorrow Minnie will clearly see your jeans. You should wash your hair and body now and rest. Is there sufficient water? Will we truly fill our water cellar tomorrow? It must be filled. Use water freely tonight. The water Baozheng brought back filled half the cellar. It is precious sustenance during this time, and they must conserve it as much as possible. With Qin Chuan's return, Yuanyuan feels reassured that the water cellar will indeed be filled tomorrow, allowing her to wash thoroughly. She boils water in the large pot, cleansing herself from head to toe. Men, too, ought to wash thoroughly, for after days spent on the train, they carry an unpleasant odor. Clean and refreshed, they long to be together again after being apart for 10 days, and the prospect of starting a family is a serious matter that warrants earnest attention. Quietly, the young wife speaks to her husband. "Qin Chuan, I have spoken with Linger." "About what?" "I told her that when I am with you, she must not intrude. And she said she understands." Qin Chuan chuckles heartily. "You crack me up. Lingo knows nothing." "Oh, she does know. She understands that I am going to have a child. And this is not a time for disturbances." "You divulged everything to her?" "Yes, I shared all that needed to be shared." As the dawn breaks, Lingo stands at the entrance of the kiln, calling out, "Brother, sister-in-law, are you awake? How do you like my jeans? If sister-in-law can wear them, why shouldn't I?" "Are you leaving so early?" After contemplating throughout the night, Linger decides to don the jeans. If her sister-in-law is unafraid, why should she be? She eagerly awaits her brother and sister-in-law's reaction. The first to see her in her jeans is Zhang Baozhang, who quietly enters and stands behind her, captivated. Linger remains oblivious to his presence as he gazes for an extended period. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Lingmei, you look splendid. You've blossomed into a young lady. Having washed her hair, neck, and feet the night before, and now clad in her vibrant blue jeans. Zhang Daitu begins to see Linger in a new light, finding her quite attractive. Linger, feeling a surge of anger, retorts, Daitu, why are you spying on me? The discomfort of being observed while wearing her new jeans intensifies. You entered silently. Who told you to come in without a sound? Oh. Have you become temperamental now that your brother is back? Just yesterday you were weeping. What are you pretending for? Their bickering awakens Qin Chuan, who emerges dressed. Daitu, you should leave first. Go to the fields early to gather vegetables. I have a bicycle, and I will take Linger and Yuanyuan along behind you. We will catch up. Brother Chuan, is that the bicycle of Director Zhou? Director Zhou truly treats you well. I must take my leave now. I am heading to my aunt's house to fetch some mutton, 2 pieces weighing over 80 pounds each. Qin Chuan reassured me. Make sure to give your aunt a fair price. After all, we are relatives. Understood, Brother Chuan, whatever price you gave to Li Guangsan. I shall offer to my aunt. Zhang Dada hurried off with his donkey cart, shouting a couple of Qin operas outside the gate, elated. The youth of the 1980s were spirited and full of vigor. A few other young men from Daping Village sought out Zhang Baozhang, wishing to accompany him to the city to sell vegetables. Zhang Baozhang held his head high, his tone quite arrogant. Have you forgotten my ordeal? Are you not afraid? Besides, do you possess a business license? Without one, you'll be arrested immediately. Do you understand the severity of the crackdown? They specifically target those without licenses. A few from Daping Village were apprehended while fetching water for lacking a business license. Do you still dare to venture into the city to sell vegetables for profit? Half truth, half intimidation, he managed to frighten not only the villagers of Daping but also those from neighboring villages who were contemplating similar ventures. Making money through business in the city is not as easy as it seems. Zhang Baozhong was pleased, for he had secured a stable transaction. Leading the way, Brother Chuan rode ahead with Sister Yuanyuan and Linger following closely behind. After finishing her morning routine, Sister Yuanyuan donned her jeans, turning and admiring herself. It felt different from last night, as if she were unsteady on her feet. Linger shared the same sensation of unsteadiness. The two cousins exchanged amused glances, a mix of joy and anxiety filling the air. They were to serve as models for so many in the city. Sister, what are you worried about? We are going all out. My brother dares to venture to the southern province alone, yet we hesitate to stand before them in jeans? Wouldn't he that hold my brother back? Linger, what are you saying? I am not afraid. I wore them last night to show Aunt Chan. Exactly, Yuanyuan. You shouldn't fear. You are a city girl. A shadow of doubt crossed Yuanyuan's eyes. She almost forgot that she was indeed a city girl. She nearly forgot to bring boiled eggs to eat for breakfast on the way. 8 eggs, 2 for each person. Aunt Chun made some flatbreads for breakfast, filling her up. Uncle Yin Zhao's sturdy bicycle rolled out of the yard, and Yuanyu steadied the seat before jumping on. Grasping the man's back cautiously, she asked, Chuan, how long does it take to reach the county seat by bicycle? 1 hour and a half. And by truck? 1 hour and a half. Oh, Qin Chuan chuckled. Yesterday on my way home, I rode my bicycle as quickly as a truck. Linger sat on the front rack, gripping the handlebars. As they descended a slope, Qin Chuan squeezed the brakes, causing Linger to yelp. You pinched my finger. It hurts. She blew on her finger. Who told you to stick your finger in the brake? Can't you ride properly? Brother, slow down. You're carrying your sister-in-law. She's about to have a baby. Be careful. The bicycle swayed side to side, and Qin Chuan laughed so hard he nearly fell over. On the back seat, Yuanyuan chuckled as well, scolding, Linger, what nonsense are you talking? Never say such things again. Suddenly, with a loud crash, both the bicycle and its riders tumbled to the ground. A tractor rumbled past, its driver, a jovial figure with tousled hair, laughing heartily. Nearly veering off the road, Linger, having hurt her arm, decided to dismount, exclaiming that she would rather ride in Datu's cart. If I ride a bit longer, I will catch up with Datu. You can ride in his cart, she suggested. Zhou Yuanyuan, unperturbed, reassured her, dismissing any notion of being pregnant. Brushing off the dirt from her legs. Linger, refrain from saying such things to provoke your brother's laughter while riding, she advised. The tractor swerved, and Qin Chuan clamped his legs around the front wheel, gripping the handlebars firmly. Linger refused to ride, worried about her brother's ability to balance the bicycle. Are you getting on? If you don't, your sister-in-law and I will leave you behind, he teased. Yuanyuan whispered. Look, did I tear my pants? They cost 30 yuan. You can't just tear your jeans. Let us keep going, Linger replied as they switched places. She took the rear seat, ready to leap off if the bicycle tipped. As they descended the next gentle slope without braking, the two girls screamed in fright. Brother, slow down. I might jump off. Lingo clung tightly, not daring to leap. Qin Chuan leaned in and kissed his wife, grinning. Yuan, from today onward, I will take you into town every morning. What about the chores at home? The farm work? The two will help us sell vegetables. We'll assist Aunt Chun in the fields. It's time for a change. The journey to the county was downhill and with the wind at their backs. Yuan, sing a song for your husband. That one about digging. It's delightful. Yuanyuan chuckled. These days, her happiest moments came from singing. Chuan, that song is for children. I want to hear it. It's beautiful. Wearing my new jeans. What I have to fear in singing? Then I shall sing. Shall I begin? Clearing her throat, a sweet and melodious voice filled the air. In the little garden, we dig, planting tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. In the big garden, we dig, planting big seeds to bloom big flowers. Ding, ding, ding. Sister Yuan, we dig for greens every day. Once we finish, there is nothing left to dig. Laughter erupted. Chapter 61. Too early to celebrate. Not a single pair sold. The joy was premature. Not a single pair of jeans was sold. A crowd had gathered merely to gawk. Men and women, young and old, encircled the cart in curiosity. They grumbled. Hey, vegetable seller, why are you not selling vegetables properly? Why are you hawking pants today? The greens and lamb on the cart sold out quickly in the cotton mill residential area. At noon, the cart arrived at the entrance of the cotton mill, bag secured on the platform, displaying a dozen pairs of jeans. As the noon whistle blew, the iron gates swung open, and workers surged out, chattering excitedly. They all gathered around. Why not vegetables? I was hoping to buy some chives for dumplings. I wanted to get some spinach and greens too. Young man, why aren't you selling vegetables today? Why the pants? Qin Chuan beamed. Look at my wife's legs. Look at my sister's legs. Tell me, don't they look good? All eyes turned to Yuanyuan and Qinling. Well prepared, they were unafraid. Yet suddenly being scrutinized by so many, the two women trembled, unable to steady themselves. Yuanyuan called out, holding back her nerves. After all, she stood before them. Reminding herself that she was the niece of a war hero, what was there to fear? Brother, I'm scared, Linga whispered, hiding behind her sister-in-law. Too timid to face the multitude of eyes. Brother had not explained clearly. The crowd had surged around them in an instant. Their eyes were fixed on them, their voices clamoring. After a long while, not a single pair of jeans had been sold. Zhang, with a disappointed expression, had expected the sales to flow like a rush for fresh produce. 30 yuan for a pair of jeans, who would buy that? They were not interested in the jeans, but rather in Yuanyuan and Linger. Qin Chuan loudly clarified, ladies and young women, take a good look. These are the jeans worn by celebrities on television, available only at the grand malls in our provincial capital. Look at how stunning they look on my wife and sister-in-law. Aren't they beautiful? You'll surely turn the heads of all the young men. The young men and older gentlemen gazed intently at Yuanyuan's legs, then at her face. Young man, is she your wife? Qin Chuan shot a glare at the questioner. What kind of question is that? If she's not my wife, could she be yours? Do you even have a wife? The man answered no. Do you have a sister? Again, the answer was no. Qin Chuan glared at him once more. You have neither a wife nor a sister, so what are you doing looking at jeans? Hurry home for dinner. This is none of your concern. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. All right, time to head home for dinner. Come back after you eat. As they finished work and headed home to cook, the thought of casually purchasing 30 yuan jeans was far-fetched. Someone jokingly asked, how about 10 yuan a pair? I want to buy one for my partner. Qin Chuan praised him. That's a brilliant idea. If you buy one for your partner, she'll be eager to marry you. Forget about 10 yuan. That could buy 5 pounds of mutton. Another round of laughter ensued, and most of the crowd dispersed. Qin Chuan spoke the truth. Young men with partners should seize the opportunity to buy a pair, and their prospects would surely improve. At the entrance of the cotton mill, this crowd had gathered. Yuanyuan felt exposed in the public eye, striving to endure until they had all left, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After suffering for most of the day without selling a single pair, the situation was dire. As the crowd began to thin, Qinling cautiously emerged from behind her sister-in-law, sweat beading on her forehead, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. Zhang rolled his eyes at her. Qin Ling. Do you think you're that beautiful to hide behind your sister-in-law? You were brought here to model for Brother Chuan, not to cower. Why are you shouting? So many people gathered. I was afraid my sister-in-law had to model alone. Regardless, not a single pair of jeans had been sold. Zhou Yuanyuan's excitement from the morning had transformed into a face full of disappointment. Chuan, you traveled such a long way and spent 10 days here, and yet not a single pair has sold. What are we to do? Why are you smiling? What is there to be happy about? Qin Chuan ceased his laughter, his tone turning serious. Yuan, Linger, and two. What expressions are you all wearing? This is not a vegetable market where anything can be sold at random. Just display them for everyone to see. Do you really think anyone would dare to part with 30 yuan for a pair of trousers at this hour? Ah, just to show them? What are you doing, Chuan Gu? Zhang Baojing asked, perplexed. Zhou Yuanyuan discerned an underlying meaning in his words. Today, Chuanzi intended for the cotton mill workers to see her wearing the jeans. Upon further reflection, Zhou Yuanyuan grasped a hint of his intention. Not entirely convinced, she cautiously inquired. Do you mean for them to know you have jeans in hand, to spread the word? Smart wife. Chuanzi responded. It's perfectly normal for cotton mill workers to return home after work, casually carrying a bunch of leeks or spinach, however. It would be somewhat challenging for them to casually carry a 30 yuan pair of jeans. Such jeans are not sold in that manner. The girls who genuinely desire the trousers would need to try them on, but how could they do so here? Qin Chuan had ulterior motives. Setting up in front of the cotton mill for a midday display, with his wife and sister standing nearby as models, was a strategy he had meticulously contemplated while on the train. It would not be long before those interested in the trousers would arrive. Today, he originally intended for Yuan and Linger to meet Uncle Yuan Chao. However, he was not at the factory. He had gone to the city for a meeting and would not return until the afternoon. A bicycle ticket was in the hands of the gatekeeper, Zhang Dajie, who casually handed it to Qin Chuan and then urged the three to enter the cafeteria for a meal. Qin Chuan did not accompany Zhang Dajie inside. Brother, are you taking us three to eat at their cafeteria? Linger, Yuan, and two questioned. Uncle Yuan Chao is not at the factory today. It would be inconvenient for us to dine there. Let us go out to a restaurant instead. Zhou Yuan was discontented, as no jeans had been sold yet. Zhang Baozhong pulled Ling Mei toward a newly opened bun shop. Chuan Gu, sister-in-law, you two wait here. I will go buy buns. Zhou Yuan and Qin Chuan busily tended to the display, neatly folding the dozen or so pairs of jeans. Chuan, are you not showing them anymore? The same group of workers was still around. There was no need to display them again and waste time. Let's put them away. Soon someone will come to discuss business with me. In the distance, a figure of a girl accompanied by a man approached. As they drew closer, Qin Chuan recognized her as the saleswoman from the department store who had called him to sell goods, accompanied by a silent bodyguard. Miss, did you come after lunch? The saleswoman approached the display cart, lifting a pair of trousers to inspect them closely. She called out to Qin Chuan. No wonder you dared to spend 50 yuan on goods. You found a profitable venture. Zhou Yuanyuan frowned slightly at her expression. Are you familiar with my husband? Qin Chuan clarified for his wife, Yuan. This lady is a saleswoman from the department store. I'm sorry, but I still do not know your name. My name is Li Yin. How many pairs do you have? Chapter 62. Your wife is very beautiful but also somewhat possessive. Zhou Yuanyuan sighed in relief. Since her husband did not even know this girl's name, there was likely nothing to worry about. Qin Chuan responded to Li Yan's inquiry. I have 130 pairs. My wife and sister are each wearing one. Where did you source your goods? From the launching shopping mall. With a smile gracing his face, Qin Chuan remarked. Do I really need to disclose where I procured my goods? Such commercial secrets are not to be shared lightly. He pointed to the label on the waistband of his trousers and continued. Only I can supply these labeled pants in Jingning County. Li Yin, scrutinizing the denim agent's eyes, spoke with a hint of disbelief. You're quite adept, even engaging in private label distribution. You must have visited the manufacturer. How many pairs do you require? Qin Chuan greeted her with a smile, having already discerned that this young woman was no ordinary sales clerk. She had pursued the commotion at the cotton mill's entrance, where a batch of jeans was on display for sale, and had observed the couple manning the stall with a smirk. Hey, have you two made a mistake? Do you think selling jeans is akin to selling vegetables? Li Yin, I am merely promoting here, not intending to sell a single pair, he replied. Li Yin contemplated for a moment and nodded, recognizing the validity of his words. With a sideways glance at Zhou Yuanyuan's face and then at her legs, she inquired, Is she your wife? Who else would she be if not my wife? Qin Chuan replied, though Li Yin felt a twinge of discontent. A rural girl wearing jeans? She must be donning them for the first time today, standing here just to showcase for the mill's workers. Hey, your wife is quite beautiful. Does she wear them in your village? Qin Chuan smirked, responding with a hint of mischief. My wife is the most beautiful girl. Why would she not wear them in the village? Yuanyuan's heart raced, playfully pinching her husband. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yin, unperturbed, retorted. Wearing jeans in the village? Isn't that a waste of fine clothing? Hearing this, Yuanyuan stepped forward, chin raised defiantly. Who do you look down upon? Why can't I wear jeans in the village? Are you here to purchase pants or to make snide remarks? Li Yin laughed instead of becoming angry. Oh, Qin Chuan. Seems your wife is quite the spirit. Qin Chuan recalled that he had not disclosed his name to her. Li Yin, do you know who I am? She is the niece of the factory director, and you are the director's son-in-law. How could I not know? Yuanyuan glared at Li Yin with hostility. If you're going to buy jeans, then buy. If not, why all the questions? Why, you're the director's niece, yet you're selling 30 yuan pants here. Why shouldn't they be sold here? Why does it concern you? The tension between them escalated. Qin Tian, feeling the awkwardness, intervened. Yuanyuan, speak kindly to Li Yin. We are all friends. Come, shake hands to show goodwill. Who wants to be friendly with her? Yuanyuan was now hungry, waiting for Linger to bring her some buns. However, her hunger had dissipated, and her large eyes narrowed as she glared at Li Yin. Li Yin observed her, continuing her conversation with Qin Chuan. Well, have you noticed? Your wife is quite petty. Sister, let's discuss business properly. Why accuse my wife of being petty? Li Yin shifted the conversation back to business, 25 for each pair. I'll take them all. Is that acceptable? Do you have cash for 128 pairs? Would I inquire if I didn't tea? Is it acceptable or not? Very well, I will take you to the entrance of the grand store. Yuanyuan stood momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across her face. In a flurry of calculations, I swiftly assessed the situation. 128 pairs of jeans, each priced at 25, totaling 3,200 yuan. Chuanzi had mentioned that the wholesale price was merely 8 yuan per pair, and the round-trip expenses, including food and lodging, would not exceed 50. Selling them at 25 yuan each in one go would yield a substantial profit. With the donkey cart turned around, 3 bundles were loaded, and we headed towards the grand store. Baozhong and Xinling took another route to purchase buns from a newly opened shop, known for its delightful flavors. Linger, why are we buying buns when Chuan Ge said he would take us out to eat today? Disappointment washed over Linger, who had been so exuberant that morning but now felt utterly let down. She snapped at Tatu. My brother said we would dine out after selling the jeans. But not a single pair has sold. What is the point of going out? Clutching the buns close, they made their way back. Zhang Detu devoured half a bun in one bite and finished an entire one in just 2. The chai-filled buns were so delectable that one could easily consume 10 without feeling satisfied. As they munched, Zhang Detu lamented, Linger, I fail to comprehend why our vegetables and meat sell out in a flash, yet not a single pair of jeans moves. Has Chuan Ge made a mistake? We have 2 sheep weighing 85 jean and 300 jean of greens, ready to sell for 180 yuan. With such a thriving business each day, why are we wasting time on jeans? Not a single pair has sold. Is Chuan Ge just being foolish? Detu, stop eating those buns. Once they're gone, what will my brother and sister-in-law eat? Zhang Baozhong patted his pocket. We can always buy more after we finish these. We have money. Upon arriving at the cotton mill gate, they found neither Chuan Ge nor his wife Yuanyuan. Where's my brother? Where's the donkey cart? They peered through the glass of the gatehouse. The gatekeeper was absent, and the bundles of jeans were nowhere to be seen. Linger, it seems Chuan Ge and his wife have taken the jeans elsewhere to sell. Let me think where they might have gone. Zhang Baozhong had been running errands in the county these past few days, traversing the route from the cotton mill residential area to the production district, then to Daping Village. That was the only path he knew. Suddenly, a second-generation liberation truck approached from afar. It was the driver who had previously been to Daping Village. The truck stopped in front of them, and Pan Yinhua leaned out from the passenger seat, calling, Zhang Baozhong, where's your Chuan Ge? Wasn't he supposed to be selling jeans today? Where is he? Pan Yinhua jumped down, having coordinated with Xiao Yang to specifically pick up a pair of jeans. After hearing the circumstances, Zhang Baozhong explained, Pan Ge, my brother was here selling jeans, but he hasn't sold a single pair. He sent us to buy buns for lunch. And when we returned, he and Yuanyuan were gone. Pan Yinhua grinned. Did your Chuan Ge bring his beautiful wife along? Is this girl your wife? She looks stunning in those jeans. Xinling felt uneasy, unsure if he was complimenting her or the jeans. Driving a truck isn't that impressive. My brother can drive too. Zhang Baozhong then devised a plan. Pan go. Take Linger and me to the county to search around. I suspect my Chuan Gu has taken the jeans to sell elsewhere, and they haven't had lunch yet. All right, you too, hop in. I'll take you to the department store. I suspect they are selling jeans there. The two squeezed into the driver's cabin. Pan Nianhua inquired again. Zhang Baozhong, is this girl your wife? Not quite yet. My mother keeps rambling on about how Linger is my wife. Qin Ling pinched Tu's arm. Chapter 63, Drawing water to wash hair and clothes. The donkey cart halted at the entrance of the department store. A bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a collection of household items piled up as the young couple made several trips, bringing out their purchases to place on the cart. Yuanyuan's excitement was palpable, her little face aglow with enthusiasm. She expressed a hint of discontent towards her partner. Chuan, we could have bought these items at the market for less. Why must we purchase them here? Qin Chuan quietly reminded her. In large business dealings, one must not sweat the small stuff. No complaints. Indeed, complaints were unwarranted. As Li Yan had taken all the jeans, it was imprudent to quibble over a mere 5 or 8 yuan when buying from her. Qin Chuan further elucidated that she had a bicycle ticket that could be passed on to them at a discount. Should she still complain? Yuanyuan pouted. The bicycles were not yet freely traded. They had to be purchased at designated sales points. Uncle Yuanzhao handed a ticket to the gatekeeper, Uncle Zhang, who then passed it on to Qin Chuan. Yuanyuan's excitement grew, primarily because today marked the acquisition of their very own bicycle. It was agreed that they would ride one back to Chunshu's home, ideally today. Her husband indicated that he could procure another ticket from Li Yan. After loading the household items, Yuanyuan watched as a ticket was discreetly handed from Li Yan to Qin Chuan. The saleswoman spoke in a hushed tone. Please don't let it slip that I have a bicycle ticket. I'll find you in 3 days. Yuanyuan's eyes widened as she noticed her husband had not given her any money. Was she to gift him a bicycle ticket for free? Once the exchange with Li Yan concluded, Qin Chuan leaned closer to his wife and whispered, Yuanyuan, Ling and Datu have gone off looking for us. Just then, a truck from the cotton mill pulled up at the department store. Qin Ling and Baozhong jumped down, followed by Pan Nianhua. Seeing the bags of rice and flour on the donkey cart, Qin Ling muttered, not a single pair of jeans sold, yet we spent so much money on these things. My brother is truly a spendthrift. Baozhong defended Chuan, saying, selling meat and vegetables is profitable, isn't it? As Chuan said, we should eat whatever we desire. Baozhong's confidence was unshakable. Earlier, Pan Nianhua had mentioned that whether it was 130 or 1,300 pairs of jeans, Chuan would still manage to sell them all. What was there to fret about? Baozhong felt his worries dissipate. However, Linger remained troubled. Her brother had borrowed 1,000 yuan to invest in the jeans, and now he owed over 1,000 to factory director Zhou, leaving his wife without any money again. Contemplating this, Linger found it difficult to feel joy. Meanwhile, Yuanyuan smiled brightly. Her cheeks flushed as though the jeans had already been sold. Linger leaned closer to her sister-in-law and quietly asked, Sister-in-law, what are you so happy about? What happened to those jeans? They sold. What? The jeans sold? Both Qin Ling and Zhang Datu were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. The driver, Xiaoyang, greeted them as he drove back to the cotton mill to load fabric. Qin Chuan exchanged a friendly handshake with Pan Nianhua, having not seen each other for 10 days. Pan, full of praise, exclaimed, Brother, you truly have guts. I can assure you that within the entire county, you are the only one daring enough to venture to the southern province and return with a batch of jeans, and you didn't even bother to inform us. Shall we share a drink? Qin Chuan replied sincerely, Pan, I apologize, but I am in a hurry to attend to matters at the Water Bureau. I promised to bring a pair of jeans for you and Xiaoyang. Here they are, no payment required. He had set aside 2 pairs. One for Pan Nianhua and the other for Xiaoyang, one married and the other in a relationship. Yuanyuan quietly explained to Qin Ling that there were 126 pairs of jeans, each priced at 25 yuan, all placed in the department store. With cash received in hand, Qin Ling gasped, 25 each. Upon hearing the price, Pan Nianhua fished out some money from his pocket, smiling as he said to Qin Chuan, Brother, I insist on giving you 50, please don't refuse. He firmly pressed 50 yuan into Qin Chuan's hand. Friends remain friends, but business is business. The arduous journey Qin Chuan undertook to bring back the jeans was not something one could comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. Little Chuan, I won't disturb you any longer. I will step into the store to purchase a few items. He bid farewell to Pan. A short distance ahead of the department store, a newly opened beef noodle shop wafted enticing aromas. The four of them entered and ordered 5 bowls, 2 of which were for Bao Zhong. Qin Chuan earnestly asked, "Big head, if 2 bowls aren't enough, shall I order another?" "No need, Brother Chuan, 2 bowls are sufficient." Qin Ling shot him a glare. "Goodness, big head. You've already eaten a meat bun. My brother and sister-in-law's buns were devoured by you. Have you never been full at home?" Bao Zhong glanced at his future wife and rolled his eyes. "Mind your own business. You talk too much. Just eat your food." The large bowls of beef noodles generated a comforting warmth among them. Bao Zhong quietly inquired, "Brother Chuan, you've had this plan all along, haven't you? You never intended to set up a stall selling jeans. You were merely waiting for others to take them off your hands in bulk. Over the past few days, Bao Zhong had not been running around in vain. His perspective had broadened, and his mind had become agile. Some matters had become clear to him. You think this is like selling vegetables? Women who want to buy jeans wouldn't dare to do so in front of so many people. Their monthly salary is only 30 yuan. To pull out 30 yuan at a vegetable stall to buy jeans is simply not the right atmosphere. Moreover, women need to try on clothes. If they don't fit, they won't spend any money. My stall at the cotton mill is for promotion and advertising. Bao Zhong nodded vigorously. Pan was right. Following Brother Chuan in business was a wise choice. Today's earnings were securely stashed in the backpack that Yuanyuan carried tightly against her chest, one hand holding it while the other deftly maneuvered her chopsticks to eat. Yuanyuan had hoped to see Uncle Yin Chao today, but with the jeans unsold, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet now, with over 4,500 yuan on her, the feeling of loss transformed into a surreal haze. Her legs trembled slightly beneath the table, and her hand holding the chopsticks quivered as well. She had moved in with Qin Chuan half a month ago, fully prepared to endure hardships. This is not about enduring hardships. Rather, it involves daily indulgence in fine grains, eggs, and meat, with hands overflowing with cash. The man sits before her, casting a sidelong glance at her hand-wielding chopsticks, his gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. Is she truly lost in thought? Yuanyuan strives to maintain her composure. Recalling Chuan's words, they have merely begun, and soon, thousands will flow in daily. Should she falter in keeping pace, she risks incurring her husband's disdain. The young wife deliberately shifts the conversation to other matters. Chuan, Uncle Yuan Chao isn't at the factory. We want to be able to repay his loan today. My dear, there is no rush to repay within a day or two. In grand enterprises, one must not dwell on trifles. Have you eaten your fill? Once satisfied, we shall head to the water bureau to address pressing matters. A wave of anxiety surged within Yuanyuan. Her husband's acquaintances at the water bureau were well known. Exiting the noodle shop, the four of them boarded a donkey cart, journeying for over 10 minutes to the water bureau. Linger and Zhang Data chattered excitedly behind them. Upon entering the courtyard of the water bureau, they immediately spotted 2 water trucks parked beneath the office building. Linger exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother, look at those large tanks. Will they deliver water to our cistern?" "Of course," Baizhong replied with certainty. Brother Chuan is not one to shy away from taking a train to the southern province. He and Linger remained outside to watch over the cart's contents, while Qin Chuan led Yuanyuan into the water bureau office. "Chuan, why am I going in? Are you afraid to show them in your jeans? What is there to fear? When faced with our fellow villagers, one may feel apprehensive. Yet in the presence of city folk, fear dissipates. At the cotton spinning factory gate, countless onlookers gathered for hours, and you managed to endure. What remains to be afraid of now? Chuan, do we really need to meet the water bureau leaders to secure water for our village? Indeed, it is essential." He pushed open an office door and inquired of a female clerk, "Comrade, whom should we approach regarding the well drilling for our impoverished village?" The clerk looked up at Qin Chuan, her tone businesslike. "Seek Director Jean in room 305. Yuanyuan's mind raced as she pieced it together. "Chuan, do you intend to use this 4,000 yuan to drill a well for our village? My dear, you and Ling haven't been able to wash your hair or clothes in 10 days. This cannot continue. The well must be drilled without delay." "What? The well is to ensure I can wash my hair and clothes? Otherwise, why would I drill a well? It won't require 4,000, at most, half of that." Yuanyuan felt her husband was speaking nonsense. Chapter 64. Riding new bicycles. Each with one. Director Jean glanced at Qin Chuan, a young man from the countryside, then shifted his gaze to the beautiful girl behind him, staring at her jeans for a full minute. Have rural girls begun to wear jeans? He adopted a courteous tone. "What brings you 2 young comrades to me?" "Director Jean, I am from Daping Village in Tigoaxiang. We need to know what procedures our village must follow to drill a well." Director Jean flipped through the documents before him, retrieving a stack of materials. Let me see. Daping Village in Tuguoxiang. Ah, here it is. Indeed, their ISNTA single well. Last year, we allocated relief grain, yet your village has received a penny? How is this village leader managing? Director Qin mistakenly assumed Qin Chuan to be the village leader. He continued with a tone of complaint. Your village should raise half the funds while the government provides the other half. Wouldn't that resolve the water issue? The challenge of providing drinking water for both humans and livestock poses a significant issue. In your village, with 230 households, is it truly so difficult to collect 10 yuan from each? It appears that the leaders, sitting comfortably in their offices, underestimate the reality. They seem to believe that the villagers of Daping receive a monthly salary, presuming that extracting 10 yuan from them is a mere formality. Qin Jiamen, the village head, possesses the most land and harvested the greatest yield last year, yet he struggles to contribute even 10 yuan. In recent years of individual farming, Daping Village has not enjoyed consistent favorable weather. There remains a palpable uncertainty among the villagers. The people prioritize their grain reserves above all else. Exchanging it for money is utterly out of the question. Furthermore, the free trade of grain is strictly prohibited. The villagers of Daping, those with grain in their granaries, possess little cash, and those without grain possess even less. Qin Chuan adopted a conciliatory tone. Director Qin, I did not come to hear your grievances. Rather, I need you to contact the Water and Electricity Bureau on behalf of our township. If I provide 2,000 yuan, can the drilling team commence work in our village immediately? Oh, you have managed to gather 2,000 yuan? Why did you not mention this sooner? I will promptly notify the Water and Electricity Bureau in Tugao Township. With that, the director rose to make a call from his office. Qin Chuan pressed further for clarity. Director Qin, if I am solely responsible for the 2,000 yuan, does that mean I have authority over the well? Director Qin glanced at the young man before him, hardly more than 20, and remarked with a hint of incredulity, you intend to provide 2,000 yuan on your own? What does that imply? Qin Chuan had formulated a plan. He needed proof from a county-level entity confirming that he was the sole contributor of the 2,000 yuan. He elaborated, Director Qin, in our Daping Village, it is impossible to ask every household to contribute. If I alone provide the funds, I will have the authority over the water extraction and distribution, including setting the irrigation fees. Should you agree to this condition, I will hand over the 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, we can forget it. The expression on Director Qin's face transformed into one of delight. Comrade, do not rush. Please allow me a few moments to consult with my superiors about how to draft this proof for you. He exited to confer with his leadership. Resolving the water supply issue for Daping Village would alleviate a burden for the township and county leaders, who were eager to see this problem resolved swiftly. After a 10-minute wait, Director Qin returned to the office. Comrade, I have prepared a letter of introduction and proof, clearly stating your intentions. Once you present this to the Water and Electricity Bureau in Tugao Township and pay the 2,000 yuan, the drilling team will commence work in your village tomorrow. With swift strokes, he completed the letter and handed it to Qin Chuan. Let me clarify, the well will be a communal resource. If you finance it alone, you may collect water fees, but you cannot arbitrarily set the rates. Qin Chuan noted the county water authority's stamp on the letter, his expression brightening. He understood that the arrangement was solidified, and he planned to proceed to the township to submit the 2,000 yuan. Director Qin placed a call to Tugao Township, ensuring that the villagers would be able to make their payment and that the drilling team would be dispatched without delay. Qin Chuan stood before him, as if still wishing to convey something further. Comrade, do you have additional matters to discuss? Director Qin, you are a commendable leader. Allow me to offer you a cigarette. Qin Chuan presented a red pagoda mountain cigarette to Director Qin. Taking advantage of the goodwill generated by resolving the leader's dilemma, he subtly conveyed another intent. Director Qin, I am unable to draw even a single bucket of water from my family's water cellar. It is said that one guest should not trouble two hosts. I noticed that our unit's drought relief water truck is parked in the yard. Could you perhaps arrange for it to deliver 2 barrels of water? Accompanied by my wife in denim, I offered 2,000 yuan for the well, and Director Qin sought to ascertain my background. He readily agreed to the request, deeming it a minor issue. However, it was still not the designated time for water delivery to Daping Village. If we proceed now, each barrel will cost 10 yuan, which you must pay up front. No problem, I will pay every penny without fail. Qin Chuan turned to his wife behind him for money. Hand over 20 yuan to Director Qin and be sure to keep the receipt. The arrangements for the well were settled, as were those for the water delivery. The couple exited the Water Bureau office building. Chuan, is that all settled? Asked Yuan Yuan softly, well aware of her husband's accomplishment. Having paid 2,000 and then 20, is it not resolved? Chuan, that's wonderful. Now we must go to the hydropower station in Tuguoxiang. Riding our new bicycles will be the fastest. He instructed Zhang Baozhong clearly, big head. Take your time with the donkey cart on your way back. We'll ride our bicycles home first. Baozhong was unaware that Chuan intended to purchase 2 bicycles to ride back. Chuan, do you still feel comfortable borrowing Uncle Yuan Zhao's bicycle? Qin Chuan retrieved the bicycle ticket from his pocket, waving it before Big Head. Today, I shall ride our own bike. Linger leaned against the cart, opting not to accompany her brother. Brother, there are so many things on the cart. I will keep an eye on them for Big Head. You and Sister Yuanyuan go by bicycles. As an elder brother, he affectionately ruffled Linger's hair. All right. It's better for you to keep Big Head company. Your sister-in-law and I will head out first to the hydropower station. Qin Chuan and Zhou Yuanyuan made their way to the designated supply cooperative for bicycle sales. Yuanyuan seemed a bit troubled. Chuan, you are capable, you earn money, and you know many people. I can understand that beautiful girls are attracted to you. However, when someone gives you a bicycle ticket, you can't just accept it, can you? Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Are you still dwelling on Li Yin giving me that bicycle ticket? Why do you think she offered it to me? Do you really believe that it was just a casual gift? She wants more jeans from me. Do you comprehend? Yuanyuan appeared to partially grasp this notion. She thought that following Qin Chuan meant living in a dilapidated cave, subsisting on cornbread and wild vegetables, and going a fortnight without washing her hair. She had not anticipated that this man was forging close ties with the leaders of the cotton spinning factory and the water bureau, as well as with the saleswomen of the county's grand stores. It seemed he was on a path to significant wealth and grand endeavors. As a wife accompanying him to the county for half a day, it appeared she was of no assistance. At this rate, it would not only be that store girl handing him bicycle tickets. The young wife lowered her head, following behind, her heart growing increasingly anxious. A wave of inferiority rising from within. It was unbearable to be apart from her husband for 10 days. Those 10 days were excruciating. Yet she could not articulate it to him. Qin Chuan observed this keenly. Yuan, is everything all right? I'm fine, she replied. You are overthinking things, aren't you? No, Chuan. I thought that coming to the county with you would allow me to be of help, but I find I am unable to assist in any way. Who says you are of no help? Just be patient. A lucrative business deal will inevitably require your assistance. What could I possibly contribute? Zhou Yuanyuan's gaze was filled with urgency. Yuan, have you not studied tailoring for 2 years? Are you not capable of sketching clothing patterns? This could prove invaluable. But it may take a few days. Really? However, Qin Chuan grasped his wife's small hand, saying, all right, let's purchase the bicycle. It's crucial to head to the township's power and water supply station. The designated supply cooperative for selling bicycles was located beneath the drum tower, a mere 7 or 8 minutes away. Numerous individuals were buying bicycles, all of whom were employees with stable incomes from the county. Qin Chuan first inquired about the prices. How much for each bicycle? The Fij was 185, while the Yongjio was 200. Qin Chuan deliberately asked if the prices were higher without a ticket. The seller glared, explaining that bicycles could not be sold without a ticket, as it needed to be reported to the authorities. In 2 years, bicycles will be available without tickets. Money was exchanged and tickets were presented. After selecting 2 bicycles and inspecting them for defects, they appeared flawless, with inflated tires and gleaming frames, the bells ringing melodiously. Zhou Yuanyuan bit her lip. Chuan, shall we each have one? Dear wife, one for you and one for Aunt Chun. Yuanyuan implied that at this moment, they should each ride their own. But Chuan, I ride as swiftly as a truck. Can you keep up with me? Let us see if you can catch up. With her new bicycle, Zhou Yuanyuan felt exhilarated as she pedaled along the road, chasing after her husband home, yet always falling just short. Chapter 65. Why should I share the water I purchased? At the dry well beside Jingwanzi and Daping Village, a long line of villagers waited to draw water, with each household sending one person to queue. Such scenes had emerged in Daping Village every 3 to 5 years. This year, the situation was more dire. By May, not a single drop of rain had fallen. Every family's water cellar had run dry. Qin Jianmen, puffing on a cigarette, glared sternly as he supervised the queue. He cursed under his breath, Li Guangsan. You don't heed my warnings. Your family won't receive a grain of relief food this year. Your mother just fetched a bucket of water. And now you come for another? Li Guangsan, scolded by the village head, felt humiliated but dared not voice his grievances. His family raised sheep, and they could not manage without fetching several buckets of water. Only one person from each household was allowed to queue, limited to 1 bucket per day. The well's water seeped out less with each passing day, taking ages to draw up a single bucket. Everyone bore expressions of hardship, growing increasingly resentful of Qin Chuan. Village head, in a few days, this well will yield no water. What shall we do? We can't simply carry buckets to seek water elsewhere. I've heard of people going out with bowls to beg for food, but never of anyone going out with buckets to beg for water. Village head. Other villages have mechanized wells that draw water. Even in drought, they can fill their water cellars, ensuring their crops are watered and food is secured. Why can't our village have a mechanized well? Qin Chuan shot a glare at the complainant. Wang Si, are you blaming me? If you think you can do better, go be the village head yourself. I've made it very clear, each household must contribute 10 yuan. Once we gather 2,000 yuan, the drilling team can come to our village. Who has paid? And now you dare complain? If we can't raise the funds, the drilling team won't come. And without water for irrigation, there will be no income from the fields, leaving everyone even poorer, thus unable to contribute to the well. It's a vicious cycle. Wang Si quietly asked the village head, what I mean to say is, if this dry well can no longer yield water in a few days, what shall we do? Surely we must find a solution. Humph. What can we do? What can I do, when those above show no concern? 3 years ago, the majority of households in Daping Village lacked emergency water cisterns, and by May and June, they were left without water to drink. Authorities dispatched water trucks to deliver supplies to Daping Village. It is inconceivable that they would turn a blind eye to the plight of the villagers. Just wait. As it was the previous year, water trucks will come to replenish our supplies. A person in line inquired, is there a charge, village chief? Qin Chuan replied curtly. Do you have any money to pay? No, came the response. Then why ask such nonsense? Qin Chuan clarified with the township authorities that when the dry well failed to yield water, a water truck would indeed arrive in Daping Village to provide emergency relief. This is not a favorable situation. Outsiders would say, look at Daping Village, not only relying on relief food, but also dependent on external aid for water, utterly impoverished. The people of Daping were looked down upon by those from outside. However, Qin Chuan remained relatively untroubled. Last year, cement was allocated to construct water cisterns for each household. And he had built 2 extra at his doorstep, with a water collection area several times larger than that of his neighbors. The 2 heavy downpours in the autumn had filled his cisterns to the brim. One of the cisterns had not been touched, providing enough water to last until August or September. What if it still hadn't rained by then? Even if the authorities did not deliver emergency water, he was not overly concerned about running out. Yet, it was not entirely without worry. If the villagers became desperate, it was not beyond possibility that they might attempt to seize the water from his cistern. He eagerly awaited the arrival of the water trucks. He faintly heard the sound of vehicles approaching the village, though the trucks were not yet visible, only a cloud of white dust rising in the air. Could it be the water trucks? Perhaps it was indeed the water trucks. Maybe it was that Qin kid driving a truck to bring us water. Nonsense. He wouldn't be so kind. He married Zhou Jiqing, and we didn't even attend the wedding. We referred to her as a broken shoe. Would he help us now? Hey, I never called Zhou Jiqing a broken shoe. I greeted her nicely when she brought me a bundle of leeks in exchange for grain, which I've already delivered. I've delivered mine too. We can't blame ourselves for not going to his place. He didn't prepare a table or invite us. So how could we go? During this time, everyone had gained clarity and insight. In Daping Village, Qin Chuan and Zhang Baozhong, who had ventured into business outside, had made money. Only they had the means to fetch water from the county for their own families. They could not afford to speak ill of them behind their backs or distance themselves from them. 2 water trucks rolled unsteadily into the village. Qin Chuan quickly understood the situation and smiled broadly. It's the water trucks sent by the authorities to save us. I thought we would have to wait a few more days. The people in line turned around excitedly, rushing to greet the water trucks. The atmosphere of despair and hardship in Daping Village dissipated, replaced by joy as the villagers surrounded the 2 trucks. All of them held buckets, eagerly waiting to fill them with fresh water from the hoses. The water trucks were medium-sized Liberation 2 trucks, carrying square water tanks. The driver leaned out of the window and called loudly, which way to Qin Chuan's and Zhang Chen's houses. Qin Chuan approached the truck and introduced himself as the village chief, then asked for clarification, driver, why are you asking about Qin Chuan's and Zhang Chen's houses when you're here to deliver water to our village? The 2 barrels of water were transported from the county to be poured into the cisterns of the Qin Chuan and Zhang Chen households, not for the entire village. Upon hearing this, the crowd surrounding the truck began to clamor and protest loudly. Why should it be designated solely for the cisterns of Qin Chuan and Zhangchun? Indeed, 2 years prior, these very trucks had brought water to our village, and every household had filled their buckets. What justified this distribution? Qin Jiamin fumed. Driver, you are a part of the county's drought relief efforts. On what grounds do you serve only those 2 families? The tone of the crowd was accusatory. The truck driver, feeling a surge of anxiety, shouted back, "It was Qin Chuan from your village who paid for the water. It is his purchase. And you cannot take it. I have not received any orders to deliver water to the entire village." Wang Huaxiong's mother stepped forward, arms wide to block the truck. "What nonsense are you spouting? On what basis do you claim it's his water? Share it with us, or we will take it by force." A cacophony of bicycle bells rang out, punctuated by a furious shout. "Whoever dares to steal my water will face dire consequences." Qin Chuan suddenly approached Wang Huaxiong's mother. Glaring fiercely, "Step aside. I paid 20 yuan for these 2 barrels of water, brought from the county. Who dares to block my way? Don't you know the penalties for robbery? Anyone caught robbing will face severe repercussions." Just days prior, the police had visited the village, assuring the villagers of their safety. Those who dared to steal or incite violence would be swiftly apprehended. Wang Huaxiong's mother hesitated but eventually moved aside. Li Guangsan, wearing a wry smile, said, "Qin, my family raises sheep, and our cisterns are nearly empty. I need to go to the city for water, but I'm afraid of being robbed. Would you be willing to take 10 yuan to bring me a barrel?" Li Guangsan appeared quite pitiable. His mind had been preoccupied with how to acquire a cart to fetch water from relatives. He was torn. Should he risk it? Knowing that if he brought the water back, it might be seized. 1 barrel for your family, 1 for mine? Realizing that Qin had the audacity and determination to bring water into the village, he decided to offer 10 yuan for his assistance. In Chapter 66, it is revealed that Qin is neither as bad nor as reckless as some perceive. Aunt Chun stood in line to collect water. Her own cistern had not yet run dry, thanks to her son who had brought back 2 loads of clean water from the county. She joined the queue to maintain the facade that she too was drawing water from the well, preventing others from taking water from her own cistern. She had heard Qin Chuan mention that 1 barrel was intended for her. Having spent 10 yuan, her mind raced with thoughts. Li Guangsan had approached her, pleading for assistance from her son to fetch water for his family. With 10 sheep relying on hay, they could not go without water for even a day. Li Guangsan was willing to pay, and whether it was 1 yuan per barrel or even 5, he was prepared to offer it. Aunt Chun contemplated agreeing, but hesitated, saying she would wait and see. Since the authorities were not providing water for the villagers' livestock, they could arrange for the 2 to fetch it from the county or from relatives in neighboring villages, albeit at a cost. At that moment, Aunt Chun leaned closer to Qin Chuan. "Qin, I share the sentiments of your Uncle Chun. Li Guangsan's family has 10 sheep, and water is crucial for them. Could we allocate 1 barrel for his cistern? You could charge him a couple of extra yuan." Qin Chuan readily agreed. "Aunt, as you wish. I will pour this barrel into Li Guangsan's well." He turned to the driver of the first water truck and instructed, "Master, follow him. Pour wherever he indicates." Li Guangsan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Cousin Chuan, I shall remember your kindness. When these lambs mature, you may take them and sell them at your discretion." Qin Chuan responded with a smile, "Very well. The account for the water will be settled with the future lamb meat. I have spent money to arrange this, and it shall be accounted for." Li Guangsan entered the control room to direct the driver, as 1 barrel of water made its way to the Li family as premises. Meanwhile, others expressed their impatience. "What? It's already gone? They won't even share with us? Can't you tell? This is water that Qin Chuan purchased. It costs 10 yuan per barrel. Li Guangsan has business dealings with Qin Chuan. He is willing to fetch water for him. I also wish to engage in business with Chuan, but I have no dealings. You have even insulted Shou Jiqing, calling her a loose woman. Why would she want to fetch water for you? I won't speak ill of her again. Today, I will carry a bag of wheat to Chuan's family. My wheat is free of stones. Indeed, I will also carry a bag of wheat for him, worth 10 yuan, to have him bring a barrel of water for me." It was not just one person thinking of carrying a bag of wheat for Qin Chuan. Everyone longed for clean water, their eyes fixated on the second water truck. Oblivious to Yuanyuan arriving on her bicycle. Breathless, she dismounted and approached Aunt Chun. "Aunt Chun, this bicycle is yours. If you cannot ride, I will teach you." Zhang Chun's wife was both surprised and delighted, refusing, "Is this bicycle meant for my family?" No, it costs 200 yuan. The crowd surrounding the water truck turned their gazes towards her. Did you see that? The Zhang couple treats Shou Jiqing well. Qin Chuan earned money and bought a bicycle for her family first. I also want to treat Zhou Jiqing well. What should I do? What more do you need to understand? Stop being so cold towards her. Go to her home and talk nicely. Really? Talking nicely to Zhou Jiqing is considered being good to her? What else can we do? Look at her. She has a new bicycle and makes money daily. Should we still give her the cold shoulder? Aunt Chun waved to the water truck driver and followed behind the bicycle. The eyes of the Wong and Li families were wide with astonishment. The young couple rode their new bicycles, with Zhang Chun's wife seated on the back of Zhou Yuanyuan's bicycle as they headed towards their home, a truck loaded with 5 tons of water following behind them. Qin Jiamin's face darkened like coal. A circle of people surrounded him. Village head, didn't you say that if they left, they would be drinking the northwestern wind? They aren't drinking wind. They are riding new bicycles and commanding a truck. Village head, your nephew lives in a dilapidated cave, yet now he is the wealthiest, able to summon a truck from the county to fetch water for his family. Don't you think your words are meaningless? The one complaining was Qin Jiamin's younger brother. Qin Jiamin glared at him fiercely. Fourth brother, are you defending him? Do you no longer wish for relief grain? For the first time, the fourth son spoke harshly to his elder brother. Elder brother, are you still using relief grain to threaten people? Can't you see the situation clearly? Stop squeezing Qin Chuan. What good does it do you? Due to the words you uttered, I neglected my nephew Chuan, and now he won't even glance my way. I have come to understand that aside from wielding your meager authority to coerce others, what else can you possibly do? After 3 years as village chief, what have you truly accomplished for our community? Qin Laosi, father of Xiaoping and Xiaohu, has prevented them from mingling with Qin Chuan and Daitu recently, primarily because Qin Jiamin has threatened him regarding the relief grain. Daitu and Qin Chuan associate freely, while his family enjoys daily meals of rice and fine flour, fresh vegetables, and clean water. Zhang Chun's family cares little for the meager relief supplies. Today, a new bicycle was brought back to Zhang Chun's household, along with a jar of water poured into their cistern. Who among us is blind to these realities? Upon reflection, it seems that my nephew Chuan is neither as wicked nor as troublesome as portrayed. I truly do not understand what has come over my elder brother, alleging that Chuan has beaten him and demanding witnesses to have him arrested. Qin Jinxing departed from Qin Jiamin's side, carrying a water bucket. He no longer desired the bitter brine. He headed towards Chuan's home, confident that he would be given a bucket of water. As Qin Jiansheng left with the bucket, others began to react. The Li family rushed towards the Li family platform to fetch a bucket from Li Guangsan. The Qin family hurried towards Qin Chuan's home to take a bucket from him. The Wang family found themselves caught in between, uncertain whether to head to the Li family platform or the easternmost part of the village. Qin Jiamin, noticing the dwindling number of supporters around him, felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. It seemed he could no longer serve as village chief. Qin Chuan, with a water truck, halted by the entrance of his home, next to the water cistern. A thick black hose extended from the tank into the cistern, the sound of water cascading gently. Zhou Yuanyuan wore a jubilant expression, her heart racing with excitement, as if she were holding 1,000 yuan. Chuan, I can finally wash my clothes comfortably without worrying about water scarcity. A crowd bustled to and fro with their buckets. Zhou Yuanyuan, feeling anxious, murmured softly, what if they take all the water from our cistern? They want to be able to deplete it. Let them take some, and in another 2 weeks, we will have our well completed. This tank of water cost us 10 yuan. They're taking it for free. It was imperative to fully consider my wife's feelings. Qin Chuan smiled. Rest assured, not a single bucket of water will be given away for free. Do they think I am as easy to negotiate with as Li Guangsan? But they can't spare even a single yuan. Whoever brings grain will be entitled to a bucket of water. Yuan, keep a record. Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously. She realized that even if they filled their cistern, others would still come to draw water from their well. Could she refuse them? Leading the charge was Xiaoping. Brother Chuan, Sister Yuan, my dad said I should fetch water. He has decided to no longer heed Uncle's nonsense and will fully support your business endeavors. Qin Chuan smiled widely. Tomorrow, I will place a jar in your cistern. Tell your fourth uncle to bring 30 jin of wheat, and I want to pay for it. This was intended for his wife's ears. Brother Chuan, my dad said he will bring 30 jin of wheat to you. Xiaoping, go to fourth uncle's house and fetch a piece of hose. I'll help you draw water. This hose is too thick, and the pressure is too high to fill the smaller buckets. Xiaoping set down his bucket and dashed off to fourth uncle's house. Chapter 67. The well-drilling team will enter the village tomorrow. Whoever brings grain will be able to draw water from me. With a shout from Qin Chuan, the individuals gathered around the water wheel returned to their task of carrying wheat. The water carrier shook his head and sighed. Young man, What distinguishes your village from the time before the reforms? What separates it from the era prior to liberation? The smile on Qin Chuan's face froze, leaving him speechless for a time, his gaze drifting towards the distance. The green hue of the sand jujube trees in the village was absent, rendering Daping Village indistinguishable from winter in appearance. The water carrier continued, "Young man, please do not take offense at my words. If you possess the means to earn a fortune, the best course would be to uplift the people of your village. As our great leader stated, a portion must first prosper, thereby leading the rest to wealth. This is the most virtuous path." Qin Chuan grinned and handed over 20 yuan, saying, "Master, please take this 20 yuan. If convenient, could you bring 2 more barrels of water to our village? Tomorrow or the day after would be fine, as per your convenience." The water carrier accepted the money without hesitation, assuring him, "I will inform Director Jean and deliver 2 barrels to your village tomorrow." He extended the water pipe further. "Young man, spending 10 yuan for water is not a sustainable solution. Your village should drill a well to extract water." Yuanyuan entered the house to brew a cup of floral tea, which she presented to the water carrier just as she overheard his words. "Master, we have just settled our payment with the Power and Water Supply Office. The drilling team will arrive in our village tomorrow." The water carrier, surprised, took the tea and inquired, "Just completed the payment? Was it 2,000 yuan?" Yuanyuan nodded with a smile. "Master, please enjoy it. I added some sugar." "Very well. I shall partake. Your wife is truly lovely. I will deliver water to your village twice more tomorrow." Qin Wanqing approached with a donkey cart, shouting from a distance in a scolding tone, "Chuan, you wasteful grandson." Despite his reprimanding words, a hint of excitement was evident in his voice. It had been 10 days since he last saw the 4th grandfather, who was indeed his biological grandfather, a secret known only to Qin Chuan. Upon seeing the donkey pulling the cart, Qin Chuan's eyes widened. It was his family's donkey, noticeably thinner after more than 10 days without the addition of quality feed from the Luo family. "Grandfather, did you redeem the donkey cart from Luo Weijiang? Do you have 300 yuan on you?" The old man mustered the means to reclaim the cart, prompting Qin Chuan to feel inclined to fetch a barrel of water for him without needing to exchange it for grain. The grandson grinned foolishly at his grandfather and asked, "Is my 4th grandmother at home?" "You wasteful grandson, why do you ask? You owe them 300 yuan." Qin Chuan stared in disbelief. "Grandfather, you didn't give Luo Weijiang a single cent, yet you managed to bring back my family's donkey and your cart? You are indeed impressive." Qin Wanqing seemed oblivious to the praise from his grandson, continuing to scold him. "You wasteful brat, do you think money grows on trees? Spending 10 yuan for a barrel of water?" Qin Chuan chuckled. "Grandfather, first tell me how Luo Weijiang returned the cart to you. He truly didn't ask for a single penny?" At that moment, Xiao Ping's father approached, carrying a bag of wheat, and set it down with a thud, speaking earnestly. "Chuan, it was wrong of your 4th uncle in the past. He will no longer heed your uncle's nonsense." Yuanyuan glanced at her 4th uncle, then dashed inside to brew tea for him again, having just acquired a new set of cups. Qin Chuan smiled at his 4th uncle. "I was just discussing the donkey cart with my grandfather." Qin Jianxin wiped the sweat from his forehead, placing 2 water buckets down as he spoke. "I know about this matter, let me tell you." From the words of his 4th uncle, Qin Chuan learned how his grandfather managed to bring the donkey cart back. The old man, with a beard bristling and eyes glaring, scolded the Luo family relatives, declaring them untrustworthy. The essence of a farmer's life lies in their livestock and land. How could you, as relatives, shamelessly sell away the donkey and cart? Qin Wanqing insisted that the cart belonged to him. The prodigal grandson's words held no weight, and he must reclaim it, ready to engage in a legal battle if necessary. Luo Weijiang hurriedly returned the donkey cart to the elder, knowing that Qin Chuan was making money selling vegetables at the cotton mill, and could easily recover the 300 yuan. This incident transpired 5 days ago. During these 5 days, Qin Wanqing had been loitering at his relative's house, neglecting to inquire about his grandson. Once the Luo family's matters were settled, he returned to the village to confront Qin Chuan. Zhao Ping rushed to call him, saying, "Brother Chuan has brought a truckload of water. Hurry and fetch it." He arrived with the donkey cart. "4th grandfather, I will return the 300 yuan to Luo Weijiang." "Why has he come to ask me for the money?" Qin Wanqing snorted through his nose. "You think he won't come? It will be either today or tomorrow. Do you have 300 yuan to give him?" "No." "Will you give it to me?" "What nonsense. I have nothing to give you." Qin Wanqing glared fiercely at his grandson. The elder retrieved a slender pipe, inserting one end into the water tank and the other into the iron barrel on the cart. "Grandfather, don't pour it into the water cellar. Just use the barrel," he explained. It must go into the cellar. With the heat, the water will spoil in the barrel. Fourth uncle carefully carried the 2 buckets away. Sister Chiu and her husband arrived, also carrying buckets, having drawn 2 buckets of water, saying they were making buckwheat jelly and would bring some for Chuan and Yuanyuan shortly. Qin Chuan smiled and remarked, Sister Chiu, be sure to add plenty of garlic to the jelly. The 2 sisters-in-law from his uncle's family arrived with water buckets and wash basins, surrounding Yuanyuan. They complimented her on how lovely her jeans looked. Only then did Yuanyuan remember that she had tea changed out of her jeans. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, come inside for tea. I have new cups for both of you. The 2 sisters-in-law, feeling shy, declined and took a bucket of water home to cook. Qin Chuan wore a neutral expression, casually asking the sisters-in-law, where are Wei Jun and Wei Hong? The eldest sister-in-law replied promptly, they are in the wheat field at Yue. Wheating. They haven't tea returned yet. When they do, I'll have him bring you a bag of wheat. The 2 sisters-in-law had separated from the elder brother over the years, maintaining a lukewarm relationship with Qin Chuan. They carried away fresh water and brought back grain, without involving themselves in any disputes of right or wrong. The water tank was emptied, yet it was full in the cellar. The driver was preparing to leave, reiterating, if it's convenient tomorrow, I'll come back to your village again. The few people who had come to fetch water overheard and clamored for him to return. In their minds, the water brought tomorrow was sent to alleviate their urgent needs, with no grain needed in exchange. At the entrance, there were 7 or 8 bags filled with wheat, weighing around 170 to 80 jin. Qin Chuan smiled bitterly to himself. The peculiarities of Daping Village. Exchanging grain for the kindness of fresh water seemed unbelievable to anyone who heard it. Qin Chuan greeted those who came to fetch water with a smile, urging them to draw as much as they could from the well. However, their efforts yielded little, merely filling their own water jars. Yuan observed the bustling scene by the water well at the entrance, feeling both joy and anxiety. With people gathering at her home, she felt a sense of connection with them. The young wife leaned closer to her husband and whispered, Chuan, should we prepare meals for them too? Are you foolish? We only need to cook for Fourth Master, Big Head, and Linger. Yes, I thought as much. How could we cook for everyone? They drank the fresh water drawn from the well, filling their bellies with it. Qin Chuan cautioned one of them, this is city tap water. Too much of it will upset your stomach. Wang Xi questioned, why would city water cause a stomachache? City water differs from that drawn from deep wells. It should not be consumed in excess. Anyone who disregards this will suffer the consequences. Don't come to me for help, he warned. Wang Xi shouted, listen to Chuan. Avoid drinking too much and boil it at home before consuming. Qin Chuan added another thought. Once our well is completed, we can draw fresh water to our heart's content. The villagers expressed skepticism. Does Qin Jianmin possess such skills? Who knows when our village will get a well? Indeed, we can't even gather a penny to dig one. Their confidence in the well project was non-existent. Qin Chuan fetched water for his own jar and casually mentioned, the well drilling team will arrive tomorrow. This statement struck their ears like thunder. What? The drilling team is coming to our village tomorrow? Are you joking, Chuan? I assure you, I am not joking. The team will arrive tomorrow. Be patient. Within half a month, we shall have a well in our village. Moments later, cheers erupted at Qin Chuan's doorstep, louder than when the truck had arrived. Chapter 68. Some rejoice, some grieve. Qin Jianmin sat on the doorstep, a cigarette in hand, his face etched with worry. In recent days, he had concocted another scheme, teaming up with 2 officials from the township. He planned to charge each household in Daping Village for a barrel of water from their wells. Charging 3 yuan per barrel, he would pocket 1 yuan each. With 230 households, he would net 230 yuan. When his son returned next month seeking money, he would not be empty-handed. The soldier had left with 100 jin of flour, cursing all the while. In these times, lacking even a few coins made one feel inferior. Even his own son looked down on him. He stood in line to fetch water from the dry well, feeling everyone's gaze upon him. When the township's water truck arrived, he planned to charge everyone 3 yuan. With no water to drink, who wouldn't he pay that amount? No cash. No problem. Each household could provide 10 jin of flour. He had already communicated with the 2 officials about converting the collected flour into cash at the supply and marketing cooperative. Little did he know, this plan was destined to fail. As Qin Chuan led the water truck into the village, he drew the attention of the villagers. He spent 10 yuan to haul a barrel. If each family took 1 or 2 buckets, the question remained whether he could profit from it. The sky darkened, concealing the worry and anger etched on his face. His 2 sons, the eldest and the second, showed him no kindness or respect. Father, can't you see? The villagers have ceased to heed your words. and you resort to coercing them with relief grain? Qin Jianmin glared fiercely, questioning whether such words were fitting for a father to utter. Have you both approached him for water? There was no fruitless request. We carried a sack of wheat for Chuanzi. What else could we do? Must we endure the bitterness of brackish water daily? We have sweet water aplenty in another well. Yet you refuse to allow your family to utilize it. Your two daughters-in-law harbor even greater resentment towards you. Father, this cannot continue. It is time for you to relent. Am I to suffer his blows in vain? Unless he kneels and apologizes, I shall not acknowledge him as my nephew. Father. Even Qin Yuanyuan wishes to strike his own father. It is imperative to counsel wisely. Father, do you not see? Chuanzi is fundamentally indifferent to the dry land you possess. He merely needs to dig a well, and the barren land before his house will yield 10 acres of irrigated land. Qin Jianmin scoffed, claiming that if he is so capable, let me see him dig a well. Father, this is precisely what I must convey to you. Chuanzi has submitted 2,000 yuan to the township. The well drilling team will arrive in the village tomorrow, and the well will be under his control. He can direct the water to whomever he wishes. Qin Jianmin sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with alarm. Who told you this? He paid 2,000 yuan. It was Uncle Chun who informed me, stating that Chuanzi and Daitu visited the county water bureau, where Chuanzi secured a certificate and paid the fee at the township's water and electricity office. The drilling team will indeed come tomorrow. Qin Jianmin stepped outside, intending to inquire at Zhang Chun's home for clarity. However, he returned, deciding against visiting Zhang Chun, opting instead to directly question the water and electricity office tomorrow. On what grounds did they accept a private payment of 2,000 yuan? Does the well belong to the village or solely to him? Qin Jianmin cursed vehemently, berating the township officials along with his son and nephew, calling them all worthless. His uncle's harsh words went unheard by Qin Chuan and those gathered around him, who were focused on the barren land before the gate. Qin Chuan explained the situation to Uncle Chun, Li Guangsan, and the fourth uncle. We will commence drilling right here. Our villagers will not complicate matters, and we shall have water in half a month. Zhang Chun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Chuan, once we have water, we can cultivate this barren land, layering it with rich topsoil, transforming it into your 10 acres of irrigated land. Qin Jianqing pondered a crucial point. Would my elder brother truly consent to grant this land to Chuanzi? Surely he would create trouble. Zhang Chun retorted. On what basis would he create trouble? Our Chuanzi has contributed 2,000 yuan to drill a well for the village, let alone this 10 acres of barren land. He could claim 100 acres, and he would still have no grounds for complaint. Let him stir up trouble, and I shall see how he fares. The fourth elder muttered, the well won't dig itself. How could he not seek trouble with Chuanzi? If he refrains from causing a ruckus, he ceases to be Qin Jianmin, a coward. Is the township leadership truly so misguided as to allow him to serve as village chief? Qin Chuan scoffed coldly. I fear he may remain quietly untroubled. Should he cause unrest, he will no longer be village chief by tomorrow. Zhang Chun understood his nephew's implication. Let him create a disturbance, and the township will swiftly remove him from office. The ruffians in the county have no reason to be apprehended if they do not cause chaos. Tonight, I will clarify matters with Uncle Chun, the fourth uncle, and the fourth elder. You shall visit each household to rally support. Those willing to assist Qin Chuan in this endeavor should come here tomorrow to help excavate the water reservoir. Once these affairs were settled, Qin Chuan returned to his home. Yuanyuan was more delighted than anyone else. Chuan, I never expected so many people to surround you, all smiling and greeting me, calling me Chuanzi's wife, which they hadn't done before. Qin Chuan washed his hands and face, remarking, Are you unhappy if they don't call you Chuanzi's wife? No, I mean, in the future, when I walk down the street, they will greet me with smiles. In the heart of the young wife, the villagers' cheerful greetings brought her a sense of peace and contentment. After half a day of washing clothes and freshening up, she felt clean and fragrant, ready to approach her man. Chuan, let me count how much money we have left. She pulled out a bundle of cash and counted it, one bill at a time. She meticulously recorded the income from selling jeans, vegetables, and meat. She kept track of the expenses for rice, flour, teacups, and the funds needed for 2 bicycles and well digging. Chuan, I still have 1,938 yuan. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, just keep track. There's no need to report every detail to me. How can I not report it clearly? It's all the hard work you and Daidu earned. After a pause, Yuanyuan expressed another important thought. Chuan, are you still planning to go to Nanshan? She assumed her husband would definitely have to make a trip there to earn 2,000 yuan in 10 days. Not going. Not going? So, the jeans business is over? Is that it? Who said that? It's either tomorrow or the day after. Someone is coming to ask for jeans, waiting to make money. Really? Where's the stock? I'll make a trip to Lansheng to pick up the goods. I can leave in the morning and return by evening. Yuanyuan pondered for a minute. Chuan, I understand now. The jeans are shipped from Nansheng to Lansheng, and you'll go to collect them? Finally figured it out? Come, get closer and think. With this 1,900 yuan, we can purchase over 200 pieces. An income of 4,000 yuan will come swiftly. The young wife nestled in her husband's embrace, giggling. What is so funny? I just thought about Uncle's expression today. It makes me want to laugh. Look how angry he was, thinking he is some kind of village chief. What is so amusing about that? After a while, Linger hadn't come home. She was clinging to Zhang Daitu. The older brother muttered, has Linger stopped clinging to her brother and sister-in-law? Yuanyuan was aware of some details. Daitu had bought her a beautiful red hairpin, and that's why she was sticking to him. Aunt Chun referred to Linger as her daughter-in-law, which is why she treated us so well. Dear, Aunt Chun treats us well for this reason. But that is not the main reason. Before you came to Daping Village, my mother and Aunt Chun were as close as sisters. When my mother passed away, Aunt Chun wanted to be a mother to us both. Is that so? Aunt Chun is truly kind. Every night under the covers, they whispered these secrets to each other. How wonderful. Chapter 69. The city girl's arrival is truly rare at noon. After lunch, the well-drilling team entered Daping Village. A tractor with a steering wheel and a handheld tractor sputtered into the village, emitting black smoke. It was loaded with a drill head, poles, and a large diesel generator. Accompanied by 5 well-drilling team members, Qin Chuan rode his bicycle ahead to lead the way. The 2 tractors came to a stop in front of their home on a barren patch of land. Captain Su, this is the spot. How many hands do you need? I'll go door to door to gather them. The leadership of the hydropower station assigned Captain Su to proceed to Daping Village to coordinate some matters with Qin Chuan. They required a dozen male laborers to assist in unloading materials and supporting the scaffolding. Last night, arrangements were made for Zhang Chun and the 4th uncle, and before retiring, a plan was devised for the men of Daping Village to set aside their farming tasks to help for a day when the drilling team arrived. Upon hearing the sound of tractors, those willing to assist flocked to the site. Throughout the afternoon, 20 to 30 individuals busied themselves at the location. The generator was so taxing that it could wear a person out. Women gathered in circles inside and outside, eager to witness the commotion. When would water finally flow? According to Chuanzi, it would take 10 days to half a month. My family cannot wait that long. We are struggling to draw even half a bucket of water from the cistern. Today, my husband went to a relative's house to fetch water, uncertain if he would succeed. How could he not? During this period, several donkey carts from our village have gone to their village to fetch water for irrigating the wheat fields. A tall triangular iron frame was erected, with a spiral drill bit attached to a steel wire rope, lowered into a 10-meter deep pit. Captain Su removed his oil-stained gloves and called out loudly, "Village chief? Where's your village chief, Qin?" Li Guangsan interjected, "Captain Su, why are you calling for the village chief? This is the well funded by Chuan's nephew. He is the one who paid." Only then did Captain Su realize that the individual who had contributed 2,000 yuan was not the village chief, but Qin Chuan, who was engaged in business elsewhere. "I thought he was the village chief. He guided us halfway. Where is he? I need to assign him tasks," Captain Su exclaimed. Qin Chuan stepped in front of Captain Su and handed him his military water bottle, having just rushed inside to fill it with boiled water. "You are not the village chief, so I shall call you Boss Qin. Only a person capable of paying 2,000 yuan could be deemed a boss, correct? Call me Brother Chuan. I am not accustomed to being addressed as a boss." "Very well, Brother Chuan. The idle lot at the hydropower station has not made it clear to you. You need not concern yourself with how much diesel is used or other equipment. However, the drill bit is a different matter. If all goes smoothly, water should emerge in 10 days, and 1 drill bit will suffice. If not, the drill bit may be ruined, and you will need to pay extra for a replacement." Qin Chuan fell silent. Initially believing that the 2,000 yuan would cover everything until water was successfully extracted, little did he realize the drilling team might have ulterior motives. "How much more will I need to pay?" he inquired. "If the drill bit breaks, you will need to pay an additional 200 to rent a drill from another county." Qin Chuan exhaled in relief. "I thought I would have to pay another 2,000. All right, I will pay." He understood that it would not be long before the drill bit would inevitably break, and the 200 yuan would certainly be required. The drill was powered by a specialized diesel generator. For the next 10 days to half a month, the clamor would be incessant. Qin Chuan pondered a concern. "Captain Su, it won't be excessively noisy day and night, will it? My wife and sister won't be able to sleep." Captain Su grinned and glanced at Yuanyuan, standing beside the young man. Your wife is truly lovely, and you must care for her. I will clarify with the old chief that there will be no noise at night, but the time for water extraction will need to be extended by at least a week. A week is acceptable. I am not afraid. Very well. We will drill during the day and rest at 9 in the evening. What about your village chief? Will he not receive us? In ordinary circumstances, when the drilling team arrives in a village, the village head typically hosts them with food and drink. Qin Chuan handed 5 large bills to Captain Su, saying, feel free to dine at the restaurant in town. Captain Su, a tall man with prominent front teeth, beamed with a radiant smile, assuring, brother, rest assured. We shall not dawdle. We guarantee the quickest water output. It was evident that while drilling for other villages could take 10 days, it would extend to 20 here, primarily due to the absence of a bribe. The idle onlookers, drawn by the commotion, scattered towards the village entrance upon hearing the sound of water trucks. Just like yesterday, 2 trucks arrived. Water's here. We shall have fresh water, Captain Su declared, one hand on his hip and the other shielding his eyes as he gazed at the water trucks. He muttered, is this an arrangement from the Water and Electricity Bureau to send 2 tanks of water in a hurry? Li Guangsan, Wang Si, and Qin Jianqing chuckled. Who says it was the Bureau's arrangement? It was Qin who slipped 10 yuan to each of the 2 drivers yesterday, which is why the tanks came. Captain Su, with a hint of disbelief, remarked, this morning, I distinctly heard Director Lu speaking with Director Jean, stating that 2 tanks of water were to be sent to Daping Village. Are you telling me you have the funds to spare? He was correct. Even without payment, water would eventually reach them, albeit after a lengthy wait. The 2 water trucks pulled up to Qin Chuan's doorstep. The driver leaned out of the window, calling, hey, Boss Qin, there's a young lady looking for you. Lian, clad in a vibrant top and denim jeans, emerged from the machine room. Qin Chuan murmured to himself, has it really only been a day? Have all 127 pairs of jeans sold out? All eyes at the drilling site turned to Lian. A city girl indeed carried an aura of distinction. Had she come for Chuan? Did she not know he was married to Zhou Jiqing? A group of women, abandoning their interest in the drilling, gathered around to gawk at the city girl as if she were a rare panda, forgetting that Zhou Yuanyuan was also from the city. Inside, Zhou Yuanyuan was busy cooking for Captain Su and his men, unaware of the unfolding scene. Li Yan approached Qin Chuan, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Where's your wife? Qin Chuan feigned surprise. You came to our village to see my wife? I came to see you and thought I might as well check on your wife. She must be wearing jeans, right? She can't just wear them casually in the village. Come inside. My wife will brew you some tea. Qin Chuan scooped up a handful of dirt and tossed it towards the gathering women, firmly shutting the door to keep them out. Thankfully, he had raised the courtyard wall. Leading Li Yin into the courtyard of the cave dwelling, she looked incredulous, her tone laden with skepticism. Is this your home? I thought we were the poorest family in the village. Her expression suggested disbelief. Boss Qin, you reside in the most dilapidated courtyard, yet run the most profitable business. You are unlike anyone else. She scrutinized the young man, sensing an unusual aura about him. Boss Qin, I had assumed you would be at the market selling vegetables today. I went to the cotton mill to find you. But Zhang Baozheng and your sister said you were busy attending to the drilling team and wouldn't be at the stall. They mentioned you were funding the well for the village, which piqued my curiosity. With the water truck entering your village, I decided to come by. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Did you seek me out to discuss the well-digging team? Do you really need to ask why I came to you, Boss Qin? Stop with the pleasantries. How many do you require? Qin Chuan inquired with a smile, calling into the cave, Yuan Yuan, please prepare some tea for Sister Li Yin. With sugar. Yuan Yuan emerged from the kitchen, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Sister Li Yin, what brings you here? Have you come chasing after my man? Sister-in-law? I was eager to meet Boss Qin. Since he didn't go to the city, I followed him here. Fortunately, I managed to hitch a ride with the water transport into your village. Yuan Yuan's eyes scrutinized Li Yin. What do you mean by that? I am here to discuss business with your man. Oh, I'll brew the tea right away. Yuan Yuan thought of the feeling of earning 4,000. Tea must be brewed, and more sugar should be added. In Chapter 70, merely business partners, dear wife, do not let your imagination run wild. She prepared flower tea in a new cup, added sugar, and handed it to Sister Li Yin. Yuan Yuan then asked, will you stay for dinner? The question was rhetorical, as her tone did not welcome Li Yin to stay. You, a city girl, surely wouldn't feel comfortable dining in such an environment, would you? Li Yin indeed expressed her disdain. I don't have time to eat at your house. I will return to the county with the water transport driver. As she spoke, She brushed the dirt off her shoes. Her reasoning was sound. If she did not return with the water transport, would Qin Chuan escort her back to the county? After the water was delivered, one barrel went to Zhang Chun's cellar and another to Wang Huaqiang's. Everyone could use it as agreed that morning. Wang Huaqiang had carried 100 jin of corn for Qin Chuan, roughly 10 yuan. In half an hour, the 2 barrels were emptied. And Li Yin and Qin Chuan conversed for half an hour. Boss Qin, I would like to order 500 units at 20 yuan each. Here as 3,000 yuan as a deposit, and I'll pay the remaining balance upon receipt of the goods. 23, not a cent less. I am the agent for the Atlantic jeans in your 3 counties and 2 districts. If this doesn't work, I'll finish my tea and leave. Qin Chuan was completely confident she would agree to the price of 23 per unit. After all, she had come to the village and sought him out. The initiative was not solely in her hands. Li Yin stared intently at Qin Chuan, her voice firm. Boss Qin, your wife is so beautiful. And yet you allow her to live in such a dilapidated cave? Great figures may dwell in humble abodes, strategizing to conquer the world. Who dares to look down upon them? Let us keep our discussions to business without mentioning the cave dwelling. 23 per unit, 500 units. And I can deliver within 8 days. 8 days? Li Yin responded skeptically. The goods are in the southern province. I will arrange for them to be dispatched today. They will reach Xijing in 5 days, and Lan City in 7, so you will have them in 8. Li Yin paused for a minute, contemplating the distance from the southern province. Boss Qin had become the sole agent for this style of jeans after making that trip. He had gained leverage unless she made the journey herself. She nodded. All right, it's a deal. In Jingning County, you cannot agree to sell this style to anyone else. This request was something Qin Chuan could not fully acquiesce to. Sister Li Yin, during the months of May, June, and July, I promise you that no one else shall receive trousers from me. Beyond July, it is certain that others will seek my services. It merely depends on your ability to keep them at bay. How can you be so sure that others will come after July? Li Yin does not grasp this point. Qin Chuan, speaking with the ears of a prominent executive, outlines his plan. He grants you 3 months to meet my expectations. Should you fail to do so, I will turn to others. Just wait and see. Li Yan's tone is assertive. She aims to secure the supply and marketing cooperatives across 3 counties and 2 districts, indicating her ambition to amass considerable wealth, with a profit of 5 yuan per pair. Selling 127 pairs within 3 to 5 days would yield her a profit of 600 yuan. Qin Chuan understands that this venture requires a few steadfast partners, and whether Li Yin can be counted among them remains to be seen. Having received a deposit of 3,000 yuan, Qin Chuan wrote her a receipt and signed it. He reminds her earnestly, Sister Li Yin, keep that receipt safe. Losing it could lead to complications. Indeed, while a written agreement protects against the unscrupulous, it does not safeguard against the honorable. Qin Chuan offers her a sincere smile before shaking his head. What are you shaking your head for? Are you mocking me? Li Yin scrutinizes Qin Chuan's expression closely. No, Sister Li Yin, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish for our collaboration to be harmonious. In the 1980s and 90s, there was no female proprietor like her in Jingning County. Since Qin Chuan's release from prison, she has vanished, likely meeting with misfortune. One must take it step by step, assisting her whenever possible. Li Yin rises and walks to the entrance, as a group of women, muttering amongst themselves, disperse. A cluster of men loiters by the well frame, feigning labor while their eyes remain fixed on Li Yin, thirsty souls too timid to approach. Li Yin glances at the steel framework before her and smiles, declaring, those willing to offer 2,000 yuan to drill a well for the village are not the unscrupulous. Yuanyuan secretly listens to their conversation, pondering the distinction between the honorable and the dishonorable. She carries a thermos to the entrance, saying, Sister Li Yin, let me refill your water. Li Yin nods in acknowledgement. Yuan, when will you come to the city to visit me? Director Zhou often comes to my home. Yuan replies, sure, I will definitely visit you. While inwardly questioning why she would seek her out, Qin Chuan, surprised, asks, my uncle Yuan Chao often visits your home? It is imperative to clarify which prominent leader is involved. Li Yin heads towards the water cart in front of Zhang Chun's house. Yuanyuan beams. Her smile bright as she exclaims, 4,000 yuan has returned, now safely tucked in my bag. Sister Li Yin is our fortune bringer. I took 3,000 from her yesterday and another 3,000 today. The man, casually pinching his wife's nose, replies lightly, dear, you've got it wrong. I am her fortune bringer. In time, my dear will understand who truly is the fortune bringer. Once the water truck has emptied its load, the water delivery vehicle returns to Qin Chuan's home. Li Yin takes her seat in the passenger side, leaning out to speak with Qin Chuan. Boss Qin, why are the villagers acting this way? Fighting over water as if it were their money? Wang Huaxiong's mother came to fetch water and clashed with Aunt Chun, a dispute loud enough for everyone to hear. Qin Chuan chuckled wryly. I apologize for the spectacle. It is but a temporary phase. In less than 2 years, our village shall become the most prosperous one, inhabited by the most genuine and kind-hearted people. Li Yin interjected with a scoff. Poverty breeds short-sightedness. Even the water delivery man cannot stand their incessant bickering over water. Slip him an extra 20 yuan, and if convenient, have him make 2 more trips to our village. Tomorrow or the day after will suffice. The water delivery man readily agreed. Certainly, Boss Qin, I will bring it over when I can. Li Yin then departed aboard the water truck. Yuanyuan gazed intently in the direction of her departure for quite some time. Qin, she has taken a liking to you. Qin Chuan nearly jumped in disbelief. Nonsense. I have a wife and family. Why would she be interested in me? We are merely business partners. Yuanyuan, do not let your imagination run wild. The way she looks at you is undeniably different. As a woman, I can tell, she retorted. Qin Chuan pulled his wife into the courtyard, enveloping her in his embrace, and playfully nipped her cheek. In this lifetime, I shall cherish only you. No other woman, not even a celestial being descending from the heavens, would catch my eye. Realizing his words might not have been entirely appropriate, he added, You are indeed a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yuanyuan leaned in for a kiss. Brother? What are you doing? Bullying your sister-in-law in broad daylight? Qin Ling's voice called from behind, startling Yuanyuan, who quickly turned and scampered into the house. I was busy helping Captain Su roll out noodles. I've been delayed for quite a while. Linger, how was it? Did you enjoy going into the city with your big brother? It was fun. I'm going again tomorrow. Big brother bought me these sandals. They are so comfortable. Qin Chuan glanced at the plastic sandals she clutched, inwardly cursing, comfortable, my foot. Those plastic shoes are the most uncomfortable. Linger seemed to have a different attitude now, referring to him as big brother repeatedly, seemingly distancing herself from her actual brother. She is only 15. At this tender age, any kindness shown to her makes her emotions swell. A mere hairpin and a pair of sandals from Baozhong have shifted her sentiments. In his previous life, at this time, Qin Chuan was in prison. Although Linger had been taken in by their aunt, she had lived there for less than a year before being married off to Uncle Chun. In the midst of misfortune, it was a stroke of luck that Baozhong treated Linger with genuine care, while Aunt Chun also cherished her as if she were her own daughter. In a poverty-stricken mountain village, it is commonplace for girls of 15 or 16 to enter the homes of their husbands. Brother, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? It's nothing, Linger. I know Baozhong treats you well, but it is too soon. You should at least wait until you're 18. Qin Ling's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glance. Brother, stop saying such things. I'm going to find my sister-in-law. Qin Chuan sighed helplessly. At her age, Linger should be in school. Having been reborn, he could not alter her situation. Her relationship with Baozhong cannot be forcefully changed. It must unfold naturally. Chapter 71. The timid starve while the bold flourish. Boss Qin, why have you been holed up in there all this time? Captain Su called from the entrance of Qin Chuan's home. Qin Chuan emerged, offering him a cigarette. Su-ge, dinner will be ready shortly. We're having noodles with eggs and chives. Eat before you leave. Captain Su glanced inside with a mischievous grin. What business does Miss Li Yin have in the village? Su-ge, do you know her? Why don't you recognize her, the daughter of Deputy County Chief Li? How did you become acquainted? She even came to your village to find you? Qin Chuan hastily attempted to dissuade him from his nonsensical chatter. Hey, Su-ge, what do you mean by how did I become acquainted? My wife would be furious if she heard that. Captain Su chuckled mischievously. Can't you tell I'm joking? Come, sign here. The rest of us will take our leave, leaving the old couple behind. You shall provide them 2 meals a day, and that is all. Qin Chuan fervently urged them to stay for dinner. Su-ge, my wife has spent the entire afternoon preparing noodles for all 5 of you, with eggs, chives, and spinach. Please eat before you leave. No, Qin boss, you are a good man. We'll have a meal together another day in the village. I must take my leave now. I have matters to discuss with Director Liu at the Water and Electricity Office, Captain Su replied, leading the 5 men away, leaving Qin Chuan feeling quite embarrassed. A hand-operated tractor and a steering wheel tractor rumbled away. A green tent was set up beside the well, where the old couple resided. Qin Chuan called out to the courtyard. Linger, Yuan, Captain Su, and the others have left. Go call Uncle Chun's family to come over for dinner. Got it, brother. I'll go find the 2. He was just asking about what we cooked, replied Qin Ling, knowing that the two always hoped to dine at Qin Chuan's home. Qin Ling ran to Zhang Chun's house, explaining that they had noodles prepared for the well-diggers, and if they weren't eaten today, they would spoil by tomorrow. Uncle Chun and his family, accompanied by their son and 2 daughters, soon arrived. Zhang Chun wore a cheerful expression. Chuan, your uncle was reprimanded by the village leaders and is no longer allowed to be village chief. He is currently scolding his 2 sons, who are not listening to him. When Qin Jianmin was admonishing his sons, Zhang Chun stood at his doorway, eavesdropping. One could easily imagine Qin Jianmin's tone when he confronted the leaders at the water and electricity office. Why should the villagers collectively fund a well only for someone to charge a private fee? Would Director Lu treat him with any respect? He returned with a reprimand. The Qin family had purchased a new dining table, set up in the courtyard, where Zhang Chun's family of 5 and Qin Chuan's family of 3 sat together harmoniously. Uncle Chun, I just heard that woman from the Wong family arguing with my Aunt Chun. What was it about? Didn't you fetch her water? Qin Chuan, engrossed in serious business discussions with the yin, had not had the chance to investigate. Yesterday, he had delivered a barrel of water to Wang Huaqiang's water cellar. The woman from the Wong family should have gone to her own kin for water, yet she chose to come to Zhang Chun's house, thinking she would not be turned away. After arguing with Aunt Chun, she had quite the audacity. Zhang Chun clarified the matter to Qin Chuan. Chuan, I wanted to mention this. Wang Huaqiang said he has carried 100 pounds of corn for you, which is worth 10 yuan. If anyone else wants to fetch water from his house, they must also bring him corn. Otherwise, they won't get any water. That's why Wang Huaqiang's mother came to my house for water. Aunt Chun provided water to several neighboring families, charging not a single grain in return. Thus, Wang Huaqiang's mother sought water from Zhang Chun's home. Qin Chuan passed a bowl of food to Linger, asking, so Aunt Chun didn't fetch for her. And that's why they had a quarrel, right? Humph. That shrew is merely fetching water, taking advantage of your Aunt Chun's amiable disposition. Aunt Chun emerged from the kitchen, picking up her husband's remark. If she comes to stir up trouble again, do not involve me. Let us see if I can silence her tongue. Uncle Chun urged his wife, come now, your thighs are not as robust as hers. If a quarrel escalates into a brawl, do you truly believe you can best her? Just as tensions rose, Uncle Chun intervened, pulling his wife aside. As for Chuan, what is the point of Wang Huayan fetching water for the melon seedlings? People lack water to drink, yet he concerns himself with the seedlings? One wonders what foolish thoughts occupy his mind. Uncle Chun was right. It is paramount to ensure that both humans and livestock have sufficient water. The melon seedlings in the sandy soil are of little significance. Preserving a lifeless melon vine serves no purpose. Qin Ling observed Zhang Baozhang devouring bowl after bowl of noodles, her tone seemingly complimenting him. Brother Dado, you truly have an appetite. Yet, in Zhang Baozhang's ears, it sounded like a reproach for his voraciousness. You called me. You mentioned your family wouldn't finish the noodles tonight, and now you find fault with me? I shall eat no more. Yuanyuan chuckled, offering Baozhang another bowl. Brother Dado, can you not discern that Ling is praising you? She speaks of how you can eat, run, and accomplish tasks. It's quite commendable. Baozhang muttered. There is no such thing as flattery like that. Having satisfied his hunger, Baozhang had pressing matters to report to Qin Ge. Chuan good. Wang Huaxiong has not been quiet for long. He sees our business thriving and wishes to join us. Today, he blocked my path halfway, and I told him to consult you. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Huaxiong entered through the front door, sporting an unseemly grin. His mother's recent quarrel with Aunt Chun seemingly forgotten in his mind. Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, have you eaten? If not, sit down and have a meal. I have eaten. He replied, my mother made a watery noodle dish. I filled my stomach before coming to discuss matters with you. Baozhang wanted nothing to do with him. Anger flaring at the memory of his mother's boorish behavior. Aunt Chun also chose to ignore him, not sparing him a glance. Qin Chuan, devoid of any emotion, addressed him, Wang Huaxiang, I just heard from Baozhang that you intend to take a cart to the city to sell vegetables. If you wish to do so, go ahead. I have no intention of stopping you. Wang Huaxiang, sitting on the doorstep, wore an ugly smile. Chuan, my mother is simply that kind of person. Life is difficult. She is not content, and she finds fault with everyone. I apologize on her behalf to you and Zhou Yuanyuan. She has promised to refrain from cursing and throwing fits. She is working on her temperament. Is that so? Qin Chuan scoffed. When did your mother say that? Was it right after her quarrel with my Aunt Chun? No, Chuan. My mother has that temperament. The villagers all know it. Baozhang chimed in. Indeed, the villagers are well aware that your mother is a shrew. Wang Huaxiong's face fell, but he forced a smile. Chuan, we are still cousins. Cannot we converse amicably? Wang Huaxiong implied that while his mother was his mother, he was himself. He could not change her. He wished to earn money for the family, hoping it would improve her spirits. And he also desired for her to treat Qin Chuan and Zhou Yuanyuan better. Chuan, if you could lend me a hand, our entire family would remember your kindness. Wang Huaxiong, have your mother apologize to my Aunt Chun, and I shall let it go. I can arrange for you to sell vegetables under my name. Wang Huaxiong wore a troubled expression. If my mother is unable to help, then so be it. You should set up your own stall without asking me. All right, Chuanzi. I will go and ask my mother to apologize to you. How could I casually set up a stall? I lack the necessary permits. I would be chased away as soon as I enter the city. Wang Huaxiong stood up and headed home to fetch his mother. The timid starve while the bold thrive. If he dared to haul vegetables and miscellaneous household items into the city to sell, even without proper documentation, he would need to be vigilant, avoiding capture. There was no need to seek mercy from Qin Chuan. He simply did not have the courage to do so. Chapter 72. 10,000 yuan feels like a dream. Wang Huaxiong did not summon his mother. Instead, his father appeared. Wang Dazhou sat in front of Qin Chuan with a cheeky grin. His dirty hat askew. His tone lacked sincerity. Cousin, you're a grown man. Why bother arguing with a woman? Let my son Daxiong accompany you. I heard from Zhang Chun's eldest that not only can you sell 1 cart of vegetables, but even 5 carts in a single afternoon. You can sell them all and return early. This was something Bao Zhong had mentioned. Residents from the nearby housing complexes flocked to the cotton mill community to buy vegetables from the donkey carts. Every day they sold out early. The supply was insufficient. Many complained, "Can't you haul 2 more carts?" Uncle Yuan Zhao stated that not only should half the meat be allocated to the factory canteen, but half the vegetables as well. The scale must be expanded. Wang Dizhou pondered for the past few days, since Qin Chuan lacked more carts and manpower for vegetable hauling. Why not let his son Daxiong venture out? Qin Chuan's expression was cold, as if he were blind to the situation. Uncle Wang, are you suggesting that your wife can't apologize to my wife, and it's impossible for her to apologize to Aunt Chun? I say, Chuanzi, you're a young man. Why argue with a woman? Qin Chuan understood that this was the only point being made. Uncle Wang, if your wife wishes to insult my Aunt Chun, let her do so. But to come to my doorstep and insult my wife, do you expect me to send your son to accompany me to earn money at the stall? His words were laced with disdain. Wang Dizhou, do you even have the audacity to come here? Cousin, what kind of question is that? You are now a successful businessman who can summon drilling teams. Why are you quarreling with my wife? Qin Chuan felt a strong urge to eject him from his yard. Uncle Wang, if you wish to sell vegetables under my name, I will provide the capital, the location, and collect the revenue. You will supply your son, the mule, and the cart, and I will pay 10 yuan a day for labor. If you can agree to this, we shall formalize it. A cart of vegetables would not exceed 500 jin, with an average profit of 1 dime per jin. Even a student who has graduated from elementary school could calculate this. Wang Huaxiong and his father had already calculated that they could earn 40 to 50 yuan a day. How did it come to merely 10 yuan for labor? Wouldn't he that make them mere assistants to Qin Chuan? Wang Huaxiong's father adjusted his dirty hat and stood, smirking disdainfully. What is this? This is the ugly face of capitalism. 10 years ago, your father would have been in the same situation. Qin Chuan shouted angrily, "Get out." Oh, you dare to expel me? Who would want to visit your dilapidated shack? Wang Dizhou muttered curses as he walked away. As time passes in a marriage, the partners inevitably influence one another, and this man has adopted a rather brazen and unscrupulous demeanor. The matron of the Wang family is unlikely to offer an apology, and thus, Qin Chuan has no intention of inviting him to join their endeavors. Expanding the vegetable selling business will not include individuals of such character. Qin Jianxing is willing to join the partnership. Bao Zhang takes him to Brother Chuan's courtyard. Tomorrow, the partners will discuss matters directly with Brother Chuan. Bao Zhang inquires first, Brother Chuan, has Wang Huaxiong's father been blustering without any progress? Such foolishness, you need not concern yourself with them in the future. Qin Chuan turns earnestly to Qin Jianxing, fourth uncle. Has Bao Zhang explained everything to you? He has indeed, Chuan. Can you really ensure I earn 10 yuan a day? Fourth uncle. If you pull a cart of fresh vegetables and follow Bao Zhang to the market, I will cover the initial costs. Once the vegetables are sold in the afternoon, we will settle accounts. 10 yuan is the minimum guarantee, and you will receive 30% of the profits, if not more. Qin Jiansheng rubs his palms together, a grin spreading across his face. Chuan, we are aware that Yuan Yuan's uncle is a leader at the cotton spinning factory and can help you secure a business license. Anyone wishing to engage in this trade must operate under your name. Otherwise, They risk being apprehended in the city. The implication is clear to Qin Chuan. He understands that it is not his own abilities that ensure profit, but rather the influence of Director Zhou. This mindset among the villagers will not change overnight. Fourth uncle. Then it's settled. You provide the manpower and the cart, and we will settle accounts daily. In Daping Village, aside from the Zhang family, there will now be a second household earning 10 yuan daily, and soon a third and fourth will follow. The Wang Huaxiong family will not be among them. His father returns home in a huff, and both his son and wife surround him, eyes filled with expectation. So has he agreed? Agreed? Not at all. He insists you apologize to his wife. Just looking at his face makes me not want to deal with him. He expects me to hand over 40 to 50 yuan a day, while he only gives us 10. Why should that be? What? Wang Huaxiong glares. Why should I give him the money I earn? I can carry 100 jin of leeks into the city and still make 10 yuan. Starting tomorrow, I will carry 100 jin of leeks, sell them, and I refuse to rely on him. Wang Huaxiong's mother shrieks, I will confront that scoundrel. I will ask him if he will compensate for your broken teeth. If he refuses, I will not let this go. The woman charging out is abruptly stopped by her son. Mother, are you trying to stir up trouble? Can't you see that many from our village are aligning with Qin Chuan? Why oppose him? Not only will you refuse to apologize, but you also want to stand at his doorstep and shout insults? The woman collapses onto the ground, beating her thighs in frustration. What in the world? How are we supposed to live? A perfectly good match has just dissolved. You are already 22. Wang Huaxiong has been courting a girl. But after his recent altercation left him with a broken tooth, she returned the gifts, and the relationship fell apart. The true reason is that Daping Village is impoverished. Lacking even clean drinking water, what chance is there for a girl to marry into such hardship? Mother, give me that 10 yuan you have. The 10 yuan is the return gift from the girl, and Wang Huaxiong's mother is reluctant to part with even a single cent. What do you need the money for? Mother, with this 10 yuan, I can procure over 100 jin of chais early tomorrow morning, transport them to the cotton spinning factory gate, and earn back 20 yuan. Wang Huaxiong's father expressed his concern. Xiong, isn't that unwise? The city is cracking down on unlicensed street vendors. Dad, who told you that? The crackdown is aimed at those engaged in violence and theft. The city is currently encouraging street vendors to do business. Is that so? Then give it a try. A living person can be suffocated by urine. You earn 10 yuan, and we will first fill the water cellar, disregarding Wang Huaxiong and Zhang Chun. The father and son persistently convinced Wang Huaxiong's mother to part with 10 yuan. Next door, Wan Xinghua had a bicycle, which they borrowed for the day. At Qin Chuan's home, they sent off the fourth uncle, and Zhou Yuanyuan and brought over foot-washing water and placed it beside the Kong. Chuan, wash your feet. You are going to launching tomorrow. Is it for a long journey or to earn big money? I calculated it 3 times, and I can hardly believe it's true. 500 pairs of jeans, each costing 23 yuan, totaling 11,500 yuan. Yuan, you only calculated 3 times? Zhou Yuanyuan pouted, holding her husband's feet and placing them in the basin. I'll wash them for you. Washing feet for 10,000 yuan, how extravagant. Qin Chuan replied earnestly. I detest that I have to wash your feet every night. A good wife is worth 10,000. Yuan, are you coming with me to the city tomorrow? You haven't met Uncle Yuan Chao yet. Not tomorrow. I need to prepare 2 meals for the old master and his wife. After a pause, the young wife asked Qin again, will you definitely return home tomorrow? I will leave at 5 on the bicycle, catch the earliest bus to the provincial city, complete my business, return to Tancheng, then to the county, and finally home by evening. Zhou Yuanyuan appeared dazed. It's exhausting to be on the go all day. In Daping Village, no one else goes through such turmoil. Zhou Yuanyuan had already calculated the figures. The 500 pairs of jeans required 4,000 yuan. After this payment, she would still have over 900 left. Baozheng and Linger brought home an income of 200 each day. Deep down, she felt a heavy sense of satisfaction. But a flicker of worry remained. Chuan, there are risks in business. You won't incur a loss, will you? As long as the goods arrive safely in launching, we won't incur a loss. The young wife nodded vigorously. As she lay in bed, drowsily, she murmured, Chuan, 10,000 yuan. It's like a dream. The money-obsessed young wife. Chapter 73. Director Zhou's frustration. Zhou Yuanchao tried to conceal the anxiety on his face, but it did not escape Qin Chuan's notice. Uncle Yuanchao, would you like to share your troubles with me? Xiao Chuan, it's none of your concern. Have some tea. You must be tired from your run. Old Zhang said he saw your bicycle locked at the door as soon as he got to work. You left quite early. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, lifted his cup to drink tea, showing no signs of unease. Uncle Yuan, I'm much better than a few days ago with this new bicycle. I reached the county in less than 2 hours. Without it, I would have had to leave home at 4 in the morning to catch that bus to the provincial city. His bicycle was locked at the cotton spinning factory gate for Grandpa Zhang to watch over. He returned from lunching at 4 in the afternoon. Yuan set aside his worries and asked his son-in-law about the day's affairs in the provincial city. How did the business negotiations go? Uncle Yuan, everything is proceeding smoothly. I've secured an order for 500 pairs of jeans, which will arrive in Xijing in 5 days. The transport truck will take them to Lanqing, and I will collect them once more. For each pair, I will provide Fong Trading with a commission of 2 yuan. This transaction is straightforward enough for Yuan to comprehend. Xiaochuan, please transfer 23 yuan to Miss Li Yan. With 500 pairs, we stand to earn 11,500 yuan. If we can maintain this, you will be the first to become a millionaire in Jingning County. Excellent. Yuan's delight was evident, and the earlier quarrel seemed to fade from his mind. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Uncle Yuan, our village is drilling wells. And Yuan is preparing 2 meals a day for the couple in charge of the drilling, so she couldn't accompany me to the city to see you. Yuan nodded in understanding. Xiaochuan, I heard from your brother and sister that you contributed 2,000 yuan for the village well project. You made a wise move. It was a strategic step forward. Qin Chuan sighed with a bitter smile. When outsiders hear that I am from Daping and Tigaoxiang, they often dismiss me. This cannot continue. Our village struggles to secure even water, making it difficult for the girls to consider marrying our young men, which is quite a significant issue. Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration for his son-in-law. Indeed, when others learn that your village cannot even secure water, it becomes challenging for young men to find brides. You must earn money first and ensure the village has wells. The people in your village will respect you and follow your lead, making it easier for you to accomplish your goals. As the factory director, Yuan understood the importance of having the support of the people in the factory. Come here. Xiuchuan, take a look at this photograph and tell me if it is of your wife. Yuan turned around and retrieved a 1-inch black and white photograph. Is this her? My elder brother brought it yesterday. If it is indeed her, you should return it to her. Upon seeing the photograph, Qin Chuan could not hold back his tears. This image had been with him in his past life, held close to his heart on the hospital bed. While in prison, he had confided in Uncle Yuan that he did not possess even a single photograph of Yuan. After his release, Yuan returned to see him, holding this photograph and inquiring if it was of Yuan. For the next 40 years, this photograph remained close to him. Xiaochuan, your liberation uncle brought this for me, asking if this was Yuan from Daping Village. Yuan did not grasp why Xiaochuan became so emotional upon seeing the photograph. Uncle Yuan, it is indeed Yuan. She took this picture when she was 16 and entered high school. It is the only photograph she ever took, and I will return it to her. Xiuchuan, I have asked my family back home to look into the whereabouts of her mother. If we can find her, she will have someone to rely on. We must discover what has become of her mother. She cannot remain lost and in obscurity. Qin Chuan composed himself and spoke earnestly with Uncle Yuan. If we can locate Yuan's mother, she will no longer feel so insignificant. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Once this busy period is over, I will take Yuan home to meet my mother-in-law and younger siblings. Wonderful. My wife often mentions Yuan, asking why she hasn't come to visit. We have been enjoying Xiaochuan's vegetables and have had lamb twice. The factory director's wife, who initially spoke out of courtesy, now genuinely wishes to meet Yuan. Which family does she belong to? The conversation turned to Li Yan. Qin Chuan needed to clarify whether Uncle Yuan had indeed visited her home. Her father is Deputy County Chiefly of Jingning County, who has always been an advocate for the development of individual economies. His daughter has taken on the business of a large store selling jeans, proving to be quite a capable young woman. By the way, I mentioned you to Deputy Li, who expressed great admiration for your courage to venture in a southern province, your determination to strive and innovate. He believes that you should expand your vegetable stall, establishing a fixed operating location to grow and strengthen your business. After finishing a cup of tea, Qin Chuan filled his cup from the thermos. Listening to Uncle Yuan's words, he nodded with a smile. Uncle Yuan, with strong support from above, we need not fear. We must unleash our potential and not be confined by rigid conventions. You were right earlier. Only by daring to dream, strive, and take action can we escape from dead ends. Perceptive, Yuan sensed a deeper meaning. Before Xiaochuan arrived, he had quarreled with the head of the hat factory, slamming the table in frustration over their stagnation, warning that if things continued this way, the factory would inevitably go bankrupt. Xiao Chuan's son-in-law overheard this remark. Xiao Chuan, did you hear that? Do you understand? Uncle Yuan Chao, upon my arrival. I heard you lamenting during negotiations with the hat factory. What issues are you facing? Shall we discuss them together? Zhou Yuan Chao glanced at Xiao Chuan's son-in-law. Recognizing that selling vegetables shares similarities with selling clothing and fabric in certain respects. This young man understands market economics. His vegetable stall is expanding. Xiao Chuan. Your vegetable stall now includes a donkey cart, a mule cart, and a bicycle. From being a one-man show, you've grown into a team of 4, all working for you. That's the spirit of daring to venture and act. One bicycle? Qin Chuan was somewhat puzzled. The mule cart belonged to his uncle, but whose was the bicycle? He would need to clarify that later. For now, he listened to Uncle Yuan Chao express his concerns, starting with the expansion of the vegetable stall. Zhou Yuan Chao discussed the difficulties faced by the hat factory for quite some time. Why can individual private enterprises thrive while public enterprises are heading towards decline? Zhou Yuan Chao articulated his insights clearly, revealing that half of the production line at the Jingning County Hat Factory had already ceased operations, with 50 sewing machines inactive for 6 days. During meetings, the constructive suggestions he proposed were disregarded by the leadership, leaving him feeling anxious and restless. He feared that the hat factory would halt all production and ultimately face bankruptcy. If the factory were to go bankrupt, out of 70 to 80 workers, half would be reassigned to the cotton mill, a significant problem. The cessation of operations at the hat factory would lead to a substantial reduction in fabric production at the cotton mill, and with the influx of these workers, would the factory's performance truly improve? To reform the industry and promote self-directed marketing, the hat factory needed to cooperate fully. Only then could production be boosted and profitability greatly enhanced. But what did the leaders say? They insisted on following their own approach, claiming that adhering to his suggestions would lead to mistakes. Zhou Yuan Chao, exasperated, exclaimed, "How can the contracting system be considered a mistake? It follows the same principles as rural land management. Why can't they see the need to break free from the rigid procurement and sales system? They are merely the overseers of the cotton mill. It is not that they do not understand. It is that they do not trust Zhou Yuan Chao's methods." During this time, there have been discussions about removing him from his position and appointing someone else as factory director, subsequently contracting out the hat factory. The complexities of this situation are manifold. Zhou Yuan Chao found himself ensnared by incriminating evidence, compelling him to vacate his position at the cotton spinning factory. Dong Dawei had been apprehended, yet his father remained unharmed, as the crackdown had not escalated to implicate him. He still needed to assert control over Director Zhou. In Chapter 74, he pondered whether his uncle was dissatisfied with the prospect of profit. Recent reflections had brought to light a particular situation that warranted clarification directly from the factory director. Uncle Yuan Chao. A sum of money from the factory's public account was diverted for the purpose of establishing a storefront, and now you face consequences from higher authorities. When speaking in their presence, your confidence appears diminished. Is this not so? Yuan Chao felt a jolt of surprise. How could the son-in-law, Xiao Chuan, possibly know of this? He had not even confided in his wife about the matter. Zhang Bangchong was aware, but how could this individual disclose such information? Though Xiao Chuan was his own son-in-law and their relationship had been amicable, it was not to the extent that he would divulge such sensitive matters. A look of discomfort crossed Zhou Yuanchao's face. Xiao Chuan, do not heed idle gossip. There is nothing to it. An uncomfortable sensation welled up within him. Qin Chuan discerned the unease etched upon Zhou's features. The audacity of Xiao Chuan's inquiry irked him. Are you perhaps worrying too much, son-in-law? You sell vegetables at a stall. What relevance does this have to you? The primary reason for Dong Dawei's father's relentless pursuit was not merely personal. It stemmed from the misappropriation of public funds. Once discovered, the inability to rectify the financial shortfall led to suspension and an impending year of inquiry. After a year, Director Dong would step down, and higher authorities would subsequently exonerate him. The funds in question had not been used for personal gain. The storefront and front constituted assets of the cotton spinning factory, thus rendering the charges baseless. Now, if he could rectify the deficit of 5,000 yuan in public funds, he would emerge unscathed as the factory director. Uncle Yuan Chao, grant me 8 days, and I shall return the 5,000 yuan to you. This deficit must be filled to prevent higher officials from using it against you, allowing you to speak with renewed confidence. Yuan Chao was to lend him 1,000 yuan for business, with a promise of 5,000 in return. Xiao Chuan, is this truly genuine? Uncle Yuan Chao, how could I jest about such matters? Yuan Chao stood in shock for half a minute, realizing from Xiao Chuan's expression that he was indeed serious. Stepping forward, he grasped Xiao Chuan's hands. Son-in-law, this issue has left me restless and sleepless. Should I fail to rectify this debt, I will no longer be able to serve as factory director. Qin Chuan understood that if Yuan Xiao could not fulfill his role as director, certain matters he was involved in would also falter. Rest assured, Uncle Yuan Xiao, the 5,000 yuan will reach your hands. First, let us address this deficit. Then we shall gradually resolve the dilemmas faced by the garment factory. Indeed, I have long recognized your potential for grand endeavors. You are destined to earn substantial profits. Uncle Yuan Xiao, it is getting late. I must return home. Yuanyuan is likely waiting anxiously. Very well, you should return home and tend to your family first. Qin Chuan rode his bicycle home, a new model that glided as swiftly as a whirlwind, akin to a truck in speed, departing at 5 in the morning. He arrived home by 6 in the evening, breathless and drenched in sweat. Passing by Qin Jianshan's residence, he heard laughter and merriment from his uncle's courtyard, where Xiaoping and Xiaohu clamored for treats. Father, you've made money. Why haven't you bought us anything delicious? Qin Jianshan scolded his two sons. How old are you? Why should I still be buying you treats? The money is in Lingo's hands. We shall wait for you, Brother Chuan, to return and settle the accounts. Only then will father have funds to buy sweets and snacks for you tomorrow. Given the attitude of fourth uncle, Qin Chuan resolved to treat him well. He called out to the courtyard, Fourth uncle, let us go to my home and settle today's accounts. Qin Jianshan, filled with excitement, neglected his dinner and followed Qin Chuan towards the eastern part of the village. Chuan, I have only just realized how well the vegetables sell in the cotton mill community. They queue up to snatch them up. After lunch, everything on my truck as well as on the big truck was sold out. Fourth uncle, who was riding a bicycle behind you in Baozheng while selling vegetables? Did you see him? I couldn't see him. But did the people at the cotton mill not see him? It must be Wang Huaxiong, right? Qin Jiansheng smiled wryly, advising his nephew not to dwell on it. Chuan, I think it's nothing. He merely carried 2 bags of leeks, over 130 pounds, and sold them for 20 yuan. He is from the village. We see each other often. His mother is a shrew. If you stir trouble with her son, she will pester you endlessly. Does that not irritate you? Fourth uncle, I am not concerned about Wang Huaxiong taking my business. If he wants to earn that 20 yuan honestly, let him. I have no reason to stop him. Though he spoke so, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He felt that Wang Huaxiong was a stumbling block. Fourth uncle, do keep an eye on Baozheng. Do not let him get involved with us. If anyone inquires, we must be clear that he has no relation to our stall. Chuan, I will heed your advice. Baozheng and Linger were in the cave courtyard. Upon seeing her brother enter through the main door, Linger rushed towards him. Brother, guess what Tu bought for me today? Qin Chuan glanced into the cave but could not see the young wife due to the curtain. Yuan? Ah, she is making cold noodles. With a sweet response, a pink figure emerged, smiling radiantly. Linger pouted. Brother, look, Tu bought me these earrings. Aren't they beautiful? Indeed, they are lovely. But why does Tu buy you something every day? The day before yesterday, it was a hairpin, yesterday sandals, and today earrings. This is rather unusual. Baozheng was not waiting for Brother Chuan to settle accounts. He was eagerly anticipating the cold noodles made by Sister Yuan. Fourth uncle was present. So Yuan felt somewhat shy and refrained from being too affectionate. She too wore earrings bought by Tu, hoping her man would praise their beauty. Yuan. They are truly beautiful. Linger eyed her brother sideways. What about mine? Are they not beautiful? They are all beautiful. Now, let us settle today's accounts for fourth uncle. As agreed this morning, we shall deduct 30% for him. Baozheng clarified the situation for Brother Chuan. Fourth uncle brought in 550 pounds. Unloading half for the cotton mill canteen, leeks, spinach, water radish, garlic shoots, zucchini, and chrysanthemum greens. The list is growing longer. Qin Chuan took the accounts that Lingo had recorded, filled with mistakes like ants scurrying about. Linger, you have graduated from elementary school. How can you write so many incorrect characters? You must learn these words. The Tu's handwriting is even worse than mine. He made me write it. As he read through line by line, the 2 vehicles were recorded separately. The prices for leeks, spinach, and water radish were cheaper by a penny or 2. Garlic shoots and zucchini have just arrived, making it difficult to ascertain whether they're inexpensive or costly, both priced around a dime. The retail prices have remained relatively stable. Qin Chuan reviewed the final tally. The large donkey cart yielded an income of 128 yuan, while his uncle's cart brought in 132 yuan. For his uncle's load, the cost was 56 yuan, resulting in a profit of 76 yuan, with a division of 22 yuan and 80 cents. Rounded to 23 yuan for his uncle. He passed the ledger with a smile, saying, "Uncle, please check if my calculations are correct." Linger made several mistakes in her writing, but the accounts are accurate. Since dawn, Qin Jianxing had been preoccupied with the thought of earning 10 yuan that day. Earning 10 yuan daily would amount to 300 yuan by month's end. He was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by the lucrative nature of selling vegetables in the city, where workers earn only 30 to 50 yuan. The 1980s marked the golden age of street vending, and it would only be decades later that he would fully grasp this phenomenon. Chuan mentioned he would receive 23 yuan, more than he had anticipated. "Chuan, is that not excessively generous?" Qin Chuan chuckled. "Uncle, do you find it too much? It's as agreed, a 30% commission. Should any issues arise, I guarantee you a minimum of 10 yuan. It was entirely plausible that the donkey might spook, preventing the vegetables from reaching the city. Leafy greens could wilt en route and become unsellable. Qin Jianxing grinned foolishly, rubbing his hands together. "Take it, and give it to Aunt C for safekeeping. No more hiding private savings under your shoe soles." "Chuan, how could I?" He accepted a large note, 2 5-yuan notes, and 3 1-yuan notes, gingerly holding them in his hands as he prepared to leave. "Chuan, shall we meet at the same time tomorrow? Same time, without fail. Except in the event of heavy rain, then we'll rest at home." As Qin Jianxing made to leave, Yuanyuan urged him, "Uncle, if you're leaving for a meal, I've prepared cold noodles and chive and egg soup." No, you all eat. Your Aunt C is waiting for news from me." Qin Chuan accompanied his uncle to the door. Approaching 40, he quickened his pace after a short distance. Chapter 75. A mother's sorrowful fate. Linger was filled with excitement and joy, whispering secrets to the large donkey cart so her brother wouldn't overhear. She had forgotten to help her sister-in-law fan the fire. Qin Chuan looked at his sister with affectionate indulgence, unwilling to disrupt her happiness. Her elder brother assisted his sister-in-law by fanning the flames beside the stove, using a broken dustpan to circulate air. The breeze was too feeble, causing smoke to billow up and provoke a fit of coughing from Yuanyuan. "Chuan, Ling said the bellows from Uncle S. house belonged to us. I asked Ling to retrieve them, but Uncle wouldn't part with them." Yuanyuan remarked that with a hand-pump bellows, she could manage the cooking alone, making it quicker and preventing the smoke from irritating her eyes. The young bride was often troubled by smoke while cooking. "Dear, I hadn't realized our bellows were at Uncle S. Wait here, I will go fetch them." 2 years prior, the siblings had moved in with Uncle, taking all their household items with them. To this day, not a single pair of chopsticks or a bowl had been returned. Other items were inconsequential, but the bellows needed to be reclaimed. The daughter-in-law of the family should not suffer from coughing due to smoke every day while cooking. Qin Chuan walked out into the courtyard when Linger called out, "Brother, where are you going?" "I am going to fetch our family's bellows. You help your sister-in-law set the table and serve the food, then go call Uncle Lao Qian for dinner, and make sure to take care of him." "Brother, I want to go, but Uncle won't allow it." Qin Chuan paused and clarified with Linger whether it was Uncle or Auntie who forbade her. "Brother, Auntie said I could bring it back, but just as I was about to, Uncle saw me and scolded her. I got scared and ran back without the bellows." Yuan called out, "Chuan, let it go. The food is already prepared." The young wife feared that he might argue or fight with Uncle and did not want him to go to Uncle's house for the item. Qin Chuan had already exited the courtyard and was just a few steps away from the entrance of Qin Jianmin's house when he heard Qin Jianmin cursing, with Annie crying from the scolding. Qin Chuan slowed his pace and stepped into the courtyard, listening to Annie's lamentations. "What good have you achieved? Your 2 sons neglect you. The youngest demands 10 yuan, and you have nothing to give. You can't even be the village head. Look at how well things are for Chuan's family. Shut your mouth. If you say another word, I will kick you again." The tone suggested he had already kicked Annie twice. He vented his frustrations on his wife after suffering outside, which was utterly despicable. Qin Jianmin oppressed his wife and 2 daughters-in-law while also seeking to control the helpless Zhou Jiqing. In Daping Village, he was a scoundrel and a monster. Annie urged him to treat his nephew better, but her kind advice earned her another kick. Qin Chuan pushed open the kitchen door and took the bellows from beneath the stove. There was a commotion in the kitchen, and from the main house, Qin Jianmin shouted, "Who? What are you doing?" Qin Chuan coldly replied while holding the bellows, "This is my family's bellows, my wife needs it, and I am taking it back. As for my family's dishes, sieve, pestle, and chopper, I will come to take them when I need them. If you dare refuse, I will dismantle your roof beams." "You bandit. What you? Has the township sent down a notice? You are no longer the village head. What else are you? Besides bullying women, What else can you do? You old coward? Get out. Leave. Qin Chuan's resentment surged and would not dissipate. According to Uncle Chun, the township had issued a notice removing him from the position of village head. He had been throwing a tantrum at the water and electricity office, demanding payment solely from Qin Chuan. Was the well he dug his personal achievement or a collective one? Director Liu of the water and electricity office was in discussions with the township head, as the village head, Qin Jianmen, was suppressing Qin Chuan's efforts to dig the well, causing trouble for the township leaders. Qin Jianmen was only a temporary acting village head and had yet to be formally appointed. He lacked the capability to lead the people of Daping Village in production. Today, a notice had been issued, and Qin Jianmen would now have to rest. As Qin Chuan reached the entrance, he could still hear Annie's cries. He hesitated, turned, and called to the woman, "Auntie, Yuan wants you to come over to my house to discuss something." The woman looked over, wiped her face with her palm, and asked hesitantly, "What does Yuan want to talk about?" "You should go ask her." Whether she would come to eat at home depended solely on Annie. While they were quarreling, the kitchen remained cold and silent. Annie bore the brunt of the beating because she was speaking up for Qin Chuan. After walking a good distance, he looked back and saw Annie following from afar. The commotion in his own yard continued. After finishing their meal, Xiaoping and Xiaohu rushed to Chuan Ji's house to play, devouring cold noodles and egg soup with abandon. The elderly couple sat at the dining table, along with Linger and Tu. The young wife served them food. Upon seeing her husband return with a bellows, her large eyes were filled with concern. "Chuan, did you really bring back the bellows without arguing with your uncle?" Yuan, "I quarreled with that old scoundrel, and since there was no dinner at his house, I brought my aunt here. I told her to discuss the matter, and you should let her stay for dinner." Everyone at the table heard Qin Chuan's words. The elderly man's brow furrowed tightly. "Xiao Chuan, is your uncle the village chief? I sought him out today to ask for help lifting a pipe, but he told me to find you. If you're not home, how am I supposed to find you?" "It's still your Uncle Chun who helps me," Qin Chuan grunted, sitting down with a plate of cold noodles. "Uncle Qian, if you need anything, contact me. If I'm unavailable, reach out to Uncle Chun. If he is not around, just go door to door asking for help, saying I arranged it. Those who assist will earn $5 each." The elderly man needed help. Qin Chuan clarified the arrangements for calling upon others. "All right, Xiao Chuan, I will follow your instructions in the future." Just then, his aunt entered through the front door. She had longed to enter, but her husband had threatened her, claiming he would break her legs if she dared set foot in the yard. Fear was evident in her eyes. The daughter-in-law kindly greeted her. "Aunt, Chuan said you haven't had dinner yet. Please sit and eat." Yuan. "Chuan said you wanted to speak with me. What is it?" The woman hesitated, seemingly intent on leaving once she heard what Yuan had to say. "Aunt, please eat first, and after dinner, I will tell you." However, the woman did not sit at the table. Linger stood up, pulling her aunt down into a seat. "Aunt, sit and enjoy the meal. My sister-in-law made cold noodles with cilantro. They are delicious." The woman sat on the stool, picked up her chopsticks, and ate a plate of cold noodles, crying quietly, her mouth full and unable to articulate her thoughts. Yuan pondered how to approach her aunt with a reason for conversation. She recalled how her aunt had secretly slipped her $1 before, while they were working together on her uncle's land. When her aunt had given Lingo $1, she had also given Yuan one, saying, Yuan, you've worked hard. Take this $1, but do not tell your uncle I gave it to you. He will hit me." Remembering this, Yuan turned and pulled $10 from her bag, discreetly placing it in her pocket. After finishing a plate of cold noodles, her aunt could no longer eat, setting down her chopsticks, her expression pitiful. Yuan, what did you want to discuss with me?" Yuan tugged her aunt into the kitchen, forcefully slipping the $10 into her pocket while whispering, "Aunt, take this $10 quietly, and do not let my uncle see it. If he hits you again, come to me, and tell Chuan. He will protect you." Yuan understood that Chuan was not as heartless as he seemed. Her uncle was her uncle, and her aunt was her aunt. He could still discern the difference. In recent days, Yuan had been unable to comprehend Chuan's intense anger toward her uncle. Was it merely because he had called her a ruined shoe? Wang Huaxiong's mother even referred to herself as a broken shoe. Why did he not confront her? In the village, many people either openly curse themselves or harbor such sentiments internally. Does Chuan engage in battles with them? The rumors surrounding Qin Jianmen's bullying of female intellectuals are mere whispers, with no one witnessing the events firsthand. Yuanyuan pondered that Qin Jianmen's psychological aberrations were the cause of Chuanzi's disdain towards him. The cave was adorned with a curtain, and Yuanyuan discreetly handed her aunt 10 yuan. ensuring that no one outside could see. A woman emerged from the cave, her hand tucked into her clothing pocket. Her head bowed as she hurriedly departed. She did not return home. After a few moments of contemplation, she entered her eldest son's courtyard, clutching the 10 yuan. With that amount, her daughter-in-law would likely allow her to stay the night. Chapter 76. Is the wife beautiful? From dawn till dusk, laboring tirelessly throughout the day. The primary objective is to earn a living. However, that is not the most fundamental purpose. In this moment of night, embracing and drawing close to the young wife is the essence of it all. Chuan, wash up and sleep. Every evening, hearing his wife's soft voice utter those words makes Qin Chuan feel that no matter how arduous the day was, it was all worthwhile. The man's palms caressed her soft, fair, and yielding. His young wife had been feasting on eggs and rice, her body pleasantly plump. Wife, you are truly wonderful. I can hardly believe it's real. 10,000 yuan, such a thought never crossed my mind. I mean, this moment is truly marvelous. I can't sleep now. Will the next batch of trousers really sell at once? Over 10,000, you know. Why do you always think about making that money? Chuan, I feel like I'm dreaming. Yuanyuan, I feel the same way. In Daping Village, there exists a platoon of 20-year-old bachelors. Only Qin Chuan experiences the most splendid nights. Feeling out of place in the two cave dwellings, envying their lives. Qin Chuan thought it was all a dream, while Zhou Yuanyuan felt slightly disconnected from that notion. As the young wife pressed closer, she pulled the quilt over her head. Why cover your head? Are you shy? No, I have something serious to discuss. Please listen. The quilt shifted, snugly fitting, as this matter was of utmost importance at that moment. The man replied playfully, why don't you be serious on top then? How annoying. I just want you to listen. Qin Chuan, hesitant to move, inquired with concern. Does it hurt? Has it been painful for several days? If you come every night. How could it not hurt? Can we do it every other day? All right, I will come again during the day tomorrow, but I won't come at night. The young wife firmly rejected the idea of daytime visits, though she said that, if it truly hurt, they could postpone it for a couple of days. It really hurts. Zhou Yuanyuan was not merely expressing discomfort, it was genuine pain. Well, let us get to the serious matter. What serious matter were you about to discuss? You made me forget. Let me think. After half a minute, Zhou Yuanyuan recalled. Linger said she is going to sleep at Datu's house. Didn't she tell you? What? The elder brother was startled, sitting up abruptly. It hurts. The young wife cried out again in pain. That Zhang Baozheng, that Datu. I even praised his industriousness. He certainly has ulterior motives. No wonder he has been buying Lingo sandals and earrings these past few days. It was all for this purpose. No wonder Ling has not returned so late. She must be nestled in Baozheng's embrace. Zhang Baozheng toils diligently at his stall, ultimately with this intention. It's rather disheartening. Yet understandable, a young man of 19, preoccupied with the notion of earning a living to marry. His arduous efforts culminate in this singular aspiration. Qin Chuan dressed hastily. Descending from his bed. Chuan, what are you doing? I'm heading to Daitu's place. My sister is only 15. Can he not wait 3 years? What kind of talk is this? Zhou Yuanyuan also sat up, her tone impatient. Why the rush? Let me finish. Ling said she is sleeping at Aunt Chun's with Xiaohua and Tiaohong. She never mentioned sleeping with Baozheng. You are merely imagining things. Qin Chuan had been away for 10 days, and the 4 girls were sharing a bed at Aunt Chun's. Now, with Ling sleeping alongside them. Zhou Yuanyuan found no issue. However, the situation was indeed concerning. Zhang Chun and his wife were intent on making Ling Baozheng's bride. With Ling residing in their home, devoid of a sister-in-law to watch over her, it was possible they might allow her to sleep with Baozheng. Precautions were necessary. Such occurrences were not unheard of in Daping Village. It was too early, Ling was still growing, and it could only bring harm. No, I cannot rest easy. I must go and check. Oh, Chuan, Ling sleeps alone every night. Let her be with Xiaohua and Tiaohong. No, she has no family there. Qin Chuan dashed to Uncle Chun's courtyard. The light from the kerosene lamp in the right-side room illuminated Ling, who was laughing and joking with her 2 cousins. Blissfully unaware of any concern. It was a false alarm. He had feared she was sleeping with Baozheng, merely his own unfounded worries. Qin Chuan approached the window. Peering through the paper gaps, Ling was holding 2 delicate earrings, showcasing them to her sisters. Xiaohua, aren't they beautiful? I'll have Daitu buy you both a pair tomorrow. Xiaohua murmured, Sister Ling, you're my brother's wife, he'll buy you earrings. But he wouldn't buy them for me. Besides, I can't wear earrings to school, can I? Xiaohua, who said I'm Daitu's wife? I refuse to be his wife. My mother said so. What your mother says doesn't count. Well, my father said so too. Will you deny it? What your father says doesn't count either. Xiaohua chuckled. Sisterling, then who does it count for? No one's opinion matters. It's time for bed. The young girls shared their secrets, undisturbed. Qin Chuan turned to enter the main room. The light was also on there. Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun had not yet retired. Quietly discussing something. Uncle Chun, I remembered something I need to clarify. Zhang Chun rose. Smiling as he beckoned Qin Chuan, your Aunt Chun and I were just discussing a matter, considering you need to rise early tomorrow for your outing. We didn't dare to visit your home at this hour. Qin Chuan was curious whether the matter he had mentioned aligned with what Uncle Chun was deliberating. Uncle Chun, please go ahead. Qin, while Qin Jiamin has abandoned village affairs, the water channel needs repairing and the field ridges must be secured. Once the water is drawn, it can irrigate the fields, but someone must take the lead in this work. It is quite evident that this leader can only be you. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Indeed, they were speaking of the same thing. Uncle Chun, I have come to discuss this matter with you. I am unable to rally everyone to work. You must summon the people from each household in the water bend. Those who possess land must contribute their labor. We need to repair the irrigation channels and reinforce the embankments within the next 10 days, so that the wells can be utilized for watering the fields. Over the past few years, Waterbend has leveled 500 acres of land. And now we are prepared for irrigation. Once the mechanized well is completed, we will be able to irrigate. Year after year, we have waited. And now the channels are nearly filled in. This 500 acres of the most fertile land is currently sown with wheat, which has already withered. If we can water it in 10 days, we can clear the wheat and plant millet and buckwheat for another harvest. Should I go door to door? Zhang Chun's voice wavered slightly, uncertain whether they would heed my call. Uncle Chun, just say it was my instruction. Those who do not contribute their labor shall not receive water for their fields. Let them rely on relief grain if they choose. Zhang Chun chuckled. Very well. I shall convey your words. Let us see who dares to disobey. Chuan, you are the village chief now. The village chief is my third uncle, who will return in October. Uncle Chun, you should lead the efforts in the meantime. Your third uncle is returning in October? Did your uncle Yuan mention this? It is not impossible for someone in charge of the factory to be aware of matters in the military. The two shared a knowing smile. Uncle Chun, do get some rest. We have a busy day ahead. Qin Chuan turned and dashed home. His heart still heavy with worry about how to handle the situation with Linger and Zhang Datu, who had gone to sleep together so early. Reflecting on the circumstances, it was evident that their unique environment and backgrounds warranted special consideration. He tiptoed into his dwelling. Wife, are you asleep? The little darling was bustling about, restless throughout the day, and still had to attend to her husband at night. It was indeed no easy task. Saying she was asleep, she quickly succumbed to slumber. There was an important matter he had yet to share with her. Uncle Yuan had asked someone to find her mother, if they succeeded. It would bring her greater joy than earning 10,000 yuan. Qin Chuan pondered further, realizing he could not disclose this matter to Yuanyuan prematurely. If he mentioned it too soon, she would anxiously await the news, and if they failed to find her mother, her disappointment would be profound. He decided it was best to wait until they had concrete information before revealing it to her. Chapter 77, The Fleet of Stalls at the Break of Dawn. Qin Chuan stood at the threshold of fourth grandfather's home. Fourth grandpa. Hey. When there was no response, he raised his voice. Old man, are you still asleep? Logically, a 70-year-old should not be in deep slumber at this hour, yet his calls went unanswered. He decided to enter uninvited. It was his own donkey, after all, and he needed to harness the cart. Qin Chuan understood fourth grandpa's concerns. He feared that his reckless grandson might have sold the donkey cart again, neglecting to bring the donkey back home. They had 3 carts, the one belonging to Baozhong, fourth uncle's mule cart, and their own donkey cart, loading vegetables for the city. They earned 50 yuan more than the previous day. An additional 50 yuan was no trivial amount. Observing the donkey's round belly indicated that fourth grandpa had fed it well the previous night. He secured the harness and prepared the cart, weaving a circle of reeds around the front and back of the vehicle. The door creaked open, and Qin Wansheng emerged, still half asleep. What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Why are you leaving at such an hour? Grandpa, I will be back early. Here's 5 yuan for you. I don't want your money. Just weigh me a pound of that fragrant flower tea, the kind you measured last time. All right, Grandpa, I will bring you a cart. But don't think 5 yuan is too little. Qin Wansheng fell silent for a minute, observing his grandson as he prepared to leave the courtyard. He then remarked, fetch some city newspapers for your fourth grandmother. Where am I to procure newspapers for you? Can you even comprehend them? Your fourth grandmother claims the newspaper is soft for wiping, and you run to the city daily, so you should bring some for her. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Sure. I will get some newspapers for wiping. His own wife also desired the newspapers not for wiping, but to adorn the edges of their cave dwelling for aesthetic appeal. He planned to purchase 2 bundles of soft paper from a grand store in the city, one for his wife's younger sister and one for his fourth grandmother and grandfather. If 2 bundles were insufficient, he would acquire 3, with an additional bundle for Aunt Chun's family. The donkey cart was pulled out from the courtyard of his grandfather's house. Passing by Qin Jinxing's residence, where his mule cart was already awaiting at the entrance, Qin Chuan smiled. Fourth uncle, I said I rose early, but you are up even earlier. Indeed, Chuan, when venturing far to earn a living, one must be diligent. The earlier one departs, the sooner one returns. The villagers are watching our every move. Qin Jinxing had earned 23 yuan the previous day, which, if saved for 40 years, would amount to 500 or 600. He had been so excited he had barely slept through the night, and had risen even earlier that morning. As the mule and donkey carts passed Zhang Chun's house, they noticed that the large-headed donkey cart had yet to be harnessed. Qin Chuan called out from the entrance, Baozhong, are you ready? We're off. Coming. Just a moment, replied Baozhong, his mouth full as he emerged from the house. Swiftly, he harnessed the donkey cart and led it out of the courtyard. Aunt Chun brought forth a pot of chive dumplings, inviting Qin Chuan and Qin Jinxing to eat. Have some before you leave, there's still time. In Daping Village, Aunt Chun was the earliest riser, preparing a delicious meal for those heading out to catch a ride. Her son had only been away for less than a month, and Qin Chuan had purchased a new bicycle for their family for 180 yuan. The couple had discussed this matter late into the night. The diligent woman rose early to make chive dumplings for Chuanzi before his departure. Qin Chuan accepted the food container with a smile, saying, Aunt Chun, we shall eat your breakfast on the road. You've worked hard, rising even earlier than us. Oh, Chuan, you flatter us. You folks endure the true hardship, running back and forth to the county town each day, filled with worry. Aunt, is there anything you need from the home? Should the 2 bring something back for you? No need. The day after tomorrow, our village will have a market. Items will be cheaper than in the city's grand stores. Every penny saved counts. Now that we have a bicycle, it will be much easier to attend the market. Aunt Chun, have you learned to ride the bicycle? Yuan is teaching me. I practiced all day yesterday, and with another day of practice today, I should be able to ride. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Yuan mentioned she was in pain, likely from the bicycle's discomfort. Surely, there could be no reason for pain in married life. Aunt Chun, please take good care of my wife and sister. We are off. The people of Daping Village began to set out, from the first donkey cart to the second, and then to the third mule cart. In just a few days, a convoy would enter the city to set up stalls for trade. They chatted and laughed along the way, enjoying their most delightful day of selling. Brother Chuan, has Linger stayed behind today? She followed me for 2 days but did not rise this morning. I mentioned last night that she should accompany to 2, so that your sister-in-law would not be alone. Thus, she decided not to go today. Halfway along the journey, Qin Chuan turned back to look, but there was no sight of a bicycle. He inquired of Baozhong, is Wang Huaxiang not coming today? Who knows? Who manages this? He almost got into a fight with me last night. What? You almost fought with him? Why? Why did you nearly come to blows with Wang Huaxiang? Baozhong has to clarify this with Chuan Gu. Last night, Baozhong left Chuan Ji's house to return home and overheard him inciting those waiting to draw water at the well, saying that anyone wanting to sell vegetables in the city should follow him. He claimed one could easily earn at least 10 yuan a day. Baozhong felt that this fellow was disrupting his market, so he went over and exchanged a few heated words, demanding Wang Huaxiang repay him. Recently, Wang Huaxiang borrowed 2 yuan from Baozhong when he went to the city, promising to return it once he had the money. Now that he has earned, why hasn't he repaid it? Wang Huaxiang refused to return it, arguing that those 2 yuan were for helping Baozhong watch his stall. Helping? He merely stood by and watched Baozhong handle the money. He didn't assist at all. At this point, Baozhong was infuriated. Chuan good. Director Zhou greeted him warmly yesterday, shook his hand, and encouraged him to work well with Chuan Gu to earn money and prosper. He enthusiastically agreed, claiming he would indeed work hard with Chuan Gu. Yet, after selling vegetables yesterday, not only did he fail to return my 2 yuan, but he didn't even come to settle accounts with you, which infuriated me. Baozhong implied that most of Wang Huaxiang's earnings yesterday should rightfully belong to Chuan Gu. Even if they weren't entirely Chuan Ji's, returning home without a word to Chuan Gu was quite an attitude. Chuan Gu, we cannot associate with that young man. If he wishes to stand with us today, you must send him away. Dotto, I have no grounds to expel him from setting up his stall in the city. Yet, he cannot leech off our popularity. Director Zhou might think he is part of our team. Dotto, he will inevitably cause trouble. 2 hours later. At the entrance of Shirley Tun, Farmer Li Bo had just sent off another tractor and was busy loading vegetables, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His business was flourishing, with Qin Chuan's 3 carts carrying over 1,000 pounds of vegetables being a significant factor. Boss Qin, you all rush out with donkey carts every day. The business at the supply and marketing cooperative in the city must be struggling, as those 2 tractors are transporting fewer vegetables now. Qin Chuan, busy with his work, replied cheerfully, Li Bo, it's not that serious. There are over 100,000 people in Jingning County, with just our 3 donkey carts. How much impact could we have on the supply and marketing cooperative? 3. In recent days, over a dozen have been added. My vegetables are insufficient for them, so I had to send some to the fields up front. Qin Chuan straightened up and gazed into the distance, noticing several mule carts transporting vegetables. Are they really not being monitored in the city streets? It's not that they aren't monitoring. They've begun collecting stall management fees these past few days. As the 3 carts entered the county, they were stopped at the city entrance by the Industrial and Commercial Administration. Chapter 78, Collection of Management Fees, 3 yuan per cart. At the city entrance, 3 uniformed administrators wearing wide-brimmed hats stopped the small vendors setting up stalls. Qin Chuan quietly asked, Dotto, were they also blocking here yesterday? No. It seems they've started checking from today. No worries, we have the proper paperwork. They boldly approached. The official with the wide-brimmed hat directly asked, Are the 3 animal carts together? Do you have a business license? The business license was in Ba Zhang's bag, so he took it out to show the officials. Shops number 1 and 2, on Textile Road. The row of shops has yet to be constructed, does it not? The man with the broad-brimmed hat is the head of the business administration team. Qin Chuan interjects, Leader, please take a look at the small print below. The team leader then glances at the small print, which clearly states that the animal carts are permitted to set up stalls in the cotton mill's residential area, with a transitional period lasting 1 year. The business officer nods in agreement. This business license was issued by Director Zhou, so there are no issues. You simply need to pay an additional 10 yuan management fee, calculated based on the number of vehicles. For 3 vehicles, the fee amounts to 10 yuan. This management fee is rather steep. Qin Chuan promptly produces 10 yuan to pay, receiving a receipt stamped by the Business Administration Department, validating the charge. He then inquires of the fee-collecting team leader, is the 10 yuan to be paid monthly? As he poses the question, his gaze drifts to the distance, where Wang Huaxiong approaches on his bicycle, bag strapped to both sides of the rear seat. Team leader Chun waves for him to come over. Responding to Qin Chuan's earlier query, whether it will be monthly has not yet been determined. It is possible that charges may be levied daily. The influx of street vendors into the city has been increasing, prompting the business administration to dispatch personnel to maintain order, primarily with the aim of collecting management fees. The bicycles behind Wang Huaxiong are now blocked. He shouts, Why are you blocking me? I am part of the 3 animal carts ahead. Those carts have already moved a considerable distance away. The man in the broad-brimmed hat responds with skepticism, part of the same group? They didn't mention a bicycle when they paid. Are you attempting to deceive us? We truly belong together. We are all from Daping Village. The person leading the stall is Qin Chuan, along with Zhang Baozheng and Qin Jiansheng. I am Wang Huaxiong. After a moment's consideration, the man with the broad-brimmed hat agrees to let him through. You may enter for 3 yuan, he states. Today, fees are being collected based on vehicles. A donkey cart would typically incur a 5 yuan charge, but due to the presence of a business license, the previous 3 carts were collectively charged 10 yuan. This bicycle incurs a fee of 3 yuan. The team leader of the business administration has another tactic to intimidate him into compliance. Your documentation does not mention bicycles. As a rule, bicycles are not permitted to carry vegetables. Do you understand? Wang Huaxiong is perplexed. Yesterday, there was no mention of any fees. What is this charge? Is it simply extortion? The officer, who had been jovial while collecting fees, suddenly turned stern upon hearing this. The young man earlier had been agreeable, immediately producing 10 yuan upon request, while the 2 companions behind him had said nothing. He remembers the name on the business license, which is Qin. Yet this young man dares to equate legitimate charges with robbery. Whether they are in cahoots remains uncertain. What are you insinuating? Do you think we are robbers? You earn 80 or 100 a day. Do we need to rob you of 3 yuan? Are you aware of the business tax regulations? Do not assume anyone can just set up shop. As of today, we are enforcing strict regulations, and those who do not meet the criteria are prohibited from vending. Wang Huaxiong's expression contorts with discomfort. Public officials are not to be trifled with, and he wears a forced smile. At this moment, he has not a single cent to his name, having given all his earnings from yesterday to his mother, leaving him with 6 yuan to buy leeks today. He had hoped to return home today with a steady 20 yuan in hand. However, upon reaching the entrance of the city, he was met with an immediate demand for 3 yuan. A group of men, clad in broad-brimmed hats, eyed him intently, waiting for their payment. I truly have no money to pay, he protested. No money? Then leave those 2 bags of vegetables behind. You can reclaim them once you have the funds, they retorted. Wang Huaxiong felt his legs weaken. Reclaim? What use is that? The leeks are stowed in the bags, and under the afternoon sun, they will wilt and turn yellow. Who would want them then? He turned back home, contemplating asking his mother for 3 yuan, though he knew full well she would refuse. Moreover, the journey back would take over an hour, and by the time he returned to the cotton mill, Qin Chuan and his companions would have sold out their 3 carts of vegetables. He would miss the customers entirely. The most prudent course seemed to be heading into the city to borrow 3 yuan from Chuanzi and Dado, a matter that would only take 10 minutes. Comrade, I will certainly pay my taxes. I'm just going to ask Captain Qin for 3 yuan, he declared. In Wang Huaxiong's mind, Qin Chuan had become the captain of their market stall team from Daping Village. The 2 bags of vegetables were confiscated and abandoned on the ground. Wang Huaxiong made his way toward the cotton mill community in the city. 3 livestock carts had already entered the mill, where numerous women awaited the fresh greens. A few voices called out, "Oh, 3 carts of vegetables today. Is there any meat?" "Not today," Zhang Baozhong replied. His aunt's lamb had supplied 5 times but could not be brought in today. Qin Chuan noted that he would have to travel to other villages to gather sheep. After selling the vegetables, he planned to collect 2 more on the way back, slaughter them, and prepare them for sale the following morning. Let everyone know. There will be lamb for sale tomorrow. You know, if it's like the first time, it would be even better to get some pork, especially if it's fattier. In June, who among them had a pig to sell? The county's breeding farms would not sell a pig to private individuals. Chuanzi's words made sense. Baozhong. Uncle C, everyone wants pork. Let us do our utmost to procure some. While conversing, he meticulously arranged several varieties of greens. Brother Chuan, what do you suggest we do? With our business license, we could try our luck at the Santon breeding farm. If we can secure a pig, great. If not, there's nothing we can do. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time after selling our vegetables. All right, Brother Chuan, I'll go to the Santon breeding farm with Uncle C after we finish selling. These words were also meant for the customers. We will provide excellent service and do our utmost to get you pork. The greens sold even more swiftly. Wang Huaxiong rode up on his bicycle, anxious and breathless. Brother Chuan, I was stopped by the tax collector who demanded 3 yuan from me. Did they collect from you? Wang Huaxiong, you don't even know who they are? They're not police. They're from the market management. Each cart paid 3 yuan. So just pay yours and it will be settled, Zhang Dada responded. Qin Chuan cast a cold, contemptuous glance at Wang Huaxiong. Knowing that he had not paid and that the 2 bags of vegetables he carried had been confiscated, he had hurried here to borrow 3 yuan. After finishing with a few customers, Qin Chuan turned to address Wang Huaxiong. You want to borrow money from me? I was going to ask Brother Dado. Wang Huaxiong replied sheepishly, sensing from Qin Chuan's gaze and expression that borrowing from him would be futile. Zhang Data discerned his intentions. Wang Jiatsai was indeed unwell. Wang Huaxiong, you are fully aware that this stall belongs to Brother Chuan, so why do you seek to borrow money from me? Brother Chuan will not lend you anything. So be on your way. Wang Huaxiong pleaded with a tone of desperation. Dadu, it's merely 3 yuan. Once I sell my 130 jin of vegetables, I shall return it to you immediately. Inquire with Brother Chuan. Don't direct your questions at me. Zhang Baozhong ceased to engage with him further. Wang Huaxiong, anxious, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. With so many people gathering to sell vegetables, 3 carts worth, if this batch is sold out, he would be left with his 130 jin of leeks, which he would have to carry back unsold. Contemplating this, Wang Huaxiong turned to Qin Chuan. Beseeching him earnestly, Brother Chuan, I spoke with the fee collector, informing them that you are the leader of our Daping Village team, and that I was borrowing 3 yuan from you. Qin Chuan coldly inquired, and then? Only then would they allow me entry. Qin Chuan scrutinized Wang Huaxiong for a full minute. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he merely pretending? Wang Huaxiong did comprehend. Yet he had no desire to be part of Qin Chuan's team. The implication of Qin Chuan's and then was clear. If I hand over this 3 yuan for you to pay the tax, your bicycle laden with over 100 jin of vegetables must be sold alongside the team, and the accounts settled collectively. The underlying message remained, I guarantee you a minimum of 10 yuan, with a 30% commission. Had he grasped this, he would have readily acquiesced. However, Wang Huaxiong was unwilling to comply. He sought to exploit Qin Chuan's connections and clientele without sharing a single cent with anyone else. Qin Chuan recognized that he was not an ideal partner. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. His mother's quarrels with Chun, during which she insulted Zhou Yuanyuan as a promiscuous woman, was something Qin Chuan could not tolerate. Wang Huaxiong, have you ever advised your mother to refrain from speaking to my wife in such a manner? This inquiry from Qin Chuan was straightforward. He expected Wang Huaxiong to grasp its significance. I have tried, but my mother is just that sort of person. Now is not the time to discuss this, is it? What relevance did borrowing 3 yuan have to his mother? Zhang Baozhang, exasperated, interjected, Wang Huaxiong. Do you truly fail to comprehend Brother Chuan's meaning? If you cannot understand this, how can you expect to borrow money from him? Qin Chuan ignored him, continuing to attend to the customers, handing over vegetables, collecting payments, and providing change as necessary. Brother Chuan, will you lend or not? If you're not comfortable, then go somewhere cooler. Do not disturb me. Qin Chuan urged him to leave. You are so selfish. I have already ventured into the city. And you expect me to watch my over 100 jin of vegetables perish? Qin Chuan abruptly raised his gaze, realizing just how shameless Wang Huaxiong truly was. Do you dare question me again? Qin Jinshen could no longer endure the situation. Wang Huaxiong, how dare you accuse Brother Chuan of selfishness? He single-handedly contributed 2,000 yuan to drill a well for our village, and you dare to call him selfish? What kind of mindset is that? Stay out of this. Wang Huaxiong's mind raced. Today, these 2 bags of leeks would not sell. He would have to return to Daping Village to trade them for wheat or corn. He turned his bicycle around and departed. Zhang Dada gazed at his retreating figure, perplexed by Wang Huaxiong's thought process. To earn money, one must draw close to Brother Chuan. However, he prefers to go solo. Brother Chuan advises him to focus on selling vegetables, manage the accounts diligently, and avoid giving customers incorrect change. If only Linger were by my side, he muses, then I would no longer worry about the calculations. Perhaps I shall bring Linger along tomorrow? That seems feasible. Yet, Qin Chuan wonders if the tax collectors might withhold Wang Huaxiong's 130 jin of leeks. These leeks had indeed been confiscated by Captain Qin. After departing, Captain Qin engaged in a separate conversation with his subordinates. That lad does not appear to belong to Boss Qin's group. Otherwise, Boss Qin would not have merely glanced at him before walking away without uttering a word. Now, it remains to be seen whether he can reclaim his 3 yuan. Wang Huaxiong approached them on his bicycle, casting a glance at the 2 bags discarded on the ground. Wearing an awkward smile. Comrades, I shall not enter the city. I will take my vegetables back. Captain Qin signaled to his subordinates, stepping aside to block another tractor. His subordinate confronted Wang Huaxiong. Did you not claim to be part of their team? Why did you not ask for the 3 yuan? Wang Huaxiong's voice lacked conviction. Brother Chuan said I had no money. It all went into the vegetables. The business uniform despises such individuals. You cannot even lie properly. You are not from the same team. So why are you trying to latch onto them? Go home and fetch the money to complete the paperwork. A notice had been issued from above, encouraging individual entrepreneurs to develop in a healthy and orderly manner. This meant that those who needed to obtain permits and pay taxes should do so, and those who owed management fees should pay as well. Those who neither require permits nor pay fees, while spewing lies, would be barred from entry. Do they still wish to take away these leeks? A healthy and orderly environment implies the protection of stalls that possess permits and are willing to pay. Everyone wishes to set up shop. What need do we have for the business administrators then? This lad claimed to have sold vegetables yesterday as well. How much did you sell yesterday? Inquired the man in the wide-brimmed hat. 130 jin, he replied. The man in the wide-brimmed hat nodded. You may go back now. Do not return tomorrow. The implication was that yesterday's fee, combined with today's management fee, would cover this 130 jin of leeks. Wang Huaxiong was taken aback. What? Are you implying that you will confiscate my vegetables? If you pay the 3 yuan, they will not be confiscated, and you will be allowed to sell them in the city. Wang Huaxiong shouted, You are robbing me. You are just like them. From a distance, Captain Qin returned, hearing the lad accuse them of being akin to robbers for the second time. Hey, who do you say we resemble? You are just like those robbers from Yuanyuan. The business team leader kicked out, sending Wang Huaxiong tumbling to the ground. Do you dare to shout again? Do you think I won't confiscate your bicycle as well? No permit, no management fee, and you still believe you have a right to complain? Wang Huaxiong scrambled to his feet, approached his bicycle, pushed it a short distance, then mounted it, not looking back. The business team leader surveyed the 2 bags on the ground, contemplating for half a minute. He instructed his subordinates. Take them to the cotton spinning factory, deliver them to Boss Qin, and request another 3 yuan. Captain, I thought we might take these 2 bags of leeks back and share them for dumplings. Nonsense. Do they truly think we are attempting a robbery? Let us transport these goods to Boss Qin for sale. One of Captain Qin's subordinates also rides a bicycle. The leadership has promised that those who perform well will earn more, and they will be provided with motorcycles. The team members are exceedingly enthusiastic. We loaded 2 bags of vegetables and headed towards the cotton spinning factory community. A portion of Qin Chuan's 3 carts of vegetables has already been sold. An industrial administrator, clad in uniform and wearing a cap, rode up on his bicycle, carrying 2 bags of leeks to his stall. Zhang Baozheng felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously greeted him. Comrade, we have already paid our fees. What more do you want from us? Do not misunderstand, replied the team member. Captain Chun instructed us to sell these 2 bags of leeks for you. Zhang Baozheng firmly explained that they were not connected to him and that they should not be troubled. After a moment's thought, the team member modified his tone slightly. You give us 3 yuan, and we will sell these 2 bags of leeks for you. Then hand over the money to that fellow who ran off without paying. Zhang Baozheng quickly grasped the situation. He paid the 3 yuan, and the leeks were extracted from the bags and displayed for all to choose from. Brother Chuan had just stepped out, claiming he was going to the large store to purchase some daily necessities and to negotiate business with the salesgirl. Zhang Daitu felt a surge of excitement, silently thinking he would give Wang Huaxiong a piece of his mind. Outwardly, he responded, all right, I'll help him sell them. Once the broad-brimmed had departed, Zhang Baozheng was all smiles. Uncle Jianxing, have you understood? This is Wang Huaxiong's fate. Aha, he only set up yesterday. Qin Jianxing comprehended. Daitu, I see it now. Without your brother Chuan, he cannot conduct this business. Indeed, Uncle Jianxing, his cleverness has led to his downfall. Such a person is easily dismissed by brother Chuan. Qin Jianxing furrowed his brow and inquired. Daitu, are you saying your brother Chuan went to speak with a girl? Yes, that girl came from our village, the one who delivered water that day. Brother Chuan is negotiating a significant business deal. You need not speculate foolishly. This grand business arrangement had been entrusted to Qin Chuan by Zhang Daitu, and he was advised not to discuss it indiscriminately, not even with his own partners. Chapter 80. Honestly confess your relationship with Sister Li Yin. Qin Chuan purchased some daily necessities for the family, while casually checking how well the jeans in Sister Li Yan's possession were selling. 127 pairs of jeans sold out in her hands within 3 days? At 30 yuan each, customers could hardly rush in like they were grabbing vegetables. Sister Li Yin was not at the large store. Another girl was tinning her counter. Qin Chuan directly inquired, where is Sister Li Yin? She hasn't been at the counter for 2 days. Are you shopping or looking for her? Qin Chuan felt it prudent to make his purchases first. How much for a pound of flour tea, a pound of white sugar, and 3 packs of soft toilet paper? The shop assistant greeted the customers, typically with an air of superiority, asking, do you have tea and sugar tickets? No. Without those, what do you expect to buy? Qin Chuan smiled wryly. Without Sister Li Yin, he could not procure his tea and sugar. The shop assistant crossed her arms and suddenly asked, did you come in here asking about Sister Li Yin? Do you even know who she is that you are so concerned? The shop assistant, misinterpreting the situation, assumed that this young man was infatuated with Li Yin, her tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Qin Chuan deliberately retorted, who is she? Why shouldn't I inquire? She is the daughter of the county chief, and you, a mere country bumpkin, think you have a chance? What are you even imagining? At this hour, around 1 in the afternoon, the large store was sparsely populated, and the few girls appeared rather idle, their gazes fixated on him. As Qin Chuan conversed with them, his eyes wandered to their legs, clad in denim. He was somewhat taken aback. Their meager salaries barely amounted to 30 yuan a month. Could these girls truly afford to spend that much on jeans? It seemed like a ploy by Li Yin, having first secured the favor of her colleagues. The tone of the girls revealed that they were vying for the county chief's approval, orbiting around Li Yin. Li Yin had monopolized the clothing sales, and they were merely the initial wave of support. The more Xiao Zhang observed this young man, the more she loathed him. Where are your eyes wandering? Haven't you seen city folk wearing jeans before? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out, she threatened. Her colleagues toned harsh as she shot a sidelong glance at the country lad, eager to reprimand him. In recent days, such individuals had been abundant, wandering aimlessly with no intention of purchasing anything, their eyes leering at the legs of her companions. They were utterly detestable. Are there any jeans left? Qin Chuan inquired deliberately. wishing to ascertain whether the pants had sold out, thus gauging market trends. What makes you think a country boy like you could afford them? Hey, young man. We're only wearing these jeans as models for Lian. We can't afford them ourselves. Why are you asking such foolish questions? Qin Chuan shook his head, sighed softly, and smiled as he clarified. I merely wish to know if there are any left, if they haven't sold out. Wouldn't 500 pairs be rather ambitious for her next order? The girls exchanged glances. They had heard Li Yin mention that her next inventory would include 500 pairs of jeans. How did this young man know? They had noticed him previously, pulling a donkey cart to purchase goods, and had inquired about his identity. Li Yin had casually dismissed him as an inconsequential country bumpkin. Li Yin had mentioned that the jeans were sourced from Lan City. How could a mere country lad driving a donkey cart know that Li Yin planned to order 500 pairs, unless he was her boyfriend? There was no way he would be privy to such information. Suddenly, the 4 shop assistants encircled him, their eyes narrowing in accusation. Confess honestly. What is your relationship with Li Yin? Indeed, if you didn't have a special connection, how could she possibly inform you about her next order of 500 pairs of jeans? Each pair earned 5 yuan, totaling a profit of 2,500 yuan for 500 pairs. Li Yan's earnings in a month could rival what we earn in 6 or 7 years, which is outrageous. In reality, one cannot earn 2,500 yuan a month. In these times, after paying taxes and contributing to income pooling, and considering she must safeguard her public position, her additional income would not exceed 1,000 yuan. Selling 127 pairs of jeans at the large store, earning 5 yuan per pair, her income would hardly surpass 1,000 yuan. Qin Chuan had come to see Li Yin to discuss this matter. Realizing that these women were not to be trifled with, Qin Chuan felt the situation taking a turn for the worse and prepared to turn and flee. Li Yan's voice rang out with a sharp reprimand at the door. What are you doing? Can't you see a few customers waiting to make purchases? Li Yin, confess honestly. Is he your boyfriend? If you don't come clean, we won't assist you in selling those jeans. What nonsense about boyfriends and girlfriends? His wife is far more beautiful than I am, and you all are unmarried, acting like gossips. This remark left several of her friends disheartened. They had hoped to catch Li Yin off guard and leverage it against her. 3 female sales assistants attended to the customers, while another pressed closely to Li Yin. Her demeanor tense. This guy knows that you're bringing in 500 pairs of jeans next time. Is that so? I need to find out how he knows. Keep an eye on the counter for me. Li Yin shot Qin Chuan a look, her tone serious. Come with me to the office. Her authoritative tone suggested that Qin Chuan was beneath her. She felt that she could afford to speak this way, as she did not consider herself less attractive than his wife. At the back of the large store was the office where they took shifts. Li Yin unlocked the door with a key. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Sister Li Yin, why not discuss this outside? I'm afraid being in here might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? What could they possibly think? How can you speak of your female colleagues in such a manner? Li Yin retorted sharply. As if I'm concerned about what they think. Are you with them or with me? You are a big business owner making substantial profits. Why would you care about their words? Qin Chuan straightened his posture, asserting, who said I care about their opinions? A person of significance, focused on great endeavors, would never stoop to petty concerns. Li Yin poured a glass of water for Qin Chuan, then filled her own. I went to the cotton mill residential area looking for you. Your brother told me you were at the department store, so I rushed over. Can you expedite the jeans? I can't. It's not my logistics vehicle, nor is it a dedicated truck for clothing deliveries. It can't be rushed. Li Yin sighed. I simply lack the capital, otherwise I would order 2,000 pairs. Qin Chuan grinned. Sister Li Yin, within a month, I'll have 2,000 pairs for you. Li Yin tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Qin Chuan's face. I believe you. The Copper City department store, the Yuanyuan market, and the Tongdu commercial plaza will each order 100 pairs. Trust me. Those 100 pairs in these few stores will sell out in less than 5 days. Afterward, they will order 500 more. And they will come to me for goods, which means they will come to you as well. Can you manage to bring in 2,000 pairs? 2,000 pairs will cost 20,000 yuan. 10 days later, Qin Chuan did not possess such funds. He had promised Uncle Yuan and set aside 5,000 to resolve his financial dilemma. Boss Qin, we must not let this opportunity slip away. You claim to be the sole agent for this style of jeans, but soon enough, other jean brands will enter the market. To earn this profit, we need to act swiftly. Li Yin was eager to meet with Qin Chuan to discuss this very matter, how to secure the funds for 2,000 pairs of jeans. I will find the money. You ensure the delivery of 2,000 quality pairs. Sister Li Yin, Are you suggesting you can procure 20,000 yuan? Her father was the deputy county chief, who supported the development of individual economies in Jingning County. With a little maneuvering, acquiring 20,000 yuan seemed feasible. In a flash of insight, a vague memory flickered in Qin Chuan's mind. Chapter 81. The challenge of securing a pork franchise license. Uncle Yuan once mentioned in prison that a deputy county head, with whom he had a rapport, was dismissed due to financial issues. Regardless of whether it concerns Deputy Li, the collaboration between him and Li Yin should not involve her father. Li Yin, I cannot agree to you seeking your father's assistance for funding. I will find a way, as long as we successfully sell these 500 pairs of jeans. The 20,000 yuan will not pose a problem for me. Li Yan's eyes widened. Hey, Boss Qin. I know you possess the vigor and determination to transport 180 jin of goods from the southern province all by yourself. But 20,000 yuan is not a trivial amount. Think it through. After finishing his drink, Qin Chuan replied, Sister Li Yan, you only need to handle 2,000 pairs of pants. Regarding the funding, heed my advice. Do not involve your father. Promise me this, and I assure you of my commitment to a fruitful partnership. Otherwise, I cannot engage in a long-term collaboration with you. An air of resolve emanated from Qin Chuan, leaving Li Yin momentarily stunned. I will reiterate, if you involve your father in our business, I will not partner with you. I mean what I say. Li Yin agreed verbally, stating, then it is settled. Qin Chuan admired her as a business partner. Although the 500 pairs of jeans were yet to materialize, she was already ordering 2,000 more. Sister Li Yin, if you wish to earn significant profits, you must resign from your position as a sales assistant in that large store. Otherwise, your hard-earned money will not truly be yours. Li Yin lifted her gaze to meet Qin Chuan's eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I understand. Once I acquire these 500 pairs, I will quit my job here. It was evident that she had reached this conclusion on her own. Sister Li Yin, let us step outside. Your colleagues seem to misunderstand our clandestine meetings in the office. Let them gossip. She was unfazed by their idle chatter. It was essential to forge her own path. And given the current climate, a few years of hard work could lead her to broader horizons. However, with her father's predicament, their family dynamics had become a hindrance to her progress. The issues surrounding Li Yin were beginning to reveal themselves. The two exited the office together. Qin Chuan stole a glance at her colleagues, who were casting sidelong glances and whispering disparaging remarks, as if believing themselves to be Li Yan's suitor. While purchasing items from Li Yan, she instantly reverted to her sales assistant demeanor, asking, what would you like? 1 jin of fine flour tea, 1 jin of white sugar, a pack of mixed pastries, 3 bundles of soft toilet paper, and also a few packs of sanitary napkins for my wife. Li Yan collected the items and placed them on the counter, remarking, take the sugar and tea to Xiaozhang for weighing. After a few calculations on the abacus, Li Yin collected the payment. That will be 2 yuan and 38 fun. Just give me 2 yuan and 30. Having completed the transaction, Qin Chuan turned to retrieve the tea and sugar from Xiaozhang's counter. However, he was halted by Li Yan's voice. Hey, I've never seen anyone buy sanitary napkins for their wife. You truly care for her. Her words were deliberately loud, meant for the ears of her 3 colleagues. Their eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the scene. Outside the large store, a donkey belonging to Qin Chuan peered curiously inside. Meanwhile, Brother Datu and Uncle C finished selling vegetables and headed to the beef noodle shop for lunch. Overhearing Qin Chuan's conversation within, Qin Jianxing entered the establishment. Uncle C, please purchase a bag of rice for the family. Do not allow Xiaohu and Xiaoping to subsist solely on millet porridge. Qin Jianxing chuckled. Chuan, Datu has also mentioned that I will buy a bag of rice when I return home today. He retrieved 20 jin of grain coupons, which he had meticulously saved through frugality. With these coupons, rice could be obtained at 2 mao per jin. In Daping Village, Qin Jianxing's household was among the few fortunate enough to afford rice. The 3 of them exited the store and proceeded to a beef noodle shop where Zhang Baozheng insisted on 2 bowls. Datu, do you consume 2 bowls of noodles every day after selling vegetables? Chuangu, I also have a steamed bun. I had too much of the chive boxes my mother made this morning, so I'm not in the mood for buns. Qin Jianxing was taken aback by the sight of 2 generously filled bowls of noodles. Datu, do not overindulge. Uncle Jianxing, I 1 tea overeat. I'll be hungry by the time I walk back. Zhang Dada had something more pressing to discuss with Chuangu. Chuangu, after you left, a businessman brought me 2 bags of chives from Wang Huaxiong to sell, weighing 130 jin. The businessman even charged me 3 yuan. We want to pay Wang Huaxiong for the chives. Qin Chuan contemplated another troubling matter. Would Wang Huaxiong return empty-handed without his mother causing a scene? If that shrewish mother dared to confront Yuan Yuan and her younger sister, Qin Chuan would not let her off easily. Do not run to Wang Huaxiong to boast about this. It is unnecessary to mention it to anyone. Just keep it to yourself as if it never happened. Understood. Chuan Gu. Having finished their meal, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and they still needed to visit the Santan aquaculture farm. Passing Yuanyuan, Zhang Baozhong muttered. I truly wish that Dong Dawei would meet with a bullet. What a nuisance. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. Brother, you will witness him facing justice soon. He committed highway robbery for 300 yuan, a serious offense, and the public trial will commence in a few days. A public trial? How do you know this? Chuan Gu? Zhang Baozhong pondered. After all, Chuan Gu spent every day with Uncle Yuanchao discussing such matters. How could he be unaware? Chuan Gu. It seems you did not seek out Uncle Yuanchao today. It is unnecessary to visit him every day. Going to the Santan aquaculture farm is more urgent. The Santan aquaculture farm is a public facility in Jingning County, and Qin Chuan knew that private vendors could not acquire a pig. In 1983, the atmosphere was shifting. He hoped to gauge the situation. Upon hearing that a private individual sought a pig, they flatly refused. All supply and marketing cooperatives and various institutional canteens were clamoring for meat. Could they spare any for private individuals? Did the director of the farm wish to forfeit his position? It would be another 3 to 5 years before meat supplies would be broadly released to individual vendors. Qin Chuan first made contact with the farm's management. Endeavoring to secure pork without meat coupons for the cotton mill workers, he realized that obtaining it by tomorrow was unlikely. Qin Chuan offered cigarettes and shook hands with the farm's representative, adorned with a smile of apology. After some discussion about the difficulties of making a living, he noticed a 200-gene pig being loaded onto a hand tractor by several individuals. Qin Chuan smiled and explained to Director Zhu, we possess a legitimate business license. Selling pork and mutton in the cotton mill community is compliant. Director Zhu took a puff from the Red Tower Mountain cigarette offered by Qin Chuan and clarified the situation. Your business license is insufficient. It is imperative to possess a special permit for the sale of pork before I can consider parting with a head of livestock. Director Zhu. Does this imply that the regulations have been slightly relaxed? You are rather astute. You grasped that with minimal explanation. Quietly, I slipped 10 yuan into Director Zhu's pocket. Oh, young man, do you not allow for any mistakes? Listen to me. If you can secure an individual business license, how could you possibly fail to obtain a special permit for pork sales? 2 private individuals have already obtained theirs. The purpose of my visit today was to convey this reminder. With my objective achieved, I turned to leave. DTU. You mentioned yesterday that your aunt's village has another sheep farm willing to provide you with 2 sheep. Please go fetch them. Uncle Jiansheng and I shall return home first to inspect the well project and ensure the water channel is being properly maintained. Though I voiced such sentiments, I was internally anxious to return home and check on my wife and sister, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. Zhang DTU took a different route, while Qin Chuan and Qin Jiansheng headed towards Daping Village. Halfway along the path, they encountered a bicycle approaching, ridden by his younger sister, Linger. Chuan. Linger was struggling to maintain her balance on the bicycle, swerving erratically. Is there trouble afoot? Brother. Linger cried out, her voice tinged with distress. What's wrong, Linger? What has happened? Qin Chuan hurried to her side. That scoundrel. She is in our courtyard, berating my sister-in-law with the foulest of words. So many people have gathered at our doorstep to gawk. How could she be so despicable? Qin Chuan took the bicycle from her, reassuringly saying, Linger, let us hurry back to our donkey cart. Qin Jiansheng called out from behind, Chuan, be cautious. Do not ride too fast. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan's figure became but a distant speck. Jiansheng muttered to himself, that vile woman has gone too far today. Does she believe Chuan is Zhang Chun? Linger looked worried. 4th uncle, my brother is fighting. He has struck our uncle. Did he truly strike your uncle? Qin Jiansheng asked, astonished. Linger covered her mouth. Realizing such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Fear not. 4th uncle shall not speak of this to others. In Daping Village, the sound of the drilling machine echoed from morning until afternoon, resonating throughout the village. Those who were not occupied with fieldwork gathered to witness the drilling, sitting idly by, captivated for the entire day. The cacophony overshadowed the commotion of a crowd that had gathered at the entrance of Qin Chuan's cave dwelling. They were observing a woman from the Wong family creating a scene, hurling insults at the most beautiful young bride in the village, Shou Jiqing, who had recently married Qin Chuan. Most onlookers were there for mere entertainment, deriving satisfaction from the spectacle. A few, however, grew anxious and urged Wang Huaxiong's mother not to cause a ruckus in someone else's courtyard. "Aunt Wang, you should come out. Are you not afraid that Qin Chuan will return and confront you?" "Indeed, Aunt Wang, your actions are utterly unreasonable, regardless of the situation. You cannot simply charge into someone else's home and create havoc." Wang Huaxiong's mother not only insulted Shou Jiqing but also berated Qin Ling and the entire Zhang family, unleashing a torrent of curses. The gathered crowd quickly discerned the reason for her outburst. Her son had been robbed that day. 2 bags of leeks, weighing 130 pounds, which could have earned him 20 yuan, had been stolen before he even made it to the city. They do not rob others, yet they specifically target her son. Is it not evident that it is the machinations of Qin Chuan who orchestrates for those individuals to abduct his own child? That scoundrel Qin Chuan eagerly anticipates a calamity befalling his son, hoping to profit from it. A group of individuals obstructs the intersection, demanding payment, allowing him and Zhang Chun's son to pass, as well as Qin Jiansheng, yet they deny passage to her son. Who could fail to see that it is the mischief of the Qin family's ruffian? After listening to her son's explanation, Wang Lian is 100% certain that Qin Chuan is behind this. She rushes to confront Zhou Yuanyuan, intending to settle old and new grievances alike. She demands a compensation of 100 yuan, threatening to create a scene daily if her demands are not met. Zhou Yuanyuan refuses to comply. Wang Lian sits in the courtyard of Qin Chuan's home, facing the cave dwelling, wailing and cursing while pounding her thighs. Zhang Chun and his wife attempt to pull her away, but she scratches at Zhang Chun's wife's face with all 10 of her nails. Fortunately, Aunt Chun manages to evade the worst of it, escaping with only a fiery pain on her chin and neck. Zhang Chun forcibly pulls his wife away. Standing at the entrance, Yuan, keep the door shut and do not come out. You must not come out, Aunt Chun shouts, clutching her neck. Inside the cave, Zhou Yuan weeps while Aunt Chun cries out from outside. Aunt Chun attempts to rush in to grab Wang Lian, only to be held back by Zhang Chun. Be careful. Her nails are sharp. She has intentionally filed them to fight you. Many agree with Zhang Chun's reasoning. Indeed, Zhang Chun. She has purposefully sharpened her nails to engage in a scuffle with your wife. When Chuan returns, he will handle her. Linger has summoned Chuan, and he will be back soon. Li Guangsan shields his face with one hand while pulling at the shrew. Wang Lian is his aunt's cousin. Aunt, come out. Let us settle this properly. Why can you not see the situation clearly? Everyone is siding with Chuan, yet you sit here throwing a tantrum in his courtyard. Won't he beat you senseless upon his arrival? Wang Lian flails her arms, shouting incoherently, leaving a scratch mark on Li Guangsan's arm. My goodness, Aunt. Did you truly sharpen your nails on purpose? Li Guangsan jumps back in alarm. No one dares to approach. A crowd gathers at the entrance, eager for the spectacle. Xiaohu and Xiaoping, brandishing a pole taller than either of them, prepare to intervene. The exuberant Xiaohu shouts, My brother Chuan said he would protect my sister-in-law Yuanyuan. I will drive that shrew away. Their mothers snatch the sticks from their hands. What if someone gets killed? They are cracking down hard on that. No one dares to approach Wang Lian. Make way. A furious voice bellows from behind the crowd. With a loud crash, a bicycle clatters to the ground, and Qin Chuan's figure bursts onto the scene. Step aside, step aside. Chuan is back. Chuan. How dare she come into your courtyard and cause a ruckus? This is outrageous. Xiaohu exclaims loudly. Chuan, be careful. Her nails are intentionally sharpened. True. Qin Chuan yells in anger, leaping forward. A resounding slap echoes as he strikes her face. Wang Lian's hair is seized by Qin Chuan, who pulls her head back. And in her frantic attempt to protect her hair, she disregards her nails. More sharp slaps resound against her face. The onlookers failed to catch a glimpse of how Qin Chuan struck. His body obstructed the view of his palm. The speed of his actions was astonishing. The woman, who had been hurling insults, found herself at a loss for words. Grabbing her hair before delivering slaps. What a clever tactic. Oh dear, Qin Chuan's blows were excessively fierce, rendering her unconscious with just a few swift strikes. Someone should urgently summon Wang Huaxiong and his father. It perplexed me. For Wang Huaxiong's mother was creating a ruckus in someone else's yard, yet both father and son seemed deliberately indifferent. If they allow me to continue this beating, it would surely lead to future troubles. Wang Lian had been knocked to the ground, her hair firmly clutched in Qin Chuan's grip, as the young man, merely 20, straddled the 40-year-old woman, the sound of slaps echoing throughout the courtyard. Wang Huaxiong's home was still quite a distance from Qin Chuan's, even at full speed. It would take over 10 minutes to reach. Wang Huaxiong, why aren't you going to check? Your mother is on the verge of being beaten to death by Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Huaxiong's heart raced with shock. His father was absent, and he dashed towards Qin Chuan's home alone. In the courtyard, Wang Lian's face was swollen and bruised as Qin Chuan held her hair and struck her. Do you dare to come to my house and cause a scene again? The woman whimpered incoherently, her words barely audible. Speak up. No, I want tea. Kneel and apologize to my wife. With one hand gripping the woman's hair and the other lifting her body into a half-kneeling position facing the entrance, Qin Chuan called out to his home, Yuan Yuan, fear not, your husband has returned. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and the curtain was drawn back, revealing Yuan Yuan. She paused momentarily, bit her lip, and rushed towards the woman from the Wong family. The anger from days of humiliation surged within her, and she delivered a resounding slap. Did you think I was easy to bully? You dare to call me a loose woman, you wretched hag. Wang Lian knelt on the ground, her hair being yanked, stars dancing before her eyes, utterly defenseless. Yuan, strike her hard. Yuanyuan complied and slapped the woman fiercely, only to find herself in tears afterward. Chuan, why is she so wicked? What have I done to deserve this? At the entrance, an enraged shout erupted from Wang Huaxiong. Qin Chuan, if you dare to strike my mother, I will fight you. Chapter 83. The police arrived. Wang Huaxiong, rushing in, was seized by Zhang Chun, Li Guangsan, and a few others. They kindly urged him, Wang Huaxiong, are you not afraid that Chuanzi will knock you down? This is his territory. Qin Chuan, I'll take you on. Despite their attempts to restrain him, Wang Huaxiong broke free, cursing as he lunged forward. Qin Chuan relinquished his grip on the woman's hair, steadied his stance, and pivoted sharply to deliver a side kick. A dull thud resonated as his foot connected with Wang Huaxiong's face. The speed and force of the blow sent Wang Huaxiong staggering, and he collapsed onto the ground, hands clutching his mouth. Qin Chuan, you. A swift kick landed on his lips. Your mother came into my yard to create a scene, and you didn't intervene or counsel her. Yet you dare to curse at me? If I don't knock out a few of your teeth today, then I am not Yuanyuan's man. Zhang Chun, Li Guangsan, Zhaoping, and Xiaohu rushed to intervene. Zhang Chun grasped Qin Chuan's arm, urging, Chuan, let it go. Let it go. There's a crackdown happening. If you get arrested, what will happen to your wife and sister? They understood clearly that Qin Chuan was striking the shrew, yanking her hair and slapping her face, leaving her visage swollen and rendering her speechless. It was not an act of lethal intent. Yet, with each blow, his fury intensified. It was plausible that Qin Chuan might genuinely strike Wang Huaxiong with deadly force. Several individuals restrained Qin Chuan's arms as he transformed into a different person entirely, bellowing, Release me. This is my family's courtyard. Let me deal with this scoundrel. I will pay for his life. Yuanyuan rushed forward. Chuan, enough. If you kill him, what will happen to me and Linger if you are taken away? Breaking free, Qin Chuan embraced his wife tightly. Yuan, fear not. We shall not be afraid. Your husband has returned. Today, you have endured so much injustice, and I have failed to protect you. Chuan, I am fine, but please, do not let it escalate to murder. Zhang Chun, covering his face, shouted angrily. Wang Huaxiong, are you not going to drag your mother away? Do you believe Qin will not truly kill you? Wang Huaxiong, one hand clutching his bloodied mouth, used the other to pull his mother, half supporting her as they exited Qin Chuan's doorstep. Zhang Chun bellowed again. Hurry back and persuade your mother not to create a scene in someone else's courtyard. Zhang Chun was further incensed by the crowd gathered at Qin Chuan's entrance, their heads bobbing like a tangle of weeds on the wall. Unconcerned about the thorns that might scratch their faces, he pushed them outward. Disperse. There is nothing to see here. The throng that had surged into the courtyard was pushed out. Some lingered, glancing back longingly. People are waiting outside. Qin Chuan called out, still holding his wife close. He planted a gentle kiss on her cheek and gazed into her eyes, his voice softening. Yuan, please go inside. I will handle this matter. Okay, Chuan. I will prepare cold noodles for you. Take your time. No need to rush. In the public eye, Qin Chuan tenderly kissed his wife. The heads atop the wall shouted in confusion, we cannot bear to watch. What was there to deter them? Those who claimed they could not watch had necks stretching longer than a donkey's, circling the wall like thorns with little effect. Qin Chuan shouted towards the wall, get down. Is it truly so fascinating? For them, it was indeed captivating. Whoever dares to trouble my wife or sister in my courtyard, the Wong family shall face the consequences. With a thunderous roar, Qin Chuan startled a portion of the crowd into retreat. His gaze swept across the scene, and Chun clutched her neck. And Li Guangsan held his arm. Was it Wang Lian who did this? Qin Chuan inquired of Li Guangsan. Who else could it be? I attempted to pull her out, and she retaliated. She is my cousin, after all. Uncle Guangsan, I appreciate your assistance in protecting my wife. Your help will not go unrewarded. Chuan, do not mention it. You brought me a jar of water, and you are the one who dug all the wells in our village. Rest assured, everyone here supports you, Li Guangsan assured him. The surrounding Li family members chimed in hastily. Indeed, Xiao Chuan, we stand with you. We fear not even the police. Li Guangming stepped forward. Chuan, your uncle rode his bicycle to the town. When I asked him why he was in such a hurry, he replied that it was none of my concern. He was going to report to the police. Chuan, you must be cautious. Recently, 2 police officers came to our village, clearly instructing the village head that if there were any brawls or thefts, he should contact the station promptly. Qin Chuan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his face. Today, who assisted old Qian in lifting the pipes? Qin Chuan casually inquired with a seemingly unrelated question. Old Qian took a step forward, relaying information to Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan. There were 20 individuals who lent a hand. I kept track of them. I informed them that you would note their contributions, and each would receive 5 yuan. The group was engaged in deepening the water retention dam around the well when Wang Lian arrived, creating a scene. They gathered around, intrigued, and not a single person departed. Uncle Qian, wait. Qin Chuan entered the house, requesting money from his wife. Yuanyuan, please give me 100, with change below 5. All right, I'll get it right away. Yuanyuan rummaged through her waistband, counted out 100 yuan, and handed it to Qin Chuan. Dear, rest assured. That shrew from the Wong family won't bother us again. Chuan, I am no longer afraid. If she dares to come again, I won't hide. I will confront her. Qin Chuan smiled at his wife, offering encouragement. Indeed, stand your ground. Inwardly, he mused that if his wife were to confront her, she too would be seen as a shrew. Such matters he would handle himself, unbothered by the label. With the 100 yuan in hand, he approached the crowd at the entrance. He called out loudly, those who helped old Qian, step forward. Each will receive 5 yuan. I keep my word. A cheer erupted from the crowd. 20 individuals now held 5 yuan each. Chuan, you need not worry. Even if the police arrive, we will testify for you. Precisely. We will stand as witnesses. What grounds does she have to complain? She barged into the courtyard and insulted others, and she believes she is justified? Qin Chuan waved his hands, signaling the crowd to disperse. Move along. Don't linger at my doorstep. As the crowd began to dissipate from his doorway, they soon heard the distant sound of a police motorcycle. 2 officers in uniform arrived. The dispersing individuals quickly regrouped at Qin Chuan's entrance. The 2 officers, with stern expressions, stood at the door. Are you Qin Chuan? Was it my uncle who reported the incident? It does not matter who reported it. Did you assault that mother and child, leaving them bruised? I did strike them. It was I alone who did, Qin Chuan readily admitted. A throng of those who had just received money and those who sought it encircled him, each voicing their opinions. Officer, please listen to us. Do not take Qin Jianmin's word alone. He is no longer our village chief. Officer, if you take Chuan away, that would be most unjust. You must understand the true facts. The officers found themselves in a predicament, particularly concerned about handling such neighborhood disputes. They knew that whatever course they chose, it must not incite a gathering of the villagers that could lead to unrest. Fellow villagers, one officer declared, I am here to ascertain the truth. We shall neither overlook a good person nor allow a bad one to escape justice. The 2 officers directed Qin Chuan to wait aside, intending first to gather accounts from the villagers. The crowd's judgment was sharp. One officer busily took notes. Yuanyuan, terrified, clung tightly to her husband's side. Chuan, they are cracking down. You truly want to be taken away, will you? Yuan, do not fear. Trust that everyone is speaking on my behalf. Chapter 84. An uncle worse than a shrew. As the police arrived, the crowd at Qin Chuan's doorstep only grew larger. One officer began questioning Yuan regarding the incident, rapidly jotting down notes. As Qin Chuan navigated through the throng of heads, he spotted Qin Jianmin a few hundred meters away, momentarily gazing in his direction while pushing a bicycle, before retreating into his courtyard. The officer in green uniform called out again, Hey, come here. Upon hearing the call, Yuanyuan grasped the man's arm, reassuring him, Chuan, you said it's all right. Truly, there is nothing to fear. I will clarify some matters. While he comforted his wife verbally, anxiety gnawed at him internally. He feared that these 2 officers might misinterpret the situation and take him away. They did not intend to arrest him, but rather to lecture him. You young man, your actions were quite severe. You've left someone incapacitated. What if you had caused a death? If it weren't in your courtyard? And if Wang Lianhenti instigated the trouble, we would have apprehended you immediately. It became evident that the police had already visited Wang Huaxiong's residence. They had ascertained the reasons behind Wang Lian's commotion. Qin Chuan felt compelled to reiterate, officers, the individuals collecting fees at the intersection are workers from the industrial and commercial department, not robbers. Their accusations that these state workers are thieves are no trivial matter. The police perceived his remarks as further insolence, suggesting he was eager to escalate the issue. The officers imparted their wisdom. Young man, you are from the same village. All relatives and neighbors. In such situations, it is better to communicate amicably rather than resort to violence. Couldn't you have simply escorted her home? I understand. Qin Chuan responded, acquiescing to their sentiments. Indeed, we should strive together for prosperity. It is not easy for anyone. With that, the two officers mounted their jolting tricycle and departed with a rumble. A sudden stillness enveloped the crowd. Then, a jubilant shout broke the silence. Chuan is fine. The police have left. He is unharmed. The onlookers cheered, raising their arms in celebration. Chuan, did you catch what the police said? Someone inquired. They advised you to earn well and lead everyone towards prosperity. Qin Chuan's contributions to the community, such as financing a well and irrigation, were not merely for personal gain. His intentions were clear to all, including the authorities. Moments ago, the villagers had passionately explained to the police that Qin had invested 2,000 yuan for the well, that he worked diligently at his stall each day to uplift the community. They also mentioned that Wang Huaxiong and her son deliberately instigated trouble and that they should be reprimanded. Several villagers signed and marked their testimonies on the official record. Only after hearing these accounts did the officers turn to leave. Some keen observers noticed that the Jialing motorcycle had once again halted at Wang Huaxiong's doorstep. Brother Chuan, watch closely. They might take her and her son away. Taking them away seemed improbable. At most, they would receive a reprimand. I am certain that this troublesome woman will think twice before causing a scene again. Today, Chuan has dealt with her effectively. Such women require a firm hand. Don't talk nonsense. If you're so capable, go ahead and confront her, came the retort. Let us head home. Tomorrow we shall rise early to work and earn 5 yuan. Qin Jianmin, hidden behind his door, observed the scene. He noted that the two officers had not taken Qin Chuan away and saw the crowd surrounding his home, seemingly defending that scoundrel. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. He headed towards Wang Huaxiong's residence. The police returned to Wang Huaxiong's house as Qin Jianmin sought to clarify the situation. Yuanyuan quietly inquired about who had reported the incident. Qin Jianmin. Uncle? He is worse than Wang Huaxiong's mother. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth. Indeed. He is worse than Wang Huaxiong's mother. Chuan, why is he so wicked? He is your own uncle. He is not my true uncle. He is a villain. Such words, when heard by Yuanyuan, made her feel that her partner spoke out of indignation. Yuanyuan, I shall not leave the house tomorrow. I will stay home to guard you. With no fixed abode in the city, bringing along a wife for a whole day was exhausting. Linger had persevered for 2 days but could no longer endure. Moreover, he had promised the elderly couple who were digging a well that they would share a couple of meals at their home for the next fortnight. Yuanyuan could not leave. She had to cook for them. It was clear that he could only remain at home, guarding his wife. Yuanyuan shook her head. No. Chuan, you are a man of great business. You cannot just stay at home guarding me. Listen, I am no longer afraid. If that virago dares to come again, who dares to call me a loose woman, I will seize her by the hair and slap her. Such fierce words, uttered from her lovely lips, were met with disbelief in Qin Chuan's eyes. Chuan, why do you look at me like that? I mean it. I would dare to hit her. I think it would be better if you did not strike her. It would tarnish your image. Yuanyuan felt she held no admirable image in the eyes of the people of Daping Village. Qin Chuan's confrontation with the woman from the Wong family had given her immense encouragement. The police had not taken Qin Chuan away, instilling in her the courage to resist. Previously, she would hide indoors when that woman cursed at the door. This time, she boldly sat in her own yard and hurled insults. If she dared to enter this courtyard again, let her try. Little Tiger dashed into the courtyard, panting, Brother Chuan, the police went to Wang Huaxiong's house. Forget about them. Little Tiger, go to the village entrance and fetch your father. They will be back soon. Little Tiger hurried out again. Yuan, I will help you start the fire and cook. Baozhong and Linger will be back shortly. All right, I'll start kneading the dough for the noodles. The young couple busied themselves in the kitchen, unconcerned about the police's whereabouts. As the police emerged from Wang Huaxiong's yard, they encountered Qin Jianmin waiting at the entrance. He spoke with disbelief. Officer Chun, why haven't you apprehended that scoundrel? The two officers exchanged glances, and Officer Li looked at Qin Chuan, a flash of disdain crossing his face. Suddenly, he spoke sternly. Are you the village head? Not anymore. Are you his uncle? Officer Li pressed. I am his uncle. But he does not heed my words. He has struck me twice. You must arrest him and imprison him for several years. He shows no respect for his elders and disregards the law. Officer Li, having just scolded Wang Huaxiong and his mother, turned to chastise Qin Chuan. What is wrong with you? He is your own nephew. Having lost his parents at a young age, you do not care for him. And now you wish for him to be taken by us? He was merely protecting his wife in his own yard, resisting violence, exercising justifiable self-defense. Why report such nonsense? Are you looking for trouble? Do you see us as having nothing better to do? Officer Li glanced back at Qin Chuan, noticing a man who wanted to approach but hesitated. The three-wheeled Jialing motorcycle sputtered away. The individual behind Qin Chuan was Zhang Chun, seething with anger. Eager to confront Qin Chuan about his decision to call the police on his own nephew, Zhang Chun was filled with a determination to engage in a brawl, feeling emboldened now that he was no longer the village chief. Chapter 85, Corn Exchange for Rice in Daping Village. As he watched the Jialing motorcycle return to the village police station, Zhang Chun let out a sigh of relief. Grateful for the two diligent officers, now he felt unafraid of confronting Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was intent on visiting Wang Huaxiong's yard to see the state of the mother and child after they had been assaulted by Qin Chuan. Rumors circulated that the young man had been physically abusing the woman, slapping her repeatedly. Zhang Chun observed his older cousin touch his own face before stepping into the yard. What a ridiculous older cousin. Jianmin, you wretched coward, why don't you just jump off a cliff and end it? A person like you does nothing but bring harm to others. Zhang Chun hesitated to confront the woman, feeling a twinge of regret. If he had been like Chuan and had given Wang Lian a thorough beating, he would now be seen as a paragon in the eyes of others. At present, Qin Chuan had become the admired figure among the villagers, leaving Zhang Chun feeling dejected. How could he, a grown man, allow the woman to insult his younger cousin without intervening? Now, he seized the opportunity to lash out at Qin Chuan and vent his frustrations. In the past, Qin Chuan had been quite close to Zhang Chun, sharing a cousinly bond. When Zhang Chun shouted in anger, Qin Chuan instinctively recoiled, wide-eyed in shock at the unexpected outburst from his usually mild-mannered cousin. Zhang Chun, are you aiding that scoundrel in humiliating his elders? What kind of nonsense is that? You should be ashamed of your ancestors. While the Wang family harpy storms into the yard to berate your nephew's wife, you choose to report your nephew to the police instead of offering support? You are exactly what Chuan described, a scoundrel. I never imagined you could be so malicious. Qin Chuan felt the urge to retaliate against Zhang Chun, but was reminded of the scene where Chuan had been atop him, striking him. Zhang Chun, emboldened by the presence of his allies, was prepared for a confrontation. Just as Zhang Chun contemplated charging at him, he caught sight of Xiaoping riding back from the village on a bicycle belonging to Qin Chuan. As the bicycle approached, Xiaoping, a 15-year-old, looked puzzled and asked, Uncle, Spring Uncle, what are you two up to? Ask your uncle why he called the police on your brother Chuan. Do you think he is a decent person? Xiaoping glared at Qin Chuan, his tone unyielding. Uncle, brother Chuan is about to be arrested by the police. Who will help our villagers dig wells or earn money? What were you thinking, Uncle? Qin Chuan was irritable and dismissive, muttering curses under his breath. Your father didn't bring me here. Don't call me uncle anymore. I am not your uncle. Despite his tough facade, Qin Chuan hurried back to his home, slamming the door shut behind him. Xiaoping, equipped with iodine and medical tape that brother Chuan had sent him to fetch, handed it to Zhang Chun. Uncle Chun, my brother Chuan said that applying this on Annie's neck will serve as a disinfectant. Zhang Chun returned home with the disinfectant. Annie's neck burned with a fierce sting, and she cursed the Wang family matron for a considerable time. The man applied the medicine carefully, gently advising, do not curse. The medicine Chuan bought for you. Do you not see him seeking revenge on your behalf? Auntie glanced at her husband, finding him exceedingly displeasing. Complaining bitterly, she retorted, are you dead? She bullies me, and you just stand there watching? You should slap her a few times like Chuan did. Let us see how she behaves then. Did you not see how her Chuan dealt with her? You ought to learn from him. If she dares to throw a fit in front of me and Yuan Yuan again, you should handle her just like that. The police intervened. Zhang Chun, half-heartedly agreeing, replied, I saw it. Chuan was quite ruthless. I nearly jumped in to slap her myself. Auntie's neck was smeared haphazardly with the disinfectant as she seized the iodine bottle. Rising to leave, she declared, I'm going to check on Yuan Yuan. The little one was quite frightened today. Hey, aren't you cooking? Daitu will be back soon, and Xiaohua will be home from school too. Without turning her head, Auntie remarked, Daitu will just have dinner at Chuan's house anyway. You should take both of them along to eat there. Zhang Chun was displeased. Are we all going to Chuan's house for dinner? Their family has just gone through something. Do you not realize how this woman thinks? Annie's mind wandered to what the young couple might be occupied with at that moment. Qin Chuan was busy helping his wife stoke the fire in the stove. Sincerely assuring, Yuanyuan, starting tomorrow, I will leave in the morning and return for lunch, not going out again, to accompany you while cooking and talking. He planned to ride his bicycle early, set up the stall, and return by noon. There would be enough time. Yes, you must go out. The business outside cannot cease. I do not wish for others to say that I am holding you back. Yuan rolled out 2 pieces of dough, slicing them into strips, sprinkling them with dry flour, and layering them. With precision, she made cuts in various directions, transforming them into flag-shaped noodles. A pot of water boiled, and she scattered the flag noodles into it, along with a basin of leafy greens and a bowl of beaten eggs. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and ground pepper were added. The ladle, heated in the stove, was removed, blown upon, and a spoonful of oil was poured in, creating a cloud of smoke as she tossed in chopped chives and scallions. The fragrant aroma of sizzling oil and scallions permeated the courtyard. At the entrance, a timid voice called out, Sister Linger. The voice was soft and apprehensive. Yuanyuan turned to Co. Dafin, have all 3 of you come? It was the 3 daughters of Li Guangsan, aged 12 to 10, with 2 of them carrying half a bag of corn and the youngest hesitating at the doorstep. Yuanyuan inquired, have you all eaten yet? At this hour, they had just returned home from school, and their father had sent them to carry corn. Qin Chuan was puzzled. What did it mean to carry over 20 pounds of corn? Yuanyuan asked if they had eaten, and the 2 older girls nodded vigorously while the youngest shook her head. Yuanyuan smiled broadly. Come in, I'll serve you. The rice is just done. As the fragrant aroma of scallions wafted through the air, it infiltrated their nostrils, revealing their suppressed desire for a meal. Yuanyuan inquired of her husband, Chuan. Uncle Guangsan wishes to exchange some rice for his child, and I have agreed to trade him a basin. How shall we settle the account? Qin Chuan observed the 12-year-old daughter of the Li family, who averted her gaze to the ground. The girls of Daping Village exuded such humility. Memories of Linger at the age of 12 resurfaced vividly. Yuanyuan, 2 pounds of corn can be traded for a pound of rice. With 20 pounds of corn in tow, the 2 girls struggled, panting as they yearned for a taste of white rice. Only the Qin family possessed the coveted white rice in Daping Village. 10 pounds of rice were carefully bagged and secured, allowing the girls to hoist it once more. Throughout the exchange, the 3 of them remained outside the courtyard, waiting at the entrance. Earlier that day, Li Guangsan had rushed forward to confront Wang Lian, the raucous woman, sustaining scratches on his arm, leading Qin Chuan to regard his uncle with appreciation. As they awaited the application of iodine from Xiaoping for his wound, they remained oblivious to the passage of time. The girls turned to leave, but Yuanyuan stopped them, saying, You must eat at my house before departing. Would you heed your sister-in-law's request? My father forbids us from eating at your home, claiming it to be impolite. Do you always heed your father's words? After the meal, you still need to fetch medicine for him. Yuanyuan? Aunt Chun called out as she approached. Chapter 86. Nothing matters. Eating is paramount. Aunt Chun, holding iodine in her hand, spoke to the 3 girls from the Li family. What are you 3 doing standing there? Defeng's eyes were filled with trepidation. I came to trade rice with Sister Yuanyuan. Nonsense. Your family cannot exchange rice with Yuanyuans. Hurry back. The 2 girls, burdened with the sack, were followed by another who protected them, as they hurriedly departed without glancing back. Yuanyuan pouted, Aunt Chun, Uncle Guangsan helped me today. Let them eat. He claimed that if the food was ready, I would send them away. Aunt Chun chuckled, Yuanyuan, whose child visits another's home during mealtime. It is clear they wish to mooch off your cooking. Do not indulge such habits. Aunt Chun, they did not ask for a meal. They came to exchange rice. Qin Chuan took the iodine from Aunt Chun's grasp, hastily catching up with the girls, reassuring them before returning. He spoke to Aunt Chun. They simply wished to trade for rice. All 3 entered the house. Bowls of rice were ladled out just as 2 carts arrived at the entrance. Linger burst in, breathless. Brother, sister-in-law? After calling out, she scanned her brother's face, then her sister-in-law's, and finally Aunt Chun, her tone marked by anxiety. Are you all right? Qin Chuan reassured her. All is well. Hurry and eat, Linger. Wash your hands first. Throughout the journey, Lingo harbored an ominous premonition that her brother might harm Wang Huaxiang's mother, leading to his arrest by the police, leaving sister Yuanyuan alone in tears. Yet, the atmosphere at home was filled with her brother and sister-in-law's smiles, the enticing aroma of a warm dinner, and Aunt Chun assisting with the dishes. It was the ambience of anticipation for their return to share a meal. Linger found it hard to believe that nothing had occurred all afternoon. As she rode her bicycle towards the county, she recalled the raucous woman berating others in her yard, surrounded by a crowd at her doorstep. Why was it that now there seemed to be no sign of any disturbance? Qin Chuan brought some items from the vehicle. Aunt Chun, here is a pack of soft paper for you. Please refrain from using the rough clay lumps. Aunt Chun laughed so hard she could hardly stand straight. Who has seen me using rough clay lumps? Lingo, after you finish your meal, please deliver this pack of soft paper, along with a pound of floral tea and sugar. To fourth master. Understood, brother. I will take it over once I finish eating. Yuan, this is for you, something I bought for you. What is it? Yuan opened it to find soft and comfortable sanitary pads. The young wife's face flushed crimson, biting her lip, her gaze tenderly fixed on her husband. In a soft voice, she remarked, Chuan, you are so thoughtful. It's kind of you to buy this for me. Qin Chuan nearly revealed that he had purchased it in front of Sisterly, but thought better of it. Mentioning Sisterly, the young wife's expression shifted. A city girl had come to Daping Village seeking Yuanyuan's man. The villagers, curious and gossiping, approached her, eager to know the story. Leaving Yuanyuan at a loss for words, Qin Chuan stood at the doorway, calling out loudly to the well, Uncle Lao Qian, it's time for dinner. Bring the table over. Coming. Xiaohua and Xiaohong scampered about, the bags on their backs making a delightful sound. Brother Chuan. My dad said we could eat at your house. Qin Chuan asked, why isn't your dad coming? He secretly fried eggs to eat, thinking we wouldn't notice. Go find your brother too. He has 5-nut pastries to share with you. Enjoy the pastries before dinner. Well, the two little girls exclaimed in delight and rushed inside. A pack of pastries contained 12 pieces, perfectly distributed among those in the courtyard. Linger, Xiaohua, if you enjoy pastries. Ask your brother to get you a pack every day. The little girls cheered, for eating pastries was their happiest time. The table was cleared after everyone finished a pot of Qihua noodles. Once the stove was tidied up, Linger eagerly pressed Aunt Chun for details about the afternoon's events. Aunt Chun recounted everything. I knew my brother would resort to violence. Aunt Chun spoke with indignation. Your brother's actions are justified. You should learn from him to be strong, so that no one dares to bully you or your sister-in-law. At the entrance, Qin Jiansheng called out, Chuan? Yuan approached to greet him. Fourth uncle. I invited you to stay for dinner. Why are you leaving? Your fourth aunt has prepared dinner for me. I must return. After returning from the county, Qin Jiansheng first went home to unload the mule and have dinner, then brought Xiaoping and Xiaohu along with him. Today, his cart had transported 500 pounds of green vegetables, primarily garlic sprouts, chives, and zucchini, which sold the best. After calculating the accounts, he made 80 yuan from this load. Taking 30% as profit, Qin Chuan handed him 24 yuan. Fourth uncle, it's best to maintain this steady operation every day. Qin Jiansheng's hand trembled slightly as he received the money, and he protested, Chuan, this is too much. Xiaoping and Xiaohu extended their hands in unison. Dad, you promised us each a yuan for tomorrow's market. They insisted on this money, trailing behind their father. Qin Jiansheng begrudgingly gave them each a dime. Dad, where's the promised yuan? Xiaoping complained, feeling disgruntled. Do you want a beating? A dime is more than enough. If I give you each a yuan, how will I account for your mother? Little Tiger exclaimed, Dad, you're truly foolish. Couldn't you just conceal 2 yuan from Mom? I'll give you both a taste of my shoe soles. Qin Jiansheng did not remove his shoe soles. Instead, he chased after the 2 mischievous boys. Qin Chuan remarked as they dashed away, I suspect fourth uncle is hiding his private stash in his shoe soles. I refuse to believe he hasn't given a single cent to fourth aunt. Big Head nodded in agreement, Brother Chuan. Tomorrow I'll sneak a look at fourth uncle's shoe soles. Qin Chuan retorted, what is the point of checking fourth uncle's soles? Tell me, will we be able to procure lamb tomorrow at your eldest aunt's village? Yes, it's settled. We can manage to do so for 3 or 4 days. But after that, it will become impossible, he replied. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. Big Head. We must devise a way to secure a stable supply of pork for our customers. 1 pig can provide more than a cart of vegetables. Brother Chuan, what can we do? We aren't going to the breeding farm anymore. They want to sell pigs to private individuals, Big Head lamented. Qin Chuan squinted slightly. a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I will think of a solution. You just focus on transporting the meat. Sure thing, Brother Chuan. I knew you'd come up with something. The two of them meticulously settled today's earnings from 3 carts of vegetables with Yuanyuan. The total revenue was 170 yuan. They allocated 24 yuan to Qin Chuan, with an ulterior motive to entice others in the village to join in. Surely, someone would approach Uncle Jiansheng to inquire about how much he made in the past few days. As Qin Jiansheng left Qin Chuan's home, he was intercepted by his 2 nephews halfway down the road. They pleaded earnestly, "Fourth uncle, please tell our Chuanzi to take us along to the market. We would like to have some spending money." Qin Jiansheng scoffed coldly. "You think you can make money under Chuanzi's wing? Forget it." "Why not, fourth uncle?" they queried. "Why not? Go ask your father why. He might even report Chuanzi to the authorities." "What? My father would report Chuanzi?" The brothers felt utterly humiliated. Realizing their chances of earning money alongside Chuanzi were dashed, Linger entered with a basket of straw, calling out to her brother, "Brother, I saw eldest brother and second brother talking to fourth uncle." After a while, they parted ways. Qin Chuan grunted. "I know what they were discussing with fourth uncle." Yuanyuan inquired, "Chuan, what did they say to fourth uncle?" "They were asking him how much they could earn by following me. You see, they too want to sell vegetables in the city. Are you going to take them along?" Yuanyuan felt a twinge of discontent, wishing not to include them. Living alongside Chuanzi, the 2 sisters-in-law didn't even bother to pay her a visit. They wouldn't even acknowledge her on the road. They treated her with disdain. Just the other day, when they came to fetch water, they feigned concern, attempting to display friendliness. Yuanyuan harbored no desire to reciprocate their supposed goodwill, especially after overhearing the elder and second sister-in-law disparaging their mother-in-law. With such disrespect towards their own matriarch, Yuanyuan wished to sever ties with their family. "No way." Qin Chuan firmly rejected. "In their eyes, you don't exist. In my eyes, they don't exist either." His sentiment was clear. Anyone in Daping Village who extends warmth and care to his sister or wife would receive tenfold in gratitude. Indifference towards his sister and disregard for Yuanyuan would henceforth result in estrangement. Yuanyuan resolutely affirmed, "Chuan, I share your sentiment. I will not include them."